Hello and welcome back to Sports Taaza. We're back for the big day of the auction. Yesterday we saw teams ने बड़े बड़े इंडियन प्लेयर्स पे बिड लगाई. ईशान किशन रहे सबसे ज़्यादा महंगे बिकने वाले प्लेयर्स और आई थिंक आज टीम को कंप्लीट करने का टाइम है. तो आई थिंक आज काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग ऑप्शन होने वाली है बिकॉज जितने भी स्लॉट्स अवेलेबल हैं वो भरने ज़रूरी है टीम को. किसी टीम के पास फॉरेनर्स नहीं है, किसी के पास इंडियन प्लेयर्स नहीं है, इंडियन बैटर्स नहीं है. Hello, welcome Shubham to the show. How are you feeling today? And where do you see Punjab, especially the team with the highest purse? Where do you see them going? And are you are
गुड
you are you, are you excited about your team's picks
बिल्कुल
on the day
बहुत
one?
अच्छी टीम बनाई है अब तक. आई मीन जस्ट टू क्लैरिफाई एवरीवन ऑन एयर, आई एम अ फैन ऑफ सीएसके एंड पंजाब, नॉट जस्ट पंजाब. बट पंजाब सीएसके नीड्स अ लॉट ऑफ वर्क, बट पंजाब हैज डन वेल, डिसेंटली वेल अप until now, and I hope कि they bring in some good couple of players to back it up. मुंबई और आज पंजाब आई थिंक ऑक्शन के पूरे डायनामिक्स कंट्रोल करने वाले हैं. जैसे सम वे और द अदर कल डीसी ने किया था, आज मुझे लगता है कि पंजाब एंड मुंबई विल हैव अ स्ट्रांग हैंड. वेरी एक्साइटिंग डे अहेड क्योंकि बहुत सारे ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स आज बिकने वाले हैं, एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू, दैट हाउ द स्क्वाड्स go up and complete their playing 11. अब तक मुझे सिर्फ एक लखनऊ ही लगी है जो काफ़ी सॉर्टेड प्लेइंग 11 ऑलरेडी है उनके पास. मे बी एक अंकित राजपूत की जगह दे कैन गो फॉर एन उनटकट और मे बी चेतन सकरिया. इतना पैसा नहीं है, आई डोंट थिंक दे विल गो फॉर चेतन एटलीस्ट, बट विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी दैट हाउ प्लेयर्स कंप्लीट देयर स्क्वाड्स.
जी, आई थिंक जल्दी से एक बार टीम के स्क्वाड बैलेंसेस और सॉरी पर्स बैलेंसेस और स्क्वाड का कॉम्बिनेशन देख लेते हैं क्या चल रहा है. जैसा आपने कहा, पंजाब शुभम हैज द हाईएस्ट मनी लेफ्ट इन देयर बैंक. दे हैव अराउंड 28.5 करोड़ लेफ्ट. दे हैव बॉट 11 प्लेयर्स. तो आई थिंक कोर की तरफ ऑलरेडी बिल्ड कर लिया है, लेकिन अभी काफी काम बाकी है. जैसा आपने कहा, ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स को देखना है, सिर्फ 2 ही खरीदे गए हैं अब तक. एंड आई थिंक इंडियन प्लेयर्स के ऊपर भी थोड़ा सा.
I'm cutting you, but there's a user who's saying आज कौन से बड़े प्लेयर्स बचे हैं. तो जितिन, we'll remind you कि आज काफी सारे ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स, स्पेशली साउथ अफ्रीकन रासी वैंडर डूसन,
I think
एडियन न्यूजीलैंड डेविन कॉनवॉय, then you also have Liam Livingston who is left, a lot
एरन
of
फिंच, क्रिस जॉर्डन, ये काफी
Chris
सारे प्लेयर्स
Jordan,
हैं.
a lot of West Indies, ओडियन स्मिथ. बहुत लाइवली ऑक्शन रहेगी आज, स्पेशली इन
जी, आई
टर्म्स
थिंक
ऑफ प्लेयर्स.
सर्टनली. आई थिंक जो आपने कहा वेस्ट इंडीज प्लेयर्स, आई थिंक ओडियन स्मिथ की ऐसी सीरीज रही है. आई थिंक मेरे को लग रहा है काफी बड़े पैसे ले जा सकते हैं इस ऑक्शन में, बिकॉज जो टीम्स इनके पास पैसा है अभी और जो फॉरनर स्लॉट के लिए देखेंगे, हैंडी बैट्समैन है, अच्छी बॉलिंग करते हैं. तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था थोड़ा सा डर यस्टरडे कि कुछ टीम्स ने ओवरसीज प्लेयर स्पेंड नहीं किया. मैं मुंबई को सपोर्ट करता हूं, तो मुझे मुंबई को देख के लग रहा था कि हमने काफी कम स्पेंड करा है. बट जितने बड़े नाम अभी हैं अवेलेबल आई थिंक सो ऑक्शन में, तो ओवरसीज स्लॉट आराम से फिल हो पाएंगे. और इंडियन प्लेयर्स में भी आपको देखा जाएगा कि कल मेजॉरिटी ऑफ इंडियन बिग प्लेयर्स जा चुके हैं, लेकिन तभी भी देयर आर सम गुड फास्ट बॉलर्स लाइक शुभम हैड मेंशन. चेतन सकरिया हैं अभी जो नहीं आए हैं. इसके सिवाय थोड़े बहुत और इंडियन बैटर्स भी हैं जिनको अभी ऑक्शन में नहीं आया गया. तो आई थिंक टीम्स देखेंगी उन प्लेयर्स को फिल करने की. ऑक्शन थोड़ी ही देर में शुरू होने वाला है. जल्दी से क्विकली हम जंप आउट करेंगे to check the purse balances. Punjab has the highest with 28.5 crores. Mumbai उनके पीछे है 27.5 crore roughly. CSK has 20 crores. Sunrisers के पास 20 करोड़ बाकी हैं. गुजरात एंड के पास 18 करोड़ बाकी हैं. डीसी के पास 16.5 करोड़. केकेआर के पास 12.5 करोड़. और उसके बाद राजस्थान के पास 12 करोड़ हैं. आरसीबी के पास सिर्फ 9 करोड़ है. और गुजरात जो अपनी टीम बना चुकी है कोर, आई थिंक सो 7 करोड़. और इसी के साथ एक पहले प्लेयर जो आ गए हैं ऑक्शन में वो है आइडन मार्क्रम. 1 करोड़ है इनका बेस प्राइस. एंड टीम्स ने ऑलरेडी बिड करना स्टार्ट करा है आइडन मार्क्रम के लिए. अगर हम क्विकली जाके देखें क्या चल रहा है इस टाइम ऑक्शन पे, आई थिंक एडन मार्क्रम काफी अच्छे बल्लेबाज है, साउथ अफ्रीकन है. और किसी भी टीम में ऊपर ओपन कर सकते हैं बैटिंग, मिडिल ऑर्डर में बैटिंग कर सकते हैं. तो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा कि कौन सी टीम्स इनके लिए जाती हैं. और अगर बेस प्राइस पर मिल जाता है किसी भी टीम को तो काफी बड़ी स्टील होगी मेरे हिसाब से. अच्छा करा है साउथ अफ्रीका के लिए. काफी जाने माने खिलाड़ी हैं. हाय क्रिकेट का सफर. थैंक यू गाइस फॉर जॉइनिंग. प्लीज सब्सक्राइब, प्लीज लाइक द वीडियो. एंड हम ऐसे ही आपके लिए पूरा आईपीएल भी कवर करेंगे जैसे हम ऑक्शन कवर कर रहे हैं. वी आर वेरी एक्साइटेड टू कवर द आईपीएल एज वेल एंड ब्रिंग टू ऑल आवर व्यूअर्स द लेटेस्ट दैट्स हैपनिंग इन द ऑक्शन. और ऑलरेडी बिड भर गई. आई थिंक सनराइज हैदराबाद बिड कर रहे हैं किंग्स के साथ. पंजाब किंग्स और सनराइज हैदराबाद हैं अभी ऑक्शन में जो एडन मार्क्रम के लिए बिड कर रहे हैं. जैसा हमने पहले ही बताया था अपने दर्शकों को कि अगर आप स्क्वाड बैलेंसेस की तरफ देखें तो पंजाब के पास सिर्फ 2 ओवरसीज प्लेयर हैं, सिमिलरली टू सनराइज हैदराबाद, उनके पास भी 2 ओवरसीज प्लेयर हैं। तो ये जो सारी टीम्स हैं ऊपर की 4 अगर आप देखेंगे, मुंबई, पंजाब, सीएसके, सनराइजर्स, ये अपने ओवरसीज स्लॉट्स को बुक करना चाहेंगे कि एटलीस्ट 4 स्ट्रॉन्ग ओवरसीज कंटेंडर्स मिले, उसके साथ 1 या 2 बैकअप प्लेयर्स भी मिले कि अगर कोई अवेलेबल ना हो, जैसे कि हम जानते हैं इंग्लैंड प्लेयर्स या फिर ऑस्ट्रेलियन प्लेयर्स थोड़ा लेट आ रहे हैं या थोड़ा फिर जल्दी जा रहे हैं ऑक्शन से, तो इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा कि कैसे अपने ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स को फिल करते हैं स्लॉट। एंड प्लीज अपने कमेंट्स लाते रहिएगा, आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या एडन मार्करम ज्यादा पैसा कमाएंगे, या फिर आई थिंक लियम लिविंगस्टन की बात बहुत हो रही है, काफी अच्छे ऑलराउंडर है, लेग स्पिनर है, तो शायद वो आज काफी महंगे बिकेंगे मेरे हिसाब से एटलीस्ट ऑक्शन में। आई थिंक अभी बिड सनराइजर्स के पास है 1 करोड़ 60 लाख पर चल रहे हैं इस टाइम एडन मार्करम, 1 करोड़ 70 लाख सॉरी सनराइज के साथ है अभी। हाँ शुभम, जैसा आपने कहा था एडन मार्करम है पहले प्लेयर जो ऑक्शन में आए हैं, कैसा रेट करते हैं आप इसको, आप पंजाब विद सनराइज अभी गुजारे हैं इनके लिए?
I would want to see Punjab get him or Rasi van der Dusen back in the squad. So let's see क्या होता है. Who are the 2 players bidding for him? Sorry, I had a bit of an
सनराइजर्स जा रहे हैं विद पंजाब राइट नाउ।
Okay. Hi cricket का सफर. Welcome to the watch along. Tell us in comments कि आपको क्या लगता है कि एडन मार्करम कहाँ जाने वाले हैं? सनराइजर्स अच्छा और कौन?
सनराइज और पंजाब कर रहे हैं शुभम राइट नाउ बिड।
मतलब 2 करोड़ में तो एडन मार्करम आई
काफी,
थिंक
जी काफी अच्छी स्टील हो सकते हैं। जैसे कि हमने कल अपने दर्शकों को बताया था कि जेसन रॉय को 2 करोड़ में खरीदा गया था, जो काफी अच्छी थी बेस प्राइस पर। अगर जेसन रॉय मिल रहे हैं आपको, तो अगर उसी रेंज में अगर एडन मार्करम मिलते हैं तो आई थिंक काफी अच्छी बाय होगी, क्योंकि ओपन भी कर सकते हैं और मिडिल ऑर्डर में आके भी बैटिंग कर सकते हैं, अच्छे फील्डर भी हैं। एंड आपने साउथ अफ्रीका के अगेंस्ट देखा, इंडिया के अगेंस्ट देखा होगा कि ओपन बॉलिंग करी थी, स्पिन आके कर रहे थे, तो अगर वो आपको 2 या 4 ओवर दे पाते हैं स्पिन से एट द टॉप ऑफ द ऑर्डर, तो काफी ऑलराउंडर मानिए आप, एकदम अच्छे जो अच्छी बैटिंग ऑलराउंडर मिल सकते हैं टीम को।
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं आप. आई एम जस्ट होपिंग कि पंजाब इधर गेट्स हिम और रासी वैन डर डूसन.
अगर आप पंजाब की स्क्वाड को अभी देखें शुभम, तो सिर्फ खगीसर रबाडा और जॉनी बेस्टो ही हैं जो उनके पास हैं 2 फॉरनर स्लॉट में।
फॉरेनर्स नहीं एग्जैक्टली.
जी, एंड अगर
लास्ट
साथ में हम
मतलब पिछले साल बढ़िया किया था इन्होंने फॉर दिस थिंग.
जी पंजाब के लिए जितने मौके मिले थे अच्छा ही करा था परफॉर्म। एंड सिमिलरली सनराइज की तरफ देखें तो सिर्फ केन विलियमसन और पूरन है उनके पास जो फॉरनर स्लॉट में है, दोनों बैट्समैन हैं, लेकिन थोड़ी सी इश्यूज हैं आई थिंक केन विलियमसन की फिटनेस के ऊपर, तो वो इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा कि क्या सनराइजर्स ज्यादा फॉरनर्स खरीदती है जस्ट इन केस विलियमसन नहीं अवेलेबल होते आईपीएल के लिए ड्यू टू द।
और लास्ट ईयर भी पंजाब ने आई थिंक मार्करम को बेस प्राइस 2 करोड़ में खरीदा था इन द लास्ट ऑक्शन, इतना मुझे याद है. आज देखना होगा कि क्या होता है.
एक हमारी कमेंट व्यूअर बोल रहे हैं शुभम की एडन मार्करम गो फॉर सीएसके इन द एब्सेंस ऑफ फाफ डू प्लेसी। क्रिकेट का सफर आई थिंक सीएसके अभी बिड नहीं कर रही है करंटली। आपने सही कहा, सीएसके के पास भी वो फॉरेनर स्लॉट्स खाली हैं, उनके पास फाफ नहीं मिले उन्हें, तो दे वुड रिक्वायर समवन जो ऊपर बैटिंग कर सकते हैं। इंटरेस्टिंग होगा अगर सीएसके जाती है इनके लिए, बट अभी पंजाब और सनराइजर्स बिड कर रहे हैं।
आई थिंक पंजाब हैज पुल्ड आउट. अब बिड सनराइजर्स के पास है 2.2 करोड़
और
पे.
मुंबई आ गई है सडनली बीच में, मुंबई हैज कम इन इनटू द फोर नाउ एट 2.4 करोड़।
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग.
मुंबई भी एक टीम है, मुंबई भी एक टीम है
2.4
जिनके पास फॉरेनर्स नहीं है अभी, सिर्फ पॉलार्ड हैं और एक वेरी यंग अंडर 19 वर्ल्ड कप के प्लेयर डेविड ब्रेविस हैं, तो इफेक्टिवली एक ही फॉरेनर हैं जो अभी स्टार्टिंग स्लॉट में दिखाई दे रहे हैं हमें मुंबई के लिए। तो इंटरेस्टिंग होगा क्या मुंबई मार्करम के लिए जाती हैं। आई स्टिल थिंक अगर 3 करोड़ के नीचे मिलते हैं एडन मार्करम तो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग बाय होंगे, ज्यादा पैसे नहीं दिए जाएंगे, 14 मैचेस आपको देंगे, और अगर वो ऊपर स्पिन डाल सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल स्टील है 3 करोड़ से नीचे तो.
आई थिंक मुंबई ने पुल आउट कर लिया है, शायद वो सिर्फ स्ट्रैटेजी थी थोड़े से बिड को हायर करने के लिए सनराइजर्स के लिए, तो आई थिंक सनराइजर्स के पास ही है।
सनराइजर्स के पास कितने ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स हैं इस वक्त?
2 ही हैं शुभम, वैसे मैंने कहा था निकोलस पूरन और केन विलियमसन ही है, तो वो दोनों बैट्समैन है, लेकिन अवेलेबिलिटी इशू शायद हो सकता है केन विलियमसन के साथ।
एक बात बताऊं मैं कि मतलब लास्ट ईयर ना सनराइजर्स की बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम थी ये कि उनके पास मिडिल ऑर्डर में बहुत इश्यूज थे एंड आई थिंक एडन मार्करम इज अ वेरी गुड प्लेयर जो कि उस मिडिल ऑर्डर को स्टेबलाइज कर सकते हैं। तो आई थिंक इट्स अ वेरी गुड स्ट्रैटेजी गिवन जो लास्ट ईयर उनको प्रॉब्लम्स आई थी। तो आई थिंक इट्स अ
जी,
स्मार्ट बाय और आई थिंक 2.6 करोड़ में अगर आपको मिल रहा है ये तो इससे बड़ा और अच्छा प्राइस कुछ हो नहीं सकता। क्रिकेट का सफर कह रहे हैं कि 9 करोड़ नहीं, मुझे तो नहीं लगता है आज 9 करोड़ के बिकेंगे एडन मार्करम। आई थिंक अंडर 5 भी अपर लिमिट कह रहा हूँ मैं, उससे
जी।
ऊपर नहीं हो पाएगा।
आई
जितिन
थिंक
से
अगर
कि चेन्नई
अ,
नीड्स एन ओपनर, ही लुक्स लाइक एन ओनली ऑप्शन एज एन एक्सप्लोसिव पर्सन। हाँ, जितिन, ये हमारी प्रेडिक्शन भी थी कि चेन्नई कुड पोटेंशियली गो फॉर एलेक्स हेल्स
आई थिंक एडन
एंड
मार्करम बिक गए हैं एंड
टू
2.6
सनराइजर्स
करोड़।
हैदराबाद
जी,
2.6
आई
करोड़
थिंक
एग्जैक्टली।
2.6 करोड़ तो सनराइजर्स ने अगर आई थिंक अगर मार्करम बॉलिंग कर पाते हैं किसी भी टीम के लिए तो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग पिक है, क्योंकि ऊपर 2 ओवर अगर आपको पावर प्ले में दे दें या फिर किसी बीच में 7th या 8th ओवर आकर, तो इजी ओवर्स कहे जाते हैं आईपीएल में, अगर वहां डाल के 2 ओवर निकाल पाए तो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग पिक होगी। और अगले खिलाड़ी जो ऑक्शन में आए वो है इंडियन इंडियन मिडल ऑर्डर, एक्स वाइस कैप्टन, एक्स कैप्टन ऑफ द इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम इज अजिंक्य रहाणे। शुभम, क्या आपको लगता है कोई टीम रहाणे के लिए जाएगी? दिल्ली के लिए थे, पिछली बार दिल्ली के लिए खेले थे, बट ज्यादा मौके नहीं मिले थे बिकॉज इतने एक्सप्लोसिव नहीं है एज अ बैट्समैन, थोड़ी आउट ऑफ फॉर्म भी थे। क्या लगता है आपको?
नहीं नहीं, डेफिनेटली बिकेंगे। अंडर 3 करोड़ बिकेंगे, बट बिकेंगे जरूर। आई थिंक करंट बिड गुजरात ने लगाई है, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग।
आई थिंक काफी इंटरेस्टिंग पिक्स गुजरात ने ऑलरेडी करी। अगर हम एक क्विक नजर डालें गुजरात की टीम के ऊपर, ऑलरेडी अपना कोर बना चुके हैं, तो उनके पास सिर्फ 7 करोड़ लगभग रुपए बचे हैं करंटली। एंड इसी के साथ आई थिंक गुजरात टाइटंस को मिल गए हैं, सॉरी गुजरात या
गुजरात
लखनऊ, आई एम नॉट श्योर।
गुजरात
ओह,
गुजरात गुजरात के
आई
पास
थिंक
बिड
दे
है।
गॉट हिम एट बेस प्राइस, शुभम।
They've got him at brace price, right?
Correct. Ajinkya Rahane has
I
been
think it's
bought by
KKR.
Gujarat Titans.
He's been sold to KKR for 1 crore.
Oh, is it KKR?
It's KKR for 1 crore.
ये आई थिंक केकेआर वो थोड़ा सा एक्सपीरियंस चाहते हैं, आई थिंक यही बात हो रही थी कि
I think smart buy. Smart buy.
क्या आप देख रहे हैं शुभम अजिंक्य रहाणे को कुछ 14 के 14 मैचेस खेलते हुए केकेआर के लिए?
थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट रहेगा, बट आई थिंक अगर सिर्फ एज अ बैटिंग ऑप्शन की बात करें ना, लास्ट ईयर उन्होंने ऑयन मॉर्गन को खिलाया था नंबर 4 पे। तो आई थिंक
जी,
मॉर्गन से तो बेटर ऑप्शन पक्का रहेंगे रहाणे। ही विल गिव यू मोर रन्स और स्ट्राइक रेट भी मोर और लेस उनका सेम ही रहता है। तो आई थिंक इट इज पॉसिबली एन अपग्रेड इन
आई
दैट
थिंक नेक्स्ट
डिपार्टमेंट।
प्लेयर आए हैं डेविड मलान, जो पिछली बार बिके नहीं थे, किसी ने नहीं पिक किया था उनको, और आई थिंक
नहीं
इस
नहीं नहीं,
बार भी
he was in पंजाब,
ओ
बट फिर
यस,
कोविड
सॉरी।
के बाद वो खेले नहीं थे एंड ही ओनली
जी,
प्लेड वन मैच ऑल इन ऑल।
बट इस बार डेविड मलान अनसोल्ड गए हैं, हमारे आज के पहले अनसोल्ड प्लेयर्स हैं डेविड मलान।
जितिन कह रहे हैं कि रहाणे इन गुजरात मेक सेंस विद गिल। Rahane, to remind you, Jitin, Rahane has actually gone to Kolkata Knight Riders and not in Gujarat. KKR ने खरीदा है उनको 1 करोड़ का, और वो मोस्ट लाइकली मिडिल ऑर्डर में कुछ मैचेस तो मुझे लगता है कि खेलेंगे। नेक्स्ट प्लेयर इज मनदीप सिंह, फॉर्मर पंजाब एंड आरसीबी के प्लेयर। बेस प्राइस 50 लाख।
आई थिंक गुजरात बिड कर रहे हैं, और सॉरी लखनऊ बिड कर रहे हैं, and शायद डीसी अब आए। लखनऊ से सर्टनली स्टार्टेड द बिड, एंड दिल्ली भी मनदीप के लिए बिड कर रही है। अच्छे मिडिल ऑर्डर बैट्समैन है इंडिया, इंडियन बैट्समैन है आई थिंक, सो काफी आईपीएल टीम्स के लिए खेले हैं अक्रॉस द इयर्स। ज्यादा मौके नहीं मिलते इनको, आई थिंक ऐसे वो हमेशा ऐसे बैट्समैन है जिनको बीच में आके थोड़ा शुरू में पंजाब के लिए काफी खेला करते थे, जहाँ पे वो कंसिस्टेंट थे, टीम में 11 में आते थे, लेकिन उसके बाद से ज्यादा ज्यादा मौके नहीं मिले हैं मनदीप सिंह को। बट
Delhi
अभी
is going for him. Delhi and Lucknow are going for him.
लखनऊ आई थिंक 1 करोड़ पर है करंट बिड, जो शायद लखनऊ के साथ है। दिल्ली सोच रहे हैं क्या वो उसके आगे, एंड आई थिंक दिल्ली ने बिड करी है अगली। and Gujarat, Lucknow has said no, they will not go ahead. So current bid is fit Delhi at 1.1 CR. बुरे ऑप्शन नहीं होंगे शुभम, अगर मिडिल ऑर्डर, अगर स्टार्टिंग 11 में भी नहीं आते हैं तो एज अ बैकअप इंडियन मिडिल ऑर्डर बैट्समैन थोड़े एक्सप्लोसिव भी हैं, जरूरी नहीं है कि
यार ये एक्चुअली कभी-कभी इन एब्सेंस ओपन भी कर लेते हैं और इन्होंने केएल के साथ लास्ट ईयर एक आधी अच्छी ओपनिंग पार्टनरशिप भी दी थी 50-60 रन्स की पंजाब को। तो
आई थिंक
ऐसे
दिल्ली,
रिलायबल हैं।
जी दिल्ली को मिल गए हैं एक 1.1 करोड़ में। मनदीप सिंह हैज बीन बॉट बाय दिल्ली एंड काफी इफेक्टिव बाय, आई थिंक 1 करोड़ में बुरे ऑप्शन नहीं रहेंगे। अगर वो उनकी मिडिल ऑर्डर में उनको चाहिए कि एक और इंडियन बैट्समैन आए, शायद वो चाह भी रहे थे दिल्ली। अभी पंत है, शॉ ऊपर जो ओपन करते हैं, उसके सिवाय कोई बैट्समैन नहीं दिख रहे थे। सरफराज खरीदे थे उन्होंने सस्ते में, लेकिन
बिल्कुल।
मनदीप है जो शायद दिल्ली में स्लॉट कर जाए इन दैट मिडिल ऑर्डर ऑलरेडी।
सरफराज से बेटर ऑप्शन है फॉर श्योर मिडिल ऑर्डर में।
एंड सर्टेनली आई थिंक the next player is a very interesting player, one of the best test match player at this time is Marnus Labuschagne, but क्या आईपीएल में कोई टीम उन्हें पिक करेगी? इंटरेस्टिंग है, मतलब जब बैटिंग भी करते हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लिए अक्रॉस फॉर्मेट्स, काफी काफी सुलझे हुए बैट्समैन हैं। उतने अग्रेसिव नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन यू नेवर नो। पंजाब सीएसके हैड बॉट पुजारा लास्ट ईयर, so you never
मुझे
know
लगा
if a
था
team goes for
कि मुझे तो उम्मीद थी कि शायद दिल्ली जाएगी लाबुशेन के लिए बिकॉज़
बट अनसोल्ड गए हैं। लाबुशेन इज, यस, जैसे आपने कहा क्रिकेट सफर, मानस लाबुशेन हैज गॉन अनसोल्ड दिस सीजन। जितिन, जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि रहाणे कैन बी अ ग्रेट ओपनिंग पे चॉइस फॉर केकेआर विद अय्यर, इंटरेस्टिंग चॉइस रहेगा अगर रहाणे को ओपन कराते हैं। बुरे नहीं है ऊपर, बिकॉज पावर प्ले में आके जल्दी रन बना सकते हैं एज कम्पेयर टू मिडिल ऑर्डर, बिकॉज एक्सप्लोसिव नहीं है, लंबे छक्के लगाने के नहीं जाने जाते रहाणे, बट कैन बी थॉट अबाउट एज एन ऑप्शन एज एन ओपनिंग प्लेयर। बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने।
नेक्स्ट अप ऑयन मॉर्गन, आई थिंक ये भी अनसोल्ड जाने वाले हैं टू बी ऑनेस्ट।
अनसोल्ड गए हैं और मॉर्गन अपनी टीम को फाइनल में पहुंचाने के बाद सीजन, अपनी बैटिंग के दम पर नहीं, अपनी कैप्टेंसी के दम पर, लेकिन कोई टीम इंटरेस्टेड नहीं रही है। बट आई थिंक शायद एक्सीडेंट ऑप्शन में कोई ना कोई टीम शायद को बेस प्राइस पर ले जाए, बिकॉज अगर आप देखें कि फॉरेनर्स की कमी है एट दिस पॉइंट टाइम इन द टीम्स, तो शायद टीम्स वो बैकअप, इफ नॉट द फ्रंट एंड प्लेयर, बैकअप के लिए किसी को ले जाना चाहेंगे।
सौरभ तिवारी, अधिराज क्या लगता है आपको?
I think Mumbai will go for him.
मुंबई
If
को
they can get him.
चाहे थे लास्ट ईयर।
I mean, and इसी के साथ सौरभ तिवारी अनसोल्ड गए हैं।
सरप्राइज क्रिकेट का सफर, यू आर सेइंग वाओ ऑयन मॉर्गन अनसोल्ड। एक्चुअली हम सरप्राइज नहीं हैं क्योंकि बैटिंग बहुत ही पुअर है इनकी इन रीसेंट फॉर्म्स। मोस्ट ऑफ द टीम्स के कैप्टन सॉर्टेड हैं।
जी।
पंजाब को भी जरूरत थी पर आई थिंक शिखर धवन को लीड पंजाब, तो यू नो मतलब कहीं सेंस नहीं बन रहा टू प्ले हिम एज अ स्पेशलिस्ट कैप्टन इन एनी फ्रेंचाइजी। और मिडिल ऑर्डर में बहुत बेटर इंडियन बैटर्स और फॉरेन बैटर्स अभी आने बाकी हैं, तो आई थिंक दैट कुड बी अ रीजन।
जी,
आई
I
वांट
think
टू सी एरन फिंच। मैं देख मुझे मुझे बस उम्मीद है कि एरन फिंच कोई नई फ्रेंचाइजी ले ले, क्योंकि अगर किसी ने उनको नया ले लिया तो ये उनकी 10वीं फ्रेंचाइजी हो सकती है आईपीएल में। ऑलमोस्ट वो हर फ्रेंचाइजी के साथ खेल चुके हैं एंड इट बी ग्रेट टू सी। बट प्रेडिक्शन यही है कि अनसोल्ड जाने वाले हैं एरन फिंच फॉर श्योर, क्योंकि
and ऐसा ही
बहुत
हुआ है शुभम, एरन फिंच अनसोल्ड गए हैं। थोड़ा सरप्राइज, बिकॉज केपेबल है बैटिंग के, लेकिन वो ऊपर आकर स्विंग से बहुत परेशानी होती है उनको। जब हमने देखा है कि भुवनेश्वर कुमार या संदीप शर्मा जो अच्छे जेन्युइन स्विंग बॉलर्स हैं, उनके अगेंस्ट रन बनाने में मुश्किल रहती है। एंड इंटरेस्टिंग होगा कि कोई टीम वापस आके इनको ले रिवर्स एक्सीडेंट ऑक्शन में, बट केपेबल है जरूर, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं। जिस दिन ऑन हिज डे ही कैन बी अ वेरी एक्सप्लोसिव बैट्समैन। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लिए देखा हमें, सिमिलर टू थोड़े ऑयन मॉर्गन है, बट आई थिंक थोड़े बेटर बैट्समैन है।
भुवनेश्वर पुजारा आई थिंक अनदर अनसोल्ड प्लेयर इन माय ओपिनियन। या आप चेन्नई ले ले इनको बेस प्राइस पे तो पता नहीं, बट वैसे मेरे हिसाब से तो अनसोल्ड।
जी, अगेन ऐसा आपने कहा, पुजारा भी अनसोल्ड गए हैं। आई थिंक एवरीवनस जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर सम गुड फॉरेन पिक्स, दे वांट टू
I'll
फिल
tell
दैट
you,
फॉरेनर्स का कोटा।
मैं बताता हूँ। डेविन कॉनवॉय, रासी वैंडर डूसन, दोनों के
लियम
लिए
लिविंगस्टन।
लियम लिविंगस्टन तो ऑलराउंडर में आ जाएंगे बाद में। बट इन दोनों के लिए पक्का से फ्रेंचाइजीज आर गोना गो, कॉन्वॉय पक्का बिकेंगे।
आई
और
थिंक कॉनवॉय बिकॉज कीपिंग ऑप्शन भी देते हैं टीम्स को, तो वो
exact-
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है।
एक और टॉप ऑर्डर पे खेल सकते हैं, लोअर ऑर्डर में भी
जी।
खेल सकते हैं, गिव्स यू रन्स बोथ द प्लेसेस। तो आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाई सेट खत्म हो गया, सेट में barely कोई बंदे बिके। नेक्स्ट सेट इज सेट नंबर 13, जिसमें हमें देखने को मिलेंगे फास्ट बॉलर, नहीं, ऑलराउंडर्स देखने को मिलेंगे। और इसके अंदर सम की नेम्स: शिवम दुबे, कृष्णप्पा गौतम, मार्को जॉनसन, क्रिस जॉर्डन, लियम लिविंगस्टन, जेम्स नीशम, विजय शंकर, ओडियन स्मिथ, जयंत यादव। तो मैं बहुत सारे लोग मुझे दिख रहे
एंड आई
हैं
थिंक
इस
जैसे आपने कहा शुभम, लियम लिविंगस्टन पहली पिक है, 1 करोड़ बेस प्राइस है और उनके लिए बिडिंग आई थिंक स्टार्ट हो गई है। केकेआर ने शायद पहली बिड लॉन्च किया, आई एम नॉट श्योर कि उन्होंने बिड स्टार्ट किया, बट किसी ने बेस प्राइस पर बिड कराया लियम लिविंगस्टन के लिए।
आई एक्सपेक्ट पंजाब टू गो फॉर हिम। मतलब अगर नहीं जाएंगे तो आई डोंट नो क्या सोच रहे हैं। बहुत पैसे हैं, आई थिंक पंजाब एंड मुंबई कुड गो फॉर हिम। लिविंगस्टोन
इट्स
एक
सीएसके राइट नाउ शुभम, सीएसके एंड केकेआर, एंड सीएसके ने अपना हैमर डाउन ही नहीं करा है। द bids are going crazy. The CSK owners have just kept the banner up. It's at 2 crore already, and I expect him to go for around 6 to 7 crores. I think
आराम से
सिर्फ
आराम से आराम से। बट आई विल
सिर्फ
टेल
ये
यू,
टीम्स ही नहीं।
मुंबई के लिए ना ही कुड बी अ वेरी गुड रिप्लेसमेंट फॉर समवन लाइक कृणाल पांड्या। उससे ज्यादा एक्सप्लोसिव बैट्समैन है, बॉलिंग करते हैं, लेग स्पिन डालते हैं, बढ़िया। ठीक है, तो मतलब मुंबई को जाना चाहिए, इतने पैसे हैं। अगर इसके लिए भी नहीं गए तो मुझे नहीं समझ आ रहा क्या कर रहे हैं।
आई थिंक मुंबई शुड सर्टेनली गो फॉर हिम।
आई थिंक आराम से जाएंगे।
अगर अवेलेबिलिटी इशू नहीं है, बिकॉज करंट बिड इज एट 4 करोड़, एंड सीएसके ओनर्स, आई थिंक सीएसके के साथ ही है शायद करंट बिड, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, but I would really like Mumbai to go for him. He is a great batsman, will complement the likes of Kieran Pollard in that middle order, can come in and tonk the ball, can give you some overs. And Mumbai के पास स्पिनर ही नहीं है at this point. I feel they need a front line spinner. So Liam Neeson front line spinner नहीं है, but हम जानते हैं कि leg spinners हमेशा wicket taking options हैं. I think Punjab आ गई है into the mix now, Shubham. They are also bidding for him.
आज सुबह गौरव सुंदरामन की प्रिडिक्शन थी कि पंजाब या मुंबई में से कोई एक लियम लिविंगस्टन को पक्का ले जाएंगे। बस देखना वही है कि कहाँ जाते
एंड
हैं।
आई थिंक केकेआर मुझे नहीं लगता ले पाएंगे, बिकॉज उनके पास इतना बैलेंस ही नहीं है। केकेआर के पास 11 करोड़ है बाकी, एंड बिड
बिल्कुल।
ऑलरेडी 5 करोड़ पर है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता वो 50% ऑफ द पर्स बर्न करेंगे लियम लिविंगस्टन के लिए।
मुझे लगता है कि
एंड
मुंबई मिक्स में आने वाले हैं बहुत जल्दी, जो मुझे दिख रहा है। पंजाब के साथ वही लड़ेंगे और उन दोनों में से कोई एक ही प्लेयर इनको, कोई एक ही टीम इनको लेके चली जाएगी। बट देखना ये है कि कौन लेता है। केकेआर
क्योंकि
अभी भी बिड कर रहे हैं।
क्योंकि शुभम, अगर आप देखिए मुंबई के पास उन्होंने मुरुगन अश्विन को लिया है एज देयर स्पिनर राइट नाउ। 1.6 करोड़ दिए थे कल मुरुगन अश्विन के लिए, बट उसके सिवाय कोई और स्पिनर नहीं है, एंड बाकी स्पिनर्स बचे नहीं है ऐसे कि जो विकेट टेकिंग ऑप्शंस हो सकते हैं आपके लिए। एंड मुंबई हैज रिलाइड ऑन स्पिनर्स प्रीवियसली, जैसे कि राहुल चहर थे उनके पास, उससे पहले हरभजन सिंह थे पहले। हमारे एक व्यूअर बोल रहे हैं कि मुंबई शुड गो फॉर ओडियन स्मिथ। बुरे चॉइस नहीं होंगे अगर ओडियन स्मिथ के लिए भी जाएं, अगर लियम लिविंगस्टन आउट ऑफ बजट हो रहे हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ बहुत ही महंगे जा रहे हैं। लेकिन केकेआर अभी भी लगे हुए हैं, 6 करोड़ पर बिड पहुंच गई है, एंड
डू यू
समझ
थिंक
नहीं आ रहा है।
केकेआर, I don't know. Maybe they're looking at him as a top order batsman somewhere.
आई
कुछ
थिंक
समझ नहीं आ रहा
केकेआर के
मुझे।
पास
केकेआर
ऑलरेडी शायद
लास्ट
ओपनर्स तो
स्ट्रैटेजी
आई
है। उनकी टीम भी ऑलराउंडर से भरी हुई है। नहीं, उनके पास टॉप ऑर्डर में सिर्फ आई थिंक गिल और अय्यर, गिल नहीं सॉरी अय्यर हैं, और आई थिंक नंबर 3 नीतीश राणा है, और कोई है नहीं उनके पास टॉप ऑर्डर
लाइक
बैटिंग करने के लिए।
एक ओपनर नहीं है अवेलेबल। अगर रहाने को ओपनिंग के लिए रोका है तो शायद हो सकते हैं, अगर रहाने अय्यर ओपन करते हैं 3 पर अय्यर, 4 पर नीतीश राणा, या 3 या 4 पर, ये इंटरचेंजेबल है। एंड देन यू हैव द लाइक्स ऑफ रसल कमिंग डाउन, पैट कमिंस कैन बैट, एंड ऑलवेज लाइक विद केकेआर द ऑप्शन ऑफ नरेन ओपनिंग द बैटिंग इज ऑलवेज देयर। वो देखा है हमने कि वो ऊपर चाहते हैं नरेन को आकर डैशर बने, तो
बिल्कुल।
इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा।
आप ये देखिए,
बट
अगर अगर केकेआर लियम लिविंगस्टन को 6.5 करोड़ में खरीद लेती है, तो उनके पास कुछ 4-5 करोड़ बचेंगे, एंड दे वुड स्टिल हैव टू बाय 7 मोर प्लेयर्स। मतलब एक तरह से दे आर ओवर। आई थिंक दे हैव पुल्ड आउट ऑफ द ऑक्शन एट 6.5।
एंड इट्स स्टिल गोइंग ऑन। आई मीन 6.75 करोड़। लियम लिविंगस्टन, अगर आपको याद होगा, पिछले साल 75 लाख के बिके थे राजस्थान रॉयल्स ने खरीदे थे 75 लाख में, एंड अभी वो 6.5 करोड़ पर है उनकी करंट बिड. सर्टनली परफॉर्म करा है इंग्लैंड के लिए ओवर द लास्ट ईयर. T20 वर्ल्ड कप में अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था, स्पेशली बॉलिंग प्रावेस दिखाई थी अपनी उन्होंने लास्ट T20 वर्ल्ड कप में कि कितने अच्छे बॉलर हैं. दोनों लेग स्पिन डालते हैं. इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट ये है कि लेग स्पिन डालते हैं राइट हैंडर्स को और लेफ्ट हैंडर्स के आते हैं ऑफ स्पिन भी डालते हैं उनको. तो इंटरेस्टिंग पिक है. एंड
I don't see
6
a
पॉइंट
reason why. I don't see a reason why Mumbai should not go for him. मतलब why
I
not?
certainly agree with you, Shubham. They should
इतने
have gone,
पैसे,
but
इतने
I
स्पॉट्स
think
बचे हैं, इसकी वेट कर रहे हैं.
I'm sure they have something else in mind. But मेरे हिसाब से one of my top picks थे जो मुंबई को आज पिक करने चाहिए थे with the amount of money they had. Could have filled up a lot of areas for them. And especially जब उन्होंने क्विंटन या किसी बैट्समैन को नहीं पिक करा था. I think Gujarat has come into the auction. Gujarat Titans with 7 crores now, if I'm not wrong.
Amazing. I think वो तो बस प्राइस बढ़ा रहे हैं.
गुजरात टाइटंस की टीम पर एक क्विक नजर डालें अगर शुभम, हम ऑलरेडी काफी अच्छी टीम लग रही है. उनके पास फॉरेनर स्लॉट में राशिद खान, जेसन रॉय, लॉकी फर्गसन है ऑलरेडी. तो चौथे प्लेयर को देखना चाहेंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने तिवतिया के लिए काफी हाई बिड करा था कल. अगर आप देखें 9 करोड़ में तिवतिया खरीदा, जो अगेन सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ प्रोफाइल के प्लेयर है.
लॉकी फर्गसन 10 करोड़
जी. एंड लाइक अगर आप देखिए कि राहुल तेवतिया और लियम लिविंगस्टन थोड़े सिमिलर टाइप के हैं. राहुल तेवतिया लेफ्ट हैंड बैटिंग करते हैं, लेकिन वो सिमिलर लेग स्पिन डालते हैं एज अ बैटिंग ऑलराउंडर ही कहूंगा. एंड लियम लिविंगस्टन का भी सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ वो है फोरे कि वो अच्छा लॉन्ग हिट कर सकते हैं और बॉलिंग करते हैं. तो इंटरेस्टिंग होगा कि कौन सी टीम जाती है.
7.5 करोड़ पहुंच गए इनकी प्राइस.
जी. एंड केकेआर अभी भी हैं टू द फोर. दे हैव स्टिल नॉट लेफ्ट एंड सेड दैट दे आर आउट ऑफ द ऑक्शन bid for Liam Livingston. And Gujarat is continued with 8 crore. It's in Gujarat. This is going to be an interesting pick. आज के सबसे बड़े पिक्स ऑलरेडी बनते जा रहे हैं. आई थिंक प्रेडिक्टेड था, स्पेशली T20 वर्ल्ड कप की परफॉर्मेंस के बाद की काफी बड़े बिक सकते हैं. बट एट दिस एंड ऑफ द ऑक्शन, जब टीम से ज्यादा पर्स नहीं बचा है, रफली अगर आप गुजरात को भी देखें तो वो 19 करोड़ है उनके पास, और रफली 50% ऑफ देयर एलोकेशन शायद पुल करेंगे टुवर्ड्स लियम लिविंगस्टन एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम.
आई थिंक पंजाब अब आउट होने वाली है, जितना मुझे लग रहा है.
आई थिंक काफी कीन है पंजाब टू गो फॉर हिम. एंड इसी के साथ वी कैन लुक एट पंजाब का स्क्वाड. अगर करंटली देखें उनके पास क्या ऑप्शंस हैं यहाँ पर. स्पिन बॉलिंग ऑप्शन शुभम आपके पास पंजाब के पास नहीं लग रहे हैं. राहुल चहर को लिया था एज अ लेग स्पिनर, जो आई थिंक फ्रंटलाइन स्पिनर बनेंगे उनके. उसके सिवाय अगर देखें कोई दूसरे स्पिनर नहीं है जो अभी एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम जो है. ईशान पुरेल हैं, आई एम नॉट श्योर वो स्पिन डालते हैं. आई थिंक
फास्ट मीडियम बॉलर, मीडियम फास्ट.
तो आखिर बाकी सारे बॉलर्स अगर आप देखिए, अर्शदीप हैं, रबाडा हैं, तो दूसरे स्पिनर करंटली नहीं है. हरप्रीत ब्रार भी शायद लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिनर है शायद, हरप्रीत ब्रार, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग शुभम.
हरप्रीत लेफ्ट आर्म,
या तो
अधिराज क्या करंट बिड प्राइस है? आई हैव लॉस्ट कनेक्शन हियर.
इट्स एट 9.5 करोड़, तो शायद 10 करोड़ टच करने वाले हैं लियम लिविंगस्टन. 9.5 करोड़ पर है करंट बिड.
Incredible, बहुत expensive.
And the current bid is with Punjab at 9.75 crore, and he has hit 10 crore. Gujarat Titans,
I think अब गुजरात को लेने दो.
50% से ज्यादा of their remaining purse, and Punjab are going on. He has hit the 10 crore mark.
10.25 हो गया.
जैसे आपने कहा था शिवम, वो मन बनाकर आए थे कि आज लेके ही जाएंगे पंजाब लियम लिविंगस्टन को. इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा.
प्रॉब्लम पता है क्या है? आज इनको ना एक बहुत जरूरी अभी बॉलर चाहिए पंजाब को. इंडियन बॉलर, इंडियन फास्ट बॉलर, जो कि इनके पास है नहीं कोई अच्छा.
बट आई थिंक कुछ इंडियन फास्ट बॉलर्स बचे हैं शुभम. लाइक अभी काफी इंडियन पेसर्स हैं जो रह गए हैं. हुआ नवदीप सैनी है, चेतन सकरिया है, जो खेल चुके हैं आईपीएल एंड अवेलेबल है टू बी पिक्ड.
ऐसे तो किसके पास है गुजरात?
I think पंजाब के पास है 10.25 crores, and Gujarat is still talking and thinking about what to do. पंजाब, I am surprised, very surprised शुभम, कि मुंबई नहीं आई है इनके लिए एट ऑल. बट क्या पता पोलार्ड ने बोला हो कि हम ओडियन स्मिथ के लिए जाएंगे. दैट इनसाइड जो वेस्ट इंडियन टीममेट ने दी हो कि कि पॉसिबल है कि मुंबई जाए ओडियन स्मिथ के लिए. काफी अच्छा करा था इंडिया के अगेंस्ट, जरूर दिखाया था कि शायद वो रसल 2.0 की तरह हो सकते हैं, बहुत स्ट्रेंथ है, लंबे छक्के लगाते हैं ओडियन स्मिथ भी।
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही एक्सपेंसिव बाय रहेंगे, आई मीन इफ पंजाब एंड्स अप गेटिंग हिम, बट ठीक है, मतलब द प्लेयर इज वर्थ द रिस्क, बट ये नहीं
काफी
पता कि कितने
लंबी
मैच खेलेंगे।
काफी लंबी चल रही है अभी ऑक्शन ऑलरेडी। साढ़े दस
10.5
करोड़ पर 10.5 करोड़ पर है लियम लिविंगस्टन का प्राइस, एंड अनदर 10+ करोड़ फॉरेनर जो हमने कम देखा है आई थिंक इस बार। काफी कम फॉरेनर्स हैं जिनको 10 करोड़ से ऊपर की राशि।
Vanindu Hasaranga was one, 10.75.
हसरंगा, निकोलस पूरन वाज
Puran,
अनदर वन।
10.75.
I think these are the most expensive still now, and Liam Livingston has matched that number. अगर हम
10.75
क्विक
गुजरात।
जी अगर हम क्विकली फॉरेनर्स को देखें, मुंबई में कोई महंगे फॉरेनर नहीं है। लॉकी फर्गसन वाज 10 करोड़, जो ऑक्शन में आए हैं मैं सिर्फ उनकी बात
बिल्कुल।
कर रहा हूँ। होल्डर वाज 8.75। Delhi did not buy anyone expensive. Kagiso Rabada was 9.25. 10.7. Hasaranga has been the most expensive till now, if I'm not wrong.
Hasaranga and even
And
Puran, both
Puran.
were 10.75,
And
and right now,
Livingston has, yes, Livingston has become the most expensive foreigner जो auction में आए हैं इस साल already. The
11
bid is with
करोड़ में पंजाब।
Sunrisers. Sunrisers have come into it with
11.26।
Punjab. Correct. Sunrisers have come into it with Punjab
I
at
think ये तो
11
मजाक कर
point
रहे हैं।
at 11.25 करोड़। ये नहीं एक्सपेक्टेड था certainly. हमारे व्यूअर्स हमें बताएं कि आप क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे लियम लिविंगस्टन को 11.5 करोड़ में बिकने का। आई मीन अभी बिके नहीं है, द करंट बिड इज एट 11.5 करोड़। तो इंटरेस्टिंग होगा ये कि और कितने पैसे देना चाहेंगे। शिवम, आई एम वेरी
11.5।
सरप्राइज्ड। I am very surprised. How? I mean, I was expecting 7 to 8 crores for him, maybe,
This is
but
incredible.
this is unbelievable. I mean, this is how one tournament can change your perspective in the tournament, in the next tournament. I feel
But he's a
हमारे
very good all-rounder.
certainly show him very good, like, but again, like, I think if you keep a benchmark, obviously he's a spin bowler. If I keep a benchmark with someone like Jason Holder, and I'm just talking about purely about all rounders, and obviously Holder is a bowling all rounder as compared to a batting all rounder, while Livingston is a batting all rounder. And even okay, let's look at someone else maybe who's a batting all rounder who can bowl a little bit of leg spin. Uh, I don't obviously probably I don't rate him uh, similar to राहुल तेवतिया, बिकॉज तेवतिया ने कुछ इनिंग्स दी हैं ऑलरेडी, हमें आईपीएल में शोकेस करा है वो कितने केपेबल हैं प्रीवियसली। बट समवन लाइक अ जेसन होल्डर जो बॉलिंग ऑलराउंडर है, वो सिर्फ 8.75
कमेंट्स आ
करोड़
रहे
के
हैं
बिके
कि
थे।
इज लिविंगस्टन एक्चुअली दैट गुड। एक्चुअली पता प्रॉब्लम है कि लेग स्पिनर ऑलराउंडर जो कि हु कैन डू बिग हिटिंग वो बहुत ही कम है इस वक्त वर्ल्ड में। तो एक वो एज अ स्पेशलिस्ट बॉलर भी खेल सकते हैं,
एंड शुभम
घुमाने
इसी के
वाले।
साथ बिक बिक गए हैं पंजाब किंग्स के लिए। 11.5 करोड़ में पंजाब ने खरीदा है
मैं
लियम
आई एम
लिविंगस्टन
वेरी
को।
हैप्पी। बस अब ये एक राशि वैंडर-डूसन और उठा लें। आई थिंक इट विल बी अ वेरी गुड स्क्वाड जो
I
मेन
am
प्लेइंग
still
11 होगा।
surprised that Mumbai did not go for him. I don't know what are they waiting for with all that money that they have. Uh,
वेरी गुड बाय फॉर पंजाब। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ टू बी ऑनेस्ट। बहुत अच्छा हुआ। आई मीन हम थोड़ा-सा हिट ले लिया है हमने। वी फॉलन डाउन द पेकिंग ऑर्डर इन पर्स बैलेंस, जहाँ पे हम
बट
एक
नहीं,
जगह
आई थिंक
टॉप करते थे
आप हम वो
हर
बात
साल।
करते हैं कि वो फॉरनर स्लॉट को भरना है, एंड आई थिंक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग फॉरनर स्लॉट को भरा है पंजाब ने। ये बैट्समैन बैटिंग देंगे उनको मिडिल ऑर्डर में और बॉलिंग ऑप्शन देंगे तो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग होंगे। मतलब सर्टेनली अ वेरी
एग्ज़ैक्टली।
गुड पिक।
अगर आप एक बार स्क्वाड बैलेंस पे जाओ,
जी बिल्कुल। एक बार हम स्क्वाड बैलेंस की तरफ चलते हैं, अगर हम देखें।
तो लुक एट दैट बैलेंस विद पंजाब। So 3 wicket keepers, 3 all-rounders, 4 bowlers, 2 batters. तो थोड़ा बहुत सॉर्टेड लगने लग गई है अभी इस साइड। देयर इज अ गुड बैलेंस देयर।
आई थिंक
गुजरात के पास
इंडियन
कीपर ही नहीं है।
interesting point. Gujarat is missing a keeper right
कीपर।
now. So will be interesting to see क्या वो किसी इंडियन कीपर को पिक करते हैं या फिर किसी और से कीपिंग कराने के ऑप्शंस देते हैं। बट जैसा आपने कहा, लाइक आई थिंक पंजाब द ओनली थिंग दे माइट बी मिसिंग इज एन इंडियन मिडिल ऑर्डर बैट्समैन। maybe Prabh Simran is looked at someone like that, you know, who can come in and bat. Shah Rukh Khan है obviously जो lower middle order में
I would
batting
say
करेंगे.
one Indian middle order batsman and also one Indian fast bowler.
Fast ball, certainly fast
कोई
bowlers is
fast bowler,
definitely. Yep.
कोई पर अब नहीं मुझे दिखता, इतने पैसे बचे नहीं हैं कि अब वो चेतन सकरिया या किसी एक की बॉलर के लिए जा सके। बाकी स्ट्रैटेजी क्या रहती है वो देखना पड़ेगा। बट
इंटरेस्टिंग होगा बिकॉज दे वुड वांट उनके पास खगीसर रबाडा इज अ वेरी गुड ऑप्शन जो उन्होंने फ्रंट लाइन पेसर पिक करे हैं. उसके साथ अर्शदीप हैज परफॉर्म्ड फॉर पंजाब इन द लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स. तो बट उसके साथ आई थिंक एक और फास्ट बॉलर इज बहुत जरूरी है जो उस बॉलिंग लाइन को कंप्लीट करेगा. एंड इसी के साथ अगर हम ऑक्शन की तरफ चले शुभम वापस, तो डोमिनिक हेंड्रिक्स हैं जो अगले प्लेयर हैं. बेस प्राइस, सॉरी डोमिनिक ड्रेक्स, नॉट हेंड्रिक्स, डोमिनिक ड्रेक्स हैं जो अगले प्लेयर ऑक्शन में आए हैं. 75 लाख बेस प्राइस है. करंटली बिड एट 1.1 करोड़ है. आई थिंक विद गुजरात टाइटंस आर एट 1.1 करोड़ राइट नाउ. वेस्ट इंडियन है.
क्रिकेट का सफर कह रहे हैं कि वेस्ट ऑफ मनी ऑन लिविंगस्टन, मतलब पंजाब ने ना 14 करोड़ झायर रिचर्डसन को दिए थे, 9 करोड़ राइली मेरेडिथ को दिए थे. तो मतलब अगर हम वो बाइस देखें और लिविंगस्टन का बाय देखें जो कि एक लेग स्पिनर ऑलराउंडर है, तो आई थिंक वेस्ट ऑफ मनी पंजाब की स्ट्रैटेजी और हिस्ट्री से तो बिल्कुल नहीं रहेगा.
आई थिंक डोमिनिक ड्रेक शुभम गुजरात टाइटंस को मिल गए हैं 1.1 करोड़ में. सो गुजरात टाइटंस हैव बॉट अनदर फॉरेनर in the name of Dominic Drakes for 1.1 crores. Yeah, he's a West Indian all-rounder. थोड़ा बहुत सुना है, थोड़ा बहुत क्रिकेट देखा है इनका, बट पता नहीं क्या उनको फॉर दैट स्टार्टिंग 11 में जगह मिलेगी कि नहीं.
जेम्स नीशन,
जी ये इंटरेस्टिंग पिक होंगे अगर बेस प्राइस में किसी भी टीम को मिल जाते हैं. आई थिंक मुंबई माइट गो फॉर हिम, हैज प्लेड फॉर मुंबई प्रीवियसली. इंटरेस्टिंग होगा बिकॉज लास्ट ईयर 50 लाख था इनका बेस प्राइस जिस पे मुंबई ने लिया था इन्हें, और इस बार 1.5 करोड़ है. तो शायद दैट विल बी एन इशू. एंड इसी के साथ अनसोल्ड गए हैं जेम्स नीशन.
मैंने एक्सपेक्ट किया था ऑनेस्टली टू बी अनसोल्ड.
आई थिंक हमने ये बात कल करी थी कि बेस प्राइस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है किसी भी प्लेयर के लिए, बिकॉज अगर आपका बेस प्राइस ही 1.5 करोड़ या 2 करोड़ है तो शायद टीम्स आपको वो बेस पर भी ना पिक करना चाहें एज कम्पेयर टू 50 लाख, जहां पर वो टीम्स को इतना हर्ट नहीं होगा एज अ बैकअप अगर आपको पिक करते हैं.
अधिराज 11.5 करोड़ के बिके हैं पंजाब में, नॉट 11.25. एक्सक्यूज मी.
Okay, let me just quickly go check that. So 11.5 only, Shubham. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was 11.25.
No, 11.5 crores.
जयंत यादव ऑलराउंडर, क्या लगता है बिकेंगे नहीं बिकेंगे?
बिकेंगे तो certainly. The bids have started already.
Oh, they have started.
Gujarat again are in for him as well. And okay, the bids have they're just rising. It's at 1.6 already, 1.7 now. Gujarat, I don't know which other team is bidding for him currently. Gujarat is certainly one. I think Lucknow are already also bidding for him. They don't have a lot of money left in their purse. 6.9 पर है Lucknow. गौतम गंभीर बहुत ही सीरियस लग रहे हैं. इंटरेस्टिंग है ये लखनऊ का जो सेटअप है, बिकॉज गंभीर के अपने काफी ओपिनियंस होते हैं. वो है मेंटोर टीम के, जो जिसके ऊपर जो टीम को बिल्ड करा रहे हैं विद द ओनर्स. तो इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा कि कैसे ये लखनऊ की टीम फाइनली निकल कर आती है एंड क्या इफेक्टिव रहेंगे अपने पहले सीजन में. आई थिंक गुजरात टाइटंस को मिल गए हैं एट 1.7 करोड़. आई थिंक गुजरात टाइटंस हैव बॉट जयंत यादव. Shubham, can you double check on that? Is that 1.7 crores? I think हम जल्दी से ये चेक करना चाहेंगे कि कितने के बिके हैं गुजरात टाइटंस के लिए. जयंत यादव has been bought by the गुजरात टाइटंस. और इसी के साथ अगले प्लेयर आए हैं विजय शंकर. बेस प्राइस 50 लाख है. इंडियन ऑलराउंडर है. कैन हिट द बॉल लॉन्ग, थोड़े से ओवर्स आपको दे सकते हैं. इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा कि क्या कोई टीम इनको बेस प्राइस से पिक करना चाहेगी. एंड चेन्नई हैज करंटली बिड. चेन्नई और गुजरात अगेन आर गेटिंग इन्वॉल्व फॉर विजय शंकर. इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा कि कौन सी टीम पिक करेगी इन्हें? Currently bid is at 75 lakhs.
Adira Jayant Yadav was Gujarat Titans, 1.7 crore.
Yep. I think Gujarat has bought two all-rounders already. They went for Dominic Drakes for 1.1 and then Giant for 1.7. So interesting how they're trying to, I think, build that all-rounder. हमने कहा था सिर्फ राहुल तेवतिया थे इससे पहले जो all-rounder option थे उनके पास. तो इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा कि इनमें से कोई प्लेयर वो खिलाना चाहेंगे. जायंत अच्छे ऑफ स्पिनर हैं बिकॉज राशिद खान ऑलरेडी है एक लेग स्पिनर, तो अगर तेवतिया को 9 करोड़ दिया है तो उनको खिलाया जाएगा, तो एक शायद थर्ड स्पिनर कैन भी जयंत यादव जो खेले उनकी टीम के लिए. इंटरेस्टिंग ऑप्शन है. करंटली हमारे व्यूअर्स को बताना चाहेंगे हम कि बिड इज विद Gujarat Titans for Vijay Shankar Iyer at 1.2 CR. CSK is the other team that who are bidding for him. Interesting player hai. I think the auction is happening in Bangalore, Canada Treasures. It's taking place in Bangalore. And CSK are bidding for Vijay Shankar at 1.2 CR.
I think Chennai could go for him.
जी, आई थिंक शिवम क्विकली हम जाके चेक करते हैं अगर चेन्नई की टीम में कितने, दे हैव ब्रावो, दे हैव मोइन अली, दे हैव जडेजा, जो ऑलराउंडर ऑप्शन है, सारे स्पिनर ऑलराउंडिंग ऑप्शन है.
दैट्स हाउ चेन्नई प्लेज, राइट? उनको नहीं फर्क पड़ता कि मतलब कितने ऑलराउंडर हैं, कितने क्या है. मतलब चेन्नई में तो 9-10 तक प्लेयर्स बॉलिंग भी कर लेते हैं, बैटिंग भी कर लेते हैं. आई थिंक लास्ट ईयर धोनी और फाफ को छोड़ के पूरी टीम में सब बॉलिंग कर सकते थे. एंड बैटिंग भी उनकी 9 तक जाती थी.
जी, वो ऑप्शन है, बट लाइक द इशू इज कि एट व्हाट पोजीशन इज विजय शंकर गोना कम एंड बैट, बिकॉज सीएसके के पास फिनिशर्स ऑलरेडी हैं. दे हैव जडेजा एंड दे हैव धोनी who have done the work. ऊपर उनके पास गायकवाड है. if Robbie opens with him, then Robbie, मिडिल ऑर्डर में अली एंड ब्रावो हैं, सॉरी नॉट ब्रावो, अली एंड राइडू हैं उनके पास. इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा. एंड आई थिंक ही हैज बीन सो, जी बिल्कुल
1.44 करोड़.
ओके, इंटरेस्टिंग. सीएसके को विजय शंकर
नो गुजरात टाइटंस.
Is it Gujarat?
1.4 crore. Gujarat Titans 1.4 crore.
Surely, let us just quickly update. Vijay Shankar has gone like again, and Gujarat Titans ने एक और all-rounder को खरीदा है in the form of Vijay Shankar. Interesting picks रही हैं गुजरात टाइटंस की आज की मॉर्निंग में स्पेशली. 3 ऑलराउंडर्स को पिक करा है इन्होंने ऑलरेडी. देखना चाहेंगे कि ये क्या हो रहा है विद
जॉर्डन. अनसोल्ड जाने वाले हैं आज.
आई थिंक वो बेस प्राइस बहुत ज्यादा है. 2 करोड़ का बेस प्राइस इज नॉट लेस मनी.
He's not been very successful with any franchisee,
especially with Punjab in the past few years, I feel. And he's gone unsold. So Chris Jordan has not been picked up by anyone in this phase of the auction. Maybe teams come back for him. I mean, bowling option है certainly. Fast bowler bowling option है. England के लिए काफी अच्छा करते हैं generally when he gets a chance to play. But IPL में तो successful नहीं रहे हैं. काफी runs के लिए जाते हैं.
मेन इशू है ही उनका बेस प्राइस का, जो मुझे लगा. ओडियन स्मिथ आई थिंक कम से कम 5 करोड़ के बिकेंगे आज.
अभी तक किसी ने no one has bid for him right now, and I have no understanding of what Mumbai is doing. To 27 crores, almost 28 crores लेके बैठे हुए हैं. And they have not bid.
Maybe they want to invest in the future. ये मुंबई की बहुत स्ट्रैटेजी रही है कि as a transition year ले लेंगे इसको. And
और I mean that's not what Mumbai does generally transition year, but मेरे को ये लग रहा है क्या वो चाहते हैं कि वो सबको बेस प्राइस पे ले जाए. मतलब एक्सीडेंट ऑक्शन में जो नहीं बिके हैं उन सबको बुलाकर सबको बेस प्राइस से पिक करने की कोशिश कर रही है मुंबई इंडियंस. I'm certain money is not an issue there. ये हम सब जानते हैं. ये हम सब जानते हैं.
तो हो ही नहीं सकता. ऑडियंस विद 1.3 करोड़ किसके पास है बिड?
I think Punjab is bidding for him. Sunrise had started the bid. So Punjab is currently holding the bid at 1.7 crores, I think so. And again, Mumbai has not come into this. I am very surprised.
I think Punjab सिर्फ प्राइस बढ़ा रही है. I don't think they need him at all.
शुभम, पंजाब के पास
Because I don't
फिनिशर कौन है अब? इज लियम लिविंगस्टन हैज लुक्ड एज अ फिनिशर?
look, Shahrukh Khan, Liam Livingston, I think है काफ़ी हैं. I think you don't need more than 2 finishers there. तो Odean Smith, I don't know, अगर तीसरा फिनिशर, I think इससे बेटर तो they should go for a good middle order Indian batsman. बच्चे कौन हैं मुझे तो ये देखना है, काफ़ी intrigued हूँ मैं.
सनराइजर्स आ गए हैं इनटू द मिक्स अगेन एट 1.8 सीआर करंटली सनराइजर्स, एंड सनराइजर्स के पास भी एक्चुअली वो फिनिशर वाला ऑप्शन नहीं है अगर आप देखें. A good middle order they have tried to build. They got Rahul Tripathi for 8.5 crores yesterday. अभिषेक शर्मा के लिए 6.5 करोड़ दिए हैं. इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा बिकॉज ये इन यंगस्टर्स को बैक करते हैं लेकिन सारे गेम्स खेलने को नहीं मिल पाते हैं विद द लाइक्स ऑफ अभिषेक शर्मा या फिर समद जिनको
Right.
रिटेन भी किया है. मिक्स एंड मैच करते हैं बिकॉज जब टीम परफॉर्म नहीं कर रही होती है दे चेंज अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स टू गेट अदर पीपल इनटू द फोर. तो इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा. बट अगर आप करंटली स्क्वाड को देखिए शुभम, कोई फिनिशर मेरे को नहीं, आउट एंड आउट फिनिशर नहीं दिखाई दे रहे इनकी टीम में मेरे को जो 5 या 6 पर
पंजाब
आके
की टीम में,
बैटिंग करें. नहीं नहीं,
पंजाब में या
सनराइज की टीम में,
सनराइजर्स?
सनराइजर्स में
हाँ, हाँ,
समद
वो
हैं
नहीं है,
जिनको
वो
बैक
नहीं
करते हैं काफी. बट अगेन वो कंसिस्टेंट नहीं है,
है.
परफॉर्मेंसेस नहीं आई हैं इतनी, तभी भी बैक करा गया है, रिटेन करा गया है समद को बिकॉज
एग्ज़ैक्टली,
बहुत हाईली रेट
एग्ज़ैक्टली,
करते हैं. uh,
बिल्कुल. पता है जो भी प्लेयर्स बाकी हैं ना, उसमें से आई रियली वांट टू सी पंजाब गो फॉर राशिद खान एज़ अ मिडल ऑर्डर बैट्समैन. उनसे बेटर नहीं मिलेगा आई डोंट थिंक इन्हें कोई और और कोई बचे भी नहीं है टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, नोन प्लेयर्स उस एरिया में.
I mean, you never know, people can
बट
come
हाँ,
back for like
इंटरेस्टिंग
the
रहेगी.
likes of Sam Billings or something like that. I think जो
मुझे लगता है
अनसोल्ड रहे
सुरेश
थे
रैना
कल.
में भी, बट पता है
I
बेस
mean,
प्राइस का बहुत शो होता है.
I
Some
think
viewer is saying
Punjab
कि
is still
he's
going for it.
batting all-rounder, fragile bowler, but very healthy. Yes, very healthy indeed. But वो तो
Yes.
पोलार्ड भी है. बट यू कैन नेवर डिस्काउंट वेस्ट इंडियन, जो इनकी बिल्ट ऐसी होती है जो कि आपको एक ओवर में 4 छक्के तो मजाक में दे देते हैं.
Certainly, I
पर
mean, and
आई एम
he's done
सरप्राइज्ड
it.
टू
It's
सी
not
पंजाब
that
गोइंग फॉर
it's
हिम
it,
स्टिल.
it Shwam, the issue is that we have seen him perform. अभी currently जो इंडिया सीरीज हुई है वहां पर 8 नंबर पर बैटिंग करने आते हैं. मतलब जेन्युइन ऑलराउंडर नहीं मानूंगा मैं इन्हें क्योंकि बॉलिंग
ये
ज्यादा
मैं इन्हें
करते हैं.
सिर्फ स्मैकर, मैं इन्हें बस वही स्मैकर मानूंगा कि जो आके फोड़ सकते हैं बस.
लेकिन
बट
उन्होंने वो
मैंने
करा
थोड़े
है.
दिन
चाहे
पहले
अगर आप
मैंने
देखें
थोड़े
शुभम
दिन
टी
पहले
ट्वेंटी.
प्रेडिक्शन
जी जी बोलिए.
सॉरी, पर मैं थोड़े दिन पहले प्रेडिक्शन दी थी कि मुझे लगता है कि पंजाब ऑडियंस स्मिथ को लेगी, और जैसे कॉट्रेल का हाल हुआ था, बिल्कुल वही हाल होगा ऑडियंस स्मिथ का भी आईपीएल में. तो मैं
बट शुभम
होप
अगर
कर
आप
रहा हूँ
देखें,
कि मेरी प्रेडिक्शन
I think the bigger difference that ओडियन स्मिथ गिव्स इज दैट वो ओडीआई में आके रन बनाते हैं. अगर वो टी20 में आके आप सोचिए अगर 7-8 पर बैटिंग कर रहे हैं, अगर वो 5 या 6 बॉल खेल के आपको 20-25 रन बना के देते हैं या फिर 18 से 20 रन भी बनाते हैं वो 5-6 बॉल में, लेकिन कंसिस्टेंटली करते हैं वो बिकॉज वो क्लियर कर सकते हैं बाउंड्री, स्पेशली अगर स्मॉलर ग्राउंड में खेले जो हम जानते हैं इंडिया में कुछ जैसे बैंगलोर है जहां पर मिस हिट्स भी छक्कों के लिए जाती हैं. तो अगर वो 7-8 पर बैटिंग करते हैं जिससे कि एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं, अगर वो 20 रन दे रहे हैं 6 बॉलों में, वो बहुत ही क्रूशियल इनिंग्स हो सकती है किसी भी टीम के लिए छोटे फॉर्मेट में.
बिल्कुल, 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 बिल्कुल.
uh, and it's currently at 3.6 crores. Punjab and Sunrisers are fighting for the sign of Odean Smith.
हमारा ये सेट नंबर 13 चल रहा है, राइट? इस सेट के अंदर अभी और कौन बाकी है? विजय शंकर जा चुके हैं, मार्को यान्सेन बचे हैं, कृष्णप्पा गौतम बचे हैं, शिवम दुबे बचे हैं. पता है पंजाब ओडियन स्मिथ की बजाय ना शिवम दुबे पे पैसे लगाए तो आई वुड से वो ज़्यादा बेटर बाय होगा, बिकॉज़ आई थिंक अच्छी बॉलिंग करते हैं, मार भी सकते हैं. आई वुड बी मोर हैप्पी टू सी शिवम दुबे कमिंग इनटू पंजाब rather
I
than
think
Odean
Rajasthan
Smith.
have come into it, Shubham. Punjab has dropped out of the
I'm
of the bidding.
glad. Thank
Rajasthan
God.
at 4 crores right now have bid for Odean Smith, or 4.2 crores.
He's
I'm sorry, I
had
think 4.
good recent. बिल्कुल अच्छा
And
डिसेंट रिकॉर्ड रहा है
Sunrisers
इनका अनडाउटेड.
are still going strong as at 4.4 crores. Sunrisers has the current bid for Orient Smith. I think 5 crore, शायद 5 से 6 crore maybe touch कर सकते हैं, maybe 5.5 something like that. But इंटरेस्टिंग पिक होंगे सर्टेनली अगर आईपीएल में आकर परफॉर्म करते हैं. हम जानते हैं वेस्ट इंडियंस के साथ ये रहता है, ऑन एंड ऑफ रहते हैं, कुछ बिग हिट्स कुछ बिग मिस. जैसे हमने देखा है ओवर द इयर्स पोलार्ड हैज बीन अ वेरी कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मर फॉर मुंबई इंडियंस, बट देन so much talent comes from the West Indies side. Nicholas Pooran, Shimron Hetmeyer, everyone rates these guys very highly. कुछ टीम्स में कुछ सीजन में परफॉर्म करा है, थोड़े इनकंसिस्टेंट रहे हैं. तो वेस्ट इंडियन क्रिकेटर्स ऑलवेज ब्रिंग दैट फ्लेयर टू द क्रिकेट, यू नो, वो इंटरेस्ट लाते हैं इनटू द आईपीएल. वी हैव सीन द लाइक्स ऑफ ब्रावो, सुनील नारायण, एंड्रे रसल. ये सारे वो प्लेयर्स हैं जो इसको ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग बनाते हैं. एंड आई थिंक ऑडियंस में तो टाइप के प्लेयर हैं जो जिस भी टीम में जाएंगे वहां पर चीजें काफी इंटरेस्टिंग होंगी.
Punjab is back into the mix. I don't know why.
I think they've realized something and they said that no, we need him back. One of our viewers, Shubham, we have some fans for you. Ashim saying, go Shubham, and they don't like my presence here. Sorry, Ashim. It'll be very interesting if you can come on to the show. It'll be really nice talking
Ashim,
to you.
आप आइए प्लीज, अपने व्यूज बताइए, हम आपको लिंक भेजते हैं, आप आ जाओ.
जी, पंजाब की टीम, स्पेशली पंजाब की टीम को डिस्कस करें. जी बिल्कुल, आई थिंक इंटरेस्टिंग होगा कि डिस्कस करें पंजाब ने इस सीजन कैसे पिक्स करी हैं एंड आप किसको चाहेंगे.
To tell our viewers, Ashim is an industrialist, a future potential investor in Punjab Kings. बहुत ही जल्द हमें आशिम दिखेंगे पंजाब किंग्स के टेबल पे बैठे हुए, एंड वो टाई हार्ड फैन है. एंड बस यही चल रहा है अभी. आई थिंक वी हैव अ व्यूअर, कैनेडा ट्रेजर्स, हु वांट्स टू जॉइन इन. मैं उनको लिंक भेजता हूं एक बार. ही कैन हॉप ऑन एंड डिस्कस सम franchisee
I
talks
think
with us.
if I'm not wrong, Shubham, he's a Mumbai fan or not?
He's an RCB
or a Delhi
fan.
Oh, he's an RCB
He's an
fan.
RCB fan.
Interesting. I think RCB has done quite well in the auction. He should be happy with the picks that RCB has done. If you go and look at what RCB has picked up, they did get Josh Hazelwood yesterday at 7.75 crores. It was a very good buy, I felt. They needed that fast bowler to support the likes of Siraj and Harshal Patel, so beefing up that bowling attack. And other than that, Shahbaz Ahmed, they went again for him. They got Anuj Rawat as a wicket keeper for 3.4 crores, spent big on him. Interesting to see where that goes. But yeah, good, some nice business by the Royal Challengers Bangalore this season.
5.25 crore पे
5.25 crores. I'm not sure who is holding the bid. I think Sunrisers, if I'm not wrong, who currently hold the bid. I could be wrong, but 5.5 crores someone has bid. I think Rajasthan. Yes, I think Rajasthan has bid at 5.5 crores right now. I think that Brian Lara influence at Sunrise Hyderabad might help Odean Smith to be pulled
They
away.
also went for Pooran, right?
I think Lara really has high regards for Nicholas Pooran, and that was one of the main reasons Sunrisers have been backed or has backed Nicholas Pooran. And I see again Sunrisers have bid for Odean Smith, so some West Indian influence certainly there. I'm very surprised that Lakshman. They are there. They're discussing. They've asked for an opinion. John T. Rhodes is discussing with the owners if they need to go ahead.
I think Odean Smith could be a mistake like Coulter. ये Coulter वाली गलती है. नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं लेना चाहिए इनको.
I think you had paid quite a lot. Punjab had paid quite a lot for Coulter as well last year.
5.5 crore. जितना मुझे याद है.
Bracket. He's coming into that bracket already. He's at 5.75 crores. And Punjab is discussing if they want to go for him at 6 crores. Punjab have been very active actually in today's auction. If you look at, they went for Liam Livingston all out.
11 crore.
They have gone for him, and now they're saying if they want to go for Odean Smith. I think they have bid, if I'm not wrong, or it's Rajasthan who has bid at 6 crores. The bid is not with SRH now. It's either Rajasthan who have bid.
Sheldon Coulter के लिए पंजाब ने 8.5 crore दिए थे. 5.5
So Sunrisers have dropped out of him for sure. Sunrisers are out of it. It's between Rajasthan and Punjab, and I'm not sure who holds the. I think Punjab holds the bid for 6 crores right now. So
अरे यार, ये
Punjab.
तो गलती,
It
मिस्टेक
seems like they're
है।
looking at Sunrisers to bid more, but it seems like Sunrisers are out. And
ये फँस गए हैं, पंजाब बहुत ही घटिया
Punjab
स्ट्रैटेजी।
has got they have bought Odion Smith for 6 crores. Punjab has
आई
got
थिंक दिस वाज़
another
द बिगेस्ट
all-rounder.
मिस्टेक।
Uh,
बहुत ही खराब
that
परफॉर्मेंस।
essentially fills up their slot for the 4 foreigners. Shubham, what do you think? They have Kagiso Rabada, Johnny Bairstow, Liam Livingston, and now Odion Smith. They have
बस
filled up.
प्रॉब्लम
They have
सारी
filled.
यही है कि उनके पास अब कोई मिडल ऑर्डर बैट्समैन नहीं बचा। मिडल ऑर्डर उनको बहुत ज़रूरी चाहिए, इंडियन फास्ट बॉलर अभी भी बहुत ज़रूरी चाहिए। पता नहीं क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है, मतलब अब तक आई थिंक बहुत स्मार्ट बाइज़ किए थे, बट ये बहुत ही, मैं इसको वेस्ट ऑफ 6 करोड़ मानूँगा फॉर श्योर।
And finally, Shubham, as we speak, Mumbai has come in, decided, they have woken up from their slumber. And Marco Jansen आए हैं और उनके लिए आते ही मुंबई ने ओपन बिड करी है. The plaque is not going to go down. Mr. Ambani has just kept it up. And I think ये बहुत ही interesting चीज होती है because teams can just float the price so easily. Rajasthan is bidding for him. The bid is already at 1 crore. 1.1 crores actually. So interesting ki how much Mumbai decides to pay for him. He played for Mumbai last season. So अच्छा भी करा था उन्होंने. T20s में ज्यादा मैचेस नहीं खेले हैं, बट इंटरेस्टिंग है. इंडिया के अगेंस्ट काफी अच्छी टेस्ट मैच भी बॉलिंग करी थी, तो इंटरेस्टिंग ऑप्शन है. थोड़े से बैटिंग कर सकते हैं, बट Mumbai certainly need to pick someone. I mean, if they can get him for a cheap price, I will be more than happy. अगर 2 करोड़ से नीचे मिलते हैं, but अभी राजस्थान नहीं लग रहा. They are going for him as well. Will be interesting how much Mumbai decides to pay for Marco Jansen. And क्या राजस्थान actually interested है या फिर वो चाहते हैं सिर्फ वो प्राइस बढ़ाना because they know that Mumbai will certainly go for him. And
Right.
Rajasthan are out at 1.4 is with Mumbai right now. 1.4 crores. I mean, I won't mind him at 1.5, 1.4 or 1.5. Yeah. And Sunrisers have come in now. They have decided to increase the price, it seems. They are going all out as well.
Sunrisers बहुत ही ज़्यादा party pooper play कर रहे हैं आज सबके लिए.
They are increasing the price for sure. But अगर Sunrise की team देखें शुभम, they are also lacking. They need a foreign fast bowler. If you look at the batting, we had discussed this पहले कि सिर्फ 3 ही foreigners लिए हैं और वो तीनों batsmen हैं technically. And अगर उनका bowling lineup देखें तो currently उमरान मलिक हैं, वॉशिंगटन सुंदर, टी नटराजन, भूवी. इंडियन bowling lineup है कार्तिक त्यागी, अगेन सारा दारमदार अभी के लिए इंडियंस पर है to control that bowling. So बुरे पिक नहीं होंगे अगर मार्को यानसन को सनराइज देते हैं. And I think the price has already reached 3 CR. शुभम 3 करोड़ पर already है price. And Sunrisers are not backing down. 3.4 CRs with Sunrise Hyderabad, Marco Jansen. I think Shubham, he can be another player fetching 6 to 7 crores in this auction.
बिल्कुल यार, बिल्कुल. मतलब अगेन बहुत सॉलिड परफॉर्मेंस दिया टेस्ट सीरीज में साउथ अफ्रीका में. बट ये बात देखने की जरूर होगी कि साउथ अफ्रीकन पिचेस में और इंडियन पिचेस में बहुत फर्क है. इनको आधी से ज्यादा विकेट्स अपनी बाउंस पे मिली हैं, जो कि इंडिया में इतना सपोर्ट नहीं मिलेगा. एक्चुअली घुमा भी सकते हैं, लंबे कद के खिलाड़ी हैं, बहुत ऊपर से बॉलिंग करते हैं, जो उनको हाइट मिलती है, एडवांटेज मिलता है. तो स्मार्ट एंड मुंबई हमेशा जाती है ऐसे टू फास्ट बॉलर्स के साथ उतरती है.
सर्टनली जो आपने जो पॉइंट ये मेंशन किया शुभम की फास्ट बॉलर, टॉल हाइट, आई थिंक मुंबई के ट्रैक्स ज्यादा अच्छे रहेंगे. आई थिंक मुंबई के स्टेडियम्स में बॉल को ज्यादा बाउंस मिलता है, पेस है एज कंपेयर टू हैदराबाद, जहां हमने देखा है कि स्टेडियम में थोड़ी स्लोइश पिचेस होती हैं. हम देखते हैं सनराइज की टीम हमेशा वो 130s वाले बॉलर्स को पिक करती है, जो स्लो मीडियम पेसर हैं, जो पेस ऑफ द बॉल रखते हैं. तो and I think he has been sold. Sunrisers Hyderabad ने 4.2 करोड़ में यार्को यान को खरीद लिया है. I am very disappointed. I am disappointed with Mumbai Indians who did not go for more. I am again surprised because 21 साल के हैं शुभम, सिर्फ एज है, young है. Exactly, certainly, बिल्कुल. He's one for the future, and I am very surprised that Mumbai did not go for him all out.
उन्होंने इन्वेस्ट किया अर्जुन तेंदुलकर, हंगर गेकर, जो उनके मतलब upcoming generation of stars हैं. शिवम दुबे यार, I rate him very highly, yaar. I rate Shubham Dubey very highly. And Canada Treasures is with us. He's joined the squad. He's a RCB fan. Welcome,
Hi,
Satyam.
Hello, everyone.
hi Satyam, how are you doing?
Very
I
well,
see the
very well.
RCB
Thank you.
jersey on.
Yes, I just changed. So
Are you
thanks for
enjoying the
having me,
auction?
guys.
Sure.
So
Satyam, I think quickly my first question to you, since you're an RCB fan, will be let's look at what RCB has done in the auction and how happy are you with the squad that's coming up, Satyam?
yeah, I think I'm pretty happy. So I don't know if you guys are following, but Faf just scored 100 runs from 53 balls or something today, right? So
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good buy. I wanted RCB to buy Faf definitely. So yeah, that's a good buy, and I predicted that. So that's good. And
Do you
Harshal
see
नहीं
him
Patel.
मतलब काफी
captaining?
बढ़िया कैप्टन कौन लगता है? Who do you think could captain? दिनेश कार्तिक को देंगे कप्तानी? Because Virat Kohli तो has stepped down.
I don't know. This is really hard, but yes, Dinesh Karthik could be a good one. But yeah, बट ये भी हो सकता है कि वो विराट कोहली को कन्विंस कर लें कि नहीं ठीक है अभी वी डोंट हैव अ कैप्टन सो मे बी
Satyam,
बट
do you think that you see that I think अब कोहली ने बोल दिया अब मैं कुछ कैप्टन नहीं करने वाला. They have literally stepped out of everything. He said that now
Just
I
bat.
will just focus on the batting. One of our viewers is saying Maxwell. I think Maxwell, Faf du
कर सकते
Plessis,
हैं.
Dinesh Karthik are the main I think contenders of who can captain RCB right now.
आई थिंक दिनेश कार्तिक
और
आई
अभी
थिंक अगर if विराट कोहली is definitely not accepting this captaincy
position
job
ना.
then I guess दिनेश कार्तिक
एक्चुअली दिनेश कार्तिक का रिकॉर्ड ना इन डोमेस्टिक विद तमिलनाडु बहुत क्रेजी है. मतलब हर साल एक या दो ट्रॉफी जीत रहे हैं. ही इज कैप्टन. आई थिंक एक्चुअली रिसेंटली कैप्टन विजय शंकर थे, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग. बट दिनेश कार्तिक का भी रिकॉर्ड बहुत सही रहा है. तो वो इतना बड़ा इशू नहीं
हाँ.
होगा. बट अगर क्विकली हम
Also,
ऑक्शन की तरफ नजर डालें तो शिवम दुबे 1 करोड़ पे हैं अभी. और आई थिंक बिड पंजाब और लखनऊ के बीच में उनके लिए फाइट चल रही है. मैं पर्सनली बहुत हाई रेट करता हूँ शिवम दुबे को. बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर हैं मिडिल ऑर्डर के लिए. बैटिंग भी करते हैं, बॉलिंग भी बढ़िया करते हैं. आई रियली होप पंजाब को एक सस्ते में मिल जाए.
certainly. Satyam, back on RCB, I think मेरा and I think सारे viewers ये interested थे कि कल जब auction में आए, they had only retained 3 players. They had an option of retaining the 4th player, and तभी भी वो हर्षल पटेल और हसरंगा के लिए जो amount of money shell out करा गया है RCB, when they at least could have retained. अगर मैं assume करूंगा कि हर्षल पटेल ने बोला होगा मुझे auction में जाना है because he knew कि उनको ज्यादा पैसे मिल सकते हैं. लेकिन हसरंगा को अगर वो 4th retention भी करते, अगर उनको 7 या 8 करोड़ भी देते, that would have still saved them some money. तो क्या वहां पे आपको लगता है कोई मिस रहा है?
so I think हर्षल पटेल को उनको रिटेन करना चाहिए था. I can't really say कि what have मतलब हर्षल पटेल ने उनसे क्या कहा होगा. But I think last IPL में हर्षल पटेल was one of the bowler who took a lot of wickets for them. So I guess उसको रिटेन करना चाहिए था.
मोस्ट
But
विकेट्स most
most wickets,
पर्पल
right?
कैप
Exactly. I think he was the purple cap, right? Yes.
Yeah.
So I think हर्षल पटेल को रिटेन डेफिनेटली करना चाहिए था. But क्या reason रहा होगा I don't know. But and assuming he would have said मुझे नहीं, I want to go back to the auction, they should have retained Hasaranga. And but so one more thing, Hasaranga has recently started performing, so maybe that could be the reason. When they would have thought about retention and all, tab shayad Hasaranga was not a big name. This could be the reason. I can't really say, but this could be one of the reasons. So दिनेश कार्तिक की बात हम कर रहे थे. दिनेश कार्तिक के लिए मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मुझे दिनेश कार्तिक से बस there are a few instances when I remember दिनेश कार्तिक. So there was a match. It was initial stages जब 2020 शुरू ही हुआ था. India was playing South Africa and I think that was one of the first matches India was playing. I think probably it was the first 2020 match India was playing. और वो मैच दिनेश कार्तिक ने जितवाया था लास्ट कुछ ओवर्स के अंदर. सो और तब से ऑब्वियसली बहुत चेंज हुआ है, सब कुछ हुआ है. बट
निदाहास ट्रॉफी फाइनल 2018 अगेंस्ट
Against
बांग्लादेश
Bangladesh.
उन्होंने 8 बॉलों में 34 रन मार के मैच जिताया था.
वो भी
बहुत
that one
क्रेजी
too.
एज अ फिनिशर.
That yeah. And I think दिनेश कार्तिक has that experience जिससे कि वो कैप्टेंसी कर सकते हैं. और मेरे हिसाब से दिनेश कार्तिक ने, if I'm not wrong, KKR के लिए कैप्टनसी की भी है, right?
जी.
So I think he can be a good fit for captaincy. But again, फिर again the point is कि even like right now Indian team के अंदर भी जैसे ये कि how will Kohli play under Rohit Sharma? So same
टीम
thing.
डायनामिक्स से फर्क पड़ जी बिल्कुल.
Exactly. And बाकी के जो लोग हैं उनको कैसे हैंडल करते हैं. But all in all, I think Dinesh Karthik is a very mature player, and I think he'll be a good fit for captain.
Sure. I think Shubham, within
और
that,
अभी
Punjab has come in for
पंजाब
Shivam
तो
Dube.
शुरू से कर रही है बिड शिवम दुबे. मैं तो
And I
बहुत
think
खुश हूँ,
CSK
but I
has
think
come in
चेन्नई
then.
ले जाएगी.
CSK has come
CSK,
in.
yes.
चेन्नई ले
Current bid is
जाएगी.
CSK.
चेन्नई ले जाएगी, I think.
They have the money. I don't know what Lucknow is thinking. They really don't have much left. They've just left 7 crores, I think. And Punjab has continued on the bid, 2.3 crores with Punjab right now for Shivam Dube.
I think ये पैसे खत्म कर देंगे अपने before ये middle order batsman तक आते हैं.
सत्यम, एक और इंटरेस्टिंग चीज थी जो आरसीबी ने हमने देखा कि बिकॉज हसरंगा पहले आए हैं युजवेंद्र चहल से. अगर आप चहल का प्राइस देखिए वो 6.5 करोड़ में गए हैं, जो कि इंटरेस्टिंग प्लेयर रहे हैं फॉर आरसीबी, हैज प्लेड फॉर लॉट ऑफ इयर्स, लेग स्पिनर है, विकेट टेकर है. तो वहां पर भी एक डिफरेंस था कि आई एम सरप्राइज एक्चुअली कि राजस्थान 6.5 करोड़ में ले पाए युजवेंद्र चहल को व्हेन ही इज अ फ्रंटलाइन लेग स्पिनर. वापस इंडियन टीम में वापसी भी हुई है उनकी. तो वहां पर आई थिंक हसरंगा being paid more than Chahal, उस पे आपका क्या सोच है?
Sorry, before I answer that question, I think I stopped watching the auction when that incident happened. So Chahal was after that, right?
Yes, Chahal came after Hasaranga. Yeah.
Chahal was before, I think.
Okay, we will confirm that. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure if he was before.
चहल हसरंगा से पहले थे.
Okay, I might be wrong there, but like still, I feel the idea that someone could get Chahal, who's a more experienced Indian leg spinner, foreigner slot भी नहीं लेते हैं, वो सिर्फ 6.5 या 6.25 करोड़ में गए हैं, और हसरंगा के लिए 10 एंड आरसीबी ने हसरंगा के लिए 10.5 करोड़.
तो उस पे क्या क्वेश्चन मैं आंसर करता हूँ. हसरंगा का रिसेंट फॉर्म अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड बहुत अच्छा है, इवन इन सिडनी, बिकॉज ऑफ रेन, लाइक आई मेंशन्ड, बिकॉज ऑफ रेन थोड़ा उनका मोमेंटम में प्रॉब्लम आई थी, बट ही स्टार्टेड वेरी वेल, जहाँ पे मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लेयर्स श्रीलंका के फेल हो रहे थे अगेंस्ट ऑस्ट्रेलिया, बहुत इशू आ रहा था. तो ऑल इन ऑल ना हसरंगा हैज प्रूवन टू बी वन ऑफ दोस की एंड लीडिंग प्लेयर्स फॉर श्रीलंका, जो कि हर सिचुएशन में ही इज बीन गुड. तो उसके लिए मनी बिल्कुल जस्टिफाइड है, राइट? लास्ट ईयर अपॉर्चुनिटीज कम मिली थी आरसीबी, बट दिस टाइम आई डेफिनेटली सी हिम प्लेइंग अ लॉट ऑफ गेम्स. और हर्षल का इशू ये भी हो सकता है कि उसने खुद ने बोल दिया होगा कि यार मैं लास्ट ईयर पर्पल कैप प्लेयर था, अभी के लिए उस टाइम पे जो रिटेंशन का टाइम था, आई एम नॉट श्योर अगर वो रिटेन थे, वो अनकैप थे या नहीं थे, बट आरसीबी मे हैव सेड कि 8 करोड़ इज योर कैप, उससे ऊपर हम नहीं दे सकते. तो ही वुड हैव सेड कि यार यू नो इफ आई गो इनटू द ऑक्शन, मुझे उससे ज़्यादा तो ऐसे ही मिल जाएगा. तो प्लेयर प्रेफरेंस भी आ जाती है यहाँ पे, एंड ही कुड हैव बैक्ड हिमसेल्फ कि पर्पल कैप होल्डर हूँ, पैसे ज़्यादा मिल जाएंगे मुझे. एंड विद दैट, talking about Delhi a little bit, we have Shankar Bhaiya with us, who's an Instagrammer, travel related content, eat, sleep, work, travel, repeat. How happy are you with Delhi ke buys, and what do you see as a possible combination of playing 11?
Honestly, I'm not very happy with the team so far they've got. I mean, David Warner बहुत अच्छे पिक हैं, मिचेल मार्श बहुत अच्छे पिक हैं, बट जो मार्कस स्टोइनिस थे उनके जो लास्ट ईयर 2 साल से जो परफॉर्म कर रहे थे वो उनको छोड़ के चले गए हैं. Then Shreyas Iyer is also gone. जो दिल्ली की टीम का कोर था वो थोड़ा सा खत्म हो गया है. हेथमायर थे, वो भी चले गए हैं. तो आई एम स्लाइटली डिसअपॉइंटेड कि दिल्ली ने उन प्लेयर्स को रिटेन नहीं किया. मेरे ख्याल से स्टोइनिस को तो डेफिनेटली रिटेन करना चाहिए था, क्योंकि ही वाज परफॉर्मिंग सो गुड फ्रॉम लास्ट 2 इयर्स. वो उनके मेन नंबर 1 प्लेयर रहे हैं. इवन जो दुबई में आईपीएल था उसमें तो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था स्टार्टिंग में.
और मैं आपको काटूंगा यहाँ पे एक सेकंड के लिए, बट डोंट यू थिंक मिचेल मार्श एक 1-to-1 रिप्लेसमेंट है स्टोइनिस के? मे बी एक अपग्रेड भी मान सकता हूं मैं उनको स्टोइनिस के.
नो, मैं उनको अपग्रेड नहीं बोलूंगा. दे आर डेफिनेटली 1-to-1 रिप्लेसमेंट, बट प्रॉब्लम विद मिचेल मार्श इज उनकी फिटनेस. अभी हमने जितने भी आईपीएल रिसेंटली देखे हैं 3-4 साल पहले, वो हमेशा इंजर्ड होकर बाहर हो जाते हैं. वो मुझे थोड़ा सा डाउट है कि मिचेल मार्श पूरा आईपीएल खेल पाएंगे कि नहीं. अगर वो पूरा आईपीएल खेल पाते हैं तो देन ही इज अ वेरी गुड रिप्लेसमेंट, बट ओनली प्रॉब्लम इज हिज फिटनेस. तो वो हमें देखना पड़ेगा, वेदर ही स्टेज फिट एंड प्लेज पूरा थ्रू आउट द टूर्नामेंट, वेदर ही इज अवेलेबल. वो एक इशू है। डेविड वार्नर का डेफिनेटली श्योर कि वो पूरा आईपीएल खेल के जाएंगे, पर मिचेल मार्श के बारे में मैं ये कह नहीं सकता।
जी बिल्कुल, आई थिंक। और इसी के बीच में गाइस, शिवम दुबे हैज बीन बॉट बाय चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स। 4 crores इज व्हाट चेन्नई हैज पेड। अ गुड इंडियन ऑलराउंडर है, हैज प्लेड फॉर आरसीबी लास्ट सीजन आई थिंक सो, एंड प्रीवियसली सत्यम। आई थिंक व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स ऑन हिम?
राजस्थान रॉयल्स।
Oh, Rajasthan, sorry. And I think RCB before that then.
Yeah, RCB started off.
Yeah.
I think he's performed well for Rajasthan. जितना मुझे याद है, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong also. And I think it's a
कुछ
good
मैचेस
pick.
में बहुत solid performance.
I think it's a
बहुत
good
अच्छा
pick.
था।
It's a good pick at 4 crores definitely. But कुछ so going back to Delhi, sorry, कुछ picks. I don't know. Maybe. But Shardul Thakur for 10.75. Isn't it too much? Isn't it too much for
It is
Shardul
a lot.
Thakur?
It is a lot. I don't think शार्दुल ठाकुर का 10 करोड़ में लेना बनता भी था।
नहीं बनता था।
क्योंकि उनकी बॉलिंग में अगर आप देखो तो ही इज ऑलवेज बीन वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, और उनकी बैटिंग भी आईपीएल में उन्होंने कभी ऐसा परफॉर्म नहीं किया, और आईपीएल में उनका नंबर बनता भी नहीं है। टेस्ट मैचेस में, वनडेज में आई कैन स्टिल इमेजिन उनको लॉन्ग फॉर्मेट में बैटिंग मिलती है, वो बैटिंग कर लेते हैं, लेकिन टी20 में तो आई डोंट थिंक वो एज अ बैट्समैन जस्टिफाइड है।
बट अगर मैं इस पे एक सर्टेन पॉइंट, सो हम जस्ट वन पॉइंट विल बी, अगर आप देखिए सारे इंडियन पेसर्स, अगर एंड दिस आई एम जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट पेसर्स नॉट ऑलराउंडर्स, आप प्रसिद्ध कृष्णा को ले लें, आप आवेश खान को ले लें, हर्षल पटेल को ले, सब लोग 10 करोड़ के आसपास की रेंज में बिके हैं। ऑन इफ यू लुक एट दोज, आई फील शार्दुल ठाकुर गिव्स दैट बैटिंग ऑप्शन, तो वो ऑलराउंडर है। तो आई थिंक अगर आप बाकियों से कंपेयर करें, बिकॉज टीम्स ने इंडियन पेसर्स को बैक करा है बिग मनी देकर, तो उस हिसाब से अगर आप देखें, देन आई वुड सी शार्दुल ठाकुर इज अ बेटर बाय देन someone like a प्रसिद्ध कृष्णा और an आवेश खान।
See, the thing with शार्दुल ठाकुर is उनके पास वो हाइट नहीं है, उनके पास वो पेस नहीं है जो प्रसिद्ध कृष्णा के पास है या आवेश खान के पास है। तो मैं एनी डे दोनों को प्रेफर करूंगा। और शार्दुल ठाकुर टी20 में एज अ बैट्समैन अपनी प्लेस जस्टिफाई कर ही नहीं पाएंगे। या तो उनको ओपनिंग में भेजा जाए या फर्स्ट डाउन में भेजा जाए ताकि वो पावर प्ले में यूज हो, अदरवाइज वो टी20 में अपनी प्लेस जस्टिफाई करते ही नहीं है। और एज ए बॉलर भी उनके पास पेस नहीं है।
पता है, शार्दुल ठाकुर के साथ ना जो मर्जी बोलो, मैं उनको देखता हूँ एज अ प्लेयर विद अ गोल्डन आर्म। देवर 5 इंस्टेंसेस लास्ट ईयर जब उन्होंने एक ही ओवर में 2 विकेट निकाल के सीएसके के लिए पूरे का पूरा मोमेंटम बदल दिया। और टी20 मैचेस में, आईपीएल में, अगर आप एक ओवर में 2 विकेट निकाल रहे हो और जो चीज 5 बार हो जाती है ना, मैं उसको लक तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं मानता, राइट? तो 5 बार सेम इंस्टेंस, आई थिंक ही वॉज वेरी इंस्ट्रूमेंटल। तो मैं नहीं मानता एज अ ओवर प्राइस्ड पिक फॉर दिल्ली। आई थिंक बहुत सॉलिड रहेंगे एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ही विल गिव यू दैट रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट जो कि दिल्ली ने उनको दिखाई है। ये मेरा पर्सनल थॉट है, मैं बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ उनका, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट थोड़ा मेरा इंक्लिनेशन नहीं बढ़ेगा डीसी की तरफ।
Maybe he is matured also. Abhi, obviously in the past, he's got some experience, so maybe he's matured. But I think going back to that point, कि अगर if Shardul Thakur is coming to bat at 6 down or 7 down और उनको जल्दी आना पड़ रहा है, मतलब team is already not in a good position, right? तो वहां पर if he can perform and if he can do something तो ठीक है, but I don't think otherwise उनको ज्यादा बैटिंग के लिए चांस तो मुश्किल है। मतलब so basically अगर टीम इज इन अ वेरी बैड कंडीशन कि 6 और 7 जल्दी आउट हो गया and he has 10 overs to play, so they're already in a bad position, so he can save a match, I agree. But otherwise if they're batting well और वो लास्ट के 1 ओवर या 2 ओवर के लिए खेलने के लिए आते हैं, I don't think he's like a hitter जो कि मतलब उनको हम ऐसे उनके ऊपर ऐसे नहीं कहते कि वो लास्ट ओवर में आके 1 ओवर में 20 रन बना देंगे, ऐसा I don't think we can trust him.
इसी बीच गाइस, के कृष्णप्पा गौतम को लखनऊ सुपर जायंट्स ने खरीदा है 90 लाख के लिए। जी बिल्कुल, दैट इज गॉन एंड आई थिंक वी हैव एन ऑक्शन ब्रेक। माय क्वेश्चन टू बोथ शंकर एंड सत्यम is actually if you are saying that Shardul Thakur at 10.7 is not a good buy, आपके थॉट्स क्या होंगे ऑन दीपक चहर जो 14 करोड़ के बिके थे कल? व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स ऑन दैट?
दीपक चहर को तो चेन्नई अपना दूसरा दमाद ही समझते हैं, उनके लिए कुछ भी दे देते हैं। आई थिंक whatever today he is because of Chennai.
And also because of MS Dhoni, I would say, or I think same. He is also overpriced. My memory doesn't tell me कि कहाँ पे उन्होंने कुछ ऐसी performance दी थी. Maybe 1 or 2 matches हो सकता है, पर otherwise मुझे तो नहीं याद कि जब उन्होंने कोई ऐसी परफॉर्मेंस दी थी कि जिसकी वजह से उनको 14 करोड़ मिलने चाहिए, ऐसा कुछ आई डोंट नो। सो
इंडिया की टीम में परफॉर्मेंस देखी जाए, उन्होंने बैटिंग में भी और बॉलिंग में दोनों में अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है। आई वुड नॉट डिनाई कि वो ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा नहीं दे रहे हैं। उन्होंने इवन इंडिया के T20 में भी बॉलिंग में बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया। वेस्ट इंडीज के अगेंस्ट 6 विकेट्स लिए थे, बांग्लादेश के अगेंस्ट अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था। एंड आई वाज वेरी सरप्राइज्ड जब उनको T20 वर्ल्ड कप में नहीं खिलाया गया। तो मेरे ख्याल से तो उनकी प्लेस बनती थी दुबई में, क्योंकि वहाँ की कंडीशन उनको परफेक्टली सूट करती थी। अब आगे जाने के लिए ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मुझे नहीं लगता कि वो लोग इंडिया में उसकी जगह बनेंगी, बट आईपीएल में 6-7 करोड़ तक तो उनके लिए जस्टिफाइड है। 14 करोड़ इज अ लॉट
ऑफ मनी।
बट फिर भी अगर चेन्नई का बैलेंस उनके आने से अच्छा बनता है, चेन्नई को लगता है कि उनकी जगह बनती है, तो आई थिंक उन्होंने इसलिए उसके लिए पे किया।
श्योर। अनदर क्वेश्चन आई थिंक सत्य मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि अगर आप देखिए मुंबई हैज बीन वेरी क्वाइट इन द ऑक्शन, दे स्टिल हैव 27 करोड़ लेफ्ट, दे वेंट ऑल आउट फॉर ईशान किशन यस्टरडे, 15 करोड़ के खरीदे हैं, बट उसके बाद कुछ बाइज नहीं है। दे वर ट्राइंग टू गो फॉर मार्को यानसन, फॉरेनर स्लॉट्स भी नहीं भरे हैं। क्या लगता है आपको कि क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पर मुंबई के साथ?
स्क्वाड बैलेंस में देखो, मतलब
can you bring up the Mumbai's team, Shubham?
हाँ Shubham, can you just
Yeah,
show the
sure.
Mumbai squad currently?
Yeah,
I mean they have so much
for some
money.
reason, या तो ये anticipated था या ये expected था कि वो ईशान किशन के लिए they'll go all out, and I think जिसने भी इतनी bid high करी, so it was either they knew it was expected, so for some reason आज पूरा social media is full of Delhi Capitals auctions and raising prices for everyone. So I guess, so I think this was anticipated. People knew कि they'll go all out for Ishan Kishan, and hence probably उसके लिए प्राइस इतना बढ़ाया गया, and they somehow wanted him, तो इस वजह से उन्होंने वो किया. But अगर आप if you see the first 5 names, मतलब they are big names. रोहित शर्मा, जसप्रीत बुमराह, कायरन पोलार्ड, सूर्य कुमार यादव, ईशान किशन, so they are big names. मतलब they have like जो एक foundation
core is there, certainly
they have that core. अब आगे किसको लेते हैं? And I if I'm not wrong, Devold Brevis is the under-19 South African player, right, जो मैन ऑफ द सीरीज भी रहे हैं अभी. So न्यू प्लेयर, कांट से कि कैसा परफॉर्म करेंगे अभी एकदम से आके इतने हाई प्रेशर सिचुएशन के अंदर. Don't really know.
I mean Mumbai is known for their scouting, so it's possible that they have seen that he's one for the future. जैसे कि हम देखते हैं कि ग्रूम करते हैं अपने प्लेयर्स को. हार्दिक पांड्या, the Pandya brothers, Bumrah, they have all come out of that Mumbai Indians scouting network. तो it's possible कि one for the future है. लेकिन currently वो 5 को छोड़ें अगर आप, कोई और बाइस कर ही नहीं है.
बाकी 3 तो कहां स्टार्ट करेंगे?
I mean, are they in the starting 11? I doubt. I don't see anyone. Maybe Murugan, Ashwin, because spinner नहीं है और कोई उनके पास अभी के लिए.
मुंबई आर स्टिल वेटिंग. उन्होंने डिसाइड किया हुआ है कि उनको किसके लिए जाना है. Seeing by ईशान किशन's bid, उनको पता है which are the players they are going to target. So I think we should wait and see अभी क्या होता है.
Exactly. और अगर एक बार हम आप बजट देखें ना, बिल्कुल श्योर है कि मतलब बिल्कुल सही बात है कि उनके पास प्लेयर्स नहीं है. They have to buy at least 10 more players. But if you also look at it कि ओवरऑल प्लेयर्स अब तक इतने बिके हैं, तो 400 में से भी मुश्किल से 110 प्लेयर्स जिनकी अब तो जो अंडर द हैमर गए हैं, उसमें से भी 10-12 तो ऐसे हैं जो कि अनसोल्ड रहे हैं और बिके ही नहीं है. सम गुड प्लेयर्स लाइक सैम बिलिंग्स हैं, रायना है इन द मिडल. आई डोंट थिंक रायना इज गोइंग टू कम बैक टू एनी स्क्वाड, बट एक दो प्लेयर्स ऐसे हैं जो सरप्राइजिंगली अनसोल्ड गए.
आई एम ऑनेस्टली सरप्राइज्ड कि स्टीव स्मिथ को किसी ने नहीं लिया. आई एम वेरी सरप्राइज्ड.
एग्जैक्टली, स्टीव स्मिथ अनसोल्ड है, तो कुड बी
मेरे ख्याल से
go on भैया, go on.
मेरे ख्याल से बैंगलोर को जाना चाहिए था स्टीव स्मिथ के लिए. उनको कैप्टन बनाना चाहिए था. मेरे को तो वो परफेक्ट कैप्टन लग रहे थे बैंगलोर के लिए. विराट कोहली एंड स्टीव स्मिथ प्लेइंग इन द सेम टीम, इमेजिन.
Solidifies the middle order for sure.
Exactly. अब पता है बात यही है कि बस पैसे बहुत हैं और बाकी सबके पास बहुत कम पैसे बचे हैं. Most teams have less than half the money of what Mumbai has. मतलब DC और CSK को छोड़ दें अगर, बाकी सारी टीम्स have less than half the money of what Mumbai has. तो I think ये बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स बहुत चीप खरीदने वाले हैं. तो एक तो साइकोलॉजिकल प्रेशर नहीं होगा उनके ऊपर कि they have to justify their price. दूसरा, इनके पास इनका कोर सॉर्टेड है, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये स्ट्रैटेजी बहुत अच्छी भी प्रूव हो सकती है और कहीं ना कहीं ये बैकफायर भी कर सकती है. तो मतलब अभी कुछ नहीं कह सकते, पूरा दिन बचा है अभी आज का.
Sure. And Shankar bhaiya, आपके लिए next question is about the highest bid foreigner this season. Shubham, can you go to that Punjab side? Liam Livingston, Shankar bhaiya, has been
Yes.
bought by Punjab for 11.5 crores. What are your thoughts on him?
I think it's a very, very good buy क्योंकि
As a
लियम लिविंगस्टोन
neutral,
का नाम एज ए न्यूट्रल आई थिंक ही इज अ वेरी गुड बाय क्योंकि आने वाले टाइम में लियम लिविंगस्टोन का अगर आप परफॉर्मेंस देखें तो काफी अच्छा रहा है। वो बॉलिंग भी करते हैं और बैट्समैन तो वो बहुत अच्छे हैं ही हैं। ही गिव्स यू एन ऑप्शन ऑफ लेग स्पिन जो कि हर बंदे के पास नहीं है। तो आई थिंक पंजाब ने काफी अच्छा इन्वेस्ट किया है उनमें एंड डेफिनेटली मैं चाहता था दिल्ली उसको परचेज करे बट पंजाब ने लिया तो आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि उन्होंने कुछ सोच के लिया होगा और वो मुझे लगता है कि अच्छा परफॉर्म करने भी वाले हैं। लास्ट सीजन उन्होंने राजस्थान के लिए
मतलब
अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं किया था। मे बी उनका फर्स्ट सीजन था, वो थोड़े से नर्वस थे बट अगर आप उनका ओवरऑल रिकॉर्ड देखें T20s में ओवरऑल द वर्ल्ड बाकी लीग्स में काफी अच्छा रहा है और उन्होंने इंग्लैंड के
एक
लिए भी
मतलब
काफी
यहाँ
अच्छा
पर
परफॉर्म किया। तो आई एम वेरी होपफुल कि वो अच्छा परफॉर्म करने वाले हैं एंड मेरे हिसाब से तो बहुत अच्छी बाय है। पंजाब ने ओडियन स्मिथ को भी लिया है, लियम लिविंगस्टन को भी लिया है, तो पंजाब की टीम तो मुझे बहुत स्ट्रांग लग रही है इस बार।
ओडियन स्मिथ से मैं इतना खुश नहीं हूँ। आई थिंक ओडियन स्मिथ को ना लेके इफ दे कुड हैव इन्वेस्टेड इन अ गुड इंडियन या फिर ओवरसीज मिड ऑर्डर बैट्समैन और एक अच्छा इंडियन बॉलर, मतलब अगर वो चेतन सकरिया के लिए जा पाते विद दैट काइंड ऑफ बजट, आई थिंक वो बेटर ऑप्शन होती देन ओडियन स्मिथ क्योंकि
बट अभी
मुझे
भी
नहीं लगता
अभी
ओडियन
भी
स्मिथ
ऑब्वियसली उनके पास
आपको
आकाशदीप नाथ हैं जो कि काफी अच्छे अच्छे लेफ्ट आर्म सीमर हैं। फिर उनके पास रबाडा भी हैं, देन अब ओडियन स्मिथ भी आ गए, तो उनकी पेस बॉलिंग तो आई थिंक काफी सॉर्टेड है। मैं ये नहीं बोलूंगा, साथ में उनके लेग स्पिन में राहुल राहुल चहर भी हैं। तो पंजाब के अभी सारी बेसिस ऑलमोस्ट सारे कवर्ड हैं। दो चार छुटपुट चीजें हैं जो कि वो पूरा कवर कर सकते हैं अभी भी। बट
So,
अदरवाइज आई थिंक उनकी
राइट राइट
बैटिंग
आई
देखी जाए तो इट्स वेरी मच
मिडिल ऑर्डर
सॉर्टेड अगर आप
बैट्समैन आई
देखें।
थिंक रासी वैंडर डूसन अगर वो ऐड कर लें आई थिंक बहुत अच्छा कॉम्बिनेशन बन जाएगा। आई मीन
और
ओडियन की जगह
वन
आप रासी
वन प्लेयर
वैंडर
वन प्लेयर यू आर मिसिंग इज ईशान पौरेल। अगर आपको पता हो, ईशान पौरेल काफी अच्छे बॉलर हैं। उन्होंने पहले भी पास्ट में रणजी में काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है और इंडिया के डेब्यू भी किया था उन्होंने, इवन तो उनको ज्यादा अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिली बट वो एक वाइल्ड कार्ड एज ए वाइल्ड कार्ड बन के आ सकते हैं पंजाब के लिए।
So एक question है, I don't know, मतलब I only remember Shah Rukh Khan from last IPL and I don't remember where he performed exceptionally well. So what's the reason for giving him 9 crores? मतलब is it क्या reason है मतलब शाहरुख खान को? और I think last time also शाहरुख खान के लिए पंजाब ने बहुत high, जितना मुझे याद है बहुत high bet किया था in the auction. What's the reason for that? वो क्या मतलब, do you think it's a valid buy for 9 crores or is it overpriced? क्या लगता है आप लोगों को?
I think Satyam, this
No,
is on the
honestly, I
back
think
of his.
yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think it's all major. I think he was very hyped first of all, and everyone kind of knew that he's that Indian middle order who can tonk in the end. And the domestic performances जो शाहरुख खान की रही हैं this season, I think that is where that money has come from. He has done really well both in SMAT and the other domestic tournaments in India that has happened, and he's played that role very well, that finisher role, who comes in the end and scores the run. So I think that is where the runs are coming from. Yeah, Shankar, what were you saying?
No, my thoughts are exactly the same. मैंने उनको शायद मुश्ताक अली में परफॉर्म करते हुए देखा है और उनका परफॉर्मेंस T20s में काफी ज्यादा अच्छा रहा है। तो आई थिंक 9 करोड़ जस्टिफाइड है।
एक उन्होंने लास्ट बॉल पे 5 रन चाहिए थे फॉर तमिलनाडु टू विन द स्मैक ट्रॉफी। उन्होंने लास्ट बॉल पे छक्का मारा था, फाइनल था शायद मुश्ताक अली का। इन जनरल 170-180 की स्ट्राइक रेट से वो यूजुअली एंड करते हैं टीम की इनिंग। बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग फिनिशर हैं एंड मतलब जो मतलब बहुत ही क्रिकेट एनालिस्ट की भाषा में बोलूँ, जो उनकी बोलते हैं ना, जो उनकी फिजिक है जो कि अपर बॉडी बहुत ही हैवी है, so it gives him that extra strength to tonk the ball out of the ground very easily, घुमा सकते हैं, बहुत ज्यादा पावर है। एंड इवन फॉर पंजाब लास्ट ईयर बहुत कम अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिली उनको एंड इन दैट ही वाज वेरी इफेक्टिव। और
अभी उनको इंडिया के स्क्वाड में भी जगह मिल गई है एंड वी माइट सी हिम प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट वेस्ट इंडीज आल्सो।
एग्जैक्टली
that will probably give you an fair idea of what he is.
राइट। और सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि वो सिर्फ फोड़ते ही हैं, बस ये भी है कि he can also rotate the strike well and stick around. तो he's a very good option in the lower order.
और ये क्या is this like decided कि सारे मैचेस मुंबई में ही होंगे, मतलब डीवाई पाटिल में? और
there has not been any statements till now, Satyam. They're saying it's possible that it happens in Mumbai and Pune because they have enough grounds to cover in between Mumbai and Pune, I think so. But there's been no statement by the IPL committee that if that's going to be true. I think मेजर फैक्टर होगा ये अगर टीम्स को पहले से पता होता कि कहाँ पर मैचेस हो रहे होते तो शायद वो बाइज डिफरेंट होती
एग्जैक्टली मेरा यही पॉइंट था एंड अभी भी पॉसिबल है कि कुछ बाइज आर मे बी मतलब थॉट ऑफ इन यू नो बॉट विद दिस माइंड क्योंकि कि सिर्फ वहीं पर मैचेस होने हैं सो उन पिचेस को जो प्लेयर्स सपोर्ट करते हैं जिनका रिकॉर्ड वहाँ पे अच्छा रहा है या फिर जिस तरह की पिचेस तो मे बी दैट कुड आल्सो बी वन ऑफ द रीजन ईशांत शर्मा जस्ट वेंट अनसोल्ड जस्ट yeah
unsold exactly.
Yeah, and I think the next one is Khalil Ahmed, who's come in now. I do see him getting sold. I think left armer has done well for Sunrisers. So let's see what happens. तब तक शंकर भाई आपसे एक क्वेश्चन होगा आपके लिए what has been the best foreigner and the best Indian pick in the last 2 days? Maybe you can say the best value or the best pick by any team, foreigner or Indian.
I think David Warner for Delhi. वो तो ऐसा था कि सरोजनी में आप शॉपिंग करने गए वहां से आप अच्छी डील लेके आ गए.
Wasim Jafar said the exact same thing. It was like a Sarojini.
So I think it was one of the best pick. बाकी मुझे लियम लिविंगस्टोन जो आज पंजाब में लिया है वो भी काफी अच्छी बाय लगी है. I was very much hoping कि दिल्ली उनको ले ले या फिर कोई और, लेकिन पंजाब ने उनको लेके I think स्टील कर लिया है. 10 करोड़ के लिए भी वो काफी बहुत रहेंगे.
And what about the Indian of the Indian players?
I think Indian players में पंजाब ने जो इन्वेस्ट किया है शिखर धवन में, even though he'll play for 2 years maximum, but I think ये काफी अच्छा बाय है और मैं चाहता नहीं था दिल्ली से वो कहीं जाए, but now पंजाब ने उनको ले लिया तो काफी अच्छा है. और मुझे somehow I have a feeling, you know, you might not agree with me, अजिंक्य रहाणे को लिया है कलकत्ता ने 1 करोड़ को. For some reason I feel that this IPL he will perform like he used to perform for Rajasthan. अगर आपने कभी देखा हो तो अजिंक्य रहाणे ने राजस्थान के लिए सेंचुरी मारी थी and as an opener he always used to perform.
Yeah, do you see him opening the batting? That's what my next question was. Do you see Rahane open the batting?
Shubman Gill is not there in the team. Shubman Gill छोटे चले गए हैं. Shreyas Iyer cannot open. He will stay in the middle order. तो as an opener I think अजिंक्य रहाणे को यूज करेंगे.
Certainly. Satyam, आपके हिसाब से what has been the best picks? I'm sure, and you can't talk about Dhawan. We all know Dhawan. Sorry, about Warner because Warner has been a steal. I think everyone agrees on the fact that
bid is on.
Frankly,
I was also surprised about Coulter.
Mumbai has finally.
I was expecting कि वो 15 करोड़ तक तो जाएंगे ही जाएंगे, but पता नहीं 7 करोड़ में उनकी बिडिंग कैसे हो गई. I'm very surprised about that also.
जी बिल्कुल.
Yeah, I would say कि no, definitely जो ये दो buys whatever भैया said are मतलब दोनों बहुत apt हैं and I think मेरे हिसाब से भी वही थे, but few other good buys like you were saying अजिंक्य रहाणे अगर 1 करोड़ की बात की जाए तो that's a pretty good buy if he performs obviously, but वही है कि पिछले कुछ IPL से वो इतना कुछ परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहे हैं. लेट्स सी क्या उनका इस बार परफॉर्मेंस रहता है. और बाकी आई थिंक कल रात को मैं आई थिंक आफ्टर द इंसिडेंट आई कुड नॉट फॉलो, इट वाज प्रीटी लेट, सो आई डोंट रियली नो, मे बी इफ यू कुड जस्ट रन मी थ्रू सम बिड्स व्हिच वर गुड, I could take a guess.
Yeah,
but I think
quickly let's run across the squads once. Can you just quickly show Satyam what has happened across the teams?
Adhiraj, it's your screen.
Oh sure, I'll quickly run across. So Satyam, you can see Mumbai did not really buy anyone. They had Kishan who went for quite a high amount of money. For Gujarat Titans, they bought Shami for 6.5 crores. They spent a lot on Ferguson, a lot of money there, but no other big Indian names. They went for Rahul Tewatia for 9 crores, which we felt was a lot of money spent on Rahul Tewatia.
I think ये overpriced buy है. I don't know. I don't know.
Certainly. चेन्नई ने सिर्फ चेन्नई वाले प्लेयर्स को खरीदा है. अगर आप देखें, they got Uthappa, Bravo, Ambati Rayudu, they bought Vikas Chahar. So not much there.
Again, I think for Uthappa, I would say Uthappa for some reason feels more like a T20 बैट्समैन. तो अगर रहाणे और उथप्पा को कंपेयर अगर देखा जाए तो रहाणे और इनका बाय देखा जाए तो इफ रहाणे परफॉर्म्स ऑब्वियसली, बट रहाणे फॉर सम रीजन ऐसा लगता है कि वो एक थोड़ा स्लो बैट्समैन है. मे बी ही परफॉर्म्स रियली वेल, कुछ आईपीएल में परफॉर्म किया भी है, बट उथप्पा आई फील इज अगर वो चल जाए तो अगर वो मतलब इफ ही कम्स टू hitting और उनके if he starts connecting, so this is a very economical buy. I feel 2 crore.
हाँ, आई थिंक लास्ट ईयर भी वो सेमीफाइनल्स में शायद काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म करके गए थे सीएसके के लिए, तो आई थिंक दैट वाज वन ऑफ द की नेम्स व्हेन ही गॉट अ चांस रायना की जगह खेलने का, एंड आई थिंक इसीलिए शायद रायना को इस साल नहीं लिया है सीएसके ने इवन एट बेस, एंड उथप्पा आ गए हैं उनकी जगह, तो शायद that is a good thing going on. Hi and welcome Vidit. We welcome Vidit back on the show today. Where जैसे आप आए हैं, मुंबई is going all out with Delhi. Currently खलील अहमद की bid 5.25 crores की है. And I think Delhi has done this. And जैसे सत्यम आप कह रहे थे कि all over social media है कि वो hype up कर रहे हैं, वो जानते हैं कि teams जिनको player को चाहती हैं वो उनके prices को बढ़ा रहे हैं, inflate कर रहे हैं. एंड खलील अहमद अभी 5.5 करोड़, ऑलमोस्ट 5.5 करोड़ पर आ गए हैं, बिकॉज शायद दिल्ली जानती है कि मुंबई रिक्वायर्स एन इंडियन पेसर टू हेल्प बुमराह आउट.
Again, खलील अहमद is a good buy, but I don't know किस प्राइस तक जाते हैं. ठीक है, इस रेंज में कहीं ले लेंगे तो ठीक है, बट अगर वही ये भी 8-9 करोड़ तक चलेंगे तो अगेन आई थिंक it's an overpriced buy. वही फिर we come back to the same point again कि मुंबई has anticipated कि हमें यही कुछ लोग लेने हैं, and probably the other people know, and especially how maybe या फिर I don't know, इनकी strategy is not working, is probably backfiring, and Delhi has been excellent with raising prices. I feel this auction, and they know उनको क्या, they kind of know कि उनको कौन से players pick करने हैं और किस price तक जाना है, और and they've been excellent in raising prices for everybody else, और कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने बहुत सारी टीम्स का I guess बजट भी खराब किया होगा.
I think Delhi has bought Khalil Ahmed, if I am not wrong. 5.25, I think Delhi has gone and bought Khalil Ahmed.
Yes, sold to Capitals. Yes.
Okay, interesting pick. I think they are making their squad back again. I think they've lost Avesh Khan, so they're kind of filling up his shoes. They had bought Shardul Thakur previously, but now Khalid Ahmed for 5.25 crore. And Mumbai has also lost out again for another player. So अभी तो मुझे लग रहा है जो आप कह रहे हैं कि इनकी स्ट्रैटेजी है, वो जानते हैं किसके लिए जा रहे हैं, वो अभी आउटबिड हो रहे हैं उन सारे प्लेयर्स के लिए, because they still have not been able to add more players into it. And I don't know, ये दिल्ली चाहती थी, वो
Shankar Bhaiya, what are your thoughts on this buy? Khalil Ahmed.
I am honestly not happy with this buy. Khalil Ahmed के लिए मैं 2 crore maximum से ऊपर नहीं देना चाहूँगा. I am not too sure कि उनकी क्या strategy है. Why have they bought him?
I agree.
But I think उनसे better picks भी अभी पड़ी थी आनी. They could have gone for some better bowler. मैं नवदीप सैनी के लिए जरूर जाना चाहता, but I don't know. नवदीप सैनी ऐसा नाम था जो मेरे मन में था दिल्ली के लिए. He is far better buy than Khalil Ahmed any day.
I think वो left arm option चल रही है.
ये sense नहीं बनता. You have Notje, you have Thakur, you have Mustafizur. 3 आपके bowlers वहाँ पे sorted हैं. Spinner के लिए you would go for a कुलदीप यादव, बाकी अक्षर पटेल खेलते हैं
आप. जयंत यादव के लिए बिड नहीं किया. I'm very surprised about that, क्योंकि अभी अश्विन ने छोड़ा है. मुझे था कि वो किसी ऑप्शन के लिए अच्छा हो. जयंत यादव काफी अच्छी ऑप्शन थी, उन्होंने उसको जाने दिया. Now I'm not too sure कि वो किसके लिए जाने वाले हैं, बट अभी उनके पास कुलदीप यादव है और अक्षर पटेल है. 2 स्पिनर्स तो काफी अच्छे हैं.
So maybe ये जो स्ट्रैटेजी है दिल्ली की, this kind of backfired. उनको लगा होगा कि मुंबई शायद जरूर they'll overbid, मतलब हो सकता है उनको लगा हो सकता है this backfired, but ठीक है, 5.5 is I would say is fine. Again वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, अगर 6-7 करोड़ से ऊपर चले जाते, 8 करोड़ से चले जाते, फिर वो एक overprice, definitely वो एक overprice buy हो जाता. But this is fine, it's okay. मतलब I
think शायद खलील भी इंजरी से वापस आ रहे हैं. वो इंडियन सेटअप में आए थे बीच में, फिर शायद इंजरी हुई, बाहर हो गए थे. सनराइजर्स के लिए भी थोड़ी बहुत बॉलिंग अच्छी करी है, बट आई थिंक वो लेफ्ट आर्मर वाला ऑप्शन आई थिंक स्टिल गिव्स अ एज ओवर राइट आर्म इंडियन पेसर्स. हमारे एक व्यूअर बोल रहे हैं कि सैनी विल गो टू लखनऊ एंड दैट गंभीर रियली रेट्स हिम वेरी हाईली. They don't have a lot of money, Uday. If you see the purse that Lucknow, I think they have around 6 crores or something. Yeah, roughly around that left in their balance. So if like we have seen for all Indian pacers, they have just been the amounts have been really high. So I think सैनी भी शायद वो अगर 4 से 5 करोड़ की रेंज में बिकेंगे तो मुश्किल होगा लखनऊ के लिए उनको खरीदना.
चलिए, okay guys, you guys carry on. I will take a leave.
Thank you so much, Shankar Bhaiya. Thank you for coming.
तो आप लोग कैरी ऑन कीजिए.
Okay, bye.
Thank you so much.
And current दुष्मंत चमीरा के लिए,
हाँ, दुष्मंता चमीरा श्रीलंकन प्लेयर है, and it's the bid is at 2 crores currently. I think Royal Challengers Bangalore and Lucknow are going for him.
Yep.
I don't know. Lucknow has just got 12 players. They have 6 crores left, and they're already bidding 2 crores
2
roughly
crores,
on
yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Interesting to see how they will be able to fill up that squad.
I think Mumbai is going to steal the show by the end of the day. जितने पैसे बचे हैं सबको ये बेस प्राइस पे उठाने वाले हैं एक एक करके.
So what
So I
happens अगर
think
ये अगर जैसे अगर
काफी cool
लखनऊ for
strategy
example
लगी मुझे तो अब तक. सबको ने
Lucknow only has 6 crores. So for example, if they buy Chamira for 2 crores, so they're only left with 4 crores. And अगर मान लो उनको कुछ, so basically वो obviously अपने पर्स से outbid तो नहीं कर सकते. So if they want someone, अगर कोई player 4 crores से ऊपर चला गया, so they cannot bid for that.
No,
person,
they can't
right?
buy.
And
And minimum requirement भी है Satyam. So I think 18 players
18.
is the minimum you have to have.
एक
So if you are essentially disqualified if you don't have 18 players in a way. Think of it that way. So they will need to keep that purse for like 20 lakh वाले players.
But
Also,
ऐसा
even if they
होगा
have to
नहीं.
add like 5.
तो 1 crore में you can easily buy 5 players base price
Exactly.
20
So
lakh
like
के at the
yeah,
end
so
of the
they can pick up.
तो ऐसा
So it
होगा
can
नहीं.
always be correct. Like they will all be backups essentially, but they can't bid like you said. वो 4 crore से ज़्यादा bid नहीं कर पाएंगे. They will have to automatically drop out of the bidding war.
Okay. And but I think Gautam
But बहुत
Gambhir has
interesting बात ये है.
Gautam Gambhir is it Gautam Gambhir's first like bidding for players, or has he already been in some biddings?
No, I think first time he's a mentor. I mean, he
KKR.
must have sit with KKR on the table, but I think
He sat
in
with
that
KKR.
mentorship role.
Okay, so I'm sure he would have some experience and he would know what he's doing, or maybe this could also be his inexperience, which is kind of showing right now कि इतना कम पर्स बचा है and still they're going. अभी I think
And they have bought Dushman Chamira
exactly
for 2 crore.
yes
Dushman
they
Chamira.
just did. So उनका पर्स I think सबसे lowest ही रह गया. I think 4 crores पे I guess.
But yeah, like जैसे आपने कहा था, I think interesting buys already करी है. लखनऊ की टीम अच्छी shape हो रही है. मतलब चाहे जितना भी they have the lowest purse, I think उन्होंने अपना core तो already बना ही लिया है. Like that solid 11 I would feel is almost done. जो उनके हिसाब से ना, I think जो ये players हैं, ये अब अपने backup players या फिर players जो stability देंगे टीम को outside of that core, शायद वो fill up कर रहे हैं. But again, Sri Lankans have not a lot of Sri Lankans have played in the IPL before. अगर आप लखनऊ की टीम को देखिए, केएल राहुल, स्टॉइनस, रवि बिश्नोई, क्विंटन डिकॉक, मनीष पांडे, जेसन होल्डर, दीपक हुड्डा, कृणाल पांडे, Avesh Khan and Mark Wood. This seems to be that core of that 11 that they are building up, and I think वो काफी strong already है लखनऊ की. तो हाँ, I think one of our viewers is saying the same thing. And it's very surprising, Ngidi has gone unsold.
Yeah, I didn't expect this. मुझे था कि कुछ अच्छे प्राइस पे जाएंगे, but
I think CSK had to buy him. It just seemed like he's a CSK player.
He 50 lakhs only.
Yeah,
I think someone will come back for him, so for sure.
Probably.
Yeah.
और अविराज, आप मुझसे पूछ रहे थे कि कौन सा गुड बाय. So now that you took those names from Lucknow, I think Jason Holder दो वो 10 crore के लिए बिके हैं, but I think that's a good buy. That's a pretty good buy.
I think less. I think Satyam, 8.75 only for Holder. Yeah,
Okay.
not even 10.
Okay, 8. Yeah, that's a pretty good buy, I guess. क्योंकि वो in the past, so I think from the last auction, I think उनका base price was I think 90 lakhs और sorry, last auction उनका base price 20 lakhs था. इस बार उनका base price शायद 1 crore था, मतलब 100 lakhs था. So I think he has matured as a player over the last few years, and obviously he's been the captain also for West Indies. So I guess वो उनको I think that experience, so उनको कहीं ना कहीं वो experience भी चाहिए है लखनऊ की टीम को. So I guess I feel that's a pretty good buy. Jason Holder is a pretty good buy.
Certainly, I think हमने ये कल डिस्कस किया था कि as compared to some of the other, like हमने कहा कि शार्दुल ठाकुर से हम अगर straight for straight comparison करें in a way,
Definitely.
शार्दुल ठाकुर even though Indian है, तो that gives him that edge because चार ही slot होते हैं foreigners के. लेकिन अगर आप like for like comparison करें as a wicket taker and as a better batsman, I think Holder ऊपर आते हैं in both those criteria than शार्दुल ठाकुर. एंड 2 crore कम के बिके हैं. सो आई थिंक सर्टेनली जो आपने कहा बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग बाय थी एंड काफी कम में मिले हैं जेसन होल्डर. आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग कि 10 प्लस जाएंगे मेरे हिसाब से रीसेंट परफॉर्मेंसेस के साथ. आई थिंक इंडिया के अगेंस्ट भी
that's a very good buy. And I feel कि Jason Holder क्योंकि so even if he's a foreign player, I see him playing every match. If he's fit, I see him play every match for Lucknow, definitely.
Certainly, I think the next player, Chetan Sakariya, is the one जिसके लिए bidding चल रही है अभी. Currently at 1.3 crores. Rajasthan and RCB are both going for Sakariya.
Very good buy he was last year. I think Punjab is also bidding for him, Adhiraj, if I'm not wrong. Punjab, Rajasthan Royals and RCB. 3 teams
Yep.
are in for him at the moment.
Yeah.
पंजाब को तो बहुत ज़रूरत है एक इंडियन सीम बॉलर की इस वक्त. So I want to see them go for him. मैंने पहले कहा था कि
Chetan Sakariya I guess was I mean
Rajasthan
he led
Royals.
the bowling attack for Rajasthan last year, so why
Yeah.
I don't know उसका
Yes.
base price, right? He led the attack for
Uncapped.
Rajasthan.
Uncapped player.
Uncapped, still a youngster. Satyam not. I think has
Yes.
only played one season at the IPL. So yes.
Probably. But I think okay, I don't know how his performance has been in the domestic cricket, but I think he will अगर I think यही कि अगर ये 1.5-2.5 करोड़ तक जाएंगे तो he's a good buy I guess. But
I think क्रॉस हो जाएगा. I think 3-4 करोड़ तो जाएंगे आज.
But I think
जो मेरा
Chetan Sakariya will be a good buy. Chetan Sakariya will definitely be a good buy I guess.
Good buy. 14 के 14 मैचेस खेले थे लास्ट सीजन. 14 विकेट दी थी. इकोनॉमी भी ठीक ठाक है. ओपनिंग बॉलिंग करते हैं, पावर प्ले में बॉलिंग करते हैं, विकेट्स भी देते हैं.
Exactly. वो जरूरी. I think जो पावर प्ले बॉलर्स होते हैं, जो पावर प्ले बॉलर्स हैं, इफ अगर वो आपके मतलब जो आपके पावर प्ले बॉलर्स हैं, अगर वो 1-2 विकेट हर मैच में निकालते हैं तो आई थिंक दैट्स अ वो आई थिंक वो दे डू देयर जॉब वेल. That's it, right?
Right.
Certainly, I think वो swing bowler हैं, genuine swing bowler हैं. I think वो नया बॉल है, pace नहीं है उतना, लेकिन line in length और swing कराते हैं. तो जिस भी टीम के पास जाएंगे, and compared to some of the other Indian bowlers जो बिके हैं, जैसे कि the likes of we saw कि प्रसिद्ध कृष्णा Indian debut अच्छा करा तो उसके on the back of that वो 10 करोड़ के बिके हैं. And Avish Khan on the back of his IPL performance last season, roughly 10 करोड़ के बिके हैं. तो I think उतने ज़्यादा नहीं जाएंगे, लेकिन हाँ, at any point, at any price, he will be a good buy. I think अगर वो 2.5-3 करोड़ जैसा आपने कहा उससे कम में बिकते हैं तो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग पिक होंगे किसी भी टीम के लिए. I think DC आ गए हैं into the fore. Delhi is back after buying Khalil Ahmed. Now they are bidding for Chetan Sakariya as well. I don't know if this is one of their strategy again, but they are going for another left-hand Indian pacer. So let's see how that goes for Delhi. I don't know, guys. I'm very concerned about Mumbai because they're just not bidding, and it's very surprising as a Mumbai fan to see, even though the core is there. But I think with Mumbai, it's not always just about the core. You have to have a good 11. I think that's what Mumbai always had. 11 is important because we don't see a lot of changes in Mumbai. A team who's already doing well, बहुत चेंजेस नहीं करती है मुंबई, वो हम हमेशा जानते हैं. लेकिन जैसा हमने डिस्कस किया कि कुछ बहुत ही इजी पिक्स, क्विंटन डिकॉक को 6 करोड़ में जाने दिया मुंबई इंडियंस ने. आई वाज वेरी सरप्राइज्ड ऑफ दैट टू नॉट पिक हिम अप. ऐसा हमने डिस्कस किया था कि किशन पर बहुत पैसे वेस्ट करें, बट वेस्ट नहीं बोलूंगा मैं उसे, सर्टेनली नॉट अ वेस्ट. वन फॉर द फ्यूचर है. शायद मुंबई उनको एज अ नेक्स्ट कैप्टन देखती है आफ्टर रोहित शर्मा, प्रॉब्ली इन द नेक्स्ट 2-3 years और आफ्टर दैट. Lekin there were some picks that Mumbai could have easily done, outbid some of the other teams. I thought they might even go for Chahal. 6 point some crores में चहल भी बिके थे, तो मुंबई को लेग स्पिनर भी नहीं था उनके पास. राहुल चहर के लिए भी नहीं गए मुंबई. तो I'm very surprised how this auction has panned out for Mumbai, but I'm sure the Jayawardene and Zahir Khan have something planned out to get back that 11 and get another trophy for the Mumbai Indians fans.
Currently at 3.2 करोड़. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग बाय चल रहा है.
Alright guys, I think आप लोग continue करो. मैं I think I'll
Thank
go
you.
and sleep. It's
Thank you Shubham, thank you Satyam, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you everyone guys. Thank you for having me. It was great.
Okay,
I know
bye-bye.
मैं इतना I have very little knowledge, but thank you for enlightening me guys. Okay.
Thank you Satyam.
Take care.
Okay, bye.
I think one of the viewers is saying, hi Vedant, one of the viewers is saying that Delhi has a good strategy of not letting any of the good players go for cheap. They are bidding for everyone. They have been the most active bidders in the auction.
And Raj, if you see their purse, they have around 10 crores left. I think 9.8 or 10 crores ही हैं, तब भी लगे हुए हैं.
I mean, I think Rajasthan and Delhi both have like roughly 10 to 12 crores, but they are both going all out. I think I felt, let me quickly show my screen with it. I think so. Let me, if I can quickly share the screen.
Your screen is shared. I'll add to stream.
just add it to the stream. The fact that, and I feel this was a miss by Delhi. I think वो जो Khalil Ahmed की थी, I think they were trying to up the price for
Correct.
Khalil
And I
Ahmed
think
Mumbai के लिए, and I think शायद Mumbai just let the bid go, and then Delhi was stuck with that bid. And again, I see this might still be happening because Sakariya की bid 4.2 crores में Delhi के पास stuck है, and I think Rajasthan has pulled out. So it's possible that Delhi gets Khalil and Sakariya, and they have gotten Sakariya as well. So 4.2 crores, Delhi have now got Sakariya as well, and they had bought
is it
previously.
bid done?
Yes, it's done, finalized. 4.2 crores, Chetan Sakariya has gone to Delhi Capitals.
Player number 123.
Correct. Interesting. मतलब अब Delhi.
I'm
I
very
think Delhi's.
surprised at what Delhi is doing. मतलब अगर वो दूसरों, but they look happy if you look right now. Look at the
Yeah,
owner.
certainly. They were, I think, surprised with Khalil, but I think with Sakariya,
Correct.
they, I think, actually wanted to go for him. It seemed like from the looks of it.
Correct.
But looking at the team with it now, I mean, most of the team is done. I mean, if I look at the squad
Like
with
Delhi's
Pant,
bought
Akshar
60
Patel,
people already.
yeah. So like, if you look at it, they have 6 crores left still, but that team looks quite solid already. Maybe one other batsman, middle order, or that finisher that Delhi might want to have. But other than that, I think Delhi is quite sorted. If they are leaning on Kuldeep Yadav as being the spearhead of the spin attack, maybe another spinner if they can get someone. But other than that, this team looks very solid to me with it.
Yeah, it looks quite good to me. We'll go at a team by team level. We also have Sundeep Sharma, another IPL all-time favorite player, at a 50 lakhs current bid right now. And I was just seeing what other important players are left, because before this I was hearing you say that Mumbai has actually not done any buys today as well.
And with
So
it,
I
just
just
just a minute on that, I think Sandeep has been bought at base price by Punjab. This has been 50 lakhs. Sandeep Sharma, I think he's a steal. Very good bowler. ऊपर डालते हैं, swing कराते हैं बॉल को, एंड पंजाब की ग्राउंड suitable भी है फास्ट बॉलिंग के लिए, तो 50 लाख में आई थिंक स्टील रहेंगे संदीप शर्मा.
50 lakhs में तो बहुत ही तगड़ी डील पकड़ ली इन्होंने.
I mean, and उसी के बारे में आज before
And
you
now we
come
have
in, I think.
Navdeep Saini. I think he should go around 4-5 crores, something similar to what Khalil went for.
I mean, I think Mumbai might go for him because Mumbai really hasn't gone for anyone, I feel.
But why are they not going for Sandeep? जब Khalil के लिए जा सकते हैं तो why not Sandeep Sharma?
I don't know. I mean, left armor maybe. I'm surprised चेतरिया के लिए क्यों नहीं, चेतन साकरिया के लिए क्यों नहीं गए अगर आप खलील अहमद के लिए जा रहे थे. I mean, similar kind of bowler है, थोड़ा कम पेस है, but genuine swing कराते
They're
हैं.
saying that Delhi has always had 4 Indian pacers, but so Lucknow bids for Navdeep Saini at 75 lakhs. And Adel, can you just go to Delhi's team once?
Yeah, sure. I'll just.
Umesh Ishant both went unsold, and this is one thing which we had predicted in our watch list before, that Umesh Ishant will go unsold. So, can you also just zoom in a bit?
Sure. Just give me 1 minute.
कौन है इनके bowlers? They have Noggay, they have Mitchell Marsh for some extent, they have Shardul.
They have Shardul, Mustafizur, they have Kuldeep, they bought Nagarkoti,
They
and now
didn't
they have
have
got
actually
Khalil.
apart from Thakur, they didn't have any Indian fast bowler. They've covered that
Correct.
gap with Chetan Sakariya and Khalil.
And
I think
Khalil
only one of
Ahmed,
them
both.
play. Both I don't see playing, but I see Chetan Sakariya starting, and if he doesn't do
But
well,
where
probably
they have Nokia and Fizz to pull up those two bowling slots. They will
it
have one
depends
more
if they
person.
take Fizz as that second full
No, I
time.
mean if you
But
they
now
do,
you
they
have
only have
Warner.
4
Earlier,
foreigners. They only
the
have 4
first four
foreigners
didn't
with
have
it.
any foreign batter. Now Warner is a must.
Yeah, but they only have bought 4 foreigners with it. So like I think Fizz definitely becomes that pick who plays automatically.
No, I think
mean,
they'll buy one more foreign bowler. They can't just go with Fizz and Noggay. They'll buy one more
and
foreign.
by the way, Lungi Ngidi went unsold at 50 lakh
Yeah.
picks price. No one picked Ngidi. So if someone is looking for a fast bowler at a very cheap price, I think Ngidi can certainly be at least a backup, if not someone who plays out. If Fizz is having, let's say, an off day, have Ngidi play, and that's a very good replacement. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
No, I agree. I was surprised Ngidi did not get picks. And as we speak, Navdeep Saini, Rajasthan Royals and Mumbai Indians are going for Navdeep Saini. Can you also just see the purse for Rajasthan once? We know Mumbai has a lot of money.
Yeah, let's just go check. So if you look at Rajasthan,
In
it's
the
just
squad,
12
you can
crores.
say the squad balance only. Squad balance, there is purse as well in the last column, in column K.
Yep. So, like, if you
So
look at this with it, Mumbai has just picked up 8 players till now.
yeah,
We have been discussing this with our other guests that they have the
Rajasthan has
money.
12 crores, 11 players.
Yeah, like we've discussed that Mumbai has the money, but
Players
they
ही नहीं
have
बचे.
made the core. They have made the core of 5, but still the team needs to be 11 people. They need to still build around and get those. I think I don't know if Mumbai is kind of going a money ball thing here, and they just gonna pick up everyone at a cheap price and make that team big again along with that 5 core players. But I'm very surprised that they have not been active at all. I think it'll be one of the biggest things that we see how Mumbai shapes this team with the 5 core players. But currently, not bidding for much, or at least if they are bidding, I was surprised they did not go higher for Marco Jansen because they were looking to buy him. He had played for them previously, but they let him go as well. So interesting at what the think tank in the Mumbai dugout is thinking right now.
Yes. And Rajasthan current bid 2.2 lakh, 2.2 crores for for Navdeep Saini.
With it, what are your thoughts on Liam Livingston being the highest paid foreigner in the auction?
Like he has that talent. Last season was not good, but I think this season is his season. He should perform.
Yeah, sorry. I think the bids for Saini is still going on. It's currently at 2.4 crores with Mumbai
2.4
Indians.
for Mumbai.
Yep. And Rajasthan have come back with 2.6. I think anything maybe under 3 crores if Mumbai can get him is not a bad price for him compared to how the other pieces have gone in. I think the owner seems to be getting frustrated now because they're not getting any players. He's talking frantically with
Definitely. I'm
with
just
Zahir Khan.
actually waiting when is the time for the panic button to be pressed. We don't know what is happening, what's not happening. Surely some surprise.
I think if you see what the difference, so the two most most experienced franchises or the most successful franchises have been Mumbai and CSK.
Yeah.
Looking what
And not a
CSK
good
has
option
done,
for and KKR. I think the three top franchises are Mumbai, CSK, KKR. All
and
three having a pathetic IPL till now.
so if you think about it, because they had always had that core with them, the team was already there, and they had always relied on those players. But if you look at it, how CSK has also done, they've just picked up the players that they had previously. And Mumbai has not picked up
And Mumbai has pulled out
Navdeep
of
Saini.
Navdeep Saini as
Correct.
well.
And they have lost to Rajasthan Royals. I think Rajasthan have got Navdeep Saini. I am just going to confirm the price. I think 2.8. I am
2.6,
not sure.
2.6, 2.6.
So 2. And again, I'm very surprised with this that Mumbai is bidding for players and then just going out of the war completely. So it's interesting how they are not picking up players. Maybe they have some others in mind who are their priority, who they assumed will be enough for
Oh,
them.
never. Can we just go to the player list after you update Navdeep Saini and we have Sheldon Cottrell just to tell our viewers. But एक बार अगर हम प्लेयर लिस्ट में जाएं, let's see the players left or what all sets are left. देखिए एक बार.
We are at
Let's
set
just
14.
filter from
Yeah,
set 14 onwards
yep, we are
and
at
let's
set
look at
14.
overseas players only.
We have Nile right now with it. Ngidi went unsold. Not
Nisham
overseas,
also
not a
went
lot of.
unsold. I was surprised
Yeah,
with Nisham going unsold.
Nisham went unsold. Not a lot of. This Chase
Australian
Ahmed,
winning
who's
captain Aaron Finch, T20
he
winning
went
captain, went
unsold.
unsold.
Correct. I think Sheldon Cottrell has also gone unsold right now.
Yeah, Sheldon Cottrell has gone unsold.
And he is back. Look who's on the screen with it. We have Giant Jaydev Unadkat.
Mumbai's
Do you see?
buying them.
Do you see Rajasthan going for him again this
No, they
season?
just got Navdeep Saini, not now.
The cameras zoomed in on the Rajasthan owners. Even they know that Rajasthan might pick up Jaydev Unadkat again. Base
But he
price
can
of
go to
just
Gujarat as
75
well. How
lakhs.
much purse does Gujarat have? Because he's a local Saurashtra boy, so Gujarat can bid for him.
Gujarat has 14.5 crores.
Okay,
Which is
so I
very
think
surprising
Gujarat
that we
can
saw
actually
that.
go for him. He captains them
Guj-
for the Ranji team, won them the Ranji, bowls very good in the Ranji and gets lots of wickets, lots of runs as well.
Currently, the bid with Mumbai with it at base 75 lakh. And if you look at this very interesting fact that we realized yesterday, Gujarat has not picked a wicketkeeper till now.
Yeah, correct.
It's very interesting how the squads have shaped up for them. Like some good, really good buys, but there is no wicketkeeper, and none of the players that there's not even a potential wicketkeeper from the players that they have picked up till now. So interesting, what wicketkeeper they plan to get. Maybe a Matthew Wade can come in, but they've already
Or a
pulled.
Sam Billings. I would prefer Sam
Yeah,
Billings over
a
Matthew
Sam
Wade. Sam
Billings or a
Billings
Matthew
has been a
Wade.
part of the IPL for 3 years.
Correct.
So they're saying Unatkar to CSK. I still see him go to MI only. And if you see the MI arrangement, yesterday it was Zahir Khan was sitting on the left of Neeta Ambani. Today he's sitting in the middle, right next to Mr. Ambani.
Mr.
So I think there is a lot of discussion to happen, and they badly need players.
I think CSK are also in with it. CSK and Mumbai fighting for
But
Unatkat.
CSK got Shivam Dubey, finally one, I think, proper
Decent pick,
player which
yes.
can play
Yeah.
in the starting
And
11. He's a
finally,
non-Chennai player.
as we speak, Mumbai has got Unatkat 1.3 crores. They have at
Finally.
least bought someone. I have mixed emotions if how good a player he is.
No,
Uh,
no, I'm at 1.3, and if you see Khalil Ahmed at 5.2, I would prefer Unatkat at 1.2.
Yeah, I mean, with the price, yes, certainly with it. Unatkat at 1.3 is as good as compared to someone like a Khalid or Sakariya. But again, he does not give me a very stable bowler. He goes for runs, not very effective at times. Does take wickets, but yeah, you never know if he's in form this season. You never know. He can be a wicket taker for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
And the next player in with it is Nathan Coulter.
I see
Mumbai
Mumbai
has
going for
been
him, man. I see them. I know
again.
they just love Nathan Coulter.
And we have discussed this with it before. The issue with these players are the base price is so high. At 2 crores base price, a lot of teams don't want to pick them up because at least not
But
in the main
they
auction.
probably
Because
can get him at a base price itself.
I agree, but I think what they think is that they might as well go for accelerated and call him back for that base price. He's gone unsold right now, and that's what I see happening with a lot of players, like maybe Nisham, because they know other teams would have remove done with their purse, so then
Correct.
it will be much easier for them to buy them at the base price as compared to right now. And for the 14th set is done. We are moving on to set number 15 already. Uh, we have very few players in this set. I think just 6 or 7 players. Spinners mostly. We have Qais Ahmed from Afghanistan, Piyush Chawla, Mayank Markande, Shehbaz Nadeem, Tabrez Shamsi is there, Karan Sharma, and Ish Sodhi. These are the players that will be coming. And sorry, Mahesh Tikshana from Sri Lanka. So these 6 to 7 players that will be coming under the hammer now in set number 15.
That's
Any
nice.
picks with it? Who are you interested or excited about from this lot?
Just a second. Yes. So there's a special guest. Can you just show the list once more?
Sure, I'll just come back on set number 15.
Yeah.
We had talked about how Qais Ahmed is better than Mujib now. I mean, we had a discussion about this
But
yesterday.
I think out of this, Tabrez Shamsi is one. I think Piyush Chawla will go unsold, very similar to what happened with Amit Mishra. Karan Sharma, Chennai, Mumbai have always bought him for lucky charm. But I see Mumbai needs a spinner. So Piyush Chawla, Karan Sharma, एक तो जाएगा ही जाएगा. Tabrez Shamsi was in Rajasthan last year, sometime ranked as the number one T20 bowler as well. So it'll be interesting what happens to Shamsi. He played 2 games, I think, for RR last year. But I would want Shamsi and Ish Sodhi to get another season in the IPL at least.
Certainly, I think it'll be interesting if anyone picks up the likes of Ish Sodhi or Shamsi. It's just that I think foreign spinners are not looked at very much by the teams. We haven't. I mean, obviously, Rashid Khan is an exception. He is someone who's out of the world in terms of what he brings to the table. But other than that, most teams tend to go for an Indian frontline spinner rather than a foreigner, I feel.
Yeah.
So that it'll be interesting how if Tabrez Shamsi or Qais Ahmed or Ish Sodhi gets picked up. I think Mayank
तो बचेगी
Markande
ना, अगर
will
आप
get picked up.
देखोगे अधराज जो आपके मेन इंडियन स्पिनर्स हैं, आई एम सेइंग जितनी
Correct.
मेन इंडियन स्पिनर्स हैं, चहल चले गए, कुलदीप चले गए, वॉशिंगटन चले गए, अक्षर रिटेन, जडेजा रिटेन, अश्विन चले गए. ठीक है, these are
Certainly, I think I agree. I think the first player with who's come in is in another Indian spinner, has played for Mumbai previously is Mayank Markande and played for Rajasthan as well last season. Before that, Mumbai, I think
I
so.
think Mayank Markande is being so sad for him, so sad for him. He performed well for Mumbai, got transferred to Delhi. From Delhi, he shifted to Rajasthan, and he hasn't just played in the last 2 3 years. He's got one game, I feel,
Hasn't
for
gotten the
Rajasthan.
opportunities. Yeah,
That one season in 2018 where Rahul Chahar was there.
I mean, if you
Yeah,
look at his
not at
if
all.
you if you look at
So
his
I see
stats,
him in
he's
the
got
IPL
18
certainly. It'll be
matches,
interesting to
16
see.
wickets.
I rate
I
Markande
mean,
as
those
a
IPLs
decent player.
and the bids have started coming in. Mumbai is
So my
bidding for him.
Markande 129, I think at 55. And Rajasthan is here at 60. What do you think?
I think
Which ex team will he go to? Rajasthan
Mumbai.
or Mumbai? Because I don't see a lot of interest from any other
I
team.
I think Mumbai certainly with it. I do seem they're discussing quite a lot. I am just surprised they can outbid anyone at this point of time. If they want someone, if they are bidding for someone, then I am surprised that they haven't gone ahead and bought him. Because certainly they can outbid them. So, is there an issue with being other options available for Mumbai, and they're like, okay, we might not want to spend so much on the X person and Y person, and just going to go for other people? Because if you look at the squad, there's Murugan Ashwin as a spinner right now. That's all we have. We don't even have someone who can bowl spin. There's no part-time spinner in Mumbai Indians. No one else bowls. So it's important because we always need a leg spinner or an attacking spinner to get wickets for you, I feel.
I think he's going to Mumbai at 65. Sold. Perfect.
Oh, I think he's gone. Yes. So
They're
yeah,
129.
I'm happy with that, bhai. I am happy with that. I think so, certainly. At least someone who's a genuine wicket taker for Mumbai Indians. A good buy, I think, Mayank Markande.
And Mumbai got back to that two guys. They were not cut, and then
Mayank Markande.
and Markande back to back. So that's amazing.
Uh, the next player, I think he's gone unsold. Tabrez
Is
Shamsi.
Tabrez
I
Shamsi.
I think he has gone unsold if
Yeah.
I'm not wrong.
Yes, Tabrez
And the
Shamsi goes
next
unsold right
one
now.
is Qais Ahmad is the next player who's come in. He's an Afghan spinner. Has done decently well. Is rated quite highly. Uh, we thought Mujib might get sold. Some of the viewers said that Qais Ahmad is actually done quite well and has gone up in the pecking order for the Afghanistan teams.
It'll be interesting what happens to KS Ahmed because you saw Noor Ahmed getting picked at 30-35 lakhs, I feel. Another Afghanistan under 19 bowler who's done so well for them. Mujib went
I think
unsold.
he's
Mohammad
gone
Nabi went
unsold.
unsold.
Even Qais Ahmad has gone unsold. So not a lot of traction for the Afghans this time around. We have seen the Afghanistanis
And
being picked
there
and
was
actually
one
played.
time when Afghan players were so active, doing so well.
Yep.
Khalid is saying hello to us. Khalid, hello. Welcome to Sports Taaza video. And do subscribe to Sports Taaza Team up to all our live viewers. We have a cricketer who's a part of the auction coming in the lunch break. So stay tuned for that. Very exciting it should be. So do subscribe and stay tuned. Right now we're discussing Shehbaz Nadeem, ex-SRH player for 2021 at a base price of 50 lakhs.
And I think the Lucknow has opened the bid at 50 lakhs.
And SRH are thinking if they need to go for him, not needed. So yeah, will
Again,
be
there's like
interesting
I
to see what
see
happens.
if you look at that squad balance, and I was just having a look at that. If you look at the squad balance of this Gujarat team, it's interesting how
Yeah,
they have five bowlers already. They have five all rounders, but that batting and wicketkeeper slot. I mean, if you look at their batting specifically,
I guys,
uh,
they'll get Sam Billings. आप लिख के ले
if
लो,
you
they'll get
you
Sam.
have Shubman Gill and Jason Roy who can open the batting,
Shehbaz Nadeem is
but
soon
I don't
Lucknow
know. I
Super
don't see
Giants.
anyone. Like, where is the middle order? Is
Shehbaz
that for
Nadeem,
base price with it?
yes, base price.
Okay, that is
Player number
interesting.
130,
Lucknow doing
Lucknow Super
some.
Giants, 50 lakhs.
Yep. And sorry, going back again, a very good buy. I think Nadeem has got a lot of experience in the IPL. Does not get to play all 14 games, I think, but yeah, whenever he gets a chance, gets
But
a
50
few
lakhs,
wickets,
fine
a
buy, man.
good
You
bowler.
want these Indian spinners.
Yeah, yeah,
So
certainly, certainly. Very happy with like what kind of the buy. But again, coming back with it, that middle order is certainly missing for Gujarat. I mean, after they have the likes of Rahul Tewatia who can hit, they have Vijay Shankar, they have Hardik Pandya, but
I don't think Rahul
where is the
Tewatia can hit,
stability in
if
this
you ask
team?
me. I don't think Rahul Tewatia can hit, but you have some good bowlers. You have Gill, you have Pandya somewhere there, but and Sai Kishore.
You
Sai
have Gill
Kishore,
and Roy, but like that's
yeah.
it. I don't see where is 3, 4, 5. You have Hardik at maybe 5 or 6. You have Vijay
Hardik
Shankar
at
at five
6,
or
Vijay
six.
Shankar 5, Sai Kishore 7. So 5, 6, 7 is Vijay Shankar, Hardik, Sai Kishore. They can switch that order, but 3, 4, 5 they don't have right now.
Yeah, it's interesting that they haven't gone for any Indian batters or even I mean foreigners. They do have already picked up five foreigners in with Jason Roy, Lockie Ferguson, Noor Ahmed, and Dominic Drakes have not been those well-known players.
Yeah,
With
and we can
is
see
Tish.
Mahesh Thikshana getting some attention from the IPL franchisees. He's currently at 70 lakhs. At least he'll be there in the IPL, which is good. Good to see.
Yeah, good to see teams going. And I think CSK have bought him for 70 lakhs. Tikshana is going to CSK. Another spinner added to their ranks uh, for CSK, 134 player number. And he has gone to CSK. So I think that's a very good spin bowling attack that CSK has with the likes of Jadeja and Moeen Ali. Is Mahesh Tikshana now?
I think good buy at 70 lakhs.
Uh,
And
yeah,
there
I
are
mean,
two
certainly we
teams,
haven't seen much
frankly,
of
if you
him. So
ask
yeah,
me, whom we haven't seen too much in the IPL. I think the Sri Lankan national team players have reduced so much. Last year, we just had Isru Udana representing Sri Lanka, no one else. In the middle year, there was no
Hasaranga.
one from Sri Lanka. Hasaranga as well. But good to see Chamira in the auction. Hasaranga getting good money. Then you have Thikshana, you have Chamika Karunaratne who got sold for 2 crores today morning. So finally, some Sri Lankan players getting back.
And I think Karan Sharma has gone unsold with it in the meanwhile.
Oh, Chennai, Mumbai didn't buy the lucky charm. Very surprising.
Yep. And we have Ish Sodhi, the New Zealand leg spinner
What do you think?
who's come in.
Sabresh Shamsi got unsold. Will the same fate happen to Ish Sodhi as well?
I think so. I don't see people going for Ish Sodhi. Um,
I see Mumbai going for Ish Sodhi. I don't know why.
I doubt that they're going for Ish Sodhi. Uh, with the likes of Mayank Markand. The thing with Mumbai is that, and we were discussing this earlier also with it. If you look at that Mumbai squad, they still haven't pulled those foreigners. Who are they waiting? Like what? Who's the player that they're waiting for? They just have Pollard in that starting
I
11
think
who will
Adam
play.
Milne is one. Adam Milne is one.
Okay, but then
Ish
still
Sodhi unsold.
you
Unsold,
need
same as Sabresh Shamsi.
and we have Piyush Chawla. He is here now. I think Mumbai might go for him. I feel
He was with Mumbai last year. Got to play, I think, 1 or 2 games only. So it'll be interesting what happens to Piyush Chawla.
it
आप
seems like
बताइए,
no
what
one
do
is
you think?
bidding for him.
बिकेंगे नहीं बिकेंगे? Bet लगाइए.
I mean, at a base price, he might not be that bad a pick. He's got a lot of experience in T20 cricket, but I don't see him getting sold. I
Is
think the
Piyush
teams are
Chawla
kind of.
only age 33 years old?
It seems like it. I think that's true.
This is a huge surprise. मुझे लग रहा है मैं इनको 15 साल से खेलते हुए देख रहा हूँ यार.
Um, yeah, he is.
Flexibility.
He's 33. He's 33.
And is Piyush Chawla going unsold?
Yes, I think he's gone unsold. Correct.
He
Piyush
has
Chawla has gone
150
unsold.
plus IPL wickets. I think Amit Mishra is age 40, Tahir 42. Them going unsold makes sense. I didn't know Piyush Chawla was 33 age.
And I think we are moving on to the next set already with it. Set number 16 is we are looking at
Piyush Chawla unsold.
Indian batters. We have the likes of Sachin Baby, Ricky Bhui, Himanshu Rana, Harnoor Singh, Himmat Singh, Rinku
We have
Singh,
Yash Dhal.
Virat Singh. Not Yash Dal. Yash Dal is 17 with it. Not
Okay,
his.
okay,
They
okay.
are in that all-rounder
We have
set.
Manan
But
Vora.
we
He
have
played
Manan
for.
Vora, Rinku Singh, and Ricky Bhui are some of the players who have essentially been picked up IPL
Yesterday, our
franchises.
guest, we had got Bhupen Anunes Singh on the show. He spoke very highly of Rinku Singh as a finisher. Rinku
Yeah.
Singh played for SRH for a few games, was dropped and did not get a lot of chances. Let's see what happens with Rinku Singh this year.
The first player with it is Virat Singh, who's come into the auction again. Had been picked up by SRH last season.
Yeah,
His price is 20 lakhs.
I think he got to play 1, 2 games. I remember seeing Virat Singh in the IPL.
Yep, and he's gone unsold. So Virat Singh has gone unsold.
And I think Charu Sharma as an auctioneer has done such amazing work, thinking that he was not the first choice. Yesterday, after the tragedy, I think Charu Sharma has really taken over the responsibility and done it so beautifully.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, we all know how good a narrator he is. He's done it in the past.
Yeah. But he was
Wherever we
off
have
cricket
seen.
for a lot of time. He was only doing kabaddi recently, and good to see
Yeah.
him back in an IPL auction. Usually, you only have foreigners being auctioneers.
Yep. And I think in the meanwhile, with Himmat Singh has also gone unsold. We have Sachin Baby, uh, who has come in.
सर
I think
आपका
he
नेट
has.
या तो बहुत फास्ट है मेरा बहुत ही स्लो चल रहा है मैं तो अभी भी हिम्मत सिंह पे हूँ।
We have Sachin Baby. I think it's on the television with it, so I think it's ahead of
हाँ वो
Hotstar, I believe. So that might be the case. And Sachin Baby has also gone unsold. Quick, the auctions are. I mean, that's why I really like Charu Sharma. He just goes ahead, you know, and quickly
and
whips
he
it
said
out
right now no disrespect to the player but we need to probably
move
just
quickly. Yeah.
start the accelerator and move very quickly. So yes, is Sachin Baby also going unsold?
Yes, he has gone unsold, and we have Harnoor Singh. I think he's a player who he has played for the under 19 for India in the recent World Cup.
Yes, I haven't seen an IPL. I think he was a part of the under 19 squad.
Under 19 World Cup. I'm not saying IPL. The World Cup, not the IPL.
I'm not too
And
sure
and
on
he
that.
has also gone unsold. So Harnoor Singh has also gone unsold. Uh, Not a lot of traction for the uncapped Indian players. We have Himanshu Rana now.
But do you expect the under 19 captain Yash Dhul to get some money?
Yes,
At least 2
certainly.
crores?
I think him and a few players that you see in the next slot, the slot 17 with it, if you see Raj
You
Angar
have
Baba,
Mahipal
Yash
Lomrod,
Thul,
Ajinkya
even
Rahani.
Rajvardhan, Hargarekar, I think
Yeah.
Mahipal Lomrod, all of these people, Vicky Oswal,
You have
these guys
Vicky
will.
also here. Vicky Ostwal is there,
Vicky
highest.
Oswal, Anukul Roy, Lalit Yadav. I think the next set essentially will have a lot of players being picked from. I feel
Certainly.
we have Rinku Singh now. Uh, I don't see any. Oh, we have a bid for Rinku Singh. I think Gujarat has lodged the opening bid, and someone else will also come in. Okay, okay. There are more than one team bidding for him. It's KKR and Gujarat currently, or is it Lucknow? I'm sorry. I think it's Lucknow and KKR who are bidding for him. Rinku
Okay.
Singh. Currently, the price is around 55 lakhs for him. And I think KKR has got him for 55 lakhs. Yes, Knight Riders have got Rinku Singh for 55 lakhs. I think he has
Any
played for.
reason why?
Yeah. I think he's played for them only before, if I'm
Yes,
not
he
wrong.
has. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So
not
at
a
least
bad
he's
buy.
doing. He's being a part of the auction. We will see him. Yesterday we had an uncapped Indian player who's a part of the auction list. Anunay Singh, talking highly of Rinku Singh. Anunay Singh is also in the auction. We have another cricketer coming in, Bhupen Lalwani, who will be in the auction today. So we'll be getting to see them. We'll be talking to Bhupen in the lunch break, which should be in another 15 minutes. So stay tuned, everyone, and let's see how that goes. And we have Manan
Uh,
Vora.
yes, I think he should also get some money from some, I think, at least at base. It will be interesting. And yes, Super Giants, Lucknow have got him for just 20 lakhs. What a steal has he been? I
Yeah,
mean, he has played, has experience of playing in the past. I think a great buy at just 20 lakhs. Manan Vora has played for
absolutely. I
Punjab.
agree.
Interesting picks. I think some of these players, specifically those who have played in the past, getting sold at base prices, and teams just picking out, some players who they think can add up to their balance of the squad. Can be backups around that playing 11 that they have already built, and that's what Lucknow has majorly done, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. And Charu Sharma announcing this is the last player. And then we have a 45-minute lunch break.
And it is Ricky Bhui who's come in next. I think certainly post lunch we have some really good Indian players coming in, youngsters as well as people who have played in the past in the IPL. So yeah, will be interesting.
Yes.
And as Ricky Boy goes unsold, I think the auction will head to a lunch. We've had a good first 2 hours of the auction. I feel a lot of good buys, a lot of high priced buys as well. We have seen across.
So 45-minute break announced. And to all our viewers watching, let me just tell you very quickly, we have Bhupen Lalwani, a Maharashtra cricketer, who will be joining us in another 2 minutes. Till then, we'll just quickly take you at the recap. We'll have lots of interesting conversation with him. See how the IPL is for a cricket player, what it means for a domestic player to actually feature in the list and then get a contract. So, Adiraj, why don't we? Which team do you want to start with? Can we just
Yeah,
have a look at the squad balance sheet once, see how many players each team has got and how much money left?
yeah, sure with it. Going on to the squad balances, if you see Mumbai is still almost 26 lakhs left in the purse. They have just picked up 10 players till now. There's CSK with 16 lakhs. They've picked up 12 players. DC has just got about 6 lakhs, but they've almost
Hi
done with
Nikhil, good
their.
to see you. Different look. क्या हो गया? कल का सदमा है या क्या हुआ है ये मतलब?
नहीं नहीं बस डॉटर ने बोला कर दो शेयर तो
अच्छा,
cannot not listen.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So, Hanik, we're just kind of quickly discussing what kind of squad balances are there after the first 2 hours of the auction, and we see we're just discussing Delhi is at 6 crores, but they've kind of built up their squad already. That 16 members have already been picked, so I think the 11 is certainly done, and some of the backups have also been picked. Gujarat with 15 crores left, they are still to buy some players. We discussed they don't have a wicket keeper, which is very surprising. They're still lacking some batsmen in the middle order for Gujarat. Sunrisers at 14 crores. They have picked up a lot of players, have got money left, but I think they're still looking for some players, some Indian batsmen to make it more experience in that middle order. Rajasthan with 10 crores have picked up 12 players. KKR has got 11 crores. They have picked up 11 players. Punjab 10.65 crores. We'll come back to Punjab specifically after some of their buys today morning. They have 14 players left. RCB has got 9 crores left. They have picked up they have 11, picked up 11 players, and then the ones who have spent the most is Lucknow Super Giants, and they're almost done. They picked up 15 players. They have about 3.3 crores left.
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, I think quickly coming, Nick. I think my question is going to be, and I've been asking this to all our viewers and all our guests, is going to be this pick. the highest paid player foreigner in this auction has been Liam Livingston. Punjab picked him up for 11.5 crores. What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on this pick?
I think fair buy. I expected him and the others that were gone yesterday that they will get a good amount because he's somebody who's been in form. We know the potential that he has, how well he did in the 100 as well. So when you have such kind of utility players who can bat anywhere in the top order and they give you something with the ball and he can bowl off spin, leg spin both. I think you don't get such combination anywhere else. And again, he's gone at a very good place, is what I feel. They should get him enough games at key role. If Punjab can do that, I think Punjab should definitely be one of the title contenders this year, purely because of the bases that they've covered. If you see, they're probably, I mean, Sundeep Sharma at that price, 50 lakhs, is a steal deal for a new ball bowler who will give you four very, very good overs in the power play. I mean,
Yep.
with that, that is one of the key aspects. I mean, we saw Chennai spend 14 crores on Deepak Chahar because there aren't enough new ball bowlers and even if it's for this year, if you see there is movement in Venkade, in Divai Patil, in Pune as well. So it's not that he's not going to be, and Sandeep Sharma has been around for a long time. He knows how to get things done. So with that, I feel they have a lot of bases covered. And yes, coming back to Livingston, I would have loved if he was in Chennai, but I don't think Chennai want to spend money so much. So they're saving it for next year maybe. So let's see.
And how much of a difference do you think 1 year has made? He played for Rajasthan. He was bought at 75 lakhs last year.
Yeah.
He did not perform well. I mean, he did not get a lot of the games as well. But in
Yes.
1 year, there has been a T20 World Cup. He's done well for England. Look at the change of fortune. He's gone for 11.5 crores. He's shown how
Yeah.
he has improved as a batsman himself. So yeah, I mean, big turnaround for Liam Livingston.
Yeah, it is something that goes in the same way as Riyan Parag. And Riyan Parag was for 20 lakhs last year. This year is 1.33 plus crores. And he hasn't done much to being able to call that money. But again, I think people like Livingstone who have been playing around the league, around the world in a lot of leagues, and he's shown his ability with the bat and ball. So I feel that was a very good buy. Slightly more than they probably should have ideally given to him, but I think it's a fair call given that he adds so much value to the team in the middle order role.
Certainly. Welcome, Gurkirat. Also, I think since you're talking about Punjab, I think the next question, and I can ask you, is about Odean Smith. He has been highly rated, but do you think that price tag of 6 crore, does that justify him being picked up by Punjab?
I suspect that he's probably two crores more expensive, but given how well he fits in their setup, I think it's understandable. See, all teams are going to have one or two buys which might be a little more expensive. I think the money that they saved for Johnny Bairstow is something that they have, paid extra for Livingstone, and maybe the money that they saved on Rabada or Shahrukh, maybe that they have spent on Odean. But overall, if you see the look of the team, there's Mayank and Shikhar to open. You could potentially have a 4-5-6 of Bairstow, Livingston, and Shahrukh. Then at 7 you could have Harpreet Brar. 8 you could have Odean Smith. So it looks like a good lineup, without a doubt. They could probably get in one anchor that could even be Prabh Simran Singh at number 3, and they are good to go. I mean, very good team. I think, you know as a as of now, for me the auction's been spoiled a little, especially after how the last two picks of Delhi. It's understandable why they would have wanted one of those players, because they don't have Indian pacers and they didn't have anyone as a new ball specialist. So getting one of them was okay, but getting both and at that price essentially means that they will struggle for a number 6 or a number 7 once again, a spot that they've been struggling for 3 years. And what is even worse over here is that they might not be able to complete their quota of overseas players. They have only 4, and they have less than 6 crores left. So that's a huge thing. Like, if you're not even utilizing your spots for overseas picks, then you've messed it up.
I
You
think
could
Gurgeet,
still
we were discussing this also. I think and I think everyone has been talking about how Delhi has been raising the price for other teams. They are just trying to inflate the prices, and I think we felt that that is what might have happened and backfired in the case of Khalil Ahmed. They looked happy when they got Sakaria at 4.2, I think so, but it seemed like they were just hyping the price for Mumbai for Khalil Ahmed because Mumbai was also going hard for him, and it seemed like they ended up, because they are both essentially similar kind of bowlers. Obviously, Khalil has got slightly more pace than Sakari. Sakari is a new ball bowler. Both left armers, both Indians. Both Neither of them are express, I would say. So I think that might have happened with Delhi on the Khalil Ahmed pick. What are your thoughts on that?
see. I think it would have made sense for them to go till 3.5 for Khalid. I thought it was becoming an overbid once it crossed that mark. And in my view, I rate Khalil for his value more than what I rate Sakaria, because Sakaria doesn't have pace. Khalil can still touch 140, bowl a bouncer, and if, like I said, if the IPL is happening in Maharashtra, then maybe Khalil might turn out to be the better bowler. But see, you've had one buy where you've overspent, and you still need to close out the number 6 or a number 7. Even to go into that bidding war for Sakaria was not making any sense. Forget the price. So you could still say that they might be able to reach the last four, because last season also they had three overseas players who didn't add much value. There was Smith, there was Tom Curran, and there was Ben Dwarshuis. So you could say that they might still do well, but see, at the end of the day, it's about optimizing, and they've not optimized their auction, which they could have. The last two buys have really spoiled a few
Yeah.
things for them, because you look at Mustafizur to Kuldeep to, it's understandable. You look at Ashwin Hebar at 20 lakhs, Sarfraz at 20 lakhs, it's understandable. Nagarkoti 1.1, okay. But even Mandeep, so I think what is eventually going to happen with Delhi is that Mitchell Marsh is probably going to end up playing at 5, doing the same role as Marcus Stoinis. Number 3 could be between Sarfaraz, Bharat, or Mandeep. Or, I would personally like Sarfaraz to be there, and I won't be surprised if Mandeep Singh ends as a number 6 for Delhi. And it's going to be unfair both on Mandeep Singh, and it's not going to work out in the long term for Delhi. So they've clearly messed it up. They probably should have, even had they spent 7 crores or someone like David Willie, it would have still made more sense than spending these 9.5 crores roughly on these two bowlers, because he would have been an able bat at number 7 and given the new ball value. So
Nikhil, I'll
they've messed
quickly
up.
come to you, talk about two teams with you, one being KKR, one being your favorite team, Chennai. So we'll start with Chennai on top one. Because Chennai, I see Shivam Dubey as one by and Theekshana. I don't see him in the starting 11, but Shivam Dubey is one by after Tushar Deshpande, who might be a starting player in the playing 11 and a non CSK player. What do you feel as Shivam Dubey as a buy? Because he's gone for 4 crores, not a small amount. So what do you think of that?
Again, I think one of the probably overpaid guys, but again, the only logic that strikes to my mind for taking someone like Dubai is last year we've seen teams stifle Chennai with spin. And we've seen that happen with MS and Jadeja. That both who are their designated finishers, they haven't been able to get going with a spin. Somebody like a KKR always saved their last 6, 7, 8 overs against Chennai with spin bowling. So with Dubey, what I feel they're likely to do is use him along with Moeen Ali as a spin basher in that role. That and you can distribute them at different ends of the game. Say you can send a Moeen Ali up in the power play and use Shivam Dubey in the middle overs or the later in the 12 to 14, 15 period to break the game open for them if they want to use him that. Because otherwise, I given Dubey's history with the franchises, I don't think he's been used well. So
Yeah.
there, it's going to be another case of Dhoni finding an all-rounder who he can find the best use of. And again, I don't think Chennai usually go and pick random guys. Everything is always very thought behind. So I'm hoping that maybe that is the role that they've thought for Shivam Dubey. Tikshana, I felt, was a very good value pick, especially if the games are back in Chepauk and there is no trouble playing Sri Lankan players. Then Tikshana is someone who you can, really use well. If the conditions are in the favor of spin bowling, then they could have a very good lineup of Jadeja, Moeen, Tikshina, who could really stifle the opposition for any route on those kind of surfaces. But
Yes,
I
and
think
if
there
you
is
ask me, Shivam Dubey personally had a better season last year than Riyan Parag, Mahipal Lomror. Mahipal Lomror might have done well in one game, but Shivam Dubey scored 250 plus runs in the 7-8 games he played, which is a decent number for him, considering how many balls and opportunities he's get. We'll come to KKR. KKR started the day with Ajinkya Rahane at a 1 crore price. Happy with that? And we know
uh,
what KKR did yesterday, how much budget they have. They spent 28 crores on three batters and
yeah.
Shivam Mavi. So happy with Rahane. Do you see him playing? Not see him play?
I think he will definitely have to play and open the batting, because if you see their top four, they're all somebody who can be bothered by raw pace. So you have Venkatesh Iyer, you have Shreyas Iyer, even Russell and Naren. All four of them can be bothered by good extreme pace bowling. Now again, there isn't enough such bowling, and teams like RCB will bowl spin to Naren for some reason at a point in time. But they're taking that out, or Dan Christian out. They needed somebody like a Rahane, but the message has to be clear that either you anchor or you just go out bang. There can't be a middling score that they can afford with Rahane, because I do see him playing all games because they don't have much room left. They
Next, do
have
you
a
think
very less
the
players left.
question is, do you think him opening the batting for KKR? I mean, I don't see him getting slotted in anywhere else. Or, I mean, what are your thoughts on
Yeah,
Ajinkya Rahane opening for KKR?
yeah, I think Gurukita wants to take that. Yeah.
So, adding on from where Nikhil left off, see, if my best player of pace bowling is Ajinkya Rahane, then it's a cause of concern, and he is the best player of pace bowling in that lineup, barring Russell. And when it comes to playing back of length or hard lengths, he might be even better than Russell, because Russell struggles against short balls. Or
Yeah.
Rahane does have a few shots when it comes to facing the bouncer. He can play the ramp. He pulls well. He hooks well. So that is a concern, right? And they probably need Rahane to recreate himself of old and get going. There is no way he should be anchoring, because if he's anchoring, then that team is done and dusted. They'll struggle to reach 150, 160 on a consistent basis. I'm not even getting to 170, 180, because Shreyas is already there as an anchor, who I genuinely
Right.
feel they are overweight for. And I I still couldn't make sense of what they were trying to go do when they were going till 6.57. I think till for Livingston. It was making no sense. They still don't have a death bowler. They still don't have a wicket keeping option who can play all
I
games.
think Sheldon Jackson is there, Gurkeeper, not to
Yeah.
discount him. I
No,
rate him highly. He's done well.
he's
He's
there.
been with
He's
KKR
there.
as well.
He's there,
Yeah,
and he's played for KKR as well. I think
yeah.
in 2017 he played for them, and he's top scored in that qualifier too for them when they played Mumbai. But I don't think Sheldon Jackson would have been a first 11 player for any franchise to go for with. And then similarly, Gujarat don't have a wicketkeeper yet. They still don't have a
Yeah. Gurkirat,
left-handed
so sorry
batsman.
to interrupt you. So sorry because you were moving to Gujarat. We have with us Bhupen Lalwani, who's a cricketer and will be going under the hammer today. He's a Maharashtra batter. Hi, Bhupen. Welcome to the show. We have Gurkirat and Nikhil, who are both cricket analysts. So, just to tell all
Hello.
our
Hi.
viewers, to tell you, Nikhil, to tell Gurkirat, Bhupen is a Maharashtra batter. He's at number 435 in the auction list. Yesterday, we had Anunay Singh, who is at number 517 in the auction list. He's from Bihar. Bhupen is from Maharashtra. Bhupen, first of all, congratulations to just be a part of the auction list, getting selected in that 580, 590 players. So, आपको बहुत congratulations उसके लिए. Irrespective
Thank
of
you.
what the
Thanks.
result goes, I would say it's a huge achievement and it's a recognition of your talent. So, it's only upwards from here. And what do you feel? How important is today for you?
So basically, today is a very important day. From yesterday night onwards, I had that goosebumps in my stomach that what will happen tomorrow, what will happen tomorrow. But to be honest, now nothing is in my hand. I can just sit and watch TV, like what's happening. The day to perform, the day to give trials, and all that is over. But yeah, today is a very important day, and I just keep my fingers crossed and be positive for the auctions.
And Bhupen, if I have to ask you, have you been in touch with any franchisees, or some franchisees have been in touch with you? You've given some trials, if you can disclose, or which franchisee you would look to go to or be a part of the squad?
See, to be honest, which franchisee is interested in me, I don't have a clear idea. But yeah, there were some franchisees who had been to watch our matches, our under 25 one-day matches at Bangalore, and other matches which they have covered in past 1 year, some T20 tournaments which happen in Mumbai. So these scouts have covered many tournaments which I have played, so maybe I performed well in some of them. So some franchisee must be interested to shortlist my name, and hence I would have been selected. And regarding which franchisee I would like to go, for now, just entering any franchisee in the IPL is a very good thing and a big thing for me. So I don't have any expectation that I want to go in Mumbai Indians, or I want to go in Lucknow, or maybe KKR or Rajasthan, any other team. So for now, any team is fine.
Absolutely. Nikhil, Gurkirat, if you have one question, please ask Bhupen as well. Nikhil, you can start.
I just want to ask, how is this experience of, does it make a difference at times when you know people have come in to watch you play? Does it make you more conscious at times, or do you feel that no, I'll still be myself and whatever happens happens? Just to find that different kind of energy, if there is a difference that happens if you know that somebody is coming to watch you.
मतलब भूपेन, जो
Yeah.
मैंने
So
टीवी में देखा है, जैसे होता है कि अगर पता है सिलेक्टर बैठा है तो छक्का उसी स्टैंड में मारना है जहाँ सिलेक्टर बैठा है. क्या असली में
true,
भी ये
true.
होता है, नहीं होता है? बिकॉज यू आर अ बैटर योरसेल्फ.
I think
Some signal issue on his end. But yes, just to tell our viewers, till the meantime, Bhupen's signal comes back, I think IPL is a huge opportunity for all these youngsters. Irrespective of the result, there's so much pressure riding on all of them. And Bhupen, can you hear us?
Yeah, yeah. I
Yes,
can,
please
I can.
continue. Please continue.
Yeah, so basically from my under 14 days, जब भी सिलेक्टर्स आते थे तो एक एडिशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी वाला प्रेशर रहता ही था कि आई हैव टू परफॉर्म एंड आई हैव टू बी लिटिल बिट कॉशियस. But over the period of years, I learned that rather to take it as a pressure or as a challenge, let's take it as a positive opportunity. कि today, if I can do something well, my जो मैंने इतने साल से किया है वो हाईलाइट हो सकता है. सो रादर देन टेकिंग कि सिलेक्टर्स आए हैं मैच देखने, रादर टू बी कॉशियस, आई टेक इट एज अ पॉजिटिव एनर्जी कि चलो आज अपन कुछ करके दिखाएंगे, आज अपना अपन 100% है तो आज 200% देंगे. आई जस्ट गो दैट वे एंड परफॉर्म, एंड आई नेवर थिंक दैट सिलेक्टर्स आर वाचिंग. नहीं तो बहुत बार होता है कि इफ वी सपोज इफ यू आर फेसिंग अ बॉल एंड मैंने कोई शॉट मारा या मैं आउट हो गया, देन आई थिंक कि सिलेक्टर्स क्या सोचेंगे. आई नेवर डू दैट, बिकॉज जो मेरा गेम है, मुझे मैं जिस जिस वजह से यहाँ तक पहुंचा हूँ, आई हैव टू कंटिन्यू विद दैट irrespective of selectors watching.
Very positive words said. Gurkirat, Paji, any question for Bhupen?
No, I mean, there's obviously sometimes, even when you get picked, like if you get picked, there's a good possibility that you will not be in the first plans, like in the first 11. So uh,
True.
knowing that, how do you look forward to an opportunity like that? Because there's a good possibility you might stay on the bench for long. So
Yeah.
what are the things that you look to learn from someone, or from that environment, or is there also an opportunity to work on a few specific skills that you feel you might be able to get better at? So what is the thought process when it comes to that?
Yeah. So being in the playing 11, of course, is not in my hands. But the main thing is like I'll be in the squad for more than 2 months. I'll be with many senior players and world class coaches. So my skill enhancement and what I have been, my mental approach and my all my other aspects of my game will will at least go to another level. I'll learn so much from them. Like staying with world class coaches, hearing from different experienced players. So my skill set, my mental approach will definitely improve from them. And maybe if there is an opportunity, if I perform well in the net sessions or in the practice games, you never know that there may be a chance if any foreign player goes for a tour, or maybe if anyone is not available for a game. So to look positively, if I didn't play in the playing 11, there will be a still big opportunity to learn, to be there in the 25 member squad and to enhance your skills.
Certainly. I
Thank
think
you. Thank
one
you.
more question that I have, Bhupen, for you is it's more of a fan question, not really, about cricket itself. Think of it as someone who watches cricket. Obviously, you are a cricketer yourself. What
Sure.
has been your favorite IPL franchisee? Like, not the team you, like you said, going to any team will be a great achievement, and there's no
Yeah.
that you have not kept in mind. If this is my favorite, I would want to go there. But as a
Yeah.
cricketer yourself, you've watched IPL for the last XYZ years. What's your favorite IPL team?
So my favorite IPL team was MI and KKR. MI because I've grown up in Mumbai. I live in Mumbai, and I've been many times to watch MI play, and the craziness of MI or being in Mumbai is to another level. And also because Rohit sir is the captain, he represents Mumbai, so that bondness with him, and so that craziness of Mumbai Indians, being a Mumbaiker, is always there. So my first like favorite franchise was Mumbai Indians, of course. I like some other franchises also, like KKR and CSK. But of course, Mumbai Indians was in my heart since the team has come.
Bhupen, you yourself are only 23 right now. India just
22,
won the
yeah.
under 22, under 19
Yeah.
World Cup. What is
Yeah.
your opinion on that? India has won that 5 times. And where do you see some of these under 19 players today in the auction?
So these under 19 players have really a good scope in today's auction, and if not today, then maybe in future, because these are just 17, 18 years talented kids. And I would like to give credit to the BCCI system and the state associations, because the level of cricket which we play from under 14, under 16, the preparations what we do for under 19 is really tremendous. So by the age of 18, 19, these players are so matured, these players are so enhanced with their skills that they are able to match up with some 24 or 25-year-old experienced players. So of course there may be a bidding of some players today, of some under 19 players, and those who won't be there a part of auction this time, maybe they have a long future ahead.
Absolutely. Nikhil, Gurkirat, any other questions for Bhupen?
Nah, I think I'm cool. Good luck to you, Ruben. Hope you, whatever opportunity you get, I'm sure you'll do well.
Thank you, thanks a lot.
I think
Thank
I
you.
think
Bhupen,
one small,
just before
yeah.
going, yeah, Adiraj, please.
Yeah, I think have you been watching the auction? I mean, yesterday and then today as well. Like, how is it in terms of the environment at home with family? If you're staying with them currently, are you guys watching the auction, or you just decided to let's not see the auction and let's just let it be, and maybe hear from someone if at all someone picks you up or something like that.
Yeah, so yesterday I partly watched the auction because of my match being there, but today from the first bid itself, I'm watching it because I think today the uncapped players will be telecasted more, including me. So yeah, today has been a day of excitement, a day of little bit of goosebumps and tension, but yeah, to be honest, I'm watching it, and my family and friends are continuously texting him when your name will come, when your name will come. My family is more excited than me, obviously. So yeah, everyone has that. We have that atmosphere of excitement, fear, fun, everything, a mixture of feelings.
Yeah.
So, Bhupen, just before you go, Adiraj, I just want you to quickly show MI on the screen. And Bhupen, I want to tell us that what do you feel of the current MI team? How is the auction going for them? Just one team. And आपने phone से join किया है तो मैं आपको read out कर सकता हूँ अगर छोटा दिखेगा आपको screen पे. Adiraj, you can zoom
Sure.
in a bit more. But since you're following the auction, so MI ने ज़्यादा purchase किए नहीं है. 4
Hmm.
retentions के बाद they've bought Ishan Kishan for 15 plus crores, Devil Brewers,
Yeah.
Basil Sampi, Ashwin, Unadkat and Markande.
Hmm.
और अभी तक 2 ही फॉरेनर्स हैं. तो आप एमआई की करंट टीम को देख के क्या लग रहा है? अभी तक आपका क्या ओपिनियन है?
So, firstly, they have a very strong four retained players: Rohit Sharma, Jasprit Bumrah, Pollard, and Surya. So these four are one of their called as Reel ki Haddi of the team. Then Ishan Kishan, they would be very happy to get him back because Deacock not being there in the side, Ishan Kishan being in a good form for Indian team also. So Ishan Kishan is a very good option for Mumbai Indians as a wicketkeeper batsman. Deville Brewers, if I'm not wrong, he is the young South African under 19
Yes.
player who has really performed well in the World Cup. So yeah, he could be a good backup or maybe a good player for he's inspired by AB de Villiers, if I'm not wrong. So and his skill set, what I have seen in under 19 World Cup is really good. So he's a good player. MI has bid it for. Then Basil Thampi, of course, is a good fast bowler, which Mumbai Indians have opted for. Maybe Jaydev Unadkat and M. Ashwin, if we talk about. M. Ashwin, they must be looking for replacement of
Rahul
they
Chahal.
had bidded for Yuzvendra Chahal, and they were bidding for other leg spinners as well, which I saw Rahul Char. So if not Rahul Char and Yuzvendra Chahal, then maybe Murugan Ashwin can do the work for MI. And Jaydev Unadkat has been in news since last many years. He had been sold so many times for such high prices. So Jaydev Unadkat getting him in 1.3 is a very good deal for MI. If I feel that. Then Mayank Markande is another good leg spinner who has performed well for MI in the previous years. So getting him back into the side would be really good for MI because you should always have one or two leg spinners in a T20 side who are experienced, not a not an uncapped player, maybe not a player who hasn't played IPL in the past, but these both leg spinners, Mayank Markande and Murugan Ashwin, are a good deal for MI franchises.
So are you happy with how the auction is going for MI? Not happy.
Yeah, I am happy that I think the leg spinner quota is done right now for MI. They need a few fast bowlers and they need a few batsmen or maybe all rounders. But the spinner quota for now looks satisfying. Just they need to add on some batsmen and some good pacers, which they will do. Of course, there is a lot of auction pending still.
And
So
MI has
yeah,
the highest purse. So Bhupen,
yeah,
just one last question before you drop off, which is not related to the IPL, and I asked this yesterday to Anune as well. जब दो
yeah,
साल बीच में रणजी नहीं हो रहा था because of COVID,
yeah, yeah.
how did it affect you as a player?
So basically, फर्स्ट ईयर में ऐसा लगा कि यार दिस टूर्नामेंट शुड हैव हैपेंड क्योंकि ये एक डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट का सबसे बड़ा टूर्नामेंट है एंड दिस हैज गिवन like opportunities to so many young talents of India. But then we thought कि चल let's keep on practicing कि कभी ना कभी ये टूर्नामेंट कम बैक करेगा and COVID is not permanent and some कोई तो रास्ता निकलेगा. Then bio bubble came and slowly hopes वापस आए कि सब टूर्नामेंट्स वापस हो रहे हैं, पटरी पे वापस गाड़ी आ रही है. सो दैट वे 2 साल बीच में ऐसा लग रहा था कि पता नहीं कब हो गया ये टूर्नामेंट्स वापस. बट नाउ आई एम होपफुल कि by next season everything will be very much full fledged. Even the Ranji Trophy, under 25, under 19, all the domestic structure will be full fledged. So yeah, I'm positive right now. बीच में 1 year ऐसा लग रहा था कि यार ये क्या हो रहा है, साल निकल रहा है, एज निकल रहा है. बट नाउ या नाउ आई एम कॉन्फिडेंट कि सब ठीक होगा.
Very good to hear this, Bhupen. We at Sports Taaza, all our viewers, everyone else, really wish that you have a good auction. And we'll
Thank
be
you.
rooting for you once your name comes along with your family. We wish you all the best. And irrespective of today's result, I think you have a long future ahead. So I think, as you said, stay with that positive attitude, keep going, and hopefully we get to see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Bhupen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhupen.
Thank you all. Thank you
All
all.
the best.
Thank you.
Yes. So, Nikhil, Gurkirat, what do you think actually goes in an uncapped player's mind when the auction is happening? Do you think is it easy for them? Do you think the entire year they're just focusing on getting an IPL contract? Gurkirat, why don't you start with this?
Yeah, don't think it's easy. I think it could be quite anxiety inducing. uh, given how see. Uh, you could have a great IPL, you could have a great Ranji record, right? But not doing well in the IPL is something that stays with people. Ashok Dinda is a very good example of this. Ashok Dinda has, I think, more than
I think
400.
Unadkat also, who's playing right now, he does so well for Saurashtra, captains
Yeah,
them.
so I was getting to that. Unadkat still has a future and a few years of cricket left in him. Ashok Dinda probably has I think 450 plus domestic wickets across list A and first class cricket. But people people what people remember is the joke of Dinda Academy, right? And
Yeah.
it's such a joke that it's been there featured on comments on Cribbers as well, right? During ball by ball commentary. So there's that. And same for Natkar, you rightly mentioned. His record in the Ranji Trophy is stellar, and he's even led the team.
Yeah.
I believe in one odd season. Then
And
there's
he's won with Saurashtra as well.
there's Vinay Kumar as well. Not a great
Yeah.
white ball bowler, but I think he's won two trophies with Karnataka
Correct. With
in Ranji
Karnataka.
Trophy as captain as well. So you could do well right throughout the entire domestic season, but getting a bid and then getting a chance to display that skill set is important, and it could be very anxiety inducing the entire 2 days. And even then I think that's probably the most easiest part of the whole process, because once you've been picked, then you have to go out and play, and then you have to prove yourself. Mine goes back to the 2020 IPL when Rahul Tewatia was struggling in that game versus Punjab, right? He was getting thrashed left, right, and center. Even known cricket experts at that point of time were talking about if there's a need to bring in a rule to retire the batsman out, right? Fortunately for him, he salvaged the situation and won them the game. But imagine that happening to a 19 or a 20-year-old, and then the memes and everything that comes out. So it is a difficult process. Sometimes we think that because there's money at play, because there is good pay, everything else is justified, or it's something that comes with the price. But not really. I think there are some things which are beyond the factor of money, or beyond what money can buy. And these are those things, these are those experiences. No matter how much money you might earn, but a bad performance in front of the whole world, where you're going to get a lot of stick for it, is difficult to cope up with it, and not many can do it. So it is
Absolutely.
difficult without a doubt. And yeah, I mean,
Nikhil, any viewpoint on this? I know you were actually a part yesterday also, where we had Anunay, who's from Bihar,
Yeah.
and today you were a part with Bhupen as well. So we just wanted to get these cricketers who are a part of the auction. They can tell us what has been their journey, and because it's a very tough day for them. We as fans, as analysts, may say whatever. We are judging the game from an outcome perspective, but what's happening behind the scene, only these players know. So what's your viewpoint on this?
Yeah, again, I think I completely agree with what Nikhil said. But definitely, it's not easy. It's not. It hasn't been easy for growth of the game. So forget youngsters who are just trying to get better at their own game while trying to raise to the standards of the game. The one good thing, whatever I feel now, is because of the exposure with such coaches, such systems that are in place. I feel they are better equipped to handle this than before. uh, Also, I feel very happy that there is a lot more conscious effort from all of us who comment on the game to be mindful of what we say. Every time we have to realize that we cannot just always say things in emotions, and we have to be very practical. Like now, there are so many channels, all of us who now we are the ones who are taking the game to the masses. And I'm not going to oversell ourselves, but I don't think Star is doing that any which way.
Yeah.
But the audience that is there, that is now speaking to a larger audience, if that can do the job of telling them that it's okay, it's humans, and they will make mistakes, then I think the overall perception that we have, that the patthar mari, and thankfully those days are gone, but there is still social media abuse. After one IPL bad game, you saw people going after Dan Christian and so on and so forth. So I feel it is time the players also at times they should start speaking up, irrespective of what their alliances are, because that's what's going to bring that change. Because if they are not comfortable, what chances does an under 19 guy have that if he is in an unfortunate situation, he'll not be able to get out of it for years. So I think that system has to take care of the players, and then we who are on the outside should take care of how we can't control the fans, but at least educate them to be better than just being bingo all the time.
Very rightly said, and that's why I want to thank both of you as well for actually joining us when we had a budding cricketer who was in the auction list. We'll quickly move to 1 2 teams before the auction starts.
Yeah.
So, Gurkirat, you have some specific players in mind to look forward to? I'm not, irrespective of which team wants them, just a few player names who have not been in the auction till now. Are you excited about a few, two, three names that you can give us?
Yeah, I think someone like David Willie and Billings will get buyers. They will come back into the auction that is there. Rassi van der Dusen hasn't come yet, and he might get picked up. And yeah, if he does well, and you know, ideally, I would have thought that he would go for someone somewhere around 4 to 5 crores, but given the stage of the auction where he's coming at, he might
Yeah.
not fetch that much amount of money. So these 3 4 players I like, and I feel that they might be able to get buyers.
One of the
Okay.
users, Philip,
Nikhil?
is commenting. Yeah, let's just go
Yeah.
ahead. Nikhil, like, can you answer this for one of the viewers? They're asking if Tiksana for 70 lakhs bought by CSK can he be the bargain of the day? Do you see him getting into that first 11 for CSK as maybe the third spin option?
Yeah, again, as I said, if the conditions are there for spin, I think he will be one of the great buys and value additions as a mystery spinner of sorts. And he's begun well for Sri Lanka. So again, it will depend on the composition that they have, but definitely a very good buy, much better than buying Khalil or Chetan for 5 6, or even spending over 8 or 9 for even pacers who you will get similar skill sets for. So let's see. Hopefully that works out for CSK, and then we can see how it works out.
And Nikhil, what do you think? You have the likes of Adam Milne, Alzari Joseph, Andrew Tai, some players still
Yeah.
left. And you see a lot of teams like in front of you, Mumbai just has 2 foreign players right now. Many other teams, just Delhi, I think they have only 4 overseas players. Don't have a lot of purse left, but where do you see these value picks now coming in?
Yeah. Again, Mumbai is going to take a lot of value picks now. They're going to pick up their bags and start filling stuff because there's just 10 players into that setup. And I'm sure they would have had a very good talk about who they are going to go after because they haven't taken anybody else. They have just even bid it for only select players. So as with CSK, their purchases are not haphazard. They think about it a lot. So I think a lot of value picks will come now and in the accelerated auction later on when people won't bargain, there won't be enough money, and that's when the process and the entire squads will fill up, and then we'll see whose luck their weakness is better.
So, Gurkira, just before you leave, do you see any major BBL buy coming in and getting some big bucks? We have Ben McDermott still left. We have Chris Lynn. I know he doesn't regularly play in the BBL as well, but Colin Munro is left. Any top pick which can get more than 5 crores now? We have Adam Milne also left.
More than five, I'm not really sure, but I expect Hayden Care to get picked up by Delhi only. More than 5 crores, I'm really not sure if there's someone who could do it. But yeah, I've not been able to make sense of what MI have tried to do, quite honestly. With CSK, if Nikhil can make sense of it, then he can. But I gave up making sense of what CSK do in the auction back in 2018, and my stance remains the same. With respect to the other teams, can we go
The
back to
squad
the
balance.
purse
Yeah,
purse? Yeah.
yeah, sure.
This squad balance sheet, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with respect to SRH, I think they've been able to they've been able to salvage the situation a little bit somewhat with the buy of Makram. RR, same as yesterday. I think good buys. KKR, really don't know what to say. Punjab, good once again. And yeah, I mean RCB. who have RCB even bought someone today? I don't think so. I don't think RCB bought anyone.
We can quickly go back and check and get on to this. I think RCB bought. No, they haven't bought anyone today.
No, they haven't. So
Yep.
nothing much to add over there. And yeah, Lucknow once again. I've liked the backup picks. If we can open the squad of Lucknow, please.
Yep. Sure, we'll go on that as well. Yep.
So
Here it is.
yeah, so the Ankit Rajput, if you look at him, he can be a very good support bowler. He had one very good season with Punjab, and Gautam Gambhir has liked him. He's spoken highly of him before. Gautam at 90 lakhs is decent. Dushman Chamira can be a very good backup for someone like Mark Wood. Shahbaz Nadeem again a good backup spinner, can even play. If Krunal's not there, they can even play him. And then Manan Bora is a good backup once again. They even tried to get Navdeep Saini, which was not a surprise because
Yeah.
it was Gautam Gambhir who brought him into the Delhi side. So yeah, I've really liked what Lucknow have done. Today they've been good with the backups as well. I think they have 14 players as of now, or 15.
I think they have 15.
They're 15.
Lucknow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they probably need to get five players more at least in that budget. Will be a task, but let's see how they do it. But
Nikhil, just before you leave, just this last question for you. Will KKR top four be Rahane Iyer? Rane Iyer has got a nice rhyme to it.
I don't see any other option unless they make a few more interesting picks. So let's see. As discussed, they will need Rahane to do the heavy lifting with the pace bit, and then depends on what others throw at them. They'll probably float around with the remaining picks.
there's one name that's coming to mind, and that is Rahmanullah Gurbaz of Afghanistan. I think he will get picked. Which team picks him is going to be surprising. He could be a good pick for someone like Gujarat, but the problem is that he's also another right-hander in the plethora of right-handers that they have. Uh, but I do expect Rahmanullah Gurbaz to get picked.
Okay, and do you expect David Wiese to also get picked? Another name coming up in the auction.
Yeah, he might get picked because I think Delhi will show interest in him, given that they don't have a finisher. But even MI might show that interest in him because he's a good player of pace bowling. But I really don't know how much will he get. Anyway, need to leave now.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Gurpreet.
Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Gurkirat, for talking with us. To all our viewers, stay tuned. We'll still be covering the auction live. And in the next break at 4 p.m., we have another star broadcaster coming in. We have Arjun Pandit coming in, who will take us through the auction picks and what's happening so far. So stay tuned. Continue with what's happening. Till then, Adhiraj, why don't you take this question of Tim David?
I don't see him go big with it. I mean, I think that's what we were discussing as well. And not a lot of teams have that purchasing power left, essentially. And I don't see Tim David as someone who will make into the starting 11 of a team. He's certainly someone who has done well, and someone who is capable of doing well with when he comes out to bat. I feel he's done well for his international side, and I think even Ryan Campbell yesterday was talking about him, David, and that he can be picked up. He certainly will get picked up, I feel, but I think he will not go for a lot of money. That's my assumption.
Absolutely. So, all things cinema podcast. Yesterday, we had the Netherlands coach talk about Tim David, and we've spoken about him. He was a part of RCB last year, absolutely smashing runs in the PSL this time. We obviously see him in the IPL, he'll 100% get picked, but the timing of him coming in, he's coming in so late, so don't see him go anywhere about 3.5 crores. I think that is the big limit. But if he gets his opportunities, gets good number of games, if he gets around 7-8 games this year, he can surely go big and score those runs and make a name for himself for future years. And since you asked so many questions and you've been staying tuned, do continue to stay tuned. Subscribe to Sports Taaza. We also have Abhinav joining us. Abhinav, how are you doing? Auction is about to start in another 2-3 minutes. Some signal issue on his end. Yes,
Just,
Abhiraj.
I think there's some issue with the commentary. I can hear the sports. Can you just check that? Is it from your end? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I think it's fine now. Yeah, I think coming back to, I think the major talking point of today's auction apart from Punjab picking up Liam Livingston, has been Mumbai Indians. I think so. And like we were discussing previously, is that all the three sides which have been successful, which have relied on their core, at least for now, seem to be kind of struggling, and or it could just be that we're only looking that they only have the core players and they haven't built for the other set, and they might have an idea in mind where they pick up all the other players around that core at a much cheaper price. So it will be interesting how both CSK and Mumbai, because those are the teams that you look forward to in the IPL, they have been the ones performing year in and year out. So it will be interesting how they make up their squad now as the auction comes back. It will be interesting how the uncapped players go and how some of these foreigners go in the accelerated auction as well once they are called back, because we did see quite a few of them getting unsold previously. And like you can see on the screen right now, a lot of these teams have just bought 2 or 3 or at the most 4 foreigners, where we see that I think every team would be willing to at least have 6 to 7, because you need 2 backup players as well, except for the 4 that will be playing. So yeah, interesting to see how the auction moves forward from now on, and how teams go about just finalizing that 18 to 20 member side.
Absolutely. So auction is just about to start. We have Charu Sharma back on, and any 1-2 players that you are excited to watch?
Let me quickly go on. Like, and we were discussing this. The next set of players will be 17. The set number 17 is coming out, and that has a lot of exciting prospects. All of these youngsters, I feel Yash Thul, Rajangar Baba, Rajvardhan Hungrekar. We've all talked about these guys. Vicky Otswal is there. They might not go for big bucks, but it's important for them as well as for their future to get picked up by a squad, get under the grooming of these large, like international coaches, play with the likes or practice with the likes of international Indian players, and that's how these guys are going to get groomed. So I'm very interested in how some of these under 19 picks go about in the auction, and I'm hoping that they get sold. And we have the first player out of set number 17 with it. It's Lalit Yadav. He played for Delhi last year.
Ex-Delhi Capital player, good all-rounder, got his chances when Ashwin was injured. So interesting to see what will happen with him.
Currently, no one has lodged in a bid, and Sunrisers, as I say, and Delhi as well have gone in for him, and they're both bidding, Delhi and Sunrisers. I mean, it'll be interesting if Delhi goes for him because they've lost Ashwin now. So if you look at the Delhi squad with it, if you quickly go down, in that spin bowling department, they have Akshar Patel and Kuldeep Yadav currently. But that's about it. They don't even have a backup spinner if you think about it. Someone who can bowl for them. So interesting to see, because a lot of fast bowlers I can see in their squad. So interesting if they can pick up 1 or 2 spinners, Indian spinners specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point. So Lalit Yadav, DC is going back for him. I think he had a fairly decent last year. He got some limited opportunities, and in that, I think he did well. So I think yesterday when our bowlers came and all these Indian bowlers came, they got so much money, and now you see the timing. I think timing plays such a huge role. How much purse is left when you come in that set, and we can see that live in front of us in these 2 days. So you saw all these Indian bowlers. That set, I think, got 80, 90 crores worth of money. And today, people are saying we don't expect anyone going for more than 5 crores. So very, very different luck and opinion happening. And Lalit Yadav going to DC for 65 lakhs right now.
Yep.
Sold to DC for 65 lakhs. Amazing. DC getting back Lalit Yadav, filling their number 6, number 7 backup if needed.
And Ripin Patel is the next player, and I think Delhi have lodged in their bid for 20 lakhs. Again, I think Delhi is really building up that backup. I mean, we discussed how those 2 fast bowlers were not really something that they should have gone for maybe one of those two certainly, but not both. And how they spent upwards of 4 crores for
Yeah.
both of them. But again, I think going back, they've got, as I speak, they've got Ripon Patel also for just 20 lakhs. So I think they're trying to cover up for that lost ground on those two players, and now just quickly picking up and finalizing the players they want and finishing that squad up.
Yes, absolutely. Ripon Patel also gets sold to DC at base price.
And here is the man that we have been talking about with it. It's Yash Thul, the Indian under-19 captain. He is out, and we have not seen a bid for him till now. His base price is just 20 lakhs. He's obviously uncapped. Interesting to see who goes for him. I think there has been a bid for 20 lakhs. I am not sure who has bid. Is it the Delhi again? I just see one bid. I'm not certain who has bid for him. It'll be interesting to see if he gets sold.
I think he has.
Okay,
to
Delhi
bid.
has bid now. 25, 30 lakhs now. I think it's Punjab and Delhi who are going at it currently.
Yes.
I would really like to see him maybe, bag that 1 CR mark, maybe. He's been very highly rated by everyone. Has done really well. He's the Indian winning captain of the under-19 World Cup squad, that World Cup that just happened very recently. So yeah, interesting if he gets a some big money in this auction. I think currently the bid is at 40 lakhs and it's with DC. 45 lakhs with DC. I think Punjab and DC. Shubham, what are your thoughts on Yash Thul? Do you want Punjab to go pick him up?
I think they are decent, but the thing is, again, opening batsman plays one down. है वो काफी हमारे पास अभी.
Certainly, but backup, Shubham, like he's a 19-year-old kid who you can groom over the years. He doesn't have to play for you.
He's a very promising player, and I wouldn't want his talent to get wasted. He might as well go to a franchisee where he can get at least 7-8 matches. And looking at Punjab's style of management, जो कि बिल्कुल ही hopeless है, so it'll be a talent wasted. So I'm sure even he would be like, I hope I don't go to Punjab. But irrespective, let's see where he lands. Rather than him, I think Punjab was potentially go for
And
a.
Delhi have got him also. So 50 lakhs. Delhi has got Yash Thul for 50 lakhs. Some really cheap picks and like some effective ones, I feel. Just 50 lakhs.
Yeah, that's right. And impressive. Delhi has been so good with the auction. I think, like always, very strong squad. मतलब अब दिल्ली के पास 19 प्लेयर हो गए हैं. They're very chill now. I think they can afford to just relax. अब मतलब कुछ ना भी shopping ले, they're enough. But I'm sure थोड़ा सा वो अपना squad भर लेंगे. I mean, Mumbai is gone, picked up 2 more players. बहुत पैसे लेके हैं मुंबई के पास. I think मुंबई माला माल घर जाएगी.
And the next player is N. Tilak Verma. The bidding is going on. Rajasthan and Sunrisers have both bid for him. The bid is at 45 lakhs with Rajasthan Royals right now. Another Indian youngster who has been. I am not sure if he's played for the under-19 team, but has certainly been around. And these two teams are interested in him. Currently, the bid is at 50 lakhs with Sunrise Hyderabad. So interesting to see, if he goes for any higher than this. I think Sunrisers are out of it. Just Rajasthan at 55 lakhs now. And CSK have come in. CSK has come in with 60 lakhs for N. Tilak Verma. I think Sunrise are out of it, so it's CSK and Rajasthan Royals now who are bidding for him. Good to see the Indian youngsters getting the recognition.
And Mumbai enters for Tilak Verma at 65 lakhs.
The bid is now almost reaching 1 CR with Mumbai and CSK both finding for N. Tilak Verma. It is at 1 CR now, 1.1 with the CSK franchisee right now, I think so. It's a great day. I mean, all of these youngsters will be sitting at home. But we were talking to the two players that we've talked about. Dr. Bhupen very recently in the lunch break, and Anunay yesterday as well. How big a day it is for these guys to get not about just the money. I feel it's more about how much they will be able to learn once they go into these franchisees from these
And it's
coaches.
also the opportunity. You are sharing your dressing rooms. No matter which team you go to, you have your overseas picks, you have your Indian captains who are legends in themselves, you have your coaching staff, which is exceptional for every team. You have cricketers, you have proper coaches. So you get to learn a lot during those 2 months. So great opportunity for everyone. And I feel N. Tilak Verma is someone who was on the scouts range because you see teams going for him and he's reached 1.6 crores very, very quickly. So Chennai picking a bid of 1.8 for N. Tilak Verma.
It seems like Delhi is discussing if they want him.
नहीं यार दिल्ली कितनों को लेगी अब?
I think Mumbai has got him. 1.7 crores and Tilak Verma has been bought by the Mumbai Indians.
So Shubham, what do you feel about Mahipal Lomror? He played one very good innings for Rajasthan last year, got rated on top of that, and hasn't had the best of forms after that, was dropped for a few games, got in back. At what price do you see him? And Rajasthan again going for him.
I think anything less than a crore would be a good backup option for the player. Anything more than a crore, I don't see him getting sold for that much. But decent player, decent backup option. तो ठीक है मतलब people teams can go for it to complete their squad. I think वही कोशिश भी कर रहे हैं RCB and RR. That's why they are potentially going for him. But देखते हैं क्या जाता है. I mean काफी under 19 talent अभी बाकी है to come in. जिनके लिए I
Expected
think
Yash Thul just going at 50 lakhs. Did you expect more?
No. I mean under 19 players. I think mostly 1 crore के अंदर ही जाएंगे. It only when it's a matter of mini auctions where teams have a big purse but not great amount of availability of players, तब जाते हैं players for good amounts of money. But मेगा ऑक्शन है, मतलब सबको अपने 10 टीम्स हैं, तो all that factors also played down the overall prices of the players. So that's why I feel कि players are getting sold for cheap amount of money.
Mhm.
As we speak, 75 lakh के हुए हैं. And I think सिर्फ that's what they announced, right? कि सिर्फ 2 सेट होंगे, उसके बाद they will move into an accelerated auction. मुंबई को भी बहुत शॉपिंग करनी है, 7 प्लेयर्स लेने हैं. I don't know क्या strategy चल रही है. RCB also have to pick up 7. KKR also has to pick up 7.
Yeah.
सिर्फ
Only thing is, I
decent
feel Mumbai has the prize money and they have the purse amount which other teams don't have. That is it.
Gujarat yet to buy a wicket keeper. Very funny thing going around there. Maipal Umror, like it right now talking about 1 crore के हो चुके हैं वो.
Do you think Rajasthan will get him again?
Potentially, मतलब ला सकते हैं वापस, but I think थोड़ा expensive ही हैं at 95 lakh. But let's see. Current bid RCB के पास है. I think Rajasthan may go for that final bid. कुछ नहीं कह सकते बाकी. And Rajasthan has pulled out. So I think Mahipal Lomror is going to RCB for 95 lakh.
Absolutely. I think RCB has always had some of the other players. They had Sachin Baby for some time, and Mahipal Omrol is a good backup for that. They have Shehbaz Ahmed as well. So Mahipal Omrol sold to RCB 95 lakhs.
मैं काफ़ी सरप्राइज्ड हूँ कि अब तक कितनी सारी टीम्स ने अपना कोटा ऑफ 8 ओवरसीज पूरा नहीं किया है. गुजरात एंड लखनऊ सुपर जायंट्स. मुंबई को देखिए आप, अब तक सिर्फ 2 ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स हैं. केकेआर,
Yeah.
आरआर, सीएसके ओनली 3. तो आई डोंट थिंक ज़्यादा पैसे मिलने वाले हैं ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स को इस बार.
Yes, we're just talking in the break about Rassi Vanderdessen, who would have earlier probably got a lot of money, now coming so late, and probably teams don't have that money.
हाँ बिल्कुल. एंड ही इज इन द नेक्स्ट सेट, राइट?
Yes. We have Anukul Roy right now.
नो, एक्चुअली ही इज इन द 19th सेट. अभी 2 सेट हैं. अनुकुल रॉय केकेआर ले रही हैं इनको.
So Anukul Roy, a perfect Mumbai Indian substitute fielder. He was with Mumbai for so long as a substitute fielder. You almost saw Anukul Roy in all the matches fielding, and now he's gone to KKR. And Uday is saying that Mahipal Lomrol could actually bat at number 3 for RCB. So they have Shehbaz Ahmed for that role. They've tried him somewhere. They bought Shehbaz for 2.4 crores. So Mahipal obviously is a good backup. Had a few interesting games with Rajasthan. But yes, let's see. So I think Shehbaz और महिपाल में से एक जना ही खेल पाएगा.
दर्शन नलकंदे, आई मीन आई डोंट थिंक कोई मैच खेले थे लास्ट ईयर ये पंजाब के लिए, बट दे हैड हिम.
दर्शन नलकंडे, ओके.
प्लेयर नंबर 147. लाइक आई सेड, नो मैचेस प्लेड फॉर पंजाब लास्ट ईयर. करंट बिड गुजरात टाइटंस के पास है इनकी. And I think he is getting sold. Player number 147. इसके बाद एक लास्ट सेट
is here. And Vicky Oswal is here, the under 19 spinner star.
कौन सी टीम को स्पिनर की जरूरत है?
मुंबई को जरूरत है मेरे हिसाब से. उन्होंने लिए मयंक मार्कंडे और मुरुगन अश्विन, बट नो प्राइमरी स्पिनर आई वुड से. जिस टीम में चहल, कुलदीप, अश्विन ये लोग हैं उनको स्पिनर नहीं चाहिए। वॉशिंगटन तो 4-5 टीम तो ऐसे ही आउट हो गई।
आई थिंक मुंबई जाएंगे इनके लिए फॉर श्योर। और ये अनसोल्ड बहुत ही सरप्राइजिंग रहा मेरे लिए।
वेरी सरप्राइजिंग फॉर मी एज वेल।
संजय यादव आई थिंक ये भी अनसोल्ड जाने वाले हैं। वाओ, संजय यादव के लिए बिट लग गई।
That's an IPL bid, but not Vicky. पता है होता क्या है, एक बार अगर आपने बिड स्टार्ट भी कर दी ना तो आपको लगता है शायद बिडिंग आगे ना बढ़ जाए विकी के लिए, जो शायद हो सकता था, which has happened in the past for a lot of players as well. But I see Vicky coming back in the auction.
So Gujarat Titans getting him, I feel. Mumbai has gone for him.
Mumbai is 30.
So 50 lakh Sanjay Yadav, Mumbai Indians. How happy are you with it, with Mumbai Indians ka squad until now?
Not at all happy till now. I'm hoping they go after Rassi van der Dusen.
I want Punjab to go after Rassi van der Dusen. They need a
They've got
middle
Liam
order.
Livingstone for that role. I don't think they paid 12 crores for Liam Livingstone. I don't think they need.
Raj Angad Bawa, ये तो बिकने ही चाहिए. अगर if he's also unsold, then I'd be very surprised.
Well, it's a day of surprise. That's what happens.
चलिए, राजस्थान रॉयल्स ने बिड खोल दी है इनके लिए 20 लाख.
Perfect.
Punjab is going for their local boy. And Sunrisers Hyderabad. बहुत ही annoying presence रही है Sunrisers Hyderabad की for a lot of franchisees. Okay, so Mumbai, Punjab, and Sunrisers going for Raj Pava. Punjab के player Raj Angad Pava. Actually, not Punjab.
So like this time, Mumbai is going after a lot of these youngster players.
I told you कि ये strategy उनकी हो सकती है.
Again, that's why I'm surprised they didn't go for Yash Thul. They've always gone for some star players. Yash Thul, Vicky Ostwal, 2 top stars. And they've invested in young talent from the beginning. $1.3 crore price है, so Sunrisers still going for it. I think Mumbai के लिए price बढ़ा रहे हैं बस ये. Surely interesting with what's happening.
Mumbai only has 2 overseas players, Pollard and Brevis.
And maybe
Brevis शायद खेले भी ना. काफी insane strategy, in my opinion, from Mumbai.
Yes, I agree. Something very unexpected. But I think Chennai is also not having a good IPL, no good auction so far.
So I think Raj Angad Baba is going to Mumbai Indians for 1.8 crore. This is what I see happening. Raj Baba, player number 143, Mumbai Indians, 1.8 crore.
Is it done?
1.9 crore पे आ गए हैं.
Mumbai
Not
at
done.
1.9.
I think Punjab has joined the party. Punjab 2 crore. Punjab is trying to spoil the party for Mumbai. Oh, and I
Mumbai is
think
out.
Mumbai is out. Punjab के पास आ गए हैं player number 143 इस वक्त. At 2
Yes.
crore. And I think Sunrise is discussing. They may come in poop party for Punjab Kings. काफी डिस्कशन चल रही है. And again, Neswadia is objecting that why, who's waiting, who are we waiting for? Okay, so I think it's a sealed deal. Punjab, then yes, player number 143, Angad Baba, has gone to Punjab Kings for 2 crore. Good day for Raj Angad. I have a feeling Mumbai is definitely going to go for Rajvardhan Hangarkar.
Yes, I think this is one player on the lookout. Everyone would want him.
Player number 145.
Do you expect Hangarekar to grow as much as Baba?
I think
Chennai
CSK has joined.
Yeah,
CSK has
Chennai
joined
75 lakhs.
bidding for the fast bowler from Maharashtra. I thought he would be one player who would cross the 2 crore mark from the under 19 squad.
We have
But
Nishant Sindhu also. Is he also in this side?
Nishant Sindhu is actually a batter and not an all rounder, so I think he will be coming in later.
So a lot of uncapped players coming in, Hammer going really, really fast. So we have Yash Thakur right now.
Yeah, most of these players, I don't expect them to get sold because very, very young, most of these fast bowlers. Arjun Nagasara could get sold actually. He was one to look out for. Maybe he sees a base price somewhere, but again, not very sure. I've heard things about him, but let's see how it goes for him. Unsold again.
Unsold.
Mumbai is buying Yash Dayal. Actually, RCB is going for him.
Yeah, I have never heard the name.
RCB,
You know who Yash Dayal
yeah,
is?
never heard of him, but a UP bowler. Yash Dayal, Rajasthan, sorry, RCB and KKR spending for him. Player number 154.
Some good bidding going for Yash Dayal.
Yeah,
Nagaswala unsold was a surprise, but
I agree. It was a surprise for me as well. There's a good set after this, but I don't know if they're doing it or if that goes into fast track. There is Devin Convoy, Alex Hales, Evan Lewis, Chris Lynn, Roman Powell, Rassi Vanderdusen, Najibullah Zadran, and then even the set after that, Jofra Archer, Rishi Dhawan, Shofin Rutherford, some good players. Gujarat still don't have that wicket keeper. I think they want to go for a Ben McDermott, is what I can see from the kind of strategy. Maybe they want to go all out for him. It'd be interesting to see what happens. Yash Dayal currently going for 2.4 crore to
yes. Do you have Yash Dayal stats anywhere?
not really. Player number 154.
He's a left-handed batter, medium fast bowler from UP. So he's a bowler, and in T20s, he has an economy of 7.2 and average of 22. And the only thing is, he's very young. He's 24 years old right now. Yash Dayal crossed the 3 crore mark, 3.2. Gujarat Titans, they
He's
really
been
have something.
sold. He's been sold. He's been sold. Gujarat has some money left. Yeah, they've got more money left. And they've bought 15 players already.
He got bought by Lucknow Super Giants, right?
He got bought by Gujarat Titans. Lucknow DC don't really have much money left on them. I expect Simarjeet to go unsold.
Yes. And Simarjeet Singh gets sold to Chennai at base price.
That was a last second buy. Like a ditch effort buy.
So right now we have Kuldeep Sen, the uncapped players around continuing. He's a bowler, 18 matches, taken 12 wickets, base price 20
Last
lakhs.
before accelerated auction.
Yes. And I
I
think
think
Kuldeep Sen is also going unsold.
in trying to push for, you know, franchisees to go for uncapped players. So I've been very impressed with his auctioneering skills, to be honest.
Definitely. And before this, Adhiraj and I were talking about this, that how Charu Sharma has done an amazing job as well. And he was not the first choice for the auctioneer, but I think he's done so well. So now each team yesterday was asked to give a list of 9 players till 9 a.m., 9 p.m., give a list of the accelerated auction they want to see in the auction. And now after this, that should start after a break of 5 minutes. And there are 106 players, 106 players selected for the accelerated auction. So one of you viewer is watching what's the list. So all the team owners have that list of 106 players. There is just this last player left, Akash Singh, before we move to the accelerated auction. And soon we'll see the accelerated auction, which will be a super fast auction happening. So stay tuned. Hi Arjun, how are you?
What's up with it?
Hi, I'm good. Good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. The accelerated auction is just about to start.
Yeah, interesting part now.
Yes, interesting part. How has been the auction going so far? Have you been following it?
It's okay, man. I've got two young kids there, so I mean, on and off, distraction levels are at an all-time high. But yeah, I've been watching it ooper se. Enjoying it. But I'm really looking forward to this one now because all these guys are going to come, big name players are going to come. It's going to be like everyone's going to finish their purse. You're going to try finding a player. I was just seeing the analysis in Bombay right now. They have lots of slots to fill. Yeah, बड़े player बड़े
Lots
हैं
of
because
slots, lots of money left. We'll just
yeah.
quickly show you on screen as
Lots
well
of,
how many players they've bought, what's the purse balance left.
are you guys
So,
are you started yet? Have you started yet?
yes, Finn Allen is ongoing right now at 70 lakhs.
Yeah, we are live. We are live, Archana.
Oh, you're live. Perfect, man. So how long have you guys been on?
We've been
Approximately
on for the last 4 hours actually, and yesterday we were on throughout for the last 10 hours for whatever time the auction lasted.
So then someone needs to bid like a crore for you guys, huh? लगे हुए हो.
आप अंडर वैल्यू कर रहे हो मैं आई थॉट थोड़ा ज्यादा बोलोगे.
I'm being realistic. But is my internet fine? Yeah.
Yes,
It's
it's
being a
fine.
little off. Everything fine?
Yes,
Oh, cool. So it started, huh? By the way, it's Finn Allen now who's come on. I don't know who this player is.
yes, Finn
Yeah.
Allen is ongoing. He has a good strike rate in 51 T20 matches. He has a strike rate of 175.
RCB has the bid, 80 lakh.
Sorry, guys. Technology is not my strongest suit. Huh? I'm just
No
grazing
worries.
by as far as it's concerned.
No worries at all.
How's it been for you guys?
So,
Huh? These 2 days, yeah?
Yes, luckily it was the weekend, so we could manage.
Hmm.
But Arjun, thank you so much for doing this. Just to let all our viewers know, Arjun is a Star Sports anchor and a producer, and he's given us some time. He's also from the same school as us. He's from
Was.
Doon School. So it never leaves. You're
Both you guys
still
at Oscos?
yeah.
yes.
Which house, yeah? You are with O House and you are
Both of us are O House, same batch, 2013 batch.
Shubham. Shubham.
Yep.
Oh, both O House guys, huh?
Yeah.
And you are batch of 2013.
Yes.
Batch of 2013. I'm batch of 2001. That means you guys are 11 years younger than me. Yet I am the one
What
who's
We
house?
don't
looking the
want to
youngest
make
on
you
this
feel
panel.
old at all.
Huh?
And what house were you?
I was Tata House, yeah. Devon Conway, huh, by the way.
Oh,
इसके लिए पैसा लगेगा.
Yes.
Devon Conway,
Devon
good
Conway.
player.
So Finn
Yeah,
Allen
New
is also a New Zealand
New
player,
Zealand.
and we have another New Zealand player, Devon Conway, being sold to CSK for 1 crore.
he's-
He's got him 4. Yeah, it's a steal. No wonder they're laughing. Look at the way Sundararaman is smiling. That's a
Yeah, 1
steal.
crore for Devon
It's
Conway is
bizarre some of
absolutely
these
amazing.
sales that have happened. Huh?
Yeah. Next up is Alex Hales. Probably
Yeah,
was a good England opener, had
Alex
some
Hayes. I don't think
disciplinary
anyone's bidding for
issues,
Alex
some
Hayes.
drug cases, and he's been out of form. England hasn't picked him. They've gone ahead with Jason Roy, Johnny Best, or Butler in that order. So, Arjun, just to, I think some signal issue again.
Yeah, there's been some. He's been lagging. Alex Hayes was unsold. Now it's Evan Lewis.
Evan Lewis, I think he had a good season last time with Rajasthan.
Decent season. I mean, a bit of hit and miss.
He came only in the second half, wasn't a part of the original squad. So I expect
I
Evan
think
Lewis.
he's gone. He's gone unsold. He's gone unsold.
Unsold is a surprise for me, honestly.
I think Rassi Van der Dusen is going to go for a good amount of money. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I think Mumbai is definitely going to go for him. Karun Nair, I don't see him getting sold again.
So I think Evan Lewis going unsold is definitely a surprise for me. He's played for Mumbai Indians before, had a decent second half for
I don't think
Rajasthan,
so.
limited opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Don't think so, yeah. I don't think so. I think आजकल ना these guys who go into the auction ना they go very well prepared, by the way. It's not
Yeah.
just a case of he's been there in the past, he's got a few runs on his bat and he's done that. It's a lot in the present. And if you look at Evan Lewis, I don't think he's part of the current setup in West Indies. Or at least he's not
He's
playing
part of the West Indies
versus India.
T20 World Cup
So if you're
squad.
not even making it to the West Indies team. So yeah, that's a while back. I mean, in T20,
So Jitin Nair has joined us. Jitin is saying Karun Nair deserves a chance. He went unsold. We have another West Indian player on the auction table right now, Roman Powell, who hit a century against England in the recency bias, what we saw at Prasidh Krishna very soon. Can we see something similar with Roman Powell as well? He's an all-rounder, bowls a few overs, a hard
He's
hitter,
coming
middle
with-
order.
He's coming with 4 sixes on his back in 1 over, needless to say. But I predicted that he's not going to get sold for much. And that's what
No,
I
he'll cross 2 crores. Right now, you don't expect too much bidding happening. Teams don't have that much purse amount. Let me just
Right.
see what's happening. Sure, I'll just message and talk to Mr. Arjun Pandit once. It'd be great
Sure.
if you can just
I'll hold the fort till then.
yeah.
So we can see that there's a bit of a small bidding war going on between Lucknow Super Giants and Chennai Super Kings for Roman Powell. And he could be, I feel he could be a good fit at CSK, who currently holds the bid at 1.6 CR. To remind everyone, Roman has CSK only has 4 overseas players at the moment, so he could potentially be a good buy-in. Delhi's joined the party, and they are also going for Roman. So it's a war between Delhi and CSK at the moment. Jitin says Conway has been the steal of the day. I think I definitely agree. He has been the steal of the day. That was incredible from CSK, and the way they manage their players in their squad, I see him performing really, really well for them this season. He could be a regular. He could be one of those players for the future and for long term, like it was Faf or someone like a Watson. I know those are two very heavy names that I'm comparing Conway with, but I think he has the potential of doing it for the team.
So Powell currently at 2.4 crores with DC. DC
And
surely does not have a middle order batter.
there is some joke going around about him.
Yes.
In the
So as we are just telling our viewers, Mr. Arjun Pandit is also back. That Roman Powell,
Sorry guys, sorry. Yeah, actually I tried getting a little ambitious putting it on my phone. My phone is an iPhone 6, the Purana wala. And I refuse to update it because I know Apple are the world's biggest baniyas on the planet. So ye update to update bhejte rehte hain. So it just couldn't handle the load of StreamYard. So I tried it twice, thrice, didn't happen. So now I finally put it on the laptop. And now I'm here.
No, this is
Sorry for
perfect
this.
quality. We can hear you properly.
Really well.
Current auction price is going for Roman Powell. Very good series against England T20s recently. And we saw recency bias coming in for Prasidh Krishna going for 10 crores. I think India, West Indies, one days definitely doubled his purse amount. Robin Powell, 2.8 crores currently.
Someone needs to do a how do I put this here? Someone needs to do a sting operation, or someone needs to do some investigative journalism as to why the planning and the timing of every India West Indies series is just 5 days prior or after a auction. ये तभी आते हैं, if you notice. When Shimran Hetmyer came and he went smacking left, right, and center, I was in the stadium. I remember working for Star at the time. And I was like, bhai saab. And the whole chat after that game was everyone going nuts about Shimran Hetmyer. And then they did go nuts about Shimran Hetmyer, got himself some lucrative contracts.
It was very similar with Pooran as well, who got it in the first match for 0. And then Lara was in the commentary box and he was like, that is so disappointing. And the next game he came all guns blazing and then Punjab picked him up. But disappointing tha, all in all, is what I thought. His performance.
Pooran's a bit of a I don't know. So he any of the former players that I talk to, chat with or do a show with, and here's a guy, his record.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have just a very important update. Rassie van der Dusen, who is expected to get the big bucks, has gone unsold right now, and we have. You're not surprised?
Not at all. Why? Kahan se
Why?
Rassie van der Dusen?
Well for South Africa and
he's doing so well, even in the World Cup.
Come on, man. No, come on, bro. T20 is such a unique sport. It's cricket, yes, but it's so different from this is the one, Archer. He's not playing this season, but this is for the next one.
Yeah, and you can see Mr. Rahani, Rajasthan Royals not putting the hands down in spite of not playing. Arjun, do you have an upper cap on Jofra, thinking he's not a short-term investment, he's a long-term investment for both these teams?
10,
what is the upper cap?
10 plus. 10, 12. It depends on your purse also. Rajasthan can't go above 10. They're on 9.5. MI can go. They're on 23. But MI kitna player pe kharchegi? Because they still have lots of other slots to fill.
Correct.
So then the rest will fill up with those 1.5
two
types.
Sri Lankan players, Jayawardene and Sangakkara, smiling at each other. You can see their owners bidding.
Yeah. 550 already, huh? This guy for me is one of the best bowlers in the world right now. There is hands down no one like him. He's got that, as soon as the ball touches the pitch, he's got that sting in his bowling. Ekdam se aata hai, So that split second that the batsman is waiting, where he gets you quickly.
He hasn't played much cricket after his injury. I think very recently he's playing a bit.
He hasn't played any cricket after his injury. He was selected for Ashes, pulled out, selected for upcoming England side, pulled out. He was brought in the auction at the last moment, probably on Mumbai Indians' request itself. And we have Preeti also joining us. Preeti, we have Arjun as well. Arjun is an ex-Star Sports anchor and producer.
Hi guys, namaste. Great to see you. What an exciting auction.
The excitement
and currently we have Jofra under the hammer, going strong at 6.75. Arjun, what's your prediction for Jofra? Will he go to Rajasthan or will Bumrah get
I don't think Rajasthan, because Jofra, for a player like Jofra, it's 10 plus, and Rajasthan don't have more than 9 in the bank. I think Mumbai, man. Mumbai needs to add some star value. If you look at Mumbai, whatever they've won, they had some serious star value. They lost some serious star value. They lost the Pandya brothers. They've lost Bolt. I think Bolt is also not there.
Bolt is not there.
So they need match winners. That's what I was telling you. This format is so much about match winners. You could be a good player. You could hit the ball out of the park, but you got to do it every day, every 3 days. Travel, 3 days again. Travel. Face different kind of bowling. And now it gets a little boring, by the way. T20. I don't know why people don't talk about it. It's so, especially when you're playing on slower pitches. You're bowling those chota slow ones. It's making it tougher for the batsman to hit. As a viewer, I hate it. I completely hate it. It's such a dull, boring game to watch. Everyone miss hits and so on. He's refreshing, Jofra Archer, in that sense.
But then he's not playing this entire season. I mean,
but you're buying for 3 years, so 2 years after.
True.
And Sunrisers is in at 7.25. So Mumbai is not stopping. I think Ambani has made it very clear. He wants Jofra at any cost. 7.5 ongoing.
I think that's.
Arjun, one more question for you. Did you expect Suresh Raina to go unsold as well? He's Mr. IPL, just for the brand value. And you look at Chennai's buys. You look at what they've bought. They've bought Dwayne Bravo. They've gone with Raidu, gone with Robbie. They've tried to get their experienced elder players also who were a core, and Raina was the main core after Dhoni. So do you think in the
With
accelerated
Raina,
Raina is about to come back?
with Raina, there have been issues off the field as well, and
Yeah.
it's no hidden secret.
Yeah.
So that has played its part as well. Also, with Raina, I'll rephrase the answer. I expected him to go unsold in the auction at first go, and now there's a part where everyone comes back, the unsold players. How it happens is basically you take a pot, say, of 10 people who went unsold. That pot is run by every team member, and you say, "Aapko kisko wapas lana hai? Kisko wapas lana hai? Kisko wapas lana hai?" If you remember, Chris Gale was bought like that.
Yes.
I was in fact 5 meters away from Virender Sehwag when he put up the paddle and he was laughing for Chris Gale, and it was a worthy investment. So I feel Raina will be one of those buys.
For CSK only or for some other franchisee?
It depends on who you have at the time, right? It all matters on how much in the kitty, क्या slots मेरे भर गए हैं, अब उस हिसाब से मैं कैसे करूं. You can't
Jofra
predict
Archer
these
at
things,
8
man.
crores currently. Preeti, do you see him going to Mumbai Indians?
Jofra Archer, well, I guess whoever can afford him, but yeah, Mumbai Indians they need players and they have the money, right? So I think he would be, they could pick him up, and I think Mumbai Indians is a good home for him. Definitely better than Punjab, that's for sure.
But also another thing.
Sorry, RR.
The season after, it's going to be home and away. So you're expecting you're going to play at Wankhede, even though this season also you're expecting for everyone. MI 8 CR done.
8 CR.
Not bad. They've got him cheap. You've got him under 10, which is why you see that.
Price.
You see the happiness on their faces, very evident. They had made it very clear from the word go they wanted him. And I think Bumrah, Jofra together in the same team. World-class combination for 2023. If not for 2022,
and
IPL.
the pitch suits, the soil suits fast bowlers in Wankhede. There's that zip,
Sir,
there's that
पता नहीं
bounce.
2023 IPL भी होगा इंडिया में नहीं होगा. There's still unclarity. Maybe we have COVID 50th wave going on. So we
यार उसको आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते यार. वो जो है सो है. होगा जरूर. कहाँ होगा ये नहीं पता.
बिल्कुल.
होगा जरूर. Aslanka is another good player, man. Very good player.
One very surprise pick from yesterday or for today that you have had till now.
Oh, for me it was I thought steal was Yuzi Chahal at 6 point something.
Yeah,
absolute steal. Rajasthan. Yeah, Rajasthan. David Warner at 6 again. Steal. What a steal! Given that your Tevatia for 9 CR, ye kya ho gaya? What the hell, man?
There's so many. There's a long list of these. I mean, even Abhishek Sharma went for 9 crores, right?
Yeah. There you're bidding for potential.
Abhishek Sharma went on 6.5, I think. Not 9, 6.5.
Potential,
Shah Rukh Khan 9.
Shah Rukh Khan 9. Awais Khan, highest uncapped player at 10 crores.
So these two 6. Then the other surprises was Tewatia 9, which was strange. Because Tewatia is a neither here neither there player. Thodi si batting kar leta hai, thodi si bowling kar leta hai. And I think he's still getting the money or whatever he's doing off that one innings at Sharjah.
Correct. Sheldon Coulter ka career khatam kar diya unhone.
Yeah, exactly. In Crickbuzz, I remember we were doing a show at the time, and everyone is saying Mata aa gayi hai iske upar. So to rename this ground to Tewatia ground. Sharjah ground has been renamed to Tewatia ground. So these were some of the surprise ones. I'm not surprised with Shreyas Iyer expected. Though everyone saying captaincy, jitna maine andar se kahani sunni hai uske bare mein, he is not the most proactive
I think
of
a good
captains.
economical buy. Rishi Dhawan, Punjab Kings at 55 lakhs, done well recently. Captained Himachal, won them.
Squad player.
Yeah, 55 lakhs, and he had very good numbers in batting and bowling this season in the domestic circuit. Last we saw him for Punjab in 2016. So going back to Punjab after 6 years. Welcome home again, Rishi Dhawan to Punjab.
And here's Garton. Garton was with Bangalore last season.
Yeah, he was with RCB. And he played quite a few games. He was selected ahead of Kyle Jamieson as well in the second half.
And they spent how much? 15 on Kyle?
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
Wow.
Arjun, just to ask, what is your favorite IPL franchisee?
Oh, I don't, man. No allegiance whatsoever.
That's
just follow the money.
Diplomatic
Give me
answer.
jobs. Give me work. That's it. IPL is a good payday, man. It's as simple as that for me. IPL is about 50-60 days of work, all clubbed into one. So the one good thing IPL has done is that the sports ecosystem has grown. It's grown immensely. It's touched broadcasting. It's touched people who are starting stuff off it. So you're seeing it grow. It's widening. The net is widening, and that's a great thing, man. 2 more teams, more days now, so it becomes 60 odd days or something, which is great. We're not complaining.
I just have we'll display on the screen as well. I feel there are 3 experienced teams, MI, KKR, CSK, who I feel have not had a very great auction so far.
Yeah.
And I probably expected more out of these 3 teams, and you've seen them have amazing auctions all the time. So this is just the purse balance and the players bought, but we'll go to squads very quickly and just see the MI squad. Before Jofra Archer, before these today's buys, they hadn't done a lot of buying, to be honest. Yesterday, Ishan Kishan for 15 plus crores, but otherwise very, very silent. 2 overseas
who's
buys
been-
for 2022 season only.
Who's been updating this Excel sheet, by the way?
All of us have just been very active.
Yeah,
1 crore, 1 crore, 1 crore for you, all of you, huh? Well done.
Arjun, you said IPL is never realistic. I think हमें भी थोड़े पैसे और दे दो यार.
4.5. ठीक है.
So yes, if is it clear to you? Should we zoom in a bit more?
I can see. If you guys are fine, I'm fine. Yeah.
So, what do you feel of the composition so far?
Rohit, Jasprit, Pollard, Surya are your 4 retainees. You've spent big on Ishan Kishan, 5. Jofra has now come in 6 from next season onwards. Mayank Markande is going to be a big pick for these guys as well. Is it the Mumbai of old? No. Is it the star power of Mumbai of old? Because you need match winners in this format? No. Is it the franchise saying, let's persist with these guys and hopefully they come into their own in year 2 or year 3? Maybe something like that is happening. Because you see all the other guys who come in, Basil Thampi, Murugan Ashwin, Jaidev Unatkat, okay players, with all due respect. Inconsistent is the word, right?
And that's
Not
why I said
consistently
we had
performing.
such high expectations all the time from MI. We've seen them have such a balanced squad over the years. And if I leave the top 5, the 4 retentions and Ishan Kishan, I don't know of any other player who is a short starting 11, not just in MI or in any other team as well for last year. Murugan Ashwin, not a short 11, not Jaidev Unatkat, not Markande, not Basil Thampi.
Markande, I think, will be a short है because आप spinner है नहीं आपके पास.
अब नहीं है, मैं कह रहा हूँ last year 2021 का अगर
last
देखें,
year,
इनमें से कोई भी नहीं खेल रहा था.
Yeah. True.
So right now Mumbai,
they're going for
as
Daniel
we know, he's
Sams.
bidding for Daniel Sams at 2.6 crores, and he's sold to Mumbai. So they've added one more all-rounder, one more fast left-arm bowler. They just had 2 overseas players right now, David Brewis, Baby AB, and Kyron Pollard. So Sams has done well in the BBL. Good addition. Preeti, what do you feel?
Well, I'm just looking at this team. I mean, I do give them a lot of credit that they're obviously investing in the Indian youth. And that's what you want out of the IPL. And I think they've always been known for doing that. So, like, kudos to them for that, because we need more of that. Interesting team. You have I guess 4 or I would say 5 really great batsmen up there. And then, you got very young, sort of almost inexperienced players. We don't know how they will perform. And I think they're taking a big gamble. And you even look at the prices, the first 5 pretty much got most of that kitty, and then the rest is really almost nothing.
After the first 5, Mumbai just had a purse amount left of 32 crores.
I'm currently reading a book on some book on investing and all. And the guy on that book says the biggest mistake you can make is that what worked for you 3 years back is you assuming that it will work for you 3 years later. And the whole reason
Chennai
is
need
because
the same book, Arjun?
I don't Chennai, you asked me, Chennai is way behind these guys also. Chennai is looking way behind these guys as well.
Correct.
But the thing is, I think when Mumbai started, like Preeti mentioned, Hardik, Krunal, Bumrah, Chahal was there as well. These are 4 guys who've gone on and made stellar careers, servants of Indian cricket, and they will continue to serve. So I'm guessing they're hoping the same, right? But zamana badal gaya hai, player badal gaya hai. type of player badal gaya. So you're taking another punt. I don't know. I still think they're pretty hollow right now as far as their team is concerned.
I think the Mumbai Indian, this empire is completely being dismantled in front of our eyes, and it's almost like the rise of like a new kind of Mumbai Indians. I don't think it's going to work for them. I I can tell you right now they will not be winning this IPL. Not with that team. Miracles happen, but I don't see them. I mean, yeah, there's much much better teams even at this point right off the gate, right, than what we have just seen with that lineup. But I think this year and maybe next year even will be just learning to grow with this team and with this new strategy. I don't know who came up with it, but they will have to live with their picks, and we'll find out what happens in the next auction.
I honestly don't see everything as lost right now. They still have 15 crores. Other teams don't have that much amount. 13 crores actually after Daniel Sams. And as we speak, Mitchell Santner got sold back to CSK. So CSK again buying just CSK players. And he was sitting on the CSK bench for the last 2 years.
I don't think Santner is such a good buy for. I think all the other players are fine.
They've retained Moin Ali. They have Jadeja already.
That's right.
We'll just come to CSK and Arjun. You're talking about the investing book. What worked probably in 2018, 2020. Will it work again or not? And we'll discuss CSK.
With CSK, their how do I put it? Their book को जंग लगी पड़ी है, और उस जंग के बलबूते पे चले जा रहे हैं, और वो जंग they're not willing to fix it only, man. I don't know what their thinking is, but you can't bet against them.
Yeah,
whenever you've bet against this team in the last 3 years, forget what's there before that, because that entire team was in its prime. And they were cracking players at the time in 2020 cricket. But then you started pointing fingers at the age. You're saying, yeah, kaise karenge in a young man's sport? They said that this is not a young man's sport.
Yeah.
This format is a thinking man's sport.
Experience.
The captain, which comes with experience, true.
Yeah.
So in that sense, they're backing that formula. Whichever players or people...
I think it's battery.
You know,
no, we know you're a CSK fan.
Yeah. I think MI and CSK are in two different boats, because I think like they're not reading the same investing book. I think with CSK, they're going with, I think it's calculated. They know what they're doing, and they think it is the right, like, I don't think it's such a big gamble. They genuinely think that this is the way to go, and they will make this team work for them like they have done all these years, right? And I think as long as MS Dhoni is the captain, and they have the same kind of management, I think they will make whatever bunch of players they get together. I think they will make those players work together as a team and win. They have done it. I think they're the only team who could do that, probably. So I trust their process, but a couple of picks, probably this Santner pick is really unnecessary. I think with whatever money they had, they could have picked up, they could have done so much, right? They could have got a bunch of young players. They could have got an overseas player for a good price. They could have done so much. So I'm disappointed with a couple of picks, but we'll see. We'll see what they end up with. But I trust their process.
And as we speak, Shefford is not sold to CSK yet.
Someone did a last-ditch bid, and now he's at 8 crore with SRH.
Arjun, good to have you back again, finally again.
Sorry, guys.
No issues at all. And as we speak, another West Indian hard-hitting all-rounder, Romario Shefford, getting the big box at 480 lakhs, and still ongoing. CSK, SRH, Mumbai to some extent were interested. Arjun, secret kya hai West Indian?
All these guys on calls, by the way.
Correct.
With Dhoni and team management, jao, nahi jao, karo. Secret for who, with it?
For all these West Indians, always getting the big bucks at the IPL, becoming stars for each and every team they come to.
It's this. So as Indians, we've grown up in a system where you learn how to play Test cricket, you learn how to play a 50-over format, and then you started playing 20-over, right? But it doesn't come naturally to you. 20-over, the format is such, and which is why India has always been. If you've heard people say India doesn't play it the right way, we're still on that entire thing of ji pehle 10 over we'll see through, and then the last 10 overs we'll capitalize. 20 overs from ball one, boom, 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 boom. That is what you need to do, and that is what these guys bring. They bring you that factor. Go in, hit the ball. If you see anyone in a 20-over format going in first ball, getting out, is not considered the worst thing. If you go in first ball and you've been given the direction from the dugout or the management that you have to hit, but you're taking up 2-3 balls, sir, you will be having people on your back. How dare you do that? So you follow a process. It's a very calculated thing, right? This is why I was telling about Shreyas Iyer. I don't think Shreyas Iyer is a very great captain. He's not a very proactive captain. And I've heard this from camps in Delhi and so on, right? Which is why Rishabh Pant is there. But it works for a team like Kolkata because Kolkata is so run from the dugout. हर बॉल के ऊपर वहां पे वो एक आपको मैसेज भेज रहे हैं, ऐसे करो, वैसे करो, ये करो, वो
But
करो.
Arjun, was that
So in
true
that
when
sense,
Morgan was there? Without Morgan, I know McCullum is still there, but you don't have Morgan, who relies a lot on codes, relies a lot on statistics. He has Nathan Lehman with him in the dugout to support him.
yes.
But with Morgan going unsold now, do you expect the same strategy to continue for KKR?
I think so. One guy is gone, but the rest of the core is still there, right? The franchise believes in numbers. The franchise believes in money ball, and they sort of thump their chest saying that we're one of the few guys in the IPL who started believing it first. So first mover advantage हमारे साथ है. If you saw, there was that one season when they started investing in the youth. Your Shivam Mavis, your Nagar Kotis, and Shubman Gills, and all these guys who started. Prasid Krishna, so they believe in that, and I don't think Shreyas is the type who's suddenly going to fight them and saying, "Naji, I'm going to go by feel and instinct." The one biggest bane for me as a viewer for T20 cricket is how much is the balance between statistics and feel, instinct, right? Sport is feel and instinct, man. If I'm playing football somewhere, I see a pass somewhere. Of course, it's instinct. So what's the balance? Do you sometimes let the statistics overpower you? So मतलब वो बोला है कि वो आंख में स्पिनर वहां जाएगा तो that spinner will not bowl to that batsman. ये क्या बकवास हुई? मतलब उस बंदे ने कभी आउट नहीं किया कि किसी को यहाँ पे. So but you see a lot of it happening right now in 2020 cricket. That the matchup says that I can't bowl this guy to this batsman, or the matchup says that this batsman can't bowl to this bat to this right-handed guy. तो मैं नहीं भेज रहा वहाँ पे. So right now it's warped. You need someone like a Dhoni who works a lot on statistics, but he also works on instinct because he's been doing it for so long. And you can't overpower Dhoni, right? You can just sort of give him, saying, sir, this is also an area of the game you could look at. Now we're giving you 3 options. If you have option 4, we're going with it, no problem. But you have 3 in front of you as well. Which one do you want to choose?
As we speak,
very surprising from Rajasthan out here. They have a purse of 9.55 crores, only have 12 players, and they're going in for 7.5 for Romeo Shepherd, which would leave them 2 crores to get the remaining minimum 5 to 6 players.
Oh my God.
2020 lakh types then.
Yeah.
Right?
This is bad situation to be in, right?
But otherwise, Rajasthan hasn't had a bad auction so far.
I agree.
But what's the team with it? Just show the team if you have it on you, Rajasthan.
One second. Can you see my screen? Is it too zoomed out?
If you could just enhance the zoom a little bit, add in.
Yes. 1 second.
Also, I think what could help you was if you click on the screen, there's a expansion button in bottom right of the studio screen. If you click that, it will become eventually more clear for you.
Now you guys don't judge me for not understanding technology.
And as we speak, Romeo Shepherd has been sold for 7.75 crores to SRH. Huge buy. The owners look happy. I'm not sure about Tom Moody, but Kavya surely looks happy at 7.75 crores. So coming to Rajasthan Royals,
good team, man. It's looking good, huh? The team. They've got some decent players, man.
So one department where they're not strong was spin last year. They had Tewatia there, Shreyas Gopal bowl a few overs. They've got Chahal and Ashwin, 2 world-class bowlers, and some bowlers India taking the white ball format till 2023 at least. So they've
8
plugged
overs.
that gap
You've
slowly.
got 8 overs from them. Your Tewatia and the others were not your 8 over bowlers. कभी आपने
Correct.
2 ओवर करवा दिए, कभी 3 ओवर करा दिए. Good day, चलो जी 4 ओवर करा दिए. Now you got some solid guys in there with your spinning department. Plus then you got those 1 over of Riyan Parag, who I was surprised, you said surprising. 3.8 crore for this guy who's done nothing other than that stupid dance that he keeps on doing.
I agree.
Yeah.
The
Their
Assamese
worst
Bihu
kick.
dance. Yeah.
Yeah, so Navdeep Saini is there. You got a pretty decent
Yeah,
team, I
Prasidh
think.
Krishna as well for 10 crores.
Prasidh Krishna. Yeah, sorry, I missed that. Devdutt is there, Padikal.
Bolt is there at 8 crores.
Looks like a solid team, yeah. Looks like a solid team. You
Definitely.
got Butler there, man. Butler's a game changer.
And you have Butler Ashwin in the same team.
Yeah.
Butler posted a message today on the RR channel talking about Ashwin that he's in the crease, but he's looking forward to his time with Ashwin at RR dugout. We'll quickly come to KKR as well, because I am personally very surprised with what KKR has been doing. Even though you're talking about Shreyas Iyer some time back, but I think they've spent too much money. If you see Cummins, Shreyas Iyer, Nitish Rana, they spent 28 crores and they didn't have money when they went for Shivam Mavi for
7.25.
They clearly see something in Mavi. They invested him long back, and now they've gone in and spent big on him because, see, another thing, a lot of people are saying that the rule change should be that if you retain an uncapped player, you can't pay more than 4. Right? So Ravi Bishnoi, who's been retained by, or matlab, you call it a retention, you call it a bot, by one of the 2 new teams. I think Lucknow it was.
Yes.
For 4. And just imagine Shivam Mavi going for 7.25. Now, if Ravi Bishnoi would have been in the
table or behind the scene, people would be getting money, right?
वो money नहीं होगा, वो अलग तरीके होंगे कि आपको मैंने सुना है flat मिल जाता है, गाड़ी मिलती है, all those things. Those are not put on paper. But these are all reports. At the end of the day, what's happening is that the money that's being paid is over a 3-year period. So if you got Shivam Mavi for 7.25, Shivam Mavi will be paid 7.25 every year for
And
the next 3 years.
It's prorated, so it's per game that he actually plays.
Are you sure? I'm not sure about that. I think it's a total 7.25.
But a lot of these overseas players, halfway through the IPL, some of them left, or they, if you're going to withdraw halfway, then of course you shouldn't be entitled to. I'm sure that they have their process, and I'm pretty sure it's per game that you are available, that you've made yourself available to play, and you're fit enough to be picked. And whether you're on the dugout,
I don't think so. I think it leads to a bonus. If you've bought, if you've been bought for 7.25, and you are fit and available for the entire season, but you brought a point that if someone leaves midway through, then that's a different thing.
Because a lot of that has been happening. Because last year when that happened with some of the England players, I think I read somewhere about this, that this is how they calculate, and it's not like those players would have been paid the whole amount, because why should you pay them, right? Completely withdrew from it.
But if you're fit and available for the entire season, then you will get the entire amount.
Because you're on the bench and you can't do any other work at that time. So
exactly.
So Arjun, one surprising strategy that we see from Gujarat is that they haven't bought a wicket keeper so far. This is the squad composition that you see on screen. We've divided them into batters, wicket keepers, all-rounders, and bowlers. So,
respect, man. You guys have been on it, huh? Full Excel sheet in the zone. First balance Gujarat is 11.25. You're saying there's no wicket keeper, na? What's the squad? Because आजकल हो क्या रहा है कि भाई makeshift wicket keepers also coming through, huh?
I think they'll go for Sam Billings, Matthew Wade, Ben McDermott. Someone will be called back into the auction who've been unsold, and they'll buy someone.
Could be. Who's the guy? Sai Kishore, Vijay Shankar. Yeah. कोई नहीं दिख रहा. They'll go for one of those guys only then. Your makeshift.
I expect Sam Billings.
Who's bought KS Bharat? Who's bought KS Bharat? The
KS
Bangalore
Bharat went
guy?
for 2 crores to Delhi as a backup for Pant.
Okay.
I think that's a very good buy because last season DC was struggling. When Pant got injured, they had to play Alex Carey, Ben Shimron Hetmeyer. So I think they've covered that base with a backup Indian wicketkeeper.
And can bat as well.
Correct. He
Up
did
the
well for
order.
RCB. I think got to spend
Right.
time with Kohli, got to spend time with Maxwell, finished your game with the 6 also. So yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Obed McCoy, another West Indian slow left arm bowler, has amazing slow variation. Sold at base price of 75 lakhs to Rajasthan.
Hey, respect to Charu Sharma.
It's awesome.
Just imagine at that time, you're thinking we're in Bangalore. Who can we
Yeah.
get from the city? You call up Charu, whatever you might be doing. He's like, Charu, and Charu is always, if you hear him talk, even if Charu is like in a very low, mellow kind of state and he's asking for a cup of tea, he's like, "Come on, a cup of tea." That's just the way, this is
I love him. He's
intensity.
amazing.
Yeah, and he's there, he's on. I think within an hour of that unfortunate situation that happened, they started. So, and
Correct.
Bangalore traffic, God knows what was, Bangalore traffic is so unpredictable, man.
Very dramatic.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think Charu
dramatic,
Sharma has done an amazing job so far. I think a perfect.
Yes.
He wasn't the first choice, but Arjun, why is it with auctioneers that we don't go for Indians? I've always
Yeah.
seen a foreign auctioneer for
You
IPL.
know,
Oh, yeah,
I tweeted this before this incident. I said, why do we always have to go for overseas auctioneer? Do we not have anyone decent in India? Surely. And then this happened. So I'm so happy.
Gora fascination, Aji.
And
I
it
don't mean
needs
sound
to
rude or
end.
anything like that.
You would think IPL would change that, especially the IPL of the last few years, because originally IPL was a little different. Everybody was fascinated with these international players, but I think the last few years it's been the Indian players that have shined. Certainly last season, right? So you think that's changing. It needs to change because I think if not, it's just this whole game becomes very distorted.
I think in
reality.
theory, the thing is, India is not necessarily known for too many auctions, and the auctioneers who probably conduct auctions in our country probably are not your television type auctioneers,
Sure.
which is why I think they keep getting a foreigner to do the same. But I'm guessing how Charu's done.
I think
wouldn't
he's
be
got a
surprised if
permanent gig
yeah.
now, and
Yeah,
he should.
I know.
Why not? Why not? Right? Yeah.
Yeah, totally. But then, by the way, this guy is a steal, huh? Whoever gets him.
I know.
You saw him bowling
He's
in the
had
World
one
Cup.
bad year in the IPL. Very expensive price tag, 14 plus crores RCB, and globally he's been doing so well.
Wow.
In all the
Yeah.
leagues all around the world, Tamil Mills.
No,
He
he's
was
your
a part of
typical
it.
T20 bowler, cutters,
Correct.
change-ups. The
So
very
many
thing I hate
variations.
about
I
this
think it's
format.
14
He does all of that.
variations.
Yeah, man, it's so irritating. And if you're working in broadcast and you're sometimes I can't even make out what this guy is bowled. It's
And
so
Mumbai's
difficult
got
to
him.
find out what he's done.
And
He's got
Mumbai
him?
Indians gets Tamil Mills for 1.5 crores.
crores.
Yeah,
A steal,
it's a steal,
definitely
man.
a steal.
That's good.
Absolute steal.
And finally, he made a comeback in the England national squad as well. Good to see him back in the IPL after I think 5-6 years, same as Rishi Dhawan.
Bowling is
Arjun, there were
looking
3 teams before the auction started who were without a captain: RCB,
yeah.
KKR, and Punjab. KKR, you'd say
KKR got
Shreyas Iyer or Pat Cummins. Is it Shreyas Iyer?
Yeah, Pat Cummins. No one seems to be talking about Pat Cummins. But I don't think it'll be Pat because they're saying Aussie players won't be available for the entirety of
For the first
the
10 days,
IPL.
they're not available. And Cummins
Yeah,
is
but after
leading
the
the test squad. So, yeah.
I know, Kaptan jo Kaptan hai, he has to be there throughout, start to finish. You can't have one guy captaining 10 days and then another guy captaining the rest of the tournament.
But
So,
KKR has
and
been famous for that before. Agar result nahi aaya, Shreyas say, they can bring Cummins back.
They can, of course, but I think it'll be Shreyas. And most teams want an Indian captain.
Yes.
Because cricket is a sport where the conditions play such a huge part. For a foreigner coming out and then coming to understand the situation,
and the language.
Yeah, the language. You're only there together for 2 months. So it's like a fast forward of a tournament. You have no time to breathe. So it's better if you have communication is on point and you understand conditions. And I think that sort of favors an Indian.
I'm surprised that that's not an official rule of the IPL from the beginning, that all the captains should be Indian. I mean, it should be a given, but it's strange
Yeah,
that
but
it's
then
not been the case. Yeah.
you're going against that fair free market rule by doing that.
But
And
it's
then
your
you're not
league. It's your league, and you make the rules.
true, but then you're going into that Hindu khatre mein zone, you know. So just, but I'm saying logically, I think it makes sense to have an Indian as a captain.
Practically, it works better.
Yeah, yeah.
Arjun, KKR, you said Shreyas Iyer. What about Punjab? Punjab has two options. They have Mayank, who they retained, and they bought Shikhar Dhawan.
Shikhar Dhawan.
I don't think Shikhar.
Yeah.
I think
Why?
Mayank. I don't think Mayank would have retained otherwise if he wasn't given the captaincy.
You should keep Mayank. Show faith in him. You've retained the guy, and he knows the franchise. You see, the thing is, you need to understand how the franchise works, the inner workings of the franchise.
He's a Karnataka local boy. You have Anil Kumble as the coach, so does that play a huge part as well?
Of course. I mean, if I was there, I would totally go for Mayank.
And Shubham is a huge Punjab fan out here. He said Dhawan.
Oh.
And you know how Punjab and their fans take decisions.
Interesting.
It's the entire franchise, I think.
I mean, Dhawan is obviously, he's been a star in the IPL, but he's really on his last, he's the end of this incredible career. So you need to look at the future at this point. And when you're picking between,
I beg to differ.
Mayank
is
a future
3 years
player.
of cricket left in him. And India will look at him till the 2023 World Cup minimum. And he's doing so well in white ball. And just as we talk, Andrew Tye, a purple cap holder in 2018-2019 season, unsold again. Last season he pulled out.
Surprising, huh? Could be in some fitness issues or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Last season he pulled out of the IPL because of COVID concerns. You saw Adam Zampa going unsold as well this year.
That was an interesting one. Yeah, I was a little surprised considering he was pretty much the sort of the MOM for the World Cup, right? I mean, he did so well.
He was so good, yeah.
In fact, Arjun जो हम देखते हैं ना कि जितने भी number 1 ranking वाले होते हैं, David Malan, Tabraiz Shamsi, Ish Sodhi, Adam Zampa, ये सब unsold
never do well.
So what does that tell you? That his ranking is full of shit. It makes no difference. It's a complete bakwas. Cricket needs to get its house in order, man.
I agree.
You've
Globally.
got that bloody World Test Championship. It feels like I'm going in for an exam just to figure out what the format is like, who's getting what points. When is this getting over? Achha, you didn't play this one guy, but you still reached the final. How is that happening? It is. Cricket really needs to get its house in order, man.
Well, it's
a
work
in Virat Kohli, who's not the RCB captain. RCB का क्या लग रहा है आपको? Is Faf going to be the next captain? Will Maxwell be handed that responsibility?
No. I think, who else is there? Could you show me? Do you have the...
Yeah. I'll just show it to you.
It has to be. I think they'd go Maxwell over Faf because Maxwell knows that franchise very well, and he's got a few years more, I think.
Yeah, and someone made a nice point on television that he's in a very good period. He's in a good space right now. He's the kind of guy whose space, vibe, mahal, जैसे कहते हैं हिंदी में, matters a lot. And he seems to have found a good space. Who else is there? There's Maxwell, Duplessis, Karthik is also there.
Yeah, might be Karthik or...
Yeah, but
I don't think they'll make DK the captain now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's between Duplessis and Maxwell. Most probably Maxwell. Because he did so well last season. You'd want to reward him by saying, okay, buddy, here in AB's gone. Take over the reins now. Be captain.
And he captains in the BBL, captains that team as well. Huh? Yeah. But we haven't seen Maxwell, apart from last year, actually click in the IPL per se. But I think under Kohli, he did well. But not to forget, there was ABD also then in the team, which is a vital cog missing this year. So Maxwell will have a much larger responsibility.
Faf will open. Who else will open with Faf? If Virat,
you have Kohli open. Kohli has something that he was
most
open in the
strange
IPL.
Opening pair ever.
So Faf and Virat will be opening. One down will be some guy because Maxwell won't come one down. He'll come two down.
Probably you have Shehbaz Ahmed or Mahipal Lomror filling that one down slot.
I think Lomror to baad mein aayega. Good player, by the way. Huh? Lomror is going to come down the order. Good hitter. He's one of those guys who can hit ball one, get in there and just take off. Who else is there, man? Harshal Patel, another.
They have Hasaranga as well.
Hasaranga again lower down the order. Yeah, who's going to bat? One down.
They need a good. They don't have a middle order. They don't have.
They don't have a middle order. Yeah. Maxwell, Kohli.
You have DK. DK. I think DK can come in
D-
at number 4. Maxwell at number 3, number
Yeah.
4, number 4 somewhere.
Maxwell
Then you
at
have
3.
Harshal Patel coming in.
Hmm.
So Harshal
Yeah,
Patel
could be.
opens for Haryana in SMAT. So Harshal Patel can bat. Hasaranga can bat.
Yeah, but I mean, these are the kind of guys you wouldn't bet your money. They'd say, okay, 1 game out of 6.
But RCB has betted, if you see. They've gone 10.75 crores for both of them.
Yeah, before their bowling. And a bit of batting, right?
So Arjun, we also have Adhiraj here. He's also a DOSCO O House batch of 2013.
Hi, Adhiraj. What's up? Go Tata.
So I don't want to be rude, but why are there players in the auction that really shouldn't even be playing IPL or T20? And you know the names, right? I mean, these people are really test players, and even they're struggling over there. Why are they? And why are they even getting bought? It's beyond me.
Who? I can understand if you're talking about Pujara, because the
Rahane.
decision is his. Or
Yeah.
Rahane,
Yeah.
Rahane, for 1 crore, I'd buy him. It works.
I think
paying
even
1
as
crore.
Even as an
Yeah,
option, as an experienced player, I think he
So
comes into
funny.
the team in that dressing
Yeah,
room,
as a
helps out the
squad player,
youngsters.
if I've got a former India captain, a guy who's been playing international cricket for so long, for 1 crore, it's a steal.
Arjun, we have similar thoughts of Steve Smith as well, because we've seen him not get the
Who did he
big
went,
money.
went unsold? No? He went unsold.
Yeah, he went unsold. Last year also went at 2.2 crores, 2.4 crores to Delhi. That was still Ponting. You had Ponting as the coach. So
Yeah, Stephen Smith. See, Stephen Smith, सबको पता है, is not a T20 player. T20 is probably the last of
I'm
his.
just confused. I think Smith is a better T20 player than Rahane personally.
Agreed.
But Rahane is Indian. Rahane knows Indian sensibilities. Rahane knows Indian conditions. Rahane has led a team. So if ever there's a crisis like happened in Delhi, Rahane can step in. If suddenly Rahane doesn't play 5 games and game 6, जी हमें जीतना है, हमें player चाहिए जो 15-20 रन बना दे. Because this is how specific it is in this format. You don't go in with thinking कि मैं 50 बनाऊंगा या 100 बनाऊंगा, like you have in the other formats. Here specific rules. Okay, Rahane ji, जाओ, 20 रन बनाने हैं आपने. Please don't use more than 15 balls, 12 balls, right? Or use 20 balls, run a ball. That is how specific it is. So you give him that role. Here's a guy who's been playing international cricket for 10 years. So you'd rather bet your money on a Rahane as opposed to some young kid coming in.
Yeah.
And to sort of, withstand that pressure. Rahane, you would do it much better than anyone else.
And
But
just
again,
as we talk, we have a Singaporean batter, Tim David, going for 3 crores and ongoing. Yesterday on the channel, we had an ex-Aussie cricketer talk about Tim David. We had the Netherlands' current cricket coach, Ryan Campbell, also mention how Tim David is a special player and how after moving to global leagues, he got the recognized talent. He helped Singapore qualify. And now you can see him smashing in the PSL these days. He was with RCB as well last year.
But one thing is, all these global leagues, when you compare to quality of bowling or batting, is a notch below than what you get in the IPL.
Arjun, I'll ask you, what is the second biggest league after IPL? Is it PSL? Is it BBL? Is it CPL?
BBL. Consistently being played. I know the amount of money players are paid there is a fraction of what they're paid over here. So much so that वो तो अपनी गाड़ियां लेके मैच पे जाते हैं या बसें पकड़ के मैच पे जाते हैं. But yeah, in terms of quality, nothing compares to the IPL. Nowhere close to it. You for all its, you could aim at IPL for being the capitalist, greedy capitalists that they are in the world.
And it's funny that all these international journalists and so-called experts, they really love to target the IPL. They keep going on and on about, always criticizing it and making it out to be this big monster. But that's the only, all these players are rich and famous because of the IPL. They were practically nobodies when they played for their own nation, a lot of them. So it's like they want to have their cake and eat it too. And it comes through. For me, it's obvious when I hear it. And I don't like it. I think it's a little bit
Again, something
disingenuous.
very surprising happening in the auction. RR has a purse of 8.8. KKR has a purse of 10.9. Current bid of Tim David 5.5.
There's
Oh,
nothing surprising in this auction, firstly, huh?
No, absolutely. But
Huh.
just because the purse amounts, and both have 12, 12, 13 players right now. So
somebody else can come in and scoop him up.
Yeah, I think Vinit, I'm just gonna
Hanji, Adiraj, please.
lay out, Arjun, that KKR, if you see, they just have picked up 3 overseas players. They have to play 4. Of these 3, they had retained
Who have they picked up
Russell
then?
they
and
retained
Nareen.
two.
Yeah,
Russell,
so they
Nareen
already
are there,
retained.
so that's 5.
Yes.
Russell,
Yeah,
Nareen,
so
and
no, that is
Arjun, this
including.
3 includes Russell and Nareen.
This is including this. So if I go to the KKR squad, which is the funny bit.
Huh.
So if I go to the KKR squad right now, they had Russell Nareen already retained. They just picked up Pat Cummins before this.
Yeah.
And right now they're bidding. Yeah, that's it. They just have 3 till now. And they're now bidding for Tim David. And Mumbai has come in now.
And Tim David has reached 6.75 crores.
I think
Well done to Tim David,
7.25.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
He's
just
मैं
imagine,
हॉटस्टार पे देख
man.
रहा हूँ आप टीवी पे देख रहे हो मेरा थोड़ा स्लो होगा
But the guy, imagine Tim is watching this or is following it wherever, and he's like, tuck, 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 tuck.
Nice.
He's like, then he's saying, Acha, oh, Mercedes, yes, yeah, 7.2, oh, forget it, BMW, here I come. It's insane, man.
No, I think
It's on.
he's been highly rated across. Like Vivek was mentioning, even Ryan Campbell said that he's one to look out for and
But
has
these
done
all
well in
punts,
the
huh?
other
They're all
leagues.
punts. They're all punts at the end of the day, man.
And there's no guarantee that because he did so well in other leagues that he will do well in the IPL. The IPL is very different. It's very specific.
Because in football, say a player transfers from Serie A or La Liga or even Eredivisie or Bundesliga.
The EPL, it's not the same.
It's not the same, but still there is, you could still see teams from the EPL playing teams against these guys. These guys giving them a run for money. So there's not that difference of level. But suddenly आप PSL में आपने बड़े छक्के मारे.
Yes.
और आपको आके यहाँ पे it doesn't happen like that. And that too in this format, man. Tim David's role, I don't know about this guy, but if his role is in the middle of the order, then he's not facing more than 5-6 balls, 10 balls, and he has to do whatever he has to do in those 10-12 balls. It's not easy. It's damn tough, man. And you're facing top quality bowling.
And Mumbai and KKR going for Tim David at 8 crores, still on.
Wow, they're going to
8.25 and odd.
They are going
they
to
both have about 10
budget.
to 11. Yeah, they just got 10 to 11 crores and they're betting
Mumbai
8.5 of that.
Mumbai has 11.6, KKR has 10.9 in their bank, and they're spending close to 8.5 crores on Tim David.
Wow, I wouldn't do that.
Is there a top order batsman?
For Mumbai or for KKR?
No, Tim David. No. Is he a top
order?
He's
a middle order finisher. He's a hard hitting guy. Middle order finisher.
Hardik Pandya, basically, they're finding.
If you've seen the PSL, he's been doing really, really well.
I think Mumbai got him, if I'm not wrong with it.
I'm telling you, I'm watching on Hotstar.
They just on Hotstar. They just got him right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, and Mumbai looks very happy. 8.25 crores. Tim David. I think they have some replacement for the Pandya brothers along with Pollard. They've got Daniel Sams, who again bats down the middle order. They've got Tim David. If they're spending 8+ crores, you would want to see him in the starting 11 unless it's Krishnappa Gautam for CSK. You never know what happens. Arjun, one domestic player to look out for. If you've been following the under-19, the other Ranji trophies, who's not been a part?
No chance. I told you, man. My daughter, I have 2 daughters, both came in lockdown. So one is Delta, one
Congratulations
is Omicron.
for that.
Delta is 2 years old. Omicron is 3 months old. So I have no time whatsoever. My time is only devoted to watching Peppa Pig. There's a guy called Blippi. There's another person called Meta, the brown bear. And I know everything about the planets.
Are you watching
I never
Peppa
learned
Pig, by the way? Are you watching Peppa Pig?
A little bit. I do the voice really well. Peppa, it's time for a bath now.
That's so cute.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't been watching it. Like I told you, I've just been grazing it. I haven't really gotten into it. I've been watching a bit of the India games because I did one for Crick Buzz. And that made me realize, why are we even still playing ODI cricket? what a bore snooze fest that was. So yeah, now looking forward to the T20s. Praveen Dubey again. I have no idea who this guy is.
Yeah, he's
I'm
sold
looking
to
forward
Delhi
to.
Capitals for 50 lakhs.
I am looking forward to Lomror actually. में आपने Lomror की बात करी थी ना? I saw whatever I saw of him last year. Solid player. Can bowl.
Can
and
bowl, hits
has
the spin
power.
really well, left-hander batsman.
Yeah. I think that guy is a solid player, man. So of the under 19, I have no idea. Yash Thul has gone for some 50 odd lakhs.
Yeah, he's gone for 50 lakhs to DC.
The man of the match from the final has made the maximum money. Na? He's gone for
Yeah,
some
Raj Bava.
Yeah.
Baba.
I think he's gone to his local boy. He's gone to Punjab Kings, I assume.
That was a great buy for them, and I'm most excited to see him, and I hope they give him chances. And I want to see what kind of damage he's going to do.
There's the boy on the Punjab table sitting next to Kumble. He is the analyst. He used to be with us on Star. He used to work with us at Star.
What's his name?
कहाँ गाड़ी जाती है? His name is Shankar Rajgopal. He used to do analytics for Star Sports. Started working with Anil, who used to come as a broadcaster. Anil liked his work. Anil got a job at Punjab. Pulled him off. And he's working there with him. I was just giving you a story on Zahir. I was working with Zahir for Sony for the India-Australia series. The one we won. The Brisbane wala. And I have not seen anyone polish the number of espressos that he does. He just goes pot. He is on. He is someone who can have like 5, 6, 7 espressos. I'm like, yeah, this is next level, bro. How do you do that? Oof.
Arjun, if I have to ask you, how did your journey start in cricket as an anchor, as a producer? How did this happen?
By chance. I wanted to be a footballer. I've always been playing football. Left Doon in A form because Doon doesn't give you 12 months of a year in one sport. Yeah, you have to play one sport this season or season, and which is great because it the overall development coordination you build is amazing. But then I thought time is to focus on one sport. I very early on knew that I wanted to play. कैसे होगा पता नहीं था. So I came back, left Doon, came to Delhi, 11th, 12th, started pursuing football locally, played at a good level, played at your Ranji level for football, which is Santosh Trophy. Went after college to play in Goa. Didn't make it, man. Wasn't good enough. Then on top of that, to sort of drill it in my head, I tore my ligaments in my knee. So that was a good way of me telling myself that I don't think I can do it anymore. So what's the next best thing? I said, let's talk sport. That's the only thing I understand. I don't understand anything else. And so
Preeti, just to give you some context, Arjun, Adhiraj, we from the same school. Arjun is obviously a batch very senior to us.
I didn't know that. Which school is that?
He's from a school in Dehradun.
Karan Thapar went to that school too. I love him. He's awesome. I mean, just as an interviewer, I don't agree with things he says, but he's a great interviewer.
Yeah, he's prepared. He's on. He always has a retort. So
personally, for me, for Adhiraj and for Shubham, it's great talking with Arjun, who's a fellow DOSCO, fellow school alumni, and he's done so well for himself in the sports world, and someone we really look up to and hope we also can do something to that level on someday. And it's great to have you, Arjun, today.
You're on, buddy. I love the name Sports Taaza. It feels like you're like sponsored by Liril or something. Liril presents Sports Taaza.
Arjun, sponsor ही नहीं मिल रहा है बस sponsor नहीं मिल रहे आप दिला दो एक दो कहीं से. But like the story you mentioned कि अनिल कुंबले के साथ बैठा था कहाँ पहुँच गया हम बोलेंगे अर्जुन पंडित के साथ एक बार बात की थी कहाँ पहुँच गया.
And Arjun suggested we should reach to Liril and just tell them it's a good opportunity for a sub brand of theirs.
Exactly, man. You've got it halfway through. You just need that brand now. Liril, Dettol presents Sports Taaza, and then you could have a fading kind of sound going.
Maybe not Dettol. That's not very sexy. Literally, yes.
But Dettol is in season for these last 2 years. So that's what I'm saying.
Also, like the same noise, if you ever seen French Open, right? So Perrier has the same noise that Arjun just made.
Like that?
Exactly.
No idea. I had no idea.
Yeah, Roland Garros. It's
Never
exactly
understood
that.
that soda water, man. Sparkling water, whatever.
Oh, I love it.
Huh? Yeah, really? What is it? What is so great about it? Is it just the fact that
Carbonated.
you're having...
If you get a good brand and it's or like organic, it's very good for your system because it's minerals, right? So it's very good for your digestion, for your skin, for your system. Even any wine that is sparkling is a little bit healthier for you than flat. Just even when you're talking about just wine as well. So mineral water, it's in Europe they love it. They actually drink it pretty much in place of normal water. Like you go to France or Germany, everywhere that's what they serve in restaurants and it's the same price. So it's pretty inexpensive and they like it more. I don't know. I like it. I got used to drinking that.
Me being the how do I go, the cynical Delhiite, what they started selling in Gurgaon in the thekas is they started selling mountain water for a pure whiskey experience. So he tried selling it to me. I said, "Bhagya aise." And my friend, he went and bought it and he's selling it to me because I'd gone to drink at his place. I said, "What's wrong with you? This is tap water. You've probably stolen the bottle from somewhere and you've filled your tap water in it to make it look like you got Himalayan water for a pure whiskey experience. $400 for that."
Wow, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, they sell out these things saying, some lava mountain extracts or on the bottom of the hill or something.
But that's branding for you, I guess.
Arjun, if I have to ask you, what is the coach's role? You spoke about that some coaches run the teams from the dugouts, but which coach in the IPL right now you see having a huge influence on the teams, and some coaches where the captains have a larger influence on the team than the coaches?
CSK is Dhoni.
Yep.
Right. Your Kolkata is coach management.
Yeah.
McCullum, number game analyst. Delhi is a lot of it is Ponting, from whatever conversations I've had with Kev, because he's sat beside him on the dugout, and also because there is Ponting, right? He's a commanding bloody figure and personality, right? I think it'll be a mix because Rishabh, a lot of people are saying, and I kind of agree, he should be the next Test captain. He has everything in him to be a good captain, Rishabh Pant. I don't know about 2020. 2020 is a lot of hit and miss. Do chalein chali, char chalein fail. It's normal. And they've come to accept it. Har chal aapki fail won't be successful because the format is such. The other teams, Sunrisers, the fight with Warner was for something like this only. It was two didn't see eye to eye because the management was saying something. He didn't like that. And then he went publicly and spoke against the management, which you never do, no matter how much you may hate them or whatever, or you don't see eye to eye with them. So that was that for him and Sunrisers. Punjab gilli danda ki tarah chalti hai. Sorry, Shubham. Punjab is this aaj head aane wala hai. Aaj tail aane wala hai.
Punjab ka jab kharab season hota hai na, they just replace the coaching staff.
Yeah, there's just too many eager management people in Punjab. Who are not necessarily the best brains for cricket. So Punjab is there. Kolkata, I already told you. Chennai is a well-oiled machine. By the way, but a lot of people don't talk about Chennai. Chennai's management has been in domestic cricket for way before the IPL. So they understand cricket. They understand how to run a team. India Cements, that is. Because they play corporate cricket. They play and they give jobs to cricketers.
Yes.
जैसे आपके sports quota jobs होते हैं. So they've been doing that. Rajasthan again, they are backing the number game. Rajasthan backs the number
game. What about Mumbai? You haven't spoken about that till now.
Oh, Mumbai, man. Mumbai, I told you. See, basically, Mumbai ka kya tha? If you saw, first few years, Mumbai did nothing in the IPL.
Yep.
Then they hit that formula of Bumrah aa gaya, Hardik, Krunal. Who were the other guys? Pollard,
Rohit Sharma. So you had 6 to 7 match winners, right? And 6 to 7 match winners who for the last 6 years have been at the top of the game in 2020 cricket. And that's worked. They recognize that. They said there's nothing to change in that.
And so
Arjun,
there that team is run with Rohit, and Jayavardene now coming in has taken them a notch ahead. Because I think this guy is a solid coach, man.
Arjun, a good question out here would be, and we talk a lot about football when we talk about how the scouting works in football really well, because you have
Haji.
scouts going in different countries, and everyone talks about how Mumbai Indians scouting network is probably one of the best across the IPL teams, and they kind
Yeah.
of get their homegrowns really well. So any idea on how their scouting network is different from, let's say, the other IPL teams, or anything different?
It's not.
with
It's
the
not. It's not
Mumbai
different.
Indians?
They're just a lot more proactive.
I think
Even
so.
if there are 8 months left for a league to start, or if there's nothing around the corner, if there is a domestic game happening, your scout might not go there, but आपका कोई वहां पे है, किसी ने कुछ किया है, one phone here, one phone there, और आप तक कान तक खबर पहुंची है. अच्छा जी, आज भी उसने किया है, कल भी उसने ऐसे किया है, तीसरे दिन जहीर खान पहुंच जाएगा, या कोई और पहुंच जाएगा वहां पे. Maybe not Zahir is too big a name. Some other guy will go there to then have a look at the kid, eye to eye. Because ability, technicality is one part of it. Then comes the bigger part, personality, characteristics. और वो टीवी पे या क्लिप्स पे नहीं दिखता, वो बंदे से मिलके ही पता चलता है कि क्या है इस बंदे में, दम है कि नहीं है यहाँ पे. So that way, even Calcutta aims to be a 12-month team. So they have their own academy somewhere in Bangalore. I remember when I was working with Star, I'd gone to do a story there. Abhishek Nair is the one who's there, another thinking
he's
cricketer. And pretty well known in the domestic circuit. So these guys are doing that. I think they've all realized that you need to be on. You can't be. The quality of the game is so high that you can't be the March, right? March 27th. March 27th आ गया तो जी January में हम अपनी रजाई खोलेंगे बिस्तरे की and हम उठेंगे अपने. वैसे नहीं होने वाला आपका. You're on throughout. You're always checking what's happening, and now it helps that you have your TNPLs, you have your so many other domestic leagues that are playing the same format. So it's easier to then identify कि 20 over cricket में how is this player playing, and so.
And just as we speak, we saw Vaibhav Arora going to Punjab Kings for 2 crores.
By the way, if there was an award at the auction for happiest man at the auction, it would go to Ashish Nehra. He's smiling at every bid. He's laughing like nuts, and I know him really well. So I know he's always cracking jokes, and he's probably got 2 guys who sort of sync with him. So they both crack. अबे नहीं हुआ, कोई नहीं बात हुई, अगले वाले के जाएंगे. चल इनके लिए बढ़ा, उनके पैसे बढ़ेंगे. Because a lot of that also happens, right? कि they know कि this guy is going nuts over it, तो मैं up करते रहूँगा कि I finish his purse a little bit.
Yes.
Strategy.
Arjun,
Very
you
happy
spoke
for him.
about the Pandya brothers. How do you rate Hardik
Haji.
Pandya as a cricketer? So much talk about him, about his fitness, not performing. What is your opinion on Hardik Pandya, the all-rounder?
Shubham went like this right now. Huh? Shubham,
Yeah, like,
what's the scene, bro? What's the scene?
I think
He
I
doesn't
think
like it.
Pandya brothers for me are so overrated.
Yeah, I
mean,
agree.
Really?
Yeah, I
No.
mean, Joginder Sharma made you win 1 or 2 games, right?
No,
I mean,
different
you
level.
given- I
Different
think
level.
it's only because like he played for Mumbai. That's why I think he is where he is, because he was
But
lucky enough.
he did it for Mumbai. You see the situations he came in, right?
Yeah.
You're less than a runner ball, and he's done it. Now all of a sudden this question mark has come on Hardik Pandya because he's not giving you anything with the ball, right?
Yeah.
And वो इंसान है यार, as much as we like to think that is superhuman and किसी को 10, 15, 16, 17 crore मिल रहे हैं, so that human angle of his debt is not. In fact, it's even more hyper and looking out for what people are saying.
Yeah.
Suddenly everyone's on his case, and you got a stress fracture in the back, which in the back is such a place कि आपका पूरा, it's all flow, it's all connected, it's like a machine, right? So if somewhere something is out of sync, is not feeling right, it could have an effect on how you're batting. So it takes time. Krunal Pandya, again, I think solid player, man. He's giving you guaranteed 4 overs. He's giving you guaranteed 20 runs, 25 runs if you need. What more do you want? Yeah, so sorry, beg to differ. I think you got some serious match winners. Then I think Hardik is amongst the best in his position in the world. You saw that series versus Australia, the ODI series, and the
2020
T20 series.
Yeah,
2020.
in Jan 2020 before.
Jadeja
Thoda
and
usne bhai.
yeah, both of them.
Yeah.
But I think this IPL season is going to be super crucial for Hardik. He's the captain
Yeah.
and the local boy from Gujarat. So a lot of people have doubted him about his fitness. And you have the 2022 World Cup coming in. So huge year for him. He hasn't bowled for
Yeah.
Mumbai over the last 2 years. He's been playing as a batter only.
I think we were
And you have
discussing this
Jonty Rhodes.
yesterday.
Jonty Rhodes. How do you rate Jonty Rhodes, Arjun?
As what? As a coach?
As a coach and as an IPL. He's been with Indian team and with the RCB team before, now with the Gujarat Titans.
He's with Punjab, Jonty.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
John
a-
I
plays in
meant
Punjab.
Gary Kirsten, sorry.
Gary Kurz. Yeah, whatever I've heard from these guys who played under him, the 2011 World Cup team, they say he's just next level.
Yeah.
See, coaching is at that level is so much about understanding the human side of things, understanding the human being in front of you, and how do I, with all this shosha and girt gand ye jo chal raha hai, how do I make that player play to his potential and try getting a little more 10% juice out of him beyond what you would expect, and that is where he comes into it. He's really good. Gary is not. Of course, he's good. Like Sehwag once told me a story. He said, मेरे को हर कोई जो कोच आता था वो मुझे बोलता था कि यार तू क्यों मार रहा है हाँ क्या है ये थोड़ा कंसिस्टेंसी दिखा. गैरी कर्स्टन एक ऐसा कोच था, उसने मेरे को बोला था कि आई विल टेल यू व्हाट टू डू, इफ यू डू दैट perfectly fine. Go in first ball. If I've told you have to go and start smacking, if you get out first ball but you went for a 6, I'll be no problem whatsoever, because you followed the process. You didn't go against the process. And yeah, so they swear by this guy, man. He's very process oriented, and he's very, how do I put it, human being oriented. So they understand the other person, understand the human side of it. Because at that level, यार आप बंदे को ये नहीं दिखाओगे कि ऐसे मारना है बॉल वैसे मारना है. वहाँ पे you have to get them in a good space. They need to be in a good space, ready to perform, and that's that.
And since we're talking about coaches, and how much importance do you think is there of a mental coach? You saw Paddy Upton being there, but now
Yeah.
how crucial is it when each player is under so much stress, so much players vying for that one spot? Do you think a mental coach his importance has increased?
It's huge. It is huge. Suddenly you're skyrocketing from a kid who's playing in some remote corner of the country. Suddenly your bank balance says you're richer by 9 CR. And us lazy media people, it's the first thing we pick up. सबसे आसान बात क्या है? Knock road.
Price tag.
And then you break it down, and then you even break it down by runs. Acha, so he scored 5 runs. So how much did he cost the franchise? That's like the most daftest thing ever.
Yeah.
I remember this stat for Pat Cummins in which it said when he was gone for 15 crores, he's getting 25 lakhs per ball, per over.
This is a football phenomena. The football phenomena, that thing of every second Neymar makes this amount. Firstly, it just tells you what we are as human beings. We're so fascinated by what someone is making and how much money they're making. That's one of the only conversations we want to have. So yeah, mental coach, you need it, man. 100% you need a mental coach. And all of them they all have mental coaches. I read somewhere in the ISL right now, the Indian Super League for football, coaches there are saying you should have mental coaches, because Indian footballers, and you can get that by seeing, you have so many of these shows that are coming on Amazon, Hotstar and so on these football teams, and they let them follow them. And you see the players, every match, you see the intensity they bring in. How did we lose? Huh? Oh, it was 1-1 at halftime. Come on, वो वाली intensity हमारे players में नहीं है. It's थोड़ा पीछे
Hunger.
And yeah, the hunger to win every time, every week, every 2
I mean,
days.
you look at South American players, they have that. It has nothing
Yeah.
to do with infrastructure or money or anything like that. Those countries are much poorer even than India, but look how, even in Mexico, what a great team they are, right? And so many of the other South American, Central American teams and nations.
Yeah. And there's the motivation is the hunger to get a better life.
Yeah.
Get to Europe, get to wherever you have, and get in there, man, and play. Because then you present something completely different to what the European characteristic of a player is giving you. So yeah, mental coach 100%. I feel everyone in all walks of life competitive, non-competitive, you should have a mentor, right? You should have someone who holds that mirror in front of you. मेरे दिमाग में तो मैं सिल्वेस्टर स्टैलोन हूँ, but जो बाहर बैठ रहे होंगे वो तो कुछ और ही सोच रहे होंगे. You know what I'm saying? So it's extremely important to work on yourself mentally. I've read so many books कि जी भगवान, this is a muscle. We don't tend to use it for some reason. As much as we can. I mean, we can do this to build the shoulder, but there are exercises to fix this as well and to sort of strengthen it even further. It'll be good for you only. So yeah.
Perfect. Also, since you talked about price tags, do you think Ishan Kishan price tag of 15 crore plus is worth it? Coming back to being a normal media person now.
हाँ.
क्या 15 करोड़ काफी है उसके लिए या बहुत ज्यादा हो गया?
नहीं यार, वो कभी-कभी क्या होता है, हाइप हेल्प्स इन द एंटायर सिचुएशन. तो अगर आप देखेंगे इस पूरे ऑक्शन से पहले, whenever the conversation started, everyone and anyone is saying Ishan Kishan.
Yeah.
So जो ऑक्शन में बैठ रहा है पैडल वाला, वो भी जान रहा है कि अब ईशान किशन आएगा, everyone's going to go nuts for him. So from pre-auction, when they have their meetings, they probably set aside, right? वो ये जो Excel sheets जो ये सब लैपटॉप्स खोल के बैठे हुए हैं, उसमें यही लिखा होता है कि upper limit for ईशान किशन हम लोग इतना रख रहे हैं. We cross that upper limit, then they start doing, अच्छा ठीक है, if we are going to cross the upper limit, where do we take out money from which other player upper limit do we take out for, and उसको थोड़ा कम करें, right? वो ही हो रहा है यहाँ पे, और कुछ नहीं. ऐसा लगता है ये बड़ा मैथमेटिक्स, ये पता नहीं क्या साइंस चल रहा है यहाँ पे. पैसा इन पैसा आउट, बस, और कुछ नहीं हो रहा वहाँ पे. So with Ishan, you got a guy, he's got personality. You got a guy who plays the game khul ke. He gives you two facets. He gives you batting, he gives you wicket keeping. He's already in the Indian team. So yeah, I think it's money well spent, because it's money that will only appreciate. It won't appreciate right now, at least in the next 4-year cycle or 3-year cycle. फिर आप देखो क्या करना है.
I think we were talking on a lighter note. You were talking about how Krunal Pandya and Huda are in the same team for the IPL, and
you
how
have
that
these
might turn.
controversies. We spoke about Butler, Ashwin, mentored by Gambhir, and then you have Huda as well as Krunal in the same.
Kohli and Ashwin as well.
Yeah.
Kohli and Ashwin, yeah. No, the Kohli Ashwin are good friends.
Butler and Ashwin. Butler and
Ashwin.
Yeah.
So Arjun, we had two very prominent captains: the England T20 captain Eoin Morgan unsold, Australian T20 captain Aaron Finch unsold, at a base price of 1.5 crores. Not too large, but decently base price. Not in the best of forms as batters. Did you expect both of them to go unsold, especially when it's a T20 World Cup year?
Yeah, I'm not surprised, because I think when it comes to foreigners, आप 2-3 पक्के खिलाड़ी ढूंढते हो, right? Who are your solid match winners, and the rest all utility players.
Yeah.
कि जी थोड़ा सा ये दे रहा है, थोड़ा सा वो दे रहा है. With Aaron, he's not a multi-dimensional player. He has only one skill set. He can go big up top, which might work on one day, which might not work for 3 other days. With Eoin Morgan as well, his powers with the bat, like what he was in the last 50 over World Cup, और जो उसने अफगानिस्तान को किया था, I think they still get nightmares of that. But that same Morgan, when he comes to India, on Indian pitches where the ball is a lot slower, where the ball turns a little bit, nahi chal raha uska balla. It didn't help his case that the last 2 seasons happened in Dubai, where the pitches are even slower, where the pitches are even dull and drab. So yeah, I think all these things are taken into consideration, so I'm not surprised, honestly speaking.
Absolutely. We've just had a break in the IPL as well, and very quickly, Arjun, before you leave, we'll just quickly show you some of the teams to discuss how the teams have stacked up so far. You name 3 teams you want to discuss. I won't let you go through all the 10 teams.
Punjab, love them or hate them, you can't ignore them. उनमें कुछ है. यार जी कर लेंगे, कोई नहीं. You two kind of that kind of team. Punjab is one. The other team, Mumbai, and Hyderabad we haven't spoken about. So let's talk about Hyderabad.
Cool. We'll start with Hyderabad then.
They're shopping like there's no tomorrow.
My laptop's really lagging. Just here, I can add your screen to it.
1 second. Who's
the lovely lady is having a busy 2 days at the Hyderabad desk.
Yeah.
Adiraj, SRH.
this-
We'll start with
Yeah,
SRH.
we'll just quickly go to Sunrisers. Yeah.
I think थोड़ा zoom in कर दे थोड़ा. It's very
I
zoomed
can
out.
see. I can see
Yeah.
if you guys.
Okay.
So Kane is captain, 100%.
Yep.
Good captain, knows the IPL inside out.
There's some concerns on his fitness for this year.
But yeah, I mean, I would still back Kane because
Yeah.
if you don't have Kane, then कौन है वहाँ पे आपका जो captaincy कर सकता है?
I think people have been talking about how they spent so much on Pooran because if Kane doesn't come, he might be picked as captain. Yeah, I don't know.
Really?
He captains West Indies for the ODI squad.
हाँ, पूरन का जोक हमारे शोज पे तो यही चलता है कि पूरन ने आज फिर आके कर दिया चूरन. Yeah, I guess there's no one else.
Before we get into SRH team, sorry for interrupting, but do you think what exactly happened between SRH and Rashid Khan? Why was Rashid Khan not retained?
Yeah, it must be a पैसे का खेल ही होगा यार. They must be telling him कि we can retain you for 12, right? Rashid must be saying no, retain me as the most expensive guy. That's 15. They would not have agreed, and so he's gone in. If you see, Rashid and Hardik have both gone in for the same amount of money.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
but do you think
it's not
SRH
like
would have been comfortable in spending another 2-3 lakhs, be it as he spoke about behind the
2-3 crores,
paper
yeah.
deeds?
नहीं, but आप ये सोचो ना कि Kane, if he's your captain and you have to retain him, but you're saying जी पहले मैं retain करूँगा Rashid Khan, then I'll retain you as my captain.
What does
message
that
are you sending?
say?
Yeah, you're not sending a good message to the entire team. So you're the power dynamic कि जी उसका C यहाँ पे लगा हुआ है, but the power dynamic is that I wanted Rashid Khan, first name on the sheet. So that somewhere plays a part, I feel. I think so.
Okay.
So Kane is there. Umran Malik, again, good steal because this boy would have been for a lot more than 4 if he would have gone in the auction. Abdul Samad, again, he was retained, right?
Yes. Top 3 have been
Abdul
retained.
Top 3 have been retained. हाँ, so ये उन्होंने दिमाग लगाया है. आप देखो ना कि both these players would have gone for at least your 8, 9, 10 bracket.
Yeah.
Abdul probably lesser than Umran Malik because Abdul comes with a lot of potential, but he hasn't really come good consistently in the thing. Then Washington Sundar, again, a great player for this format. Gives you bat, gives you bowl. And now in his prime, playing for India and only get better. Pooran Churan Saab is the only thing, if he can replicate his international form for the franchise, and they need a keeper. So so you're getting 2 things out of him. Natarajan, again, good bowler. Bhuvneshwar is, I think they've again gone with the same formula of good bowling. कि जी पहले टॉस जीतो, गेंदबाजी करो, and stop them at 150, 160, right? And then you set out your batsmen to go and chase that. Because who you have? You have Natarajan, you have Bhuvneshwar Kumar, you have Washington 3, you have Umran 4, you have Karthik Tyagi 5, Shreyas Gopal, handy spinner 6, right? Marco Jansen 7. You got a decent bowling unit, man. No out and out standout bowler there because Bhuvneshwar Kumar is not in the prime. Natarajan is a good bowler, has the ability to put them in that slot, जिसके बारे में बात करते रहते हैं. So it looks like a decent team. I think it looks like a pretty decent team here.
They have Karthik Tyagi and Marco Jansen as well.
Yeah. And Marco Jansen gives you height, so he gives you bounce, right? Because उसका release इतने ऊपर से आ रहा है, ठक वो देगा आपको थोड़ा. It looks like a decent team, but championship winning team, no chance. Who are your foreigners? You have Williamson, you have Pooran, you have Marco Jansen, you have Aiden Markram, okay.
And Romario Shepherd.
And Romario Shepherd.
They've got 5 till now, yeah.
Who's your big hitting guy? Romario is your big hitting guy?
Yes, and he bowls as well.
And he bowls as well, yeah.
Pooran is somewhere like a big hitting guy.
Pooran is a good player, right? There's no doubt about it. It's just that he's not done anything in these last 2 years. Pooran ki baat hui aur Pooran gaye. That's what's been happening.
Shubham really loves him. He was as a Punjab supporter. Has been at Punjab.
My God, 7 ducks last year out of the 11 games.
Yeah. But
And
if
still
he can
going for
replicate what he
11
does for
crores.
West Indies, yeah. But if he can, that's
Yeah.
purely because of what he does for West Indies. It has nothing to do. It's purely on what he's doing for them.
I think also being
So let's
Lara
see.
being there in that SRH table, apparently he rates him really highly. So
Yeah,
it's something to do with that as well.
No, any former cricketer who we've worked with or spoken to about Puran, despite those 7 ducks and all, not one person criticizes him, saying कि भाई ये इस player में कुछ तो है जैसे मार रहा है. So that's why.
We'll move to Mumbai next.
Yep.
They've really made a comeback, Mumbai. All of a sudden, they have like this 3 crore left. They've bought in like
Rohit.
17, 18.
Who Daniel Sams, yeah, goodbye. Timal Mills, goodbye. Tim David, you guys are saying is Singaporean,
Yeah,
Australia,
he's
right?
a good hitter. Singaporean
Good hitter.
and hitting very well in the PSL.
Jofra Archer.
Look at that
Again
Archer,
from
Jamal Mills, and Bumrah lineup.
Not for this
But
season.
Archer
not
will, not for this
yeah.
season. Yeah, from
Yeah,
next
I mean,
season.
it's still.
Yeah, but
And
it's a solid
they've
lineup.
got
You
a
make a
nut
point,
cut.
man.
Yeah.
They've got a nut cut.
Yeah, they've got a nut cut now.
I think the only thing
कहाँ से
missing
कहाँ
is
जिंदगी
a,
आ जाती है?
is this
From
spinner,
14 or
I
15
felt.
crore to 1.3.
Yeah.
एक बार 14 फिर 11 फिर 3.3 and now 1.3.
हाँ तो उसने घर तो खरीद लिया अपना जो करना था उसने. Yeah, Basil Thampi is also there. Basil Thampi is there. Murugan Ashwin gives you some finger spinning and that mystery angle to it.
And they've surely backed this South African talent, David Bravis. They've really backed him.
Yeah.
Brevis, huh? I don't know about him.
Yeah.
The under 19
He's
high
the-
scorer. Yeah, under 19 World Cup high scorer. He broke Dhawan's record for the most runs in the tournament in this tournament.
I'm just wondering who's going to open with Rohit. Rohit and Ishan, then you probably open.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Then
Now
you send
it's
Surya
30.
Kumar, है ना? Then you send Surya Kumar 3 पर. फिर 4 पे कौन है आपका बंदा मारने वाला? Pollard. Pollard comes on situation. No, I mean, see, the thing is in T20 cricket ना क्या कहते हैं 4, 5, 6, right? Situation के हिसाब से भेजा जाते हैं.
Yeah.
So वो fluid रहता है कि जी depending on who's got not when how many overs left, how many balls left.
I think
Best thing they need another 4-5.
But they need another batsman. Yeah, they need a batsman.
They need batsman. Yeah, I think इनको जरूरत है.
And they've not
Tim
taken
David is
Saurav
there.
Tiwari this year.
Thank God, bro. Can someone make that guy lose weight? Ooh.
He's been a part of MI and playing.
I know.
And you don't expect him to play. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's done a decent job as well last year. Like a couple of matches, he was good.
He scored a few 50s, I think so.
But the star power of MI is missing. It just remains to be seen if they can come together as a unit and challenge guys. I think that's the plan, that they want to get rid of the star power and now start approaching it as to how T20 is approached, which is specific roles, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a young guy who's coming in there, he'll take like fish to water to saying कि जी आपका काम है 15 रन बनाना, आपका काम है पहली बॉल से, as opposed to a star who's saying अरे what are you saying, give me some time to settle in, I'm this guy, I'll make up for it later. So I think they're going after that form.
And which was the third team you mentioned? SRH, Mumbai and Punjab.
Punjab. Where's Shubham needs to come back for this.
Yeah, sorry, my battery popped out.
Yeah, Punjab has come. Just like you, a battery popped up, Punjab has just popped up. Shubham, you take us through, buddy. You're the fan. What do you think of this team?
For me, I think definitely open with Mayank and Shikhar. Then, see, one down, I really wanted them to go back with.
Do you want to open with Best or Shubham? Just a thought that I have been having. He's done really well.
I don't want to see. The thing is, this is what I say.
Mayank could come at 3.
Yeah, he could, but like he's been doing a good job for them, and don't change something.
If he's made the captain, I don't think
but
so.
this is Punjab, मेरे दोस्त.
Yeah, but
यहाँ पे कुछ भी हो सकता है इस टीम में.
For sure,
कुछ भी हो सकता है.
पर आप मयंक को कैप्टन बना रहे हो तो मयंक 3 पे नहीं आएगा.
But I rated him highly.
आप उसको
make your batting around him, right? Revolve around your batting.
Yeah. Like I think his innings are more crucial than Rahul's at a lot of times because of the strike rate that he plays with, and बहुत supportive staff for Rahul because he could like take his time, and other than that.
But now your anchor man is Shikhar. You can't expect Shikhar to go in and slam.
Yeah,
Shikhar is your guy who's going to be told कि जी आप 10 over का खेल खेलो. You know, उसके बाद you have to stay there and we will bat around you.
then maybe Besto, Shikhar, Mayank, number 3. Number 4, Markram could have been a good
Livingston
one,
है.
but
Livingston is there.
number 4,
Oh, what a
Livingston.
player. He bowls leg and off in the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me of
Then
school,
I
huh? There's juniors 1, juniors 2. आगे
जो भी डाल दो.
Then I think number 5, potentially Shah Rukh Khan is who I see.
Yeah. By the way, the story on Shah Rukh, he's not a young player. He's been around the circuit for a long time. In fact, Kev was only saying this yesterday. जब ये domestic cricket खेलता था Tamil Nadu के लिए, there was a time when he was considered a test batsman. He'd be a runner ball batsman. But he's changed his game over these last 3-4 years. And he's been around for a long time. He's not a youngster in any sense. So, पक्का खिलाड़ी है वो. In a good phase of life, basically.
Right.
And Shubham, I feel at 5, 6, 7, you have like Rishi Dhawan, you have Shah Rukh, you have Odion Smith who can keep shuffling as per the situation.
Yeah,
I mean, because
I
Punjab,
still see one batsman they need.
They've only got 4 foreigners again, by the way. You technically have to play 4. They just have 4 right now.
They have 4 bowlers.
That's it. No, the 4 foreigners.
Overseas.
They just have 4. They have 4
exactly.
overseas. That's it.
Exactly. So that's why I was saying that they could potentially go for a Rassi, Van der Dusen, who's a good fit somewhere in the middle at 4 or 5. And then you can start off with your lower order and bowlers may basically Khagisar Rabada for sure.
Angad Baba also.
Angad Baba
where does he bat? Where does he bat?
He bats 2 down, like number 4, number 5 only.
Okay.
Yeah, for under 19 at least. And then I think the bowling is kind of sorted. You have Arshdeep Singh, you have Khagisar Rabada, you have Rahul Chahar as their spinner. Then maybe Sundeep Sharma or Ishan Porel, the 2 of them could be switched. Sandeep gives them good amount of spin, has played with Sunrisers, Punjab also in the past.
Bowling is looking weak, yeah. Livingston is there, he gives you.
Yeah.
Livingston gives you overs. Bowling is looking
You have Harpreet Brar also.
Harpreet Brar. Even Odion Smith is left arm.
He's the off spinner, no? He's the off spinner.
Yeah.
And where's that boy, Arshdeep? Where's that boy, Arshdeep?
He's been retained. He's been retained.
He's been
as a second.
वो है जी आपका पक्का bowler है वो.
हाँ,
Power play या death over है
Rabada.
वो bowler हाँ.
For sure.
Arshdeep
Rabada, Rahul Chahar.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think Odion Smith, if he plays, he's bowling left arm pace. I think so.
Yeah,
Okay.
Odion Smith. I think one batsman at number 4, 5 they could possibly chase, and maybe a better fast bowler if there is someone left. I don't even know.
I think Punjab's team is much better than the last few years they've been. On paper, it is.
We say that every
we say
year.
that after every exactly. We say that every auction. अरे भाई क्या team बनाई है?
पेपर पे तो जीतने दो कम
what
से
team?
कम कहीं तो जीतने दो कहीं
They
कहीं
won
तो
on paper, right? They won the IPL the maximum times on paper.
On paper, yeah.
Yeah.
They finish like 4th, 5th, 6th like every year. That's where they are.
I just feel, and someone put out a good point on Cricinfo, saying that extending 10 teams to 10 teams, I don't think there is enough quality to sort of extend it to 10 teams. So you might have a drop in quality this season.
I think it was Gaurav Sundaraman.
Gaurav Sundaraman was the one. Yes, exactly. So I don't know. I mean, he follows these things more closely than me. So we'll get to know once we see the season.
Right.
It's possible. They dropped from 5 foreigners. They brought in 4 foreigners.
Yeah.
In the playing 11, right? And the first, I think 6 match days, the football was horrible. It was like ये क्या खेल रहे हैं? It was again back to those Indian football days. कि जी ball आई और लंबी मार दी, boom. But then the switch happened, and the sort of players bought into it, and it takes time to believe in yourself as well. So the game is basically how your domestic players perform. What is the level they perform at? And even your domestic foreigners, what is the level they perform at, will play a crucial part in the quality of the league this time.
But Arjun, do you think somewhere that now we have 10 franchises, they could have increased the overseas slots from 4 to a 5 to just improve the quality?
No, I think the hallmark of this league has been that you've given
Indians. this
They
time.
could have, of course, they could have. But the thing is, the hallmark is that it's dominated by Indians, and that's such a huge part for the marketability of this league. You
Yeah.
get so many stories. हर किसी के पास तो कोई emotional story होती है कि ये लड़का
Right.
आ गया हमारा, and that all of that plays into picking up the league and the value of the league. It's insane right now. The main talking point for me is not the auction; it's the media rights.
Yeah.
My mother, I was having a conversation with my family. I was there at their house, and so she's asking me, "क्या है ये? Do they auction हो रहा था? Do they actually pay the players?" I said, "आपको क्या लग रहा है? Monopoly चल रही है वहाँ पे?" Huh? I said, "Yes, they're paying the players." She's like, "But why? Why would someone want to pay so much?" I said, "It's big business. First season of the IPL teams are bought for 400 CR. This season, 2 new teams are coming at 1600 and 1200 CR. So when people ask what is the game for an owner, this is the game, valuation. It is the valuation game. And all these things, the Indian angle, Indian households, players, all of these things add into further upping the valuation. People are saying IPL has not reached its plateau. It's going to go up even more. ये पागल नहीं है ये लखनऊ वाले या जिन्होंने 1600 करोड़ लगाए हैं. हाँ, कुछ सोच समझ के ही किया है उन्होंने. It'll be done over a 10-year period. So they're assuming that in this next right cycle, which is now for 5 years, the 5 years after that, it'll go up even more.
Yeah.
So their kitty comes in even more. And
they want to get the money back. Certainly, it's not just that they're spending this amount of money for just
IPL,
owning
you
a
have to
team.
give it credit compared to all the other leagues in the world. This is a league that's been not in the red for a number of years now. And for a league that's only 14 years old, 14 years is nothing. It's baby steps for a league.
And Arjun,
they
just
sort
to
of
add
hit
on
the
what you
formula.
said, that 4 players are enough. I think I agree with that because IPL's tagline is where talent meets opportunity, and there's sufficient
अब वो
Indians.
बकवास ये
नहीं ऐसी बात नहीं है.
वाले मेरे को पसंद नहीं है ये सब
marketing.
बकवास.
हम तो मार्केटिंग में
but
काम
yeah,
करते हैं सर, हमें क्या करें.
हाँ, so it's people like you who come up with these दिल को छूने वाले taglines. जी, consumer
You
को
need
रुला
it.
दो. Consumer को
चाहिए
रुला
सर.
दो and you've got the consumer. इंडिया में यही चलता है कि how can I do this? या तो रुलाओ या हंसाओ. So
Emotions is what is marketing. You need to hit the emotions.
Emotions is Indian marketing for sure, 100%.
Yeah. But Arjun, thank you so much for coming in today. We've had a very
Loved
exciting
it.
1
Thank
hour.
you.
Thank you so much for coming, and hopefully we get to see you soon again. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done, guys. Just wanted to say that Tata House rules and screw O House. Even though I'm wearing your house color right now, I didn't realize that I'll be the 3 O House guys. This is me not having a bath and just wearing what I'm wearing. But yeah, thank you so much, man. Nice conversation. Good to have you guys.
Really nice talking to you.
Thank you, Arjun.
So many people keep telling me, so many people keep telling me, how can I get into broadcast? How can I talk sport for a living? I said, आपके घर में कैमरा है, आपके घर में लैपटॉप है, वाईफाई कनेक्शन है. The possibilities are endless. You have to get yourself out there. And then if someone sees, if you're doing good work, you will be noticed. ये मेरे से आप लिख के ले लो. There is no way you can be ignored. So all the best, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, Arjun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you.
Same here. Thank you.
See you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And while we say bye to Arjun, Shubham, and Vidit, I think Sean Abbott has come into the auction and has just been going on. It's 2.4 CR.
Yeah, Punjab only has 4 foreigners.
I think Sunrisers have gotten him. Shubham, I'm sorry to tell you that Sunrisers have gotten Sean Abbott for 2.4 CR.
I still think that they could get. I'm still hoping for a Rassie. I've been saying it since morning that Rassie van der Dusen, Liam Livingston, and any additional foreign fast bowler you get in, and that's good.
And the next player is Alzari Joseph. He's another one who has played for Mumbai previously.
I hope Punjab goes for him. They have the most amount of money.
Yeah, but I think Punjab really need to fill up those. I think you at least need to have 6 foreigners. With anyone not having a good season or not being available itself, I think the team needs to have 6, if not 7 foreigners, because you would want the best talent from that foreign side to come and deliver for you. So yeah, interesting to see. It's
All are
DC.
going for Azari.
It's DC and Mumbai right now. DC has 1.3 CR left.
Wow.
and
Avinash, I'm gonna quickly be back. I'm gonna we can continue. Maybe pull up a sheet, or even if you want to take a break, go for it. I'm gonna
yeah,
get
no
water.
issues. I'm here. Yeah, no issues. Shivam. We'll continue to discuss.
Please do update the Excel.
Yeah, it's going on.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, as we move on, Alzari Joseph. Now both Mumbai and Delhi seem to have dropped out. It's just the Gujarat and the Punjab franchisees. Current bid is at 1 CR. Punjab and Gujarat going at it. Gujarat at 1.2 CR right now for Alzari Joseph. We're just looking at who all are left essentially. There is Dhawal Kulkarni, there is Shakid Mahmood still yet to come. There's Riley Meredith who went for a huge amount of money last time. Kane Richardson. These guys can be called upon by teams in this oxygenated session. So yeah, let's see. Alzari Joseph still being bid on by the Gujarat Titans and the Punjab Kings. And this, we were just discussing this with Arjun as well, that Punjab just has the 4 foreigners right now in the form of Kagiso Rabada, Johnny Bairstow, Liam Livingston, and Odean Smith, and they would want to add another, or maybe 2 foreigners onto the team. Similarly, the Gujarat Titans have Rashid Khan, Jason Roy, Lockie Ferguson. They have got Noor Ahmed and Dominic Drakes as 2 other foreigners, lesser known players, not established as much. So yeah, Alzari Joseph plays for the West Indies team. He could be another one that they can pick up and get as their 4th foreigner who can bowl, can bat a little bit. He's played for Mumbai, had a brilliant game in which he took 6 wickets for just 12 runs. And the bid is at 200 lakhs, just 2 crores right now. With the Punjab Kings, it seems they are though it's with the Gujarat Titans. The current bid. Punjab is still thinking about if they want to bid more. Yes, they have. Going on to the next round of bids. It's still Punjab who holds the bid at 2.2 CR. Ashish Nehra discussing with the owner if they need to bid more. Gujarat still has a lot of bank. They have 11 and a half, almost 11.25 crores as balance. If I quickly move on to that page where we look at the team balance, Gujarat has the most amount of money left now. They are the only 2 teams along with KKR who have more than 10 crores. No, Gujarat is now holding the bid at 2.4 CR and Punjab has stepped out of the process. And it seems that Gujarat Titans have gotten Alzari Joseph for 2.4 CR. Just gonna update that. Gujarat Titans picking up Alzari Joseph at number 282 for 2.4 CR. Another decent buy, we have Dhawal Kulkarni, who's come in and gone unsold. We're just discussing about Dhawal Kulkarni. He has gone unsold. As we quickly move on to Riley Meredith, he bagged a big amount last time he was playing. I think Punjab had picked him up for 8 to 9 crores with a base price of 1 CR. Did not get to play a lot of games. As we see if there's any team that's interested in Riley Meredith right now. And I think they've got one bid Not sure which franchisee has put in the bid. We'll get to know very soon. Uh, who has put in the bid for for Riley Meredith at 1 CR? I think Mumbai has gotten Riley Meredith for 1 CR at base price. This is very interesting. Went for a huge amount of money last season. Didn't play a lot of games. Player number 285, Alzari Joseph. No, Riley Meredith has been bought by Mumbai Indians at base price. So Mumbai just filling in those foreigner slot now. They've essentially filling the bowling and the all-rounder options. They caught in today, came in for Jofra Archer, Daniel Sams, Tymel Mills, Tim David, Riley Meredith, all the players that Mumbai has picked up in the late auction, in the accelerated round. So, however, we were concerned about how Mumbai has been doing. It seems they have been able to do well with the foreigner quota. Now they've been able to fill those teams, taking in mind that Archer is not be available. They have Tymel Mills, they have Tim David, they have Daniel Sams and Pollard essentially to cover up those that bowling attack. And probably looking to just improve that batting slightly with, Pollard, Daniel Sams, Tim David all can bat. So interesting to see how they use these three in that lower middle order. As we quickly move on, there have been players who've been unsold. There's Laurie Evans going on right now. No one's put in a bid for him. The auction is just moving very quickly now, with teams just calling in for players that they would want to essentially get. So yeah, quickly looking on to the team balances. If you guys see, currently, let's look at it. Sort from, let's see, A to Z. A to Z. Let's just filter by value. We have Ayush Badoni, who's come in again. No bids for him. As teams look to finalize their squads, get to the rank of 18 to 19 players. We see DC is 21 players right now. Mumbai has bought 17 with little amount of money left in their purse. They have Lucknow has got 16 players. Anishwar Gautam is the next player. This is, as we know, an accelerated auction, and teams will be looking forward to just pick out players that they would want to get at base price with no other franchisees bidding on for them. And there has been someone, I think Sunrisers have, not Sunrisers, I think RCB have bid for Anishwar Gautam. Bid is at base price 20 lakhs currently. And I think Ayush Badoni has been bought by the Lucknow team, player number 299. Lucknow bought Ayush Badoni for base. I will quickly confirm that for our viewers that yes, Lucknow has bought all-rounder Ayush Badoni at his base price of 20 lakhs. And I think RCB, quickly moving on to the next player, RCB were able to get Anishwar. Not sure if this is the correct player. Anishwar Gautam. We will just confirm for our viewers. RCB has bought Anishwar Gautam for his base price of 20 of 20 lakhs. So yes, just wanted to confirm that player number 300, Anishwar Gautam, has been bought by the Royal Challengers Bangalore for his base price. And very surprisingly, one player that we all thought will go, might get this thing. Hayden Kerr was the foreigner uh, who people thought, overseas player who might get some money, might get sold. He's an Australian who's done well, but he has gone unsold. So yep, another player. Few more Indians who've gone unsold now. There's Dhruv Patel who's come in. Not sure if any team is going to be bidding for him. Yes, he goes unsold as well. So no bias for Dhruv Patel. There's Ateeth Sheth, who's coming next. Just to remind our viewers that these are all players that had been called upon or named by the franchisees that they might be interested in them. But obviously, as dynamics change, as they pick up the other players, the franchises will have to see if they want to pick this player or not. And the next player is David Wiese. He was picked up by the Australian side, by the RCB side last season. His base is 50 lakhs. Let's see if any team goes for him. And David Wiese goes unsold. There's Baba Indrajit who's coming next. There's been no bids till now as we look to quickly move across what other teams can pick up these uncapped Indian players. And there has been a bid lodged in for Baba Indrajit. KKR has come in with a bid for him. Player number 311. He's an Indian state association, plays for Tamil Nadu Cricket Association. He's a wicket keeper.
और भाई क्या हाल है?
So KKR looking on to the next.
तो क्या लगता
And I
है?
think
क्या होने वाला है?
KKR just got Baba Parijit. I think just teams filling
बाबा
up
पर
there.
ये हैं,
Baba Indrajit है Shivam.
ये अलग बाबा हैं.
Baba Indrajit. He's player number 311. And I think they got him for the base price. So yeah.
एक पता है बहुत cool बात. कोलकाता ने you have to have minimum of 6 overseas players in your team.
Is it minimum also?
I think minimum है.
I mean, because I doubt there will be a minimum quota, Shivam, because you can always play 3 non-foreigners also, right? That's an option. Like you can play 3 foreigners and it's fine. Like you don't have to play 4. It's maximum 4 rather than minimum 4.
यार I think कुछ तो है कि एक टीम को 6 तो उठाने होते हैं.
Is that so? Are you saying they have to take it between 6 and 8? Is that a rule? Can you confirm that? Because yeah, I mean, if you say that KKR has just got 3 foreigners till now, and they don't really have a lot of money left, I think they might want to actually. If I look at the KKR per Shubham, they still have around 10 CR left. They are the
So
franchisee
basically
with the
8.
most amount of money.
8 CR is the upper limit. There's no lower
8
limit.
Yeah, so no overlay. And plus, if you look at KKR Shubham, they have 10 crores left. They can easily pick up some of these unsold internationals for 2 CRs, 1.5 CRs, or 1 CR
Man,
also.
I am so surprised to not see Rassi Vanderdusen get picked by anyone at the moment. आई थिंक पंजाब को ले लेना चाहिए भाई. ही विल बी अ सॉलिड बैट्समैन देयर. बट पता है प्रॉब्लम क्या है? अगर वो राशि को खिलाएंगे ना तो हमारे लिए एक बॉलिंग वीक पड़ जाएगी टीम की.
We've seen
We
that, Shubham,
want,
yeah, like you mentioned, that Punjab needs to fill in. I
they
think those 4
need to
foreigners.
have one batter. मैं तो बोलता हूँ
And
सुरेश रैना को भी ले लेंगे ना अगर
as we
बहुत
speak, I think Karuna Ratne has been bought by KKR. So they have filled up that additional international slot.
Word,
Shubham,
right? Sure.
Shamira,
I'll
Karuna
tell you
Ratne.
what. I'll tell you what. I'll be the happiest if Punjab can bring in a Steve Smith or राशि वैंडरडू से. उससे बेटर बाय ना होगा नहीं मेरे हिसाब से. लबुशेन को भी ले आए ना, वो भी बढ़िया हो सकता. लबुशेन थोड़ा सा बकवास होगा, बट अदर टू तो आई थिंक वेरी सॉलिड. डेविड वाइली कौन है?
David Willey, yeah.
विली. एक ना यार हमारा आरसीबी का बैलेंस नहीं मैच कर रहा. पता नहीं क्या इशू है.
We can quickly check.
चेक करेगा
What-
फटाफट. ले मैं करता हूँ check.
What's the RCB balance?
Let me tell you the squad and then you check for me. बता रहा हूँ तुझे. आरसीबी का पर्स है ना वो 5 करोड़ है. हमारे पास कितना है?
5.3.
चल
Have we missed out on a player?
चल आई क्विकली टेल यू. ठीक है. लेट मी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम प्राइस के हिसाब से चलता हूँ मैं. ठीक है. सस्ते से ऊपर. आकाशदीप 20 लाख.
हाँ
डन.
जी.
ठीक है. अनीश्वर गौतम 20 लाख. ठीक है.
Chama Milind.
चामा मिलन 25 लाख.
Suyash Prabhudesai.
साई was for
30.
30 lakh. Behendorf 75. Finn Allen 80. उसके बाद एक 95 के हैं महिपाल नमरोर. फिर शर्फिन रथरफोर्ड 100 करोड़. सॉरी 1 करोड़. उसके बाद आई थिंक आपके हैं शबाज एट 2.4.
Correct.
अनुज रावत 3.4. देन यू हैव 5.5 पे दिनेश
DK.
कार्तिक. 7 पे सिराज. 7 पे फाफ. हेजलवुड 7.75. Vanindu and Harshal Patel 10.75.
And Maxwell and Kohli 11 and 15.
11 and 15. Then I don't know why is there a difference in our calculation and
Maybe Shubham, I'm not sure if that 11 and 15 is actually 16 and 12. That total amount that gets cut from this thing. I'm not sure.
okay.
I don't
maybe.
know.
we
But
should
actually,
correct
that we are missing by 30 lakhs, so that must be something else
somewhere.
because that will
It's
increase
fine,
it.
I think. And as we speak, R Samarth has been sold to Sunrisers Hyderabad. If you can update that, R
Yeah.
Samarth
Just look at him.
to Sunrisers Hyderabad.
Player number 374. How much did he go for?
I'm just checking and telling you. R Samarth has gone for अपडेट हुआ नहीं है इनका अभी. पर आई थिंक 0.3 लाख के बिके हैं. जो बेस प्राइस है उससे बिके हैं. चेक करिए बेस प्राइस क्या है इनकी.
Yep. 20 है base price, but I think the bids were higher. Let me just check. आप अभिजीत तोमर को करते रहिए तब तक.
मैं ट्रैक कर रहा हूँ. आज
Do you
समर्थ
think
20 लाख के बिके हैं.
Really happy with the way Mumbai have come in for the foreigners.
Oh, very strong.
They're
Very
filled up.
strong. I think
Very
बहुत
smart.
solid.
And imagine Jofra Archer, not this season, but imagine facing Jofra and Bumrah.
Jofra,
at the-
Jamal and Bumrah.
like that will be one bowling attack that will be feared for sure.
Mad bowling it. And you know what? They've also picked up a quickie in Riley Meredith. और मुंबई की टीम
Yeah,
ऐसी है
for
ना,
this base price.
उसको भी कुछ ना कुछ बना देंगे बहुत बढ़िया. मुझे लगता है.
Plus, we always say someone who leaves Punjab has to do well.
Has to do well. Has to do
for
well.
the
I'm
other
sure
franchise.
Big find. पक्का. पंजाब में तो अपनी पेस ही कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे थे. मुझे याद है यशस्वी जायसवाल से 4 बॉल में 4 चौके खा के गए थे वो.
And I
मुझे
think
लगता है
this
Steve Smith, Raina,
Abhijit Tomar has been sold, I think. So I'm not sure who's bought him,
I
but
think
we'll
40
just
लाख
confirm.
की बिकी है to KKR, जितना मुझे लगता है. बाकी I'll tell you. Yes.
SRH, yeah,
No,
KKR,
no.
sorry.
KKR for 40 lakh.
Yeah, we'll just keep updating this. Deep Sangwan is the next player. He's played IPL previously. I think Sunrise के लिए खेल चुके हैं कुछ सीजन पहले या फिर मुंबई के लिए, but
हाँ, ये तो मतलब फ्रेश नहीं है, काफी पुराने प्लेयर हैं. From what I recall.
जी 31-year-old player number 384. Someone has bid for him. I think Gujarat has bid.
For Mr. Sangwan. Yeah, I think
Gujarat has bid. जी क्या कह रहे हैं शुभम आप?
I think ये बेस पे जाने वाले हैं.
384. I think Gujarat has got him at base.
Player number 384, right?
Yeah.
देखिए चारू शर्मा क्या बोल रहे हैं. कौशल तांबे ये अंडर 19 के प्लेयर हैं शायद, जितना मुझे आइडिया है इनका.
अभी तक कोई बिड नहीं आई है वैसे इनके लिए.
और ये अंडर 19 के प्लेयर है ना?
चेक कर सकते हैं हम कौशल तांबे को. जी 19 साल के हैं, भारत के लिए खेलते हैं. मोस्ट लाइकली शायद अंडर 19 प्लेयर ही हैं.
I think अंडर 19
अनसोल्ड गए हैं. अगले हैं मुकेश कुमार सिंह.
अधिराज वो जो गेस्ट आए थे उनका नाम क्या था आज? उमेन
जी
जो आज
जो क्रिकेटर थे हमारे.
हाँ
भूपेन शुभम.
जो क्या था उनका नंबर?
I will just let you know.
400 something था.
435 or 485, one of those.
435.
भूपेन ललवानी.
प्रथम सिंह की क्या नंबर है?
प्रथम is 439.
So I think he's not been picked in the accelerated, unfortunately.
20 lakhs by Knight Riders. Is it going by the number order, Shubham?
Yeah, it's going by order. Now it's 441.
Pratham Singh to KKR for 20 lakhs, right, Shubham?
Yeah. KKR ने बहुत ऐसे छोटे-छोटे प्लेयर उठाए हैं. फटाफट.
I mean, if you look at this, they have picked up Anukul Roy, Rishpardhar, Baba Indrajit, Karuna Ratne, Abhijit Tomar, Pratham Singh. They're just trying to fill that remaining.
Ritik Chatterjee has been bought by Punjab. पंजाब ने बहुत ऑलराउंडर उठाए हैं ऐसे अननोन मैंने देखा है.
Shubham, what's the name? What category?
WRITTICK. Ritik.
Oh, Ritik
Player
Chatterjee.
number 441.
G. I mean, not a lot that we know about all these Indian
20 lakh.
Indian players to comment honestly, but I'm sure the teams have, gone on, taken trials for these players, have seen something in them to be giving out contracts to them.
Now है ऋतिक हमारे HRIT वाले ऋतिक.
Yeah, he's gone unsold as well. ऋतिक Shakeen.
थोड़ा स्ट्रीम स्लो चल रहा है हमारा. I want to see player number 452, Nandre Burger.
He's a South African. I'm sure it's not pronounced as burger. I'm sure there has to be some other pronunciation for it. I think someone has bid for Shashank Singh.
पंजाब ही होगी.
SRH. Shashank Singh has been bought by the Sunrise for 20 lakhs.
And since we don't have 25, it's all yours. Congratulations. Four rounder. Number 4, 6.
What was Anone's number?
580 or something. I'll check. Kyle Mayers there's a bit been launched for Kyle Mayers.
Kyle Mayers वो ये ना जो टेस्ट प्लेयर वेस्ट इंडीज के एक बहुत सॉलिड मैच खेला था इन्होंने.
हाँ जी player 468.
55. If not, we conclude this quickly. Lucknow Super Giants, you have the opening and the high bid of 50 lakhs. Nobody else at 55. Lucknow Super Giants. Player number 468. Kyle Mayers. Once.
Twice sold.
Congratulations.
50 lakhs, right, Shubham? Kyle Mayers.
Lucknow Super Giants.
50 lakhs.
Lucknow Super Giants. Not bad. I mean, that's a good for overseas players because he can bat up the order if one of those players. Even though I think the foreigners have been booked already for Lucknow with Stoinis, Quinton, Jason Holder, and Mark Wood. They have the Dushmanta Chamira as well, but I mean, he's a good backup option for base price.
Number 476, Karan Sharma. From Capital Rounder. 20. 21. 20.
There has been a bid again for Karan Sharma. Yeah.
By?
I think Gujarat. Oh no, Lucknow.
25. Lucknow Super Giants. Right on top of this at 20 lakhs. Player number 476, Karan Sharma. Nobody else at 25. Lucknow Super Giants. All yours. Congratulations. Next.
I think सुरेश रैना को ना कहीं वो 2 crore का टैग भारी पड़ गया.
So I think Shubham, will there be another round after all of these players are done?
Yeah. Everyone who was brought in the auction but unsold will get a chance to come back.
20 lakhs. Enough time to make up your mind. If not,
Baltej Danda ko I think.
we can't get an opening bid. How do? Punjab King will thank you. 20 lakhs. Anyone else at 25?
Such so typical of Punjab. Promoting the culture.
Maybe not. Punjab Kings to confirm.
Baltej Danda
Maybe opening the high bid of 20 lakhs.
goes to Punjab.
Number 485, Baltej Danda. And he's yours. Congratulations. Final few names on my final sheet for acceleration 1.
Okay, this is acceleration 1.
There we go.
No. I mean acceleration 2 is basically everyone who comes back.
And capital is still 20 lakhs. Do we have a 20 lakh opener?
I think you'll see player number 535 Arjun Tendulkar coming in.
Sunrisers Hyderabad.
I'm sure Mumbai bids for him. There's no doubt in my mind.
Anyone? No? We get back to the 20 lakh bid, which is a high bid with Sunrisers Hyderabad.
Oh, someone got him. What player was this, Shubham?
Sunrisers Hyderabad.
Saurabh Dubey.
486.
Yeah.
Saurabh Dubey. 491 Lalit Yadav. 491 Lalit Yadav at 20.
Is this the other, some other Lalit Yadav, right?
Yeah, some other Lalit Yadav.
We're soon going to get into the final complication of how much you have and how much you need, or how many you need. But till then, we've got just a few names. Lalit Yadav. 20 lakhs. No bid. 491 Lalit Yadav. For now, passes. 497 Mohammad Ashraf. Let's go back to Mohammad Ashraf and that opening bid of 20 lakhs. Do we have it?
I think it's more Arshad, not Ashraf.
Do we have it?
It's Arshad, yeah.
Okay, then. 497 Mohammad Ashraf Khan. Beg your pardon. There we go. Mohammad Ashraf Khan, 497, 20 lakhs. Mumbai Indians. Anyone else at 25? Mumbai Indians open at 20 lakhs. Do we have 25 from anyone else? If not, then we'll have to conclude. Mumbai Indians, 497, Mohammad Ashraf Khan.
Sold.
Yep, to Mumbai Indians.
Congratulations.
It was the 18th player, right?
Number 498, Ansh Patel.
Can quickly check that. That's Mumbai's 18th player, yeah.
So everyone but Gujarat and KKR. Gujarat and Rajasthan Royals only has 13 players?
I think we got just number 4 after this.
That can't be.
Go on. You can go check this.
There we go, 20 lakhs.
Yeah, seems like it.
Oh, wow. So they've not
They're
bought
pressure.
a single uncapped player, that means.
Nice and high. Ansh Patel.
I'm sure Karyappa
Wow.
is an uncapped player. Riyan Parag is uncapped.
No, I meant
Isn't
like people have not played IPL before.
Yeah. I think they'll get some people in that second.
Congratulations. 3 players left. 507. Ashok Sharma.
Shom, did anyone get sold right now? I missed out on
Ansh
something.
Patel, Punjab Kings
Ashok Sharma.
for 20
Sorry,
lakh.
who? Ansh Patel.
Ansh Patel, Punjab King for 20 lakh. I don't know what is Punjab doing. There are only 3 players left, 3 spots left, and they only have 4 overseas players. My God, I don't think they're going to go for a Smith or a
How many can they buy, Shubham? 20? Isn't it 22?
25
How
is the
many?
max. 25 is
Okay.
the max.
Then they have spots, I think.
3.
Punjab is. Oh, they're at 22 already?
Yeah.
Riders, we have 30. Rajasthan Royals. Can I see that again? One. Can I see that again? Thank you. 30. Now with Rajasthan Royals, 35. Coulter Knight Riders, 35. 40. Rajasthan.
God, just get a Rassi
40.
or a Steve now.
45 on new 45. 50. That's right. Rajasthan Royals.
I think going with just 4 overseas players is very risky. One should have at least
Yeah,
6.
I'm sure they'll not just go with 4. That is for sure, Shubham.
Details.
Ashok Sharma, there's quite a big bid going on. It's reached 55 lakhs.
KKR also hasn't made up the quota of their players.
They're at 17, KKR.
Yeah.
60 am I right somewhere?
With the most amount of money left.
Anyone else? 60 lakhs, the required figure.
Rajasthan has been rather quiet.
To confirm the high pick. 60. Rajasthan, we'll wait for you.
I am more interested in what the teams come back in that second accelerated auction, which all players, like we said, some big names, if they get picked up, by these teams with the purse remaining. And KKR has gotten Ashok Sharma.
55 lakh. Adiraj, who's the other girl sitting with Abram? That's the daughter, right? Shahrukh's?
Shahrukh's daughter, yeah.
Congratulations. 2 players, number 544, Ashutosh Sharma. Ashutosh Sharma. For Ashutosh, as always, we want to thank you. We have an open bid of 20 lakhs.
What is the player number he called out, Shubham?
Sharma, the 5 more.
Ashutosh Sharma.
544.
There's no opening bid. For player number
Rasikh Dhar. Rasikh Dar. Who's this player?
Pass for now. Which of course brings us to the last player in our first round of accelerated auction. Since I do have, I think, your attention, may I read out a few details for what is to follow? For the second part of the accelerated auction,
Was that the last player, Shubham? Ashutosh was the last player?
break for 15 minutes.
No.
A little more required. And we wish
1 second.
you to submit to the high table 5 to 7 names of players you would still like to be included in the second part of the accelerated auction. I hope that's clear. 5 to 7 names as a maximum, not more. We just get longer and longer. 5 to 7 names. Of course, it depends on what we may need. But you have only 15 minutes for that. And you already have lists of players who've been passed in the past who can come up for auction.
So now after the player who's going to come up, they'll have 15 minutes. Also when Sports Taaza goes for a break.
If required, we will go beyond that for yet another, hopefully, final accelerated rounds based on your requirements, which will be already submitted.
So 2 more accelerated rounds, Shubham, is that it?
No.
Third accelerated round.
If the third is needed.
And of course,
Okay.
I should mention this very quickly. At the fabulous Britannia Terrace Gardens, dinner for all. Those are here, mind you. Those watching in other parts of the world, sure you have a meal wherever you are. So the beautiful Britannia Terrace Garden is where the dinner is post the auction. And that's a bit of a distance away, I think, but not too far. So to the final name, 564.
Oh, it's Anunay, Shubham, Anunay Singh.
Yeah.
And there has been a bid by Rajasthan.
By Big, yeah. Let me congratulate him.
This is great. We've had Anunay on the channel, guys. Really happy that he has been picked. The bid is, and he's been sold. This is really great. Rajasthan Royals have picked up Anunay Singh. Really happy for Anunay. Player number 564. He has been on the channel yesterday. He was talking about how he has given the tryouts and as the auction goes on towards a break for the next 15 minutes, I'm really happy to announce that one of the players who came on to our live stream yesterday and discussed about his views, his point of views as a player who's in the auction, how he has been feeling, and what he's been going through. Anunay Singh is an all-rounder, is an Indian all-rounder who has been picked up by the Rajasthan Royals for the base price of 20 lakhs.
But let's just recap what's happened so far. Look at the team.
Meanwhile, we will go for a short break, guys, and when we come back, we will look at an accelerated auction round number 1. Thank you for watching.
Hi Nikhil, how are you? Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me, Nikhil?
It's a bit low the voice, but yeah, I can hear murmurs, but that's it.
Is it better now?
Yes, 100% better.
Perfect. I just wanted to call you very, very quickly because yesterday we were in discussion with this very special cricketer,
Yep.
and I personally did not expect, I didn't know what would happen, but so happy
Yeah.
for Anunay. We had a discussion yesterday. He gets sold for Rajasthan, and it's these stories which really I think make IPL what it is, man. It is what
Yes.
people as fans live to see. What's your take on this? And I'm so happy you also messaged me. Anunay got sold, and
Yeah.
Shubham and I were also talking that yes, Anunay got sold. All of us were so happy. We've just known him for 2-3 days, but yeah,
Yeah.
man. So
It
you tell me
almost
about
feels
it.
like it is as close to getting picked as a player, in terms of feeling like it, because we don't anyways have a chance of getting anywhere close to this. But just to be part of someone's story that yes, we talked to that guy and he was so keen
Yeah.
on getting the done, and he was happy about that if he could get picked, and he was. It just put a smile on my face. That wow, I'm very very happy for him. Absolutely delighted for the experience that he'll get. Hopefully, he can grow from strength to strength. But we all need that door opening for us, and I'm very happy that the door has opened for him. Hopefully, there will be a lot many who may not have got it, but at least for those who have gotten, I feel very happy that yes, that those 5 minutes with him will remain with me for a long time.
Same here, man. Same here. I think it's a really special feeling. I was just eating. I was outside. I was just having some tea, and as soon as I got to know, I came running inside, put back my laptop on, and I was like, "Oh my god, this
Yeah.
has happened." So
Also,
happy,
It's a
Nikhil,
man.
I
very
was
good.
trying to I was trying to tag you in a post on Twitter, but I couldn't.
Koini, I've
Uh,
done it. I've done it. Shubham, don't
oh,
worry.
you've
I've
done
done
it.
it.
Okay, perfect, awesome.
Yeah, great.
So
See if you can get him
I
now or tomorrow. That this is
today
what
though I'm
matters.
sure possible. Today though I'm sure possible nahi
Yes,
hoga. He must be getting lots of phone calls, lots of family
yes,
calls.
yes.
I
Not
did
today, but
message him
tomorrow. Aram
for
se he
sure,
can let
man.
me know about his experience of the
Let him
moment. What
just
happened? Yeah.
celebrate this moment today, man. I think he truly deserves it.
Today is his day. I don't think we should bother him today. Today is
Yeah.
his day. He can
No, I
cherish
didn't
this.
even ask him. Didn't even ask him. Not going to do that because it's a huge moment for someone. He's from Bihar, not from a well-to-do state as well, not from a well-to-do infrastructures. And he had mentioned he was so sure he wanted to play for Rajasthan. He
Yes,
had said
exactly. That's
Rajasthan
what.
has called me for trials, which I feel if probably somewhere you should have kept that confidential as well, because if someone else is watching, they get to know you can increase the bid. I know it's a very small thing to say, but if you know a team has shown interest in you and you say yes they called me for a trial, तो थोड़ी controversy हो सकती है. तो मुझे लग रहा था कि
Maybe,
ये
but
मैंने
again,
सही
it
क्वेश्चन
depends on the
पूछा
level
है.
of interest. Yeah,
जब
possibly.
उन्होंने आंसर दिया ना मुझे लग रहा था आई थिंक ही शुडंट हैव आंसर्ड दिस एंड सेड कि राजस्थान has called me for trial 2 times because imagine if someone else is looking for him and then वो राजस्थान है श्योर तो 10 लाख तो बढ़ा ही सकते हैं, 20 का 30 कर देते हैं. Good for
ठीक है.
him,
Anyway,
but
he would have
yeah,
been benefited. And then the वैसे सोच
definitely.
के he can get out of that easily.
But I was so happy, Nikhil, when you messaged me, Anunay got picked. All of us were talking about the same thing, and can't believe it, man. Like we've had some discussions with ex-cricketers, but it's a very formal
Yes,
thing. And you remember he called you Nikhil Bhaiya, thank you. He messaged me with it, Bhaiya, thank you, and it was so heartwarming to see,
yes,
and
Yeah,
it meant so much to him. So I am very
yeah,
personally very happy for the person and for
yes,
Anunay. We had today in talks with one more person, Bhupen Lalwani. He's also
yeah,
yet to come in. I hope he also actually gets a team. No matter you play or not, those 2 months, that dressing room sharing with, let's say, Sanju
exactly.
Samson,
He'll
with
learn.
Ashwin,
He'll
with
learn a lot
Chahel.
more. Yes, correct. He'll learn a lot more. He'll be with the greats of the game. Take important lessons and then implement. And if he takes off, if they like what he does there, and then
Yep.
it is just going to grow multifolds for him. So hopefully that happens, and he can be a household name, and then we can be saying after a few years that yes, we talked with him before before it was cool.
Definitely, man. Definitely. और हुआ क्या है? We still haven't got time. We went had like a 10-hour long edit video yesterday. We are probably planning to now trim that video, probably 5 minutes
Yes,
of
we'll
when
do that.
all of us
Yes,
spoke with him and share that
yes.
because, as you said, this is as close we can get to someone before the auction
Yeah.
and someone who got picked and a non-famous player. मतलब ईशान किशन पैसे के लिए जाएगा पता था, but कोई
बिल्कुल
और
बिल्कुल.
जा रहा है. So very happy,
stories
man.
stories are what are important, and I think and everybody loves somebody getting from an unknown state, not an unknown state, but from that profile to whatever they can do for their
Yeah.
IPL franchise. So yes, very happy for him. uh, I'm sure a lot of teams are not happy though with their purchases, but again,
Yeah.
we'll have a lot of discussion on that at the end of the day, I'm sure.
Certainly. But Nikhil, thank you so much, even if you came for 5 minutes. And I hope we
Yes,
called
yes.
you and two players came. So you enjoyed that experience. I really cherish that.
100%, 100%.
And we as fans
Always
live for
always
that,
a
man.
pleasure.
Live for that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
totally. Live for the stories. Like that's what IPL is all about, right?
Yeah. Talent meets opportunity. It could not have been explained much better. Just the ideal
आज ही ना
example.
निखिल इस पे एक जोक हुआ था. We just had like an hour back with Arjun Pandit, the Star Sports broadcaster. And he said, यार ये talent meets opportunity ना, ये सब marketing वालों की
Marketing gimmicks.
बकवास है. कहते हैं कुछ भी कर देते हैं marketing वाले इमोशनल करने के लिए. और मैंने कहा इमोशन ही इंडिया को बनाती है, which is true.
बनाता है, बिल्कुल.
See, India runs on emotions. You and me watch this game
Yeah.
because we are emotionally attached to it. We don't get anything out of it. Yes, we've made a
Correct.
living now, but we are into this because we are so emotionally attached to them. So yeah, in India at least, emotion is what sells, and it'll keep selling. Hopefully by the right means and the right way.
Absolutely.
Yes. Great. Hope if you get in touch with him, do let us know how he's feeling. We can talk to him later. But yes,
Sure.
great
And
stuff on
Nikhil,
this one.
whenever we talk to him, I'll for sure message you and call you, and you have to come for it.
Yeah, 100% sure. If it's possible, I'll definitely come.
Done. Bilkul. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Nikhil. Thank you so much for just
Thank
coming
you
in.
so much. Great stuff, guys. See you soon.
So just to tell our viewers who have just come in, we were in talks with a player yesterday, Anunes Singh. He's got sold. Out of us, no one's ever going to go into the auction, but just knowing someone we spoke to yesterday, who we don't even know, probably will never again meet physically, but that person getting sold and him being so humble about it, him going to his dream franchisee. He wanted to go to Rajasthan Royals and he's got that. So that is absolutely an amazing feeling for all of us. And I think our number one achievement since we've launched the channel has been ticked. Personally, I would say it's a great feeling, man. Matlab, I'm personally very overwhelmed by this.
Now, surely, with I think me and Shubham were talking as soon as his name had come up. As soon as his
I
name,
was following on my phone. I was not watching on the laptop. And at that
yeah,
moment, Nikhil also messaged me ki Anunay got sold for 20 lakhs. And I was like,
yeah.
oh man, this is crazy.
Yeah, we're super happy that like you mentioned, it's someone you talk to, someone and like you said, we might not even meet this person, and I hope that he achieves heights, does really well for Rajasthan, and comes back next season with even getting sold at a bigger price, does well in his career as a cricketer. We all know it's not easy to pursue this field in a country like India where there is so much talent, so many people playing cricket. All of us have at some point of time in our lives played cricket as youngsters, playing on the streets, playing in schools, as we have. And
मतलब गली क्रिकेट एक चीज है जो मेरे हिसाब से सबने कभी ना कभी खेली ही होगी, चाहे कहीं
जी
पे भी हो,
बिल्कुल,
whatever part of India.
exactly. And to see someone, to meet someone who's pursuing this as a career, and just feeling so happy about for him that he has been picked up by a franchisee, and just really hoping that in the years to come he does well, and we continue to see him in this format, and on the big screen.
Definitely, and Cricket explained in Hindi saying thank you. We love your commentary. Hi Gurkirat. Gurkirat, we were just in calls with Nikhil as well. So the player we spoke to yesterday, today we had got Bhupen. Yesterday we'd spoken to Anune, and he was the last player he got sold in the auction for 20 lakhs to Rajasthan Royals. So all of us were very happy about it because and Nikhil also, he only called me. He said Nikhil has been sold, Anune has been sold. Quickly, let's come on a video together because he was so happy. And yesterday he did not. That player did not know he's from Bihar, not a relatively rich state, not so much infrastructure, and such a player getting sold in the auction, and he's going to share dressing room with Ashwin, Chahal, Sangakkara, Butler. I think an amazing story, man. Just an amazing story.
It is. It's something that's been a consistent part of the IPL auction, and it's something that has always, uh, there's been at least one story like this in every IPL. So we're really happy for him. But
And it's
yeah,
just great that we got to hear about that part of the story before he became famous. मतलब famous होने के बाद तो सब लोग भागते हैं कि यार बात कर लो हमसे, कुछ कर लो. But we got a chance to speak to someone who got sold for the first time in the IPL. So personally, all of us were very happy for him.
good
And
to
the
know.
player we spoke to today, yeah, he's also up next. He'll soon come. Let's hope he also gets a team. So Gurkirat, what do you make of the auction so far?
I think things have gone from bad to worse for Delhi. Quite honestly, uh, they will most likely end up their auction with only 5 overseas players, and that's disappointing. Uh, their over reliance on Andrik Nokia as of now is too much, and they will probably not be able to start with Mustafizur Rahman because
Yeah.
they don't have batters who can do well. They don't have Indian batters who can do well at 5 and 6. And I also eventually see Mitchell Marsh becoming a number 5, even if he starts at number 3. Because, like I said, they don't have Indian batters who are very good against pace or pace hitters at 5 or 6. So the way I see their lineup shaping up is Warner Shaw, one of Sarfaraz, Bharat or Mandeep at 3. Pant 4, 5 Mitchell Marsh, 6 Ravman Powell, 7 and 8 would be Shardul and Akshar, 9, 10, 11 could be Nokia, one of and one Indian pacer in Sakaria or in Khalil, or it could even be Nagarkoti, and then there could be one spinner in Kuldeep or Praveen Dubey. So that's how I see their lineup shaping up, because see, Lalit Yadav is unproven as a number 5, number 6, and it's difficult for anyone who's just coming in to hit pace. So maybe he
Gurpreet,
might come
don't you
in.
think Mitch Marsh? I mean, expecting him to play at 5. I mean, he's done so well at the top of the order at 3, and even for Australia, he bats more on either like that 1, 2, 3, maybe at 4 at max. And I don't see him someone who can. I mean, he hits the ball hard, but especially in the Indian conditions, for him to come down at 5, 6. Maybe they're looking at maybe Pant can come down after him to give that more hitting ability, or have, like you said, Lalit Yadav can maybe play at that finisher role for Delhi. But I don't see Mitch Marsh coming anywhere after 3, maybe 4 at the max, I feel.
No, eventually that will happen, because when someone like Marcus Stoinis was picked up, he was also batting at he was opening the innings for Melbourne Stars, right? Uh, Pant's also not Pant's range versus pace is not as good as Mitchell Marsh, right? So that is where the problem lies. As of now, they don't have any other option. You could try players, but the likelihood of them succeeding at number 5 is difficult. So that is eventually what is going to happen, because the skill set that Marsh has against pace is something which is very good, and you need that at number 5. So they basically need Mitchell Marsh to do the role of a Karen Pollard, if they could. That's the only way that he'll be able that Delhi would be able to go the distance in the tournament. If they have him at 3, for them, because
But then,
then
isn't that
if
like not utilizing him to the max? I mean, his potential essentially, I feel, or I mean, that's what my assumption is, that is the
see,
best at, if he plays the maximum number of deliveries for your team, essentially, he is that man.
no, I've never bought into that theory. There's a reason why RCB have been using AB de Villiers at number 5, and there's a reason why Mumbai Indians also use Kyron Pollard as a 5 or a number 6. I don't think it's that theory of your best batter batting most deliveries will always work in T20s. It's about ensuring that your best batter is batting in the most difficult phase, or in the phase where he's more suitable to. At number 3, where you are going to face a lot more spin, you are better off sending in someone like Sarfaraz or Bharat or even Mandeep and ask them to attack. Because if your top four is Shaw, Warner,
Mitch and Pant.
Warner, Marsh, and Pant, then one of them, right? If you lose two quick wickets, then given there is no batting depth at 5 and 6, those players are going to end up anchoring the innings, and you are going to end up with a KL Rahul kind of a situation. Also, the other thing is, if you are pairing up Warner, who's very good against pace, you can pair him up with a right-hander who's good against spin. And Sarfraz is good against spin. He's not bad against pace either, but it's much he's more suited to attacking spin at number 3 rather than taking on good fast bowling at number 5, right? So that is how you will have to utilize him, because if you have your two best batters of pace batting together, all it's going to take is one good spell to get them right. And if that happens, then you are more or less done with the game. So it's
Maybe
important sometimes to separate your pillars, and that is why RCB were you know that is why RCB were decently successful in last season, because they separated Kohli and De Villiers, right? A lot of their problems in the seasons before were that Kohli and De Villiers used to either get out together, or if they would do well, then they would do well together. So it's important for Delhi, and that is something which will eventually happen. I know people think that Marsh has been bought as a number 3, but that is something which will eventually happen, because if Marsh is number 3 and Pant is number 4, then one of Warner, Pant, or Marsh is going to end up anchoring the innings and bat like KL Rahul, and I don't think it's the right way to go. You are much
Do you
better
think
than.
Pant? I think the responsibility on Pant increases now. Maybe he might even have to maybe go from 4 to 5, because realizing the fact that they have lost Shreyas Iyer, they have lost. I mean, they don't obviously have Rahani, who didn't play a lot, but still played. They have no Steven Smith, so that one batsman is obviously missing. I feel like you've mentioned for Delhi, but does that increase the responsibility on Pant now, because he has played plays for India at 5 or 6, can play that role as well, but he has
he
to be kind of.
if he bats at 5, it's a very difficult role even for someone like him to master, because if you've seen Pant bat at death for Delhi, uh, it's end up with him trying to, how do I explain it? So he looks to go a lot towards leg side when he's looking to score runs, or when he's looking to go big against space. His range between cover and mid off isn't as good, right? That area gets blocked for him, and hence it is easier for teams to plan against him by bowling in that area. So if Pant moves to number 5, then again you are going to miss his abilities against spin in the middle overs. And when it comes to facing spin, he's again better than Mitch Marsh. So it's better that Pant stays at number 4, or is batting in the middle overs versus spin, and Mitchell Marsh coming in the 13th or the 14th over and be prepared to take on pace bowling.
Yeah.
See, it's very
Interesting.
important. To complement for the two batters at the crease to complement each other with Sarfaraz and Mitch Marsh at 3 and 4, or the other. Even if you remove Sarfaraz, your other options are Mandeep and Shikhar Bharat. Both of them again right-handers. So if you have 3 and 4 as two right-handers as an opposition, it's easier to plan. You could have one good leg spinner or one left arm spinner and choking one end, right? So moving Pant from 4 is going to be kind of impossible for Delhi. Quite honestly, it's going to end up with Marsh at 5, Rovman Powell at 6, Shardul Thakur at 7, and Akshay
Akshar,
Patel at 8.
yeah,
So that's how it's going to end up.
certainly. Any other teams? I think one other team that we had essentially been talking since yesterday was Mumbai. Had how they had not bought in players, and that money that they have saved. I really like how they went for these oversized, foreign picks, overseas picks specifically. Even though Jofra Archer is not going to be playing this season, but this pick is really interesting because next season for the future, if you have the likes of Bumrah and Jofra Archer in that bowling attack, Timal Mills again, it will be really interesting to see like this fast bowling attack for Mumbai Indians. What are your thoughts on some of the picks that Mumbai have done later in the day to day?
So with regards to Mumbai, I think only they could have afforded to go for someone like Jofra, because one, they have Jasprit Bumrah. Two, they have 5 titles, so they can afford a bad season or two. Their brand value doesn't take a hit. For other teams, they can't afford that, right? Amongst their overseas picks, even Brevis, I don't think is a starter, sure
Yeah,
starter. It's an investment for the future. So they've
yeah.
invested 11 crores for the future, which for probably the next season, which I am not sure other teams could have done it, right? And with regards to Archer, you really don't know, how he's bowling once he comes back, and how much are England going to use him, because there's going to be the home Ashes next year, and there's also going to be the World Cup. So you don't know what's the plan around Jofra, right? Then coming to Sam's, I don't rate his bowling, quite honestly. I feel his bowling can work on bigger grounds where his slower balls can become effective. His batting is good, but I don't rate his bowling. Then you come to Tymal Mills and Riley Meredith. Probably Tymal Mills will start. Riley Meredith will be the backup, and then there's Tim David. Now with Tim David, he's a big hitter, but IPL's a level above PSL. PSL also has the flattest batting conditions, right? Small boundaries, a ball coming onto the bat brilliantly, and PSL doesn't have good overseas spacers, right? The best spacer are outside after. So probably their top three pacers are Shaheen, Haris Rauf, and then there's Blessing Muzarbani, or maybe David Billy, right? So PSL doesn't have, and you are going to face Shaheen probably, and Shaheen and Haris Rauf are in the same team along with Rashid, right? So you're really going to be tested as a batter only when you play Lahore, where these three are there. Apart from that, no team has great bowling, especially with the kind of boundaries that are there. Okay, Hassan Ali's been struggling, and Blessing Muzarbani wasn't there. Then there's David Billy. So that success of PSL translating to IPL in the first season itself is something which is sort of dicey. It's a risk, but again, like I said, Mumbai is a team which can take those risks, because a bad season is something that they can afford. Their brand value won't take a hit.
Gurkirat, I personally beg to differ. I don't think any team can take a hit, because cricket, as fans, as media, as everyone, is so short term. We forget what happened last year. Like for Chennai also, I know they won the IPL the next year, but one year they did bad and everyone just criticized the hell out of them. Forget the history, forget whatever happened.
No, so I'll
Everyone just gets on you. And this is a very important year for Rohit as well. It's a T20 World Cup, first time Indian captain. So having a bad effect in IPL will somewhere have a bad effect personally on the World Cup as well, and the media front, on the brand front.
see, on the brand front, not really. I mean, it's run by the company which runs probably the country. So even if one or two sponsorship deals aren't there, they can take that hit, right? Uh, with regards to CSK, you have to realize a lot of people were waiting for CSK to fail, because their success in 2018 and 2019 was not making any sense given the kind of squad that they have, right? So that is there, and people expected them to bounce back anyway, which they did, and in style. So what I'm saying is that a Delhi, a Punjab, or a RCB, or a Rajasthan, or maybe KKR would have taken that risk. These four teams wouldn't have been able to take that kind of a risk which MI have taken. Right, having a Bumrah it allows you more flexibility. So that is
Yeah.
there. Can we go back to their squad?
The Mumbai squad,
Also,
yes, surely.
Yeah.
Gurkira, do you think this was always a strategy, because we saw Mumbai not being active yesterday? First, till lunchtime, they hadn't bought anyone. So, do you think they were saving money for Jofra Archer all along?
Yes, I think Jofra might have put his name on, maybe on Mumbai's behest itself, because had he come in the mini auction next year, he would have probably earned at least 4 more crores. But it's
Yeah,
probably MI only who, and he would have felt okay, if even if I get 8 this season and 8 next season, it's still better than getting 12, because he's not going to be available this season, right? So
yeah,
with MI, the biggest problem is their Indian players.
Batting.
Their Indian bowling is extremely concerning. Basil Thampi, Murugan Ashwin, Jaydev, Nadkar, Markande, they don't inspire a lot of confidence, honestly. So with MI, that is an issue.
yeah. How much money
Uh,
does MI still have left?
they have 2 crores, not a lot.
And they've bought how many players? The count.
I think they've bought 18. Let me just go on the squad balance. Mumbai has bought 18 players already.
Okay, so they've met their criteria at least.
Yep.
Any team which is struggling, Gujarat
Yeah,
still without a
Rajasthan
wicket
has
keeper,
just 14 players they've just bought
but they
till
have
now. They
money.
have money. Yeah, they do have money left in the purse.
Has the auction resumed?
No, we're still waiting
Okay, okay.
for it to resume.
Gurkeerat, just before our last discussion, we were talking about some players who could have been given a lot of money. You talked about Hayden Kerr, David Wiese, both of them going unsold. Tim David getting a lot of money. People are asking, is Tim David overpaid? Is it justified? So, do you think all these unsold players will we see them back in the auction immediately?
Sorry, can you repeat? Uh,
I, s-
yeah.
I said you spoke about some players like Hayden Kerr, you spoke about David Wiese in the last interaction, and both of them went unsold. Do you expect them to still being a part of the IPL, or do you expect that not this year?
Not sure. I would have liked David Wiese to be picked by Delhi at base, or maybe even Blessing Muzurbani. I was really surprised that Delhi didn't bid for Mr. Blessing Muzurbani. So I
Yeah,
really don't know. Someone like Kyle Myers getting a bid was surprising. So there's obviously, I think, over the years we've seen a progressively inherit bias towards Aussie cricketers. I think this time there's not been that bias, but that bias has shifted to West Indies cricketers because yeah, Romario Shepherd getting the kind of amount of money that he's gotten,
yeah.
I'm not sure if that's worth it, and yeah, I'm not sure if uh, if uh, if Kyle Myers was also worth buying.
Any players, Gurpreet, that you have in mind? Like we have seen a lot of unsold players, the likes of Finch. There's Devon Convoy. There is
No,
Raina. There is
Conway got sold. I think Conway got
Conway
picked up
got
at
sold for 1 crore. Conway got
yeah,
sold for 1 crore. Yeah.
yeah.
oh sorry, not Convoy. Then
Finch
essentially just
Morgan.
yeah. There is
Morgan is
Finch
unsold.
Morgan. There's a lot. There's Sam Billings who's not been picked up. There are some of the others international players and Indian players who obviously higher base price teams have not picked up. Do you think any of those coming back and being fetched at that base price? Anyone that you would be interested in some team picking up some of them?
Oh, see, I would have liked someone like Paul Sterling to get a bid. Oh, someone like Joshua Little, who's not come up yet. Maybe he's not on the radar of the teams. Ruben Trumpelman from Scotland also hasn't gotten a bid. So it's a case of teams not even looking at these players. I feel would have loved for them to get a bid. Quite honestly, even Blessing Murzabani at base wouldn't have been bad. Delhi could have really used him as a backup for Nokia because at this point of time, if Andrik Nokia picks up an injury, Delhi's season is done and dusted at that moment. Uh, Mustafizur Rahman can't make up for Andrik Nokia's absence, and their over reliance on they also lack support in their bowling. Shardul's not a good enough second pacer. Neither is Sakaria, neither is Khalil. So there's one pacer and there's one spinner, and then there are plethora of all rounders, and those all rounders may or may not work because after Aksar, their spin bowling options are Praveen Dubey and Kuldeep Yadav. Praveen Dubey is unproven. Kuldeep Yadav hasn't done anything of note in the last 1.5 years, so quite concerning.
Also, if you see, Gurpreet, if you see on the screen right now, some of these teams, it's concerning that the overseas slots have not been filled. So you look at KKR, you look at Rajasthan, and look at Punjab. They just picked up 4 overseas players till now. And I would expect teams to at least get 6 to have that backup, backup players that if someone is not doing well or is not having or is injured of sort, even DC has, for that matters, has only got picked up 5. And that's why my question was generally, do you think some of these more overseas players getting picked and coming back into the auction because they have to? I don't expect any team to go in the tournament with just 4 overseas players, right?
Yeah, though, so Punjab will probably get two more. I think they might end up buying someone like Sam Billings as a backup for Bairstow because he can also keep, and I think they'll use Bairstow in the middle order. So Punjab can get those players. Punjab can also look to buy someone like Zampa at base if they want. Uh, Rajasthan, I really don't know what they. I was surprised that Tabrez Shamsi also didn't get a bid. Quite honestly,
Yep.
he should have gotten a bid. So that's one. And Rajasthan did buy him last season as a replacement, so they could bid for him and get him. KKR, really, it's been hard to understand what they've been doing. So maybe Rahmanullah Gurbaz is one player that they could have bid for, because their wicket keeping option is still Sheldon Jackson. Gujarat also don't have a wicket keeper yet, so they might be interested in. And they
Ip-
don't even have a top. They don't even have a left-handed batsman in their top five or top six.
right.
Uh, their best left-hander batsman as of now is Ravi Sai Kishore. So there's that. But I think as of now, clear clear winners look of the auction look to be Punjab, followed by Super Giants, and then maybe RR, because Delhi have nothing more to add, quite honestly. Can we have a look at the SRH squad? I want to know which players that they got. I think they got Romario Shepherd, and they got
Yeah, they've got Jansen, Makram, and Shefford today.
so Markram's a good buy.
Yeah,
Jansen, again, I'm not sure how he's going to get into the 11, because Williamson, Puran, and Markram are going to be the three players. Probably Romario Shepherd might play ahead of him, because Jansen's batting, there isn't much to add. And again, yeah. So these are the. Is this the full list, or there's someone after
yep.
Shepherd as
I
well?
think I think this they have, yeah. So they bought Sean Abbott as well. Sorry, just to add
Yeah.
on.
So that yeah. So I thankfully they've bought in those overseas pacers
Yep.
slash all rounders. But yeah, so SRH have been able to somehow salvage what all went wrong for them in the previous day.
Yeah.
Uh, but again, it's hard to fill up the shoes of Indian batters. You really need that, and that
And
is
do you
something
do
that
you
they lack.
see that issue that they have not been able to fill that Rashid Khan slot? I mean, as a wicket-taking spinner, I mean they have got Shreyas Gopal. I can say Washington Sundar can open the bowling at the top, maybe provide some spin there. But I don't see them that attacking spinner that has been there with them for the past 6, 7, 8 seasons. I mean, in whatever 5, 6, 7 seasons in the form of Rashid Khan, they haven't been able to get that.
So there are few players who you can't replace.
Yeah.
Bumrah's one player, Rashid's that player. Uh, then uh, probably you could say someone like I'm forgetting the name right now. Yeah, but the
But you'd
point is,
expect them to go for someone, right? Like someone close to him, if not even as good. I mean, there's no one as good as Rashid in that area right now,
yeah,
probably.
which is why I am surprised that Adam Zampa didn't get a bid. They could have gotten Tabrez Shamsi as well.
Ish Sodhi
One,
also didn't get picked, like the three spinners.
yeah, Ish Sodhi.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's good that he didn't get a bid.
He's highlighted by the new. I'm surprised he somehow plays for New Zealand always. I don't get
And he
it that
performs well against India. Like he does
against
well.
India,
Like
yes, he does.
yeah.
See, with regards to, like, now, no disrespect to Ish Sodhi, but I think his next great T20 performance is going to come in the World Cup only, after what he did versus India, because you look at how he bowled versus Scotland, and you look at how Scotland played him, or even Namibia played him. So he really lacks a lot of control. I'm not exaggerating this, but Liam Livingstone, while bowling leg spin, has more control than what Ish Sodhi has. Ish Sodhi really struggles for control, and I don't know why he was even the consultant for Rajasthan Royals at one point of time. I really don't know. It's better to make Adil Rashid your consultant, quite honestly.
Or
Not
Imran Tahir, probably.
Yeah, not Ish Sodhi. So Ish Sodhi, you know Ish Sodhi getting a bid ahead of Adil Rashid, or Adam Zampa, or Tabrez Shamsi, or Imran Tahir would have been quite cruel.
Another squad, and the auction is still not on. Another squad we want to look at is Chennai because I mean, we've just been talking about this, Gurkira, that all the teams that have been successful, that is Mumbai, CSK, who were always dependent on that core, I feel, uh, have had the best of auctions. It seems, uh, uh, probably because they wanted to try to retain their core, they wanted to get their older players, and it seems just from the looks of it, from on the paper, the way the team has come out, they don't look as strong as they have looked previously. Same goes for CSK as well. Uh, they don't seem to have had the best auction. What are your thoughts on their squad?
Well, them picking Hungrekar was a surprise. Them picking, so it's clear that CSK love all rounders, right? It doesn't matter how proven or what they do, but they just love all rounders, and they want the same all rounders that they had. I mean, I don't know why they have picked up Mitchell Santner. I think Mitchell Santner for I think Mitchell Santner is on a paid vacation for the last
Yeah.
3 4 seasons, because he comes, he
And
doesn't get a
when his auction was going on, this is the exact thing we said, that 3 years he's just been warming the benches. Sometimes comes as a substitute fielder, but that's it for Chennai, nothing else.
Yeah, so that's I really don't know why they bought Mitchell Santner. Adam Milne is a good pick. I do expect him to walk into the 11 and replace Hazelwood, probably even bowl 2 overs in the death. Conway, I guess, is going to partner someone like Ruturaj. So Conway and Milne do walk into that 11, with Moin Ali being the third foreigner, and one of Thikshana or Bravo playing being the fourth foreigner. What I am surprised is why they went for Shivam Dube, because while he's good against spin, I really don't. I really don't rate him as an all-rounder, quite honestly, because his feet don't move. He's really poor against pace bowling. Like, if you, I think it might have been influenced with that innings that he played versus Chennai in Abu Dhabi, where they chased down 190 odd in 17 overs. But if you look back at that innings, the kind of balls that were fed to him, they were in the slot. There were full tosses. See, Shivam Dube is a very limited batsman. Okay, his bowling isn't something that is going to add a lot of value unless the surface is like Sharjah or Chinnaswamy, right? But his batting is not going to add value if you don't bowl him in his arc. You just have to bowl away from his body, you know, where it's also out of reach of his arms. So and then he can be restricted or into his body, because he really struggles when he's not provided with any room. So I don't know why they've bought him. Like I said, it's probably because he performed well against them, and that's the reason. uh, I have not seen Sudhanshu Senapati or Mukesh Chaudhary or Prashant Solanki, so I really don't know what to say about them.
Yep.
They've probably been scouted well, or they might have been associated with India Siemens in some way, or might have played the TNPL. That I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there
I mean,
aren't there
my
aren't
question.
yeah.
Look at it this way, Gurpreet. If you think of it, because of what they've picked up in later half, I don't see a lot of playing 11 players. So like that means that the likes of Raidu, the likes of Robbie might actually be playing for them. I mean, like
No,
that they
that
might
they will play. They will play. That is why. So I don't see a lot of difference in CSK's in CSK's middle order.
middle.
I see 3 and 4 between Moin Ali
Raidu.
and and Uthappa, depending upon what the opposition is. 5 could be Raidu, 6 could be Jadeja, or
Ronnie
could even
Jadeja.
be Chahar, and then maybe 7 MS Dhoni at 7, or 8, depending upon the situation. You don't know, or Shivam Dube could be one of those options at 6. So for all, in all likelihood, their top 7 could look like uh, Conway, Ruturaj, Uthappa, Moin Ali, Raidu, Shivam Dube, and Shivam Dube, MS Dhoni at 7, Deepak Chahar at 8, probably Dwayne Bravo at 9. Number 10 or number 11 could be could be this guy, Milne, and then you have one Indian pacer or one Indian bowler who bowls spin or someone who can. That is one filler that they can look at, and that could be either Tushar Deshpande or KM Asif. So it's good. And oh, sorry, I missed out on Jadeja. So Jadeja probably at 7. So MS Dhoni is more or less going to play as a specialist keeper and captain.
Yeah, I mean that we have seen that in the past, and obviously with Dhoni, what he brings as a wicketkeeper and a captain is, I mean, itself is a lot more, and the mentoring that he does for the team. But obviously, I mean, we can't discount that he can still come in and bat and give those maybe a few hits at the right at the end of the innings. So with him, that will always remain. But interesting to see how CSK lines up. And Gurkeet, if you see, then we are looking at Devon for the overseas picks is Moeen Ali. You're saying Dwayne Bravo, Adam Milne and Devon Conway will probably be the four that CSK essentially picks up.
Yeah, that's going to be that for them.
Certainly. Any other team that you have been interested in? And okay, according to you, what has been the strongest? Who has had the best auction till now, and what has been the strongest lineup that you see?
Punjab
We can discuss
Kings.
about.
Let's open their squad. Punjab
Yeah,
Kings.
let's look at Punjab in that case and see what we can make up their 11 and how they can churn out.
So they can open with Shikhar and Mayank, right? One down could be Prabh Simran Singh. At 4, 5, 6, they have Bairstow, they have Livingston, and they have SRK, right? Number 7 could be Harpreet Brar or Odean Smith, depending upon the situation. The 7 and 8 are Harpreet Brar and Odean Smith. You can interchange between them. Then there's Kagiso Rabada, right? Then there's another pacer in most likely who's going to be Arshdeep. And then the number 11 could either be Ishan Patel or it could be Rahul Chahar, depending upon what kind of pitch it is, right? So they have a very good they have a very good 11, and then Sundeep Sharma is a proven player in the power play. He's always done well. Rishi Dhawan is coming on the back of a very good domestic season. Vaibhav Arora has always been decent at the SMS at the Syed Mushtaq level or the Vijay Hazare level. So they do have options, and they seem to have scouted well as well, because if you look at the players that they picked, right? Prerak Mankad, Ritvik Chatterjee, uh, Baltej Dhanda, Saurabh Dubey, Ansh Patel. These are unheard names at base price. So they seem to have done their scouting well, and that is why they seem to have gone after them. Raj Angad Baba, we have seen what he did in the Under-19 World Cup. So they seem to have done their job quite well, and they still have 5.1 crores
Do you
as
look
again.
that they should still go for a few foreigners? That overseas slot still remains
They
to be
should, they
picked
should,
up.
they should. Who
So
has a
maybe
dog?
two backups. Yeah. I
It's
not
So
yours.
Gulkirat, how
it's
much
not me.
excitement do you expect now?
Vidit,
कि
do you
मतलब
have a
थोड़ा
dog
थक गए?
around?
No, I don't have a dog around. Probably my neighbor does, but yeah, I don't have a dog around. You guys please continue.
Yeah, so yeah, just on the back, I think so. Yeah, looking at Punjab, Gurkeet, I think they should probably get two other foreigners, and not maybe they can find someone who gets in the first 11. But currently, with the looks of what they have picked up, these four seem to be good enough on their own. I mean, they paid big money for all four of them, so it seems like they will at least start with this in these four foreigners. It seems like.
Yeah, for they will start with these four, but I think it's good if they could get backups, because they need that. And that is one thing that they probably need to address now, and hopefully they get good. I think one of them, like I said, could be Billings, but have they bought someone else, because their balance has gone down, I think.
They haven't bought anyone else. Punjab, right?
Yeah, has the auction begun?
No, I don't see it. It hasn't started till now. I don't know how
Okay.
long this break is. I mean, I hope it should be starting soon. But no, they haven't bought anyone.
So yeah, I mean that's how they could go.
Any thoughts on who RCB will be planning to captain?
Glenn Maxwell.
Because you've been hearing, I mean, there are 3-4 names that is coming up. It can be Faf. They might even go with DK as captain, or then go ahead with Maxwell. So like these three have been names that have been popping around. But you see Maxwell as leading the side for RCB.
Yes, because see, there's a good possibility that Faf may not be amongst the starters, right? If Virat chooses to open, because they've also bought Rutherford. Hazelwood's definitely going to play, and they've bought another pacer, I believe. Yeah, so there's Hasaranga as well. So there's Hasaranga and Maxwell who are definitely going to play.
Yep.
There's Hazelwood
Hazelwood. Yep.
who's definitely going to play, right? So between Rutherford, Finn Allen, Berendoff, and Faf, it could be any one of them, right? And if
But
Virat's opening,
do you think
sorry.
Faf can not play with his last season and the way the form he has been in?
Yeah, because he didn't play all games for Chennai either. You know, in the last 3 seasons, when it was required, he was left out as well. And given if Virat Kohli is back, if Virat Kohli is opening the batting, then I don't see that happening because Berendoff. See, I don't see Berendoff playing. I see only one of Berendoff or Hazelwood playing. But there's
Gurkeerat,
value.
just one fan's comment, which probably might change what we are discussing. And what you're saying makes sense, not denying it. But Arvind out here is saying that Harshal, who's been bought at a heavy sum, has hinted during an interview. I have not seen that interview, but he said Faf will captain, so which is a surprise.
Which is it is surprising because if they do that, then they are stuck with one player, right? What I believe is that because there aren't enough left-handers in their lineup, they could also use someone like Sharfin Rutherford as an opener also, right? Or maybe down the order because he's coming off a good form. He's done well. Because see, before Sharfin Rutherford was bought, I was certain that they will have to play one of Anuj Rawat or Mahipal Lom role. But now that Rutherford has been bought, that equation might change. But if it's Faf being the captain, I'd be quite surprised because I would have made Glenn Maxwell the captain, who's more of a certainty in my 11 than Faf du Plessis.
And probably this statement just makes sure that at least Faf will start the first game for RCB. Then we'll see probably RCB may tweak that combination of overseas, may try to remove Faf because you need those two bowlers as you mentioned. You need Hasaranga, you need Hazelwood, and you need Maxwell. Only spot is the fourth overseas spot. But if Faf becomes the captain, I see him playing all games. So I would say Hazelwood will be the unlucky one then probably because you bought Hasaranga as an all-rounder for 11 crores. Unlucky for Hazelwood it'll be then, certainly.
Yeah, but Hazelwood might get replaced with Berendoff. But if
Yeah.
you look at how Hazelwood did last season and what he did even in the World T20 and in the two T20s that have happened versus Sri Lanka right now, it's going to be hard to drop him because
Yeah.
Siraj is there to bowl at the death. More or less, Harshal is going to partner him. So yeah, I I personally feel that it's going to be a bad move if they make Faf the captain.
Let's see, there's no official word out of it, only Arvind has said it. So Arvind, thank you for giving us this information, but nothing official, so we can't report it. We only speculating right now. And Arvind is saying Rutherford is sitting out. So let's see how it goes. And Gurkirat, last few hours left. How has it been for the last 1.5 days for you?
Tiring, and see, the worst part is it's ending on a disappointing note, quite honestly, as a DC
अभी
fan.
खत्म नहीं हुआ है यार, अभी बचा है, मतलब अभी है,
नहीं,
थोड़ी
but
होप है.
1.3 CR में कोई आने नहीं वाला आपके पास अच्छा,
हाँ.
because you let go of Muzerbani as well, right? So clearly means there's not been enough scouting, or there's not been enough lookout. And if Joshua Little also doesn't come up in the auction, then it just shows the lack of. I am surprised that they didn't even go for Hayden Care, someone who Ponting spoke a
Yeah.
lot of. So yeah, I mean, it's the problem is they've made the same mistakes. Not getting a good number 6 or a number 7 is something that that hurt them in the last 3 seasons, and it's going to hurt them again.
Definitely. What's the
Mm.
update on the auction, Adiraj? Is it starting anytime soon?
No, which still hasn't started. I'm not sure what's taking them so long. It was supposed to be a 15-minute break, but it is kind of stretched out to a little
I
longer
think
than that.
teams had to submit the names, right? Seven
Five to
names.
six, 5 to 6. Yeah, they said what 5 to 7 names that they can submit for the second accelerated auction, and then post that if they will require a third, then they will do that. But I think most of the business should get
I
done
think
in
one
this
news is
next one.
out that Rena is not there in the re-auction list. What we are hearing that teams have submitted a re-auction list. Rena is not there. So probably we have seen one of the legends of IPL probably not play the IPL, not getting any farewell because he missed the qualifiers for CSK. Did not play last year's final as well when CSK won. So Gurkirat, how have you rated Rena in his prime time?
I mean, a few better players. Probably you could say that as batters, only Gale and AB de Villiers have made more impact. Especially all that, uh, especially if you look at the longevity of it. So yeah, like an IPL legend without a doubt. And yeah, it's unfortunate that his IPL career is probably ending at the age of 34. I believe. Uh, Probably could have worked on his batting a little bit more and elongated his career. It's the issues against short ball which have gotten him completely. And see, he looked very ugly when CSK played MI in the first game of the second leg of the IPL. He looked very ugly, like a proper tailender. So the world of sport is cruel. We were discussing this before as well, and the cruelties come up in different ways.
I'm just surprised that CSK decided to. They had bought like Pujara at base last year to not really play him. They might have done that with Raina, maybe given a send off to him at the Chennai Stadium. I mean, he has been a great of IPL. I mean, like you said, Gurkirat, he's been one of the best, probably the top three who have contributed to IPL in ways that no other player has. I mean, I would not have minded that. Would have loved to see him maybe play a game or two, CSK, be in that mentorship circle. So, or maybe even Lucknow. He's a he's a UP lad. So,
Lucknow
you
have no
know,
purse.
yeah, not anymore. And I'm sure.
And Gautam Gambhir is pretty ruthless. I mean, if he can drop himself midway through the season, when he was the captain, then there's no way he's buying someone. See, the base price also doesn't help. The base price
Yep,
of
yep,
2 crores also doesn't help.
certainly.
So maybe had it been 50 lakhs or 1 CR, it would have been different. So that's also something.
And I think the auction is back on. I see Charu Sharma
Yeah.
on news on the TV, and
Well, I'll take your leave now. Then I'll see
sure,
if I can join at the end of the day.
sure, Gurkia. Thank you so much for joining with us today. Thank you.
Done,
Thank you.
Gurkirat. Thank you so much. We'll check out the post review once. What the final teams look like.
Sure, sure. Okay. Bye.
Uh, Vidit, you want me to add Pranav? I think I can send him the link.
Yeah, please.
Interesting to see the re-auction list. I'm really hoping we get some of these players back, international specifically, with such less picks being done. The first name is David Miller. He has been asked to be brought back. Does this Punjab go for David Miller at 1 crore base price?
I think Chennai wanted to go for David Miller yesterday. Let's see what happens.
Did they?
Yeah, they were contemplating, they were discussing,
And
then they
someone
didn't.
has bid, and that is Gujarat. Gujarat Titans have bid for him. Let's look at how the Gujarat team is. They have quite a lot of money. They have 8.65 crores, and there is another team who's bid. So Gujarat and not sure who's the other team, and Rajasthan, they are bidding for him. Both bidding for David Miller.
Amazing to see, man. I
I
think
mean,
a player not the best of forms right now, but yeah, surely.
he still is in the South Africa squad. So South
Yep.
Africa still holds him at a high level. So yeah, it's interesting that he gets picked up by either of these sides. Both have similar kind of purse, 8.6 crores, and Gujarat and Rajasthan both going for it.
And he's reached 1.7. Amazing, man. Amazing to watch.
Yeah. I do see a lot of overseas players actually with it. If you see, I do see at least, if not more, some 5 to 6 players getting sold overseas specifically at base or at some price.
No,
Close to their
definitely. A lot
base.
of players will come back right now.
And like we've told, Raina is not going to be part of the IPL this season. He is not in the. He's not a part of the list that has been generated by the teams for this accelerated auction too. So interesting how this IPL goes ahead with no Mr. IPL. Arvind, yes, I think CSK will look to add on another overseas player onto the squad. They already have 7, but let's see if they can add on another batsman. I think with it, Lungi Ngidi has also gone unsold, right? He might as well come back
Yeah,
as a
Lungi
fast
and
bowling
Giri has
option.
gone unsold, and so many other things. I think Gujarat still doesn't have a wicket keeper, so they have 3 options. I would say Sam Billings, Matthew Wade, Ben McDermott, and out of this, the only person who has good IPL experience is
Sam
Sam Billings.
Billings.
So yeah,
Yeah,
but his
but
base
I
price
won't
is
be
1.5.
surprised.
Gujarat needs to
Yeah,
save 1.5 then.
yeah. Honestly, if someone can get Ben McDermott at 50 lakhs, that's his base, right? 50 lakhs is what Ben McDermott
Yeah,
has registered himself at. It might not be that bad a pick. He can be a backup wicket keeper, a backup batsman. Will be
I agree,
interesting if.
man. I totally agree with you on this. And Arvind, Jitin, whoever's watching, do subscribe to Sports Taaza, and thank you for tuning in for both the days. And it's great to have.
And he's gone up to 2.6 now with Gujarat Titans right
Yes,
now. It's
Arvind's mentioning a very, very important name, Vicky Oswal. He went unsold. We remember we tweeted about that. We spoke about it when Yash Thul, the under 19 captain, got sold for 50 lakhs. Next was Vicky Oswal, and he went unsold at a base price of 20 lakhs, which was a shocker. So he should definitely get picked. Probably we saw how Ravi Bishnoi has risen up the ranks. Hopefully, Vicky can do the same thing.
currently the big holds at 2.8 CR for.
Raising for Miller,
Uh,
I don't think he went for this much even in last year's IPL. So Arvind also talking about KKR needing a good wicketkeeper. Yes, so till yesterday
Sheldon
there were 2
Jackson.
teams, KKR and GT. Then KKR got Sheldon Jackson, who is not bad. He's not got that limelight, got that opportunity in the IPL, but he's been performing very, very well for Saurashtra. So obviously they can go for another wicketkeeper. And Ajay, how much? Can you just go to the squad balance sheet? How much
I
points
think they
does
have one of the most amount of money left. KKR has
KKR has
8.85.
8.85, got 18 players already. So yeah, could see them go for a overseas wicketkeeper. Overseas also they just have 4 players right now. So yes, KKR जा सकता है एक और विकेट कीपर overseas. You have plenty of options. Saha also went unsold, by the way, so they can look for Saha as well as an Indian option.
As a backup, I mean, they need to have at least 2 wicket keepers, I feel. So it's
Yeah.
important that they pick up a few. Like I said, Ben McDermott can
But
be
if
a
you
very
see,
good
Mumbai
select.
also just has 1 wicket keeper. SRH has 1 wicket keeper. They also don't have any backups.
Yeah, so I think these teams should
But
go
I
for
think
wicket
SRH
keepers.
has Nicholas Puran as a
SRH
wicket-keeper.
has Bairstow and Puran, who
Correct.
yeah.
So Mumbai will also probably look to add a probably Indian
But Puran
domestic.
doesn't really keep, so I think the first keeper will still be
But at
Bairstow, I
least
feel, and then
you have a backup keeper. Things you need someone to keep for a match. You have Puran. Mumbai is the only team which doesn't. Aditya Tare bhi to hai. Aditya Tare, Mumbai as usual can go for him at 20 lakhs maybe.
he's quite
He went
old
up.
though. I feel he's 36 or 37
Just
even
a
now.
backup. Just a backup.
I mean, it would be interesting if they can get him to play at this age. I'm not sure.
He registered for the IPL. I saw his
No,
name.
no, he is. Yeah, he's there. Certainly. Current bid with Gujarat at 3 crores and Rajasthan thinking, pondering. It's been going really slow. They are not interested. They're saying no. I think Gujarat might get. Yes, Rajasthan is out. Current bid at 3 crores with Gujarat Titans. And it seems like David Miller might be playing for Gujarat in the coming season. No other team has bid for him.
And I'm adding Pranav to the stream. Pranav, welcome. Finally, good to see you, man.
Yeah. Hi, Draj.
Hi Pranav, he is a Chennai Super Kings fan. Uh, how are you feeling, Pranav, about this auction? We just saw David Miller getting sold to the Gujarat Titans for 3 crore. This is the second accelerated auction where the teams have called upon the players that they want to pick up. I think he's not been sold. I'm sorry, it's still going on. Uh,
No,
it's
I think
still
they're in
at
the discussion right now. Yeah.
yeah. I think
No, it's
Rajasthan
still
have
ongoing
said.
at 3 crores. But Pranav, we were
I
just
think
discussing before this that all teams except for Mumbai and Gujarat and KKR right now, Gujarat doesn't have a single wicket keeper.
Mm-hmm.
Mumbai has one Ishan Kishan. We know how much they paid for him. And then you have KKR with Sheldon Jackson. And there are many wicket keepers who got unsold. Lots of them. Saha went unsold. Ben McDermott got unsold. Matthew Wade went unsold. Sam Billings went unsold. So, what do you think
Yeah.
about that?
See, I think most of the teams are
Sorry,
thinking
we'll
on
just
Dave.
come to this, but I think David
Yeah.
Miller has been sold at
sold
3
to
crores to
Gujarat.
Gujarat Titans.
Yeah.
So we'll
Correct.
stick on David Miller for a bit. Tell me your opinion on David Miller.
See, a value pick now, given that Rajasthan, why Rajasthan was going after him was they were probably looking for to add to their 13 list of 13 players they already have. But again, I think most of the teams are looking at David Miller as their sort of a backup player, right? So that's why probably did not go, they didn't get into the selling list in the first round. तो उस वे में देखा जाए तो yes, definitely a very good backup player to have, right? Because now having only a foreign player who only gives you one dimension of just batting, that's getting a little outdated. But yes, a clean hitter, so a good job for Gujarat to have as a
A
backup
good
player.
fielder, I would add, Pranav, like with Miller, that is where he can add in onto his second dimension, I feel.
Definitely.
Were you surprised
No,
when he went unsold the first time?
not really, because most of
Because
the
even I
teams now
wasn't.
started.
Honestly, I didn't expect him to get sold
Yeah.
this time.
Right.
And
Now, the point that you mentioned on Sam Billings, now he's there, and see again, you might see a good bidding war here for Sam Billings. If you think about that, when you talk about the
Not a
wicketkeeper aspect.
bidding war. Like, I don't see a bidding war
I
now.
think he's been sold. KKR has got him for base, so they have got their wicketkeeper. That's what we were
And we
discussing.
have some very interesting comments coming in. People are saying this is an interesting conversation. People saying Pranav's insights are very refreshing. So Pranav, a lot of girl fan following you have certainly, for sure. And Arvind saying Gujarat Titans is not clear of what they are building. So I personally think Gujarat was doing very very well till yesterday. They got Jason Roy at a steal, but today I think somewhere they're faltering. And Saha is back.
And I think good point with it. We were discussing about and Pranav obviously about wicket keepers and like you mentioned Sam Billings. KKR have now
Mhm.
got their wicket keeper. I think. Do you see him? And I'll quickly show you the KKR squad, Pranav. If you see on the screen, you have the retentions in the form of Iyer, Chakravarti, Russell, and Narine. But after that, those foreigner picks, if you see, they had just added Billings and Karuna Ratne after adding Pat Cummins. So like he essentially might just walk into the starting 11 for KKR. What are your thoughts on that?
No, if you count your top four foreign players, no, Sam Billing will not be walking in straight
For
away. You
KKR,
have, yeah, for KKR I'm
Unless he
talking
doesn't,
about.
I don't see him walking into the
no.
playing
If you
11.
look at see, there's Russell, there's Narine, there's Cummins who play straightforward, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So
And then you
in
have
terms of,
either they have Karuna Ratne and Sam Billings. They haven't bought anyone else.
But
see,
they still have
you're
8 crores left. I would say
yeah,
they'll still go for a better overseas player.
yeah.
If
So
not
probably
Sam Billings.
someone like a top order bat, probably or someone could still be there.
I mean, I'm just saying because then otherwise Sheldon Jackson is your wicketkeeper batsman who plays.
Mhm.
And
I'm
as we
just
speak, Gujarat
If
Titans
you
might just have a keeper in Saha. They are at 1.9 crores for Saha, their first wicket keeper. Chennai has backed out at 1.9. So He's almost going to Saha, and I think finally all teams have a wicket keeper. Gujarat Titans get Saha at 1.9 crores. Pranav, Saha and BCCI have not been doing well together. BCCI openly said probably end of the road for you and Ishant Sharma. He dropped out of the Bengal Ranji team, doesn't want to play anymore. And he's one of the finest wicket keepers. Forget his batting skills, but finest wicket keepers going around. So do you still see him in the IPL?
Yes. So if you think of his last 3 or 4 IPL seasons, in fact, he was the man of the match in one of the finals in IPL, right?
वो बहुत
That was
टाइम हो गया
probably
उसको तो बहुत
five,
पुरानी
six
बात है.
seasons, 5, 6 seasons back. I agree, but in the last 3, 4 seasons also, he's been giving those sort of cameos, right? Where he'll give you a 15 ball 25. So he'll, and when you talk about the glove work, right? You have pitch. We are playing in Mumbai and Pune. As the tournament progresses, the glove work will be very important. As the pitches slow down, you'll have multiple spinners, coming in. Definitely a value buy.
And as we go on, we have more wicket keepers coming in, Pranav. I think, like you mentioned, Saha has gone to Gujarat. Gujarat is bidding for another wicket keeper. Now it's Matthew Wade who has come in, and it's Gujarat and Punjab both fighting it out for him. The bid is at 2.4 CR. Were you surprised when Wade was not picked up on the back of his Australia T20 World Cup performance? He's not played in the IPL
See,
before.
if you have a base price of 2 CR, then it is difficult for teams to buy you in the first pick itself. They're going to go for other players first. Jofra Archer wasn't picked in the first round itself, right? So
Not surprised that Wade was not picked up.
yeah, no surprises at all.
Certainly, I think on coming back quickly on.
But Pranav, there's a very interesting stat which I read, and this is for Wade for BBL, that when he bats first, as an opener, we know he does best, but when his team is batting first, his average is 35. When he's chasing, his average falls to 17.
So
So Wade is
again,
probably only
averages.
successful when teams are batting first, but surely after his heroics, what he did against Shaheen Afridi, who is one of the
Because I
best
think Wade
bowlers
has
right
been
now.
sold. Can you confirm he has been
No,
sold?
no. Yeah, he's been sold
Yeah,
2.4 Gujarat
Gujarat,
Titans. Gujarat
right?
So
plugging
Gujarat.
that gap which they had in the squad, 2 wicket keepers in a row, and they know they have the budget. No team has the budget. KKR had 8 crores. They got Sam Billings for 2. So Gujarat capitalized on that, got 2 wicket keepers, Saha and Wade. Good picks. I think this was one piece left, and we have
And
another Indian
Umesh
pacer.
Yadav
Okay.
just gone unsold. He is not going to be playing in this year's IPL now. I mean, he was in the Delhi Capitals last season, but did not
Yeah.
get to play much. Uh,
I don't think he
but
played a
yeah,
single game.
I don't think so. He got any games to play last season.
So, even Ishant Sharma for that matter, he was also there in Delhi, right? He had
Correct.
a lot of matches.
Shubham, quickly, Pranav, the mention that you've done about Jofra Archer, and this is more on the fact that he was not available, will not
Pranav,
be
what a
available.
solid fan following, yeah. First from girls, now from Bhaskar. Pranav's insights are awesome, must say.
I do have that. I can't disagree with.
बताओ टैलेंट छुप नहीं रहा है मतलब क्या बात है.
The
मैं कोशिश कर रहा
performances.
हूँ वो छुपा नहीं पा रहा हूँ. Yeah.
Yeah, coming quickly to that Jofra Archer point, Pranav, that he was not picked up in the first round, and we know that he has said that he's not going to be available for this year's IPL, but he put his name in. And Mumbai had been quiet all this while, and as soon as Archer came in, they went all out for him. What are your thoughts on that pick from Mumbai?
See, they're planning for long term, and to back that up, they've I think got Timil Mills, and there was another West Indian fast bowler they've picked up. So they're planning for long term. Hopefully, he stays fit for next season. Otherwise, it's a very big gamble. And Mumbai is not known for a team, who will plan for 2 seasons ahead.
And as we
So
talk about
it's
Mumbai, they've just got Anmol Preet Singh also at base price. He was with MI earlier as
yeah.
well. So just filling in those gaps, getting the large squad which Mumbai always has. So yes.
Yeah, I think he's played a couple of matches for Mumbai also. He opened with Rohit, I believe, Rohit or
Yeah.
Quentin.
Correct.
CSK has got N. Jagdishan, again, someone that was already part of CSK previously. We have seen Chennai do this all around this auction. They have picked up their, I would not say core, but their homegrown
But
or home.
Adiraj, if you think of it, what a turn of events from Gaikwad and Jagdishan. Both of them came to CSK at the same time. Both got
And
the
yeah,
same
and
match.
Pranav,
Both
Pranav,
were dropped.
what are your thoughts on that? Yes.
See, in fact,
And
in one
such
of our
contrasting
earlier
mid-job, and such a contrast.
in one of our earlier conversations, I'd mentioned that 2 seasons back, when it was in Dubai, and Chennai was fighting for the wooden spoon, and Ruturaj was performing very poorly. They backed him. They played the last 4-5 matches. He did not perform. They again backed him the next season, and then he went on to take the orange cap. So I think the way they keep saying that how Dhoni backs his players, uh, they pay a dividend.
I think a very, very interesting player is right now up for auction. Vishnu Vinod has done very well in the domestic circuit. I was very surprised when he went unsold yesterday, and Mumbai SRH bidding for him. Good to see him get a team finally.
Yeah, but do you see these players actually getting a game in the IPL? I think these are all second or third backups by now.
See, Vishnu Vinod is a very good keeper who's had a very good domestic season so far. And if you look at the composition, Mumbai just has Ishan Kishan. What if he gets injured? There's no one who keeps. No one. So obviously they won't walk into any playing 11 right now, but those 2 months sharing a dressing room with Rohit Sharma, with Mahela Jayawardene, with Bumrah, I think it'll do them a ton of good.
I think
So I
Sunrisers
think,
have got him,
yeah,
Vidit, Vishnu
Sunrisers picked
Vinod.
him for 50 lakhs because
Yeah.
Sunrisers also just had one technical only best throw and Purin to some extent. But I think Mumbai and Sunrisers need a backup keeper, and Vishnu Vinod has been doing very well in the domestic circuit. So it just feels good to see players doing well in the domestic circuit getting rewarded for their efforts.
And the next player we have is Chris Jordan. Pranav, do you see him getting
Supposedly
picked up?
England's best death bowler. I don't see that happening, but yeah.
See, if you look at his past IPL performances, he has not proven himself. So
But he's got a
again,
bid from RCB. RCB bids for him at base price.
again, probably a backup player, I would say.
Yeah. Adilash,
Look
can we
at his
just see
economy.
RCB squad once?
Yeah, I will
So
quickly go to RCB squad.
if you look at Jordan, the economy is over 9. So again, it might be deceptive that he's been bowling well at the death, but overall, when you look at his statistics, not very good.
Yeah,
And
and Pranav,
CSK increases
if you
that
look
bid
at
to 2.4.
yeah, if you look at that RCB squad, they picked up a few fast bowlers. They've gone for Berendorf, they went for Hazelwood. They already had they have Harshal Patel who's going to be playing.
They
I
have
mean, who's going
Siraj
to
as well.
Siraj already there. So going for some for overseas fast bowlers, I don't understand. And now the CSK has come into it and it's reached 3 points. I don't understand why people go for Jordan. He's never performed for any team.
But Adhiraj Morgan rates him very, very high as a death
Morgan is
bowler.
not playing the IPL.
I know, but he's the
Or,
World
I
Cup
mean,
winning
like, most
captain, not
likely to
IPL.
not play the IPL.
Pranav, I'll let you
So,
answer this question for one of our viewers, which is what do you guys think about Devon Conway for CSK at base price? He went for 1 crore. I think a steal for CSK.
See, a very good value buy if you think of it, because in the longer run, he's replacing Faf, right? At the top of the order, you need one player who has some sort of international exposure. There is no one else. Moin Ali will bat somewhere at 3 or 4. So there is, and Ruturaj is still young, right? So if someone is batting along with Ruturaj at the top,
And as we
nothing like.
talk, Chris Jordan is sold to Chennai Super Kings for 3.6 crores. Not a light sum. Adhiraj, you were asking why Chennai didn't go for Ngidi. They've gone for Jordan, got their death bowler 3.6. Next up is Mr. Twitter King, Jimmy Neesham.
and no, before that, I think, Pranav, I would ask you, do you think Angiri would have been a better pick than Jordan? They might have even gotten him for Brace. He's done,
He
played for
would have,
CSK probably.
yes, and 50 lakhs ka base price tha, to would have been a good pick. But if you think of it, that whole Chennai team, they prefer batting deep, right? Jordan gives you something with a bat, NGD does not. So maybe that might have been some sort of brain behind that.
I mean, if you want Dhoni to come at like 7, 8, which I feel he might this season with
You-
the
He
kind
He
of
will.
team.
James Neesham unsold, guys. He got those last 3 games of Mumbai. He did so well as a bowler, which is so unexpected, not as a batter. You know
Yeah.
him for his hard hitting skills. he comes after Pollard, but bowling those cutters, he got the man of the match in 2 matches, took 4-5 wickets, and he goes unsold now. So yeah. Adiraj, this is an answer to your question from Arvind that NGD was leaking runs last season like crazy. And
But
I
so
think
does
everyone
Jordan.
remembers how Pollard hit him in that match.
Yeah,
So,
but so does Jordan. Not that Jordan is someone who can stop that leak. Like Pranav was mentioning,
See,
his
Ngidi was very good in the last half of the second half of the season. He was very good and instrumental in taking the team to the finals. He was giving you regular wickets, so
yeah.
Another player
that way he was
unsold,
giving you.
Mr. Army Man, Sheldon Cottrell, unsold again. He Punjab bought him for 8.75 crores. I still remember. Today, no one's paying 75 lakhs for the guy. So, 2 years. I think Tewatia has destroyed Cottrell.
And it's Lungi and Giri who's come in, guys, and it's Delhi with the opening bid. If they can get him for 50 lakhs, I think he is a steal.
Adiraj, Delhi की टीम दिखाना एक बार. Delhi में क्या चल रहा है
Yes,
यार?
Delhi has got Lungi and Giri for 50 lakhs. This is a really good. According to me, this is one of the best buys that.
See,
that
NGD will get you wickets. I am agreeing with that, but and he was
I mean,
not
at
even playing
50
in the
lakhs,
second half, which
at
Arvind
50
is also saying.
lakhs,
I agree,
it's-
but 50 lakhs for NGD, goodbye. Not fine.
like he's an international bowler who will give you wickets. He has the experience. He's done it for CSK. He's played IPL before, and like we were talking about how Delhi's bowling attack still looks a little weak, and they have concentrated it on Nokia being the main bowler. Pranav, I think if Fizz doesn't play, as another fast bowler, I think Ngidi can totally supplement that and
Adiraj, you
be
see
the
the
attack.
Indian bowlers, yeah, they bid for Khalil and Chetan at the same time. Sakariya,
But we
they
know
got
with
them
it that like we're not
55.
sure if both them will play. You can't have Khalil and Sakariya.
See,
They're
if
kind of
you
similar
see,
kind of bowlers.
right, Chetan Sakariya, Khalil, Mustafizur, they're all left armers, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So they would want someone like probably Ngidi to play at some point of time.
50 lakhs,
Certainly.
goodbye, won't deny it. Jordan, people are saying, Jaya Chandru Dandu is saying that Jordan is a good backup for Bravo, which is true because Bravo is reaching that age of 40. You may not see him, and it's a mega auction, guys. Do not forget that. There'll be no auction for the next 3 years. So Jordan has it in him to play for 3 years. Bravo surely doesn't. So Jaya, very good point. Do subscribe to Sports Taaza. Thank you for tuning in.
Even
And
I think Dwayne Pretorius is there, right? As a backup.
yes, and right now the lucky charm, I would say MI and CSK lucky charm. Karan Sharma gets sold to RCB for 50 lakhs. जिस भी टीम में करण शर्मा हुआ है MI या CSK उस सीजन वो जीती है. So is it RCB's year this year? I don't know.
इस साल नाम कप नाम दे something like that.
देखो तो 15 साल हो गए इसको सुनते हुए पर. But I have shifted to Bangalore. I really hope RCB does well.
For what particular reason?
For work, Pranav, I'll see you in Bangalore soon. I know that. Don't worry.
Acha.
So Arvind is also saying that G. Periasamy is the only decent bowler left in the auction. Yes. Are there any other overseas bowlers left?
I'm sure there are. I'm just not certain if they've been called back.
Do we even have slots left for foreign players? I think
Yeah.
for Rajasthan.
I'm quite certain. If I show
Rajasthan,
you,
maximum limit is 8. CSK cannot get any overseas player.
Yeah, it's Punjab
GT
and Rajasthan
cannot.
have just picked up 4. KKR has just picked up 5. So
Adiraj, RR और पंजाब के एक बार foreigners देखते हैं. मतलब that means they've picked 4. They will have to play all 4.
Yes, exactly. This is what I'm saying. So like if you look at Punjab, and they've picked big money for all 4. It's Rabada, Bairstow, Liam Livingston and Odean Smith. Those are the
But
4
these 4
foreigners.
walk into the playing 11. मतलब पर एक injury and it's
But
gone.
exactly, you need to have someone as a backup, right? And similarly, if I look at Rajasthan, they have picked up Butler, Trent Bolt, Hetmeyer, and Obid McCoy. This is not a very star-studded overseas list, I would say.
Yeah, we have another overseas player, a star-studded ex-player, if I have to call it, Alex Hales. He was so heavily rated earlier, some disciplinary issues, came back, did not get selected for England. Will he go unsold again? Is the question. He's been bid.
Yeah. 160. He's had a good BBL, if I'm not wrong.
Is he going to KKR?
I think
Yes,
so,
yes.
and for a
Yes,
good
he's
amount of
been
money as
sold.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, KKR base price 1.5. And we have another hard-hitting West Indian left-handed batter, Evan Lewis. I was surprised he went
Rajasthan.
unsold the first time.
I
We
would say Rajasthan should go for him definitely.
Correct. And I remember we were live with Mr. Arjun Pandit, just to let all our viewers know. Arjun Pandit is the Star Sports broadcaster and anchor. And when Evan Lewis came in, he said he's not surprised that Evan Lewis went unsold. I personally was. And I expect him to get sold because
There is
he
a
did
bid.
well
I
for
think
Rajasthan in the second
Lucknow
half,
has
played
bid.
for West Indies in the T20
Lucknow
World Cup.
has bid 2 crores with it.
I'm happy. And he's an ex-MI guy, man. अगर MI के पास पैसे होते ना मैं कहते हैं please ले लो. They don't have 2 crores left. So yes, no point.
And I think they've got him. I think Lucknow has got him.
Yeah.
And Lucknow gets Evan Lewis at 2 crores. Yeah. Goodbye. Karun Nair is back, Pranav. The test star, triple century went off the radar. Do you see him playing?
He should. Indian player can bat at 3 or 4. Someone and RCB
He
should be
was with
picking him.
KKR last time, didn't get a single game, just warming the benches. I think his career has been spent on the benches now.
See, that's what I was mentioning. RCB should go for him because they do not have a very good Indian batting order, right?
Yeah.
Apart
And
from
he's a
Virat
local
Kohli,
boy.
he's
He's a
not.
local Karnataka boy as well.
Yes, right. So next year onwards, he'll be
And
playing
he's
on
got
pitches
some
he has
bids.
grown up on.
He will be in the IPL
Right.
at least. From 50 lakhs, I can see he's gone to 60. So yeah, he's got 2 bids. And
See, a lot of
RCB, as
players
you
who
mentioned,
were
RCB has
yeah.
gone
So
for him.
a lot of players, in fact, who were warming the bench last season will be playing this season since a number of teams have gone up. And again, if
Yeah.
something like COVID strikes, a lot of teams will be banking on these very players.
Absolutely.
KKR and RCB both bidding for Karun Nair at this moment. It's at 90 lakhs, guys.
He was with KKR last season. They bought him for 3.2 crores, 3.2 or 3.4. Not a
I
small
doubt
price.
he didn't get any game. I think
He
so
didn't
last
play
season.
any game, but he was not bought at base price. He was bought at 3.2 crores.
See, this is where I feel people like Ajinkya Rahani, they've been picked at a very low
Good
value
price. Yeah.
because
Yep.
yeah, they'll add much more to the teams than people who are now going for 3.5, 4 CR.
And
do you
so
see? And
many
Pranav, we were
people talking
discussing.
about Mazara Bani, and on Twitter, on players, we just had another analyst out here on the channel. They also said Blessing Murabani not getting sold to any team, the Zimbabwean player, is a shock. So he might just come back. Let's see what happens. Right now, Karun Nair is at 1 crores.
I really want to understand what Shah Rukh's son and daughter are doing at the auction. Are they part of the think tank?
See, Adiraj, they are going to be owners one day, and सीधा ओनर बन जाएंगे अच्छा नहीं लगेगा ऑक्शन टेबल पे बैठे let them learn, let them also see how the process is for 1-2 years, and now you see Ambani running the shots at Mumbai. So I think it's a good thing for them. At least they're sitting at the table getting their exposure even if they're not making the decisions. So good for them, man. मतलब बनना तो है ही ओनर, थोड़ी मेहनत करके बनने.
Good for making the next poster also. You'll have more faces to put on.
Yeah.
Or Kolkata, yes, certainly. Current bid at 1.1 crore for Karun Nair. I think it's with the Kolkata Knight Riders, if I'm not wrong.
Arvind is saying that Aryan Sohana is just there to eat mixture. Okay, but you see so many owners, daughters, sons actually taking part. You have MI, you have SRH being the 2 primary teams. And KKR is going to be that team one day. So I think it's just a transition phase.
Well, Chennai also tried that. That did not work out well.
That did not work
Yeah.
out.
And we're still at the bidding. Someone else has come in at 1.2 CR now. Is it Rajasthan who have come in?
No, I don't think they have come in. Mumbai is actually thinking about it. I can see Zahir and Ambani talking about it very actively. Mumbai has 1.95 CR left. Karun Nair at 1.1. They need an Indian batter for sure. at number 3 or number 5. So
I think
maybe.
Rajasthan have come in at 1.2, if I'm not wrong. And RCB has decided to step out.
You look at Karun Nayer's T20 stats. He has a strike rate of
No,
130.
and RCB is not decided to step back. I think the owner didn't want to bid, but I think the analysts have come in and said, no, I think we can bid more for him. So it's 1.3 with RCB right now.
Pranav, are you watching it on Hotstar or TV?
Hotstar. So I'm getting
The updates
थोड़ी
from me
advanced
rather
commentary
than.
from Adhiraj.
I know, same for me. मैं भी हॉटस्टार पे देख रहा हूँ. अधराज को पहले पता लग रहा है, मुझे नहीं पता लग रहा.
We have another comment from our viewer, guys. Yes, what do you guys think about N. Tilak Varman and Rajwardhan Singh Hungarekar for Mumbai and CSK?
Pranav, are you answering this?
Yeah, so I think good buys. I'm not very sure about Tilak Varma, but yes, having
And Mumbai has
seen
spent money for him. It's not that they got him at the base price.
Right,
There was some
right.
bidding, so surely two teams, some scouts think good of him. And I
Even
don't
for
know if both of
Hungarekar,
them play in the
uh,
playing 11s they start, but good buys.
see, at the international level, they're not proven, right? Playing at under 19 and then suddenly playing with the big boys. Unmuk Chand being a classic example. अगर वहाँ पे वो risk, I don't think they're looking at these players in their first 11, right? So probably they'll mix them up somewhere down the line, but not in the initial stages.
And Karun Nair is sold for 1.4 crores to Rajasthan. Rajasthan get Karun
1.4 or 1.6? I'm not sure. Can you
1.4.
confirm?
1.4, yeah.
RCB analysts clearly not happy. Clearly not happy about Karun Nair going. This has always been a criticism of RCB that they don't have enough local boys, and Punjab gets to buy all the Karnataka boys. So
Sorry, Sri Lankan players are playing for all of the IPL season, is it?
I think so.
Not
There's
sure.
been no news of Sri Lankan having any other tour, and it's good to see finally Sri Lanka players being back in the IPL. There was 1 year where there were hardly any players. 1 year Udana was there. Second year Udana Hasaranga only played for RCB, no other team. And good to see so many Sri Lankans finally getting that platform again.
Pranav, what are your thoughts on Tim David? Mumbai went hard for him. He has been the talk of the town for some time, done well in the T20 qualifiers, for sure. Has played in the few leagues that he's done well. What do you think about Tim David?
Pranav, before you answer that, Tim David, this is Arvind's answer to N. Tilak Verma and Rajwardhan Hangarkar that he thinks both of them will get to start.
I hope they do. Indian talent अगर groom होता है तो nothing like it, but experience in the initial stages will be important, and I don't think either of the teams are lacking in that aspect in terms of Indian players that they have.
And he
have
has
Ben
gone
McDermott back.
unsold. He has gone unsold with it. I'm very surprised that no one has gotten him as a backup wicketkeeper. At base, he could have been really good. As a second wicketkeeper, I'm very surprised. Highest run scorer in the Big Bash this season has not been picked up. Surprised, guys, on Ben McDermott not being picked up by anyone?
I am Adhiraj, a little bit surprised. We've seen recency bias playing such a big role for Odean Smith, for Prasidh Krishna. Why not for Ben McDermott? He was the highest scorer in the BBL. Not saying you spend 5 crores for him. We've seen many BBL products actually not firing in the IPL, and that's fine. 50 lakhs is a good punt to take. So I'm a little bit
But you see,
unhappy that Ben McDermott is not in the IPL.
Teams only have few slots left, right? So they're looking at their combinations now, and they might not be able to fit him.
And
with their
Sunrisers
current
buys
combination.
Glenn Phillips, the New Zealand player who was with Rajasthan last year, bowls a few overs, wicket keeps, as well as bats. Didn't have a great season with Rajasthan, but Glenn Phillips goes to SRH. We have another wicket keeper, Tim Seifert, plays for KKR, even in the Caribbean Premier League, plays for the KKR sister franchisee. So let's see if KKR bids for him this time
No,
or not.
Delhi has bid for him, and they've, I think, gotten him at base as well.
And Arvind, not just Darcy Shaw, there has been Richard Levy, who the Mumbai scouts bought earlier. He was a huge BBL star, did not perform. The only issue is the risk reward ratio is only you spending 50 lakhs, not spending 5 or 7 crores. Only a backup, taking a punt, but yes.
With it, I think 50 lakhs Tim Seifert to Delhi. Is that fine confirmed?
No. Oh,
It
yeah,
is.
that's
Yeah.
confirmed. It is. Next up, we have Nathan Ellis.
Interesting prospect. I think I like. I think he bowls leg spin for Australia, if I'm not wrong.
He took a hat trick in Bangladesh, if I'm not wrong, when he debuted for Australia. And Australia was touring Bangladesh. He took a hat trick.
And has he been sold as well?
Punjab has bid for him at 75 lakhs.
Yeah, Punjab has taken that.
Yeah, Punjab gets Nathan Ellis for 75 lakhs.
That might not that bad a pick, considering he's the fifth foreigner that they have picked till now. He might actually get a few games in Punjab. The way we see Punjab shuffling and changing their order.
Has Mujib has been
Not
picked?
been bought, unsold. Yeah, Mujib.
So why not go for him rather than probably someone like?
Mujib's base price was 2 crores. Nathan Ellis is 75 lakhs.
Acha, he was that high.
With who's his next player?
Your initial base price plays a lot of role. If you say Ishant Sharma, Umesh Yadav, they also both price themselves at 2 crores. Maybe at 50 lakhs, 75 lakhs, 1 crore, they would have got that initial bid, but not to be.
Vidit, who's this next player? Is it Fazal Haq Farooqi?
Yeah. Did he get sold?
Let me quickly check. I think he did.
We have Reece Topley right now, the England bowler. He played for England in the recent T20 series. And Ashwini is also here. Ashwini, thank you for tuning in. Ashwini saying he reminded me of Morrison. And Ellis is surely a good backup option, I agree. At 0.75 crores, an Australian player, young Australian player, yes. And Ashwini, can you just confirm if Nathan Ellis took a hat trick for Australia when Australia was touring Bangladesh? I think he did. I remember he did. So, and we have Andrew Ty as well here. Andrew Ty, purple cap holder. He went unsold the first time. Let's see. He has a base price of 1 CR. And Ashwini confirms, yes, Nathan Ellis did take a hat trick.
See, some buys are difficult to comprehend. When you see Andrew Ty going unsold and some of the other foreign fast bowlers getting pegged, someone like Chris Jordan we were talking about, Andrew Ty has done so beautifully well in the previous IPL seasons. You talk about how he played for Punjab, right? So
he played for Rajasthan last.
Rajasthan,
he was part of the Rajasthan squad.
Rajasthan last. Prior to that, he played for Punjab and he did very well for Kings.
He is badly out of form, I agree. He is a purple cap holder 3 years ago, not too far also, not talking about 2014, 2015. And Ty has been out of form. Another reason can be that he pulled out of the IPL last time. He pulled midway, so that can be one concern for teams that he probably might leave. That is a concern. So there were 3-4 Australian players who had actually left even in the first half when it was happening in India. Adam Samper was one of them. He's gone unsold. Andrew Ty, he also left. He's gone unsold. That may also be playing on the minds of the teams.
Is Mumbai not going for Arjun Tendulkar?
They will. But bache paise hai.
They have just bought Ramandeep Singh.
Will be the last person to come in the auction. Don't worry. Ashwini is asking about Ben McDermott. We just talked about him, Ashwini, when he went unsold. Even his name was brought back and he went unsold. So I didn't expect it. 50 lakhs Ben McDermott. He should have got a contract, but not to be. Arvind is talking about Andrew Ty. That was with Gujarat Lions when he did well. Yes, Arvind, you're absolutely right. He was playing under Rena in Gujarat Lions. And this is now when the accelerated auction has started. It's going so fast.
Yeah, I was asking, are you guys surprised that Unadkat only went for 1.3 CR today, given his past IPL auction track record?
Yeah, last year it was 3.3 with Rajasthan. It has been decreasing. एक टाइम 11 करोड़ था, फिर 8 हुआ, फिर 3 हुआ, इस बार 1 हो गया. But he's gone to Mumbai, which is a good team. Mumbai doesn't have a lot of Indian bowlers. They're struggling with
Yeah.
that, so he may get to play in a very star-studded lineup or a very successful franchisee who believe in giving a player a long run. So maybe he gets a few games.
Nathan Ellis was 0.75, right, with it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Dhruv Jurel has been bought by Rajasthan Royals for 20 lakhs. Again, some Indian
Nathan
uncapped
Ellis,
players.
75 lakhs PBKS.
Yep. Dhruv Jurel.
Ashwini saying Charu Sharma doing a terrific job as an auctioneer. Yes, we spoke about this today morning, and we spoke about this with Mr. Arjun Pandit as well when he had come here. He was telling us that Charu Sharma was just sitting having lunch when the PCCI he got calls from there, and he just had to come in Bangalore traffic within 1 hour. And I think he's doing a commendable job. Another question which we had also asked him was कि ऐसा क्यों reason है कि हमेशा we want foreign auctioneers and not Indian auctioneers. And hopefully, with Charu Sharma doing such a beautiful job this time, we can see him next year as well as the number one auctioneer choice. Arvind is saying that Tim David is the perfect replacement for Hardik in MI.
But he takes up one overseas slot if you think of that way,
Yeah.
because Pollard will already be playing.
But you were playing Nisham, you can play Tim David. I think as a batter, Tim David is better than Nisham. So Ashwini is asking, as I joined late, my question for you that are Indian players going overpriced? Ashwini, I think that is how the IPL is. It is for Indian players. Only because you can only have 4 overseas and 7 Indians. Indian will always be in high demand. That's the beauty of IPL. And Indians do not play any other league. So IPL is the biggest league for them. And you will always see Indians in demand. Another reason is 8 की जगह 10 team हो गई है. So when you have 2 new teams, you need at least 45 to 50 more players. And out of that, अगर मैं 15 overseas भी हटा दूँ, so that still means around 30 to 33 more Indian players who will get to be a part of the IPL side. And that's why you'll see Indian players will always be in high demand and going for an overpriced. Pranav, any other thing to add in this?
No, and as you rightly pointed out, IPL auctions are always based on forms, right? Avesh Khan, 8 season उसने अच्छा खेला, बहुत महंगा गया, 10 CR I think he got. So
And he's
Indian
become the
players who
highest
are in
player in IPL history, reaching the double-digit
right,
mark 10.
right. So and given the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy, even you talk about Shah Rukh Khan, these players are going for that much because of their current form also. So it's not a very big surprise. You have other Indian players like Umesh Yadav, Ishan Sharma, not even being picked for 2 CR, right? So a form plays a
And
big
Punjab
part.
getting another Sri Lankan player, Manuka Rajapaksa. So really, really happy for Sri Lanka. They are in that growth phase. So
I think Chennai is done
so
with
many
their
Sri Lankan
top
players
25
actually
players.
being a part of the IPL, actually teams buying for them. एक टाइम था जब शायद मेंडिस कभी आ जाए, कभी एंजेलो मैथ्यूज आ जाए, कभी उडाना ने 2 सीजन खेले आरसीबी के साथ, एंड देन there was no Sri Lankan player. मुंबई में अखिल धनंजय था, and this is in spite of 2 Sri Lankan legends being coaches, Sangakkara and Jayawardene. We have Henriquez, the Australian all-rounder, at 1 crore. He was with Punjab last year, going unsold.
There was one thing that I was wondering. When you think of Odion Smith, do you think he's that proven enough player to go for that much?
No, Pranav,
We have
straight away answer, recency bias है. प्रसिद्ध कृष्णा 10 करोड़ नहीं है यार, नहीं है, बिल्कुल नहीं है. Recency bias है. Odion Smith has done well. He's getting Rohit and Virat's wicket, the 2 biggest names in Indian cricket on Indian pitch. What more do you need? And he has hit those sixes. You've seen his hands, the raw strength he has. So teams, every team wants a star West Indian who can hit the ball hard.
Honestly, Pranav, with the way how highly Russell has been rated, if here Russell doesn't bowl because of his injuries, and if he is not good enough with the bat that we saw with KKR, he was just not being able to perform. And I don't rate him, like I don't compare these two at all. There's no comparison between a Russell who's been a proven match winner for West Indies to someone like I'm forgetting his name. Sorry, we're talking
Odion
about Odion Smith.
Odion
It's
Smith, he
just
went
that
for 60
if
balls.
yeah, like if we look at it, Odion Smith is a left arm pacer again. Give that left arm bowling option, I think so.
He's
And
a
if he
right
can
armer,
bat, like
not a left armer.
right armor, then yeah, gets that bowling attack. He can give you those 4 overs essentially. That's my point. And then if he can bat, like my point was again in T20, if he's coming back at 8 or 7 and can give you like let's say a 20 or 5 balls, essentially that might be good enough for a team to have Odion Smith. Agree that 6 crores might be more for him, but what I mean that like we had said that India series and him hitting the Indian bowlers for sixes are fun, literally coming down at 8, might have just played in his hand.
See,
And we
probably
have another Indian player,
gamble.
Gurkeerat next. Gurkeerat was a part of KKR last year at 50 lakhs base price. Arvind is saying Russell does not even play 14 games. His bowling is a huge dip, definitely.
Correct.
Ashwini is talking about blessing Muzarbani. Yes, Ashwin, it's not a surprise for us because before you joined, we were just talking about the same Zimbabwean player. And we also think that he should be sold. And we had Gurkeerat as well on a show an hour back, and both of us were discussing about blessing Muzarbani only. And Gurkeerat wanted Delhi to actually go for blessing, not to be. Let's see what happens. Gurkeerat goes to Gujarat Titans at 50 lakhs.
Kane Richardson again, Pranav. That whole concept of Chris Jordan going in likes of Kane Richardson and Andrew Tye not being picked up by teams. I don't understand this. I don't get how
यार
this.
अदराज बोल रहा हूँ ना ये ऑस्ट्रेलियन प्लेयर्स का इशू हुआ था दे लेफ्ट मिडवे केन रिचर्डसन लेफ्ट एडम जैम्पा लेफ्ट एंड्रू टाई लेफ्ट दिस इज हैविंग अ वेरी वेरी बिग मेजर नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट and Richardson also goes unsold 3 Australian players all 3 of them who left all 3 bowlers unsold and we have Tim Saudi.
And KKR has put in their bid.
He was in KKR last year as well. I see Saudi struggling in the IPL every year. हर साल पिटता है भाई बहुत पिटता है.
And KKR have got him as well. I think at base 1.5 CR, KKR has got him Saudi. So they're filling.
But he
I think
doesn't.
not bad. Not bad to get Alex Hale, Sam Billings, and Tim Saudi at base. What do you guys? What are your comments on those? KKR did not have enough foreigners, but I like these 3 picks.
Pranav, please go ahead.
अगेन वही वाली बात है कि अगर आपके कितने प्लेयर्स फुली फिट हैं, अगर रसल फिट है 14 गेम्स के लिए, देन यू डोंट सी समवन लाइक टिम साउदी गेटिंग
प्रणव वो नहीं होने वाला. रसल
वो
इज
नहीं
नेवर
होगा
फिट.
उसके बाद, राइट, अगर वो नहीं होता है तो उसके बाद यस हैविंग अ साउथी इन डिफरेंट कॉम्बिनेशन दैट एंड आई थिंक डीवाई पाटिल pitch is assisting seamers as well, so that way that might be a good pitch, a good pick that way. But
And Anurag, Mumbai has
death
bought
overs
another
mein is
player.
not that good.
Mumbai has bought Rahul Buddhi at 20 lakhs. Player number 290. And one thing, Ashwini is saying that Tim Saudi is a good T20 bowler. He's improved a lot. Ashwini, I agree, but not in the IPL. Like his numbers are just not there. And that's why you see he's captain New Zealand before. He's going for the base price. And you see the likes of Lockie, you see the likes of Bolt, his New Zealand counterparts doing so well. So just as a benchmark compared to what other New Zealand bowlers are doing, and they played together for the New Zealand team. Us way mein, I'm just doing a benchmark, not taking Saudi as an individual. I think Saudi is a great bowler, but just not never clicked in the IPL. And Adhiraj, very valid point because we just saw the squad balance. If you just go to that, we saw KKR just had 4 overseas players, fourth being Chamika Karunaratne. Now they have 7. They've got 3 more overseas players at base price. They got Sam Billings at base price. They got Tim
Tim
Saudi at base
Saudi.
price. And they got Matthew Wade. Which player did he get?
No,
The
no,
third player?
not Matthew Wade. They have got. If I come to KKR, yes, they've got Alex Hales also at base price.
Alex Hayes at base price. So I think 3 good buys at base price, man. They're not paying huge bucks for them. So makes sense. And just to let all our viewers know, yesterday we spoke with a Ranji cricketer from Bihar, Anunay Singh. He was an uncapped player. He got sold today for Rajasthan Royals at 20 lakhs. And all of us felt so happy when that happened because we just spoken to that guy. We know Ishan Kishan will get the money, Surya Kumar will get the money, Odion Smith would have got the money, but someone from Bihar who has just come up and it felt so good to all of us. So if all of you missed that, do subscribe to Sports Taaza. Watch that video on our channel. We'll be putting a separate, trimming that entire video and putting it with Anunay because it feels great, and I think that is what we as fans expect in the sport. That we watch the sport for these raw emotions, for happiness. And I was very, very happy. Adhiraj, all of us were very happy when this happened. We just spoken to him yesterday and he gets sold. So a huge achievement.
Vidit, is there a cap on the number of players you can buy? Because I think Punjab has
Yes,
just bought their
maximum 25.
26th. I think they've
25,
just
yeah.
bought their 26th player, if I am not wrong.
Ajay, एक बार squad balance में जाओ देखो.
I've just added another row because I was out of the 25th row. It says 25 here, but I've just added another player.
See the formula sheet कि किस row तक count कर रहा है वो if it's
हाँ,
counting.
I'm telling you, it's not because I've just added a row. I've just added the formula onto this row, but I think they might have just bought their 26th player. I'm not sure. I'll just give me a little bit of this thing.
We'll check because Arvind commented 2 minutes ago when they bought Benny Howell that now they have completed the auction 25 on 25. Ashwini also spoke that he's an old horse. Good to see. And Ashwini, thank you for your support. Thank you for these kind words. That's the beauty of Sports Taaza. They bring up new talent. Thank you so much.
Oh, Varun Aaron has been bid on. Someone has bid for Varun Aaron. I think Gujarat has got Varun Aaron.
Adhiraj,
Yes.
I think there must be some mistake because Arvind is also saying that Benny Howell was Punjab's 25th player. And even
So
in
we'll have a look at that.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that.
Varun Aaron has gone to Gujarat, right?
Gujarat at 50 lakhs.
Gujarat has also got a very good bowling attack.
And
now.
and Ashwini, you're talking about blessing Muzerbani. I think he's back in the auction. Add a
And
base
he's
price
gone
of
out in the auction as well with it.
unsold.
Yes, he's gone unsold.
Colin Munro also went unsold. He just came at 1.5 crore base price. Colin Munro went unsold. New Zealand didn't pick him for the New Zealand T20 World Cup squad also, which was a surprise for me. He plays in leagues all around the world. So
All around except for New Zealand. It's going on so fast. This accelerated auction is just too tough to handle. Loving how quickly the teams are moving ahead with these.
Ashwini is sad about blessing. Yes, I hope he gets another chance. Some associate cricketers doing so well. Even David Wiese went unsold. He did so well for Namibia recently. But Tim David getting the big bucks. Hayden Kerr, another Australian all-rounder, went unsold. Pranav, what do you think about these associate cricketers getting unsold?
See, if you remember Ryan Tendeskate, he was also a very good Netherlands player, and he played all around the world, right? And he, I think, played for Mumbai for a season or so.
He played for
if
KKR
I'm
for
not
so long. He did so well for KKR as
Yeah,
an
he was there
all-rounder.
for KKR, right? You're right. So that way, I think probably that confidence they need to show in such player. I don't rate him any less than Mustafizur if you think of it. He can be a very good, and not many batsmen have played against Blessing, so should have been that wild card or trump card, you can say.
Absolutely, and Ashwini is saying Muzarbani because of his height. We saw what height Marco Jansen had, what bounce.
Right.
He's 6'7", got good bounce. Prasid Krishna in the Ahmedabad pitch got good bounce. We see Jason Holder getting those bounce. So Ashwini, yes, we understand. He's athletic, a very rare combination at that height. Arvind is defending Tim David. We understand, and that's why he's gone for 8.5. Teams having a huge bidding war for him. So yes,
Where is Ritik Shokeen gone? 449.
I'll just check. मेरे में अभी screen में आ रहा है वो. He's
Mumbai.
gone to Mumbai for 20 lakhs.
See, the counter argument to that part of talking about Tim David, Liam Livingston last season was doing very well, and when he came to IPL, he just could not perform at all. So I think comes down to the pitches as well, on what sort of pitches you're playing, what sort of quality attack you're batting against.
Pranav, what do you think about Liam Livingston from 75 lakhs to 11 crores?
Punjab did the same thing with
Sheldon
Maxwell,
Cottrell.
and that did not even Maxwell, and earlier a couple of seasons back, and he did not perform. So hopefully something comes up for them.
I mean,
Whichever
he's a
player is
great player. The prospect of having a batsman who can bowl leg spin and off spin,
bowl.
uh,
Yeah.
so he's an interesting prospect, and I rate him very highly. And of what I've seen of him for England, certainly. And again, like you said, obviously Indian pitches, Indian tracks, very different, very different altogether. But we'll be happy if he comes good for Punjab. Or at least someone
There
comes
was
good for Punjab.
there was one match against Pakistan. He almost chased that down. 220 or they were chasing. He hit 90 of some 30 or 40 balls, 38, 40 balls. But the issue is that can he keep doing that consistently? When he hits it, it's a clean hitting. And no team, I think, in IPL is going to see him as the fifth bowler. He's already always going to be the sixth bowler, sixth or seventh bowler that way. Unless, of course, the pitches are that spin friendly.
Adhiraj, Arvind is talking that PBKS has really good buys, unlike what they usually do. So is it a surprise? We were discussing this as well earlier, but what's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think I like the way, and I think we were talking about this yesterday, the fact that they had the biggest purse, so they could have
And
gone on to
Bhagat
pick.
Verma gets sold to CSK for 20 lakhs.
Yeah, like the fact that with Punjab they had the biggest purse, so they could have actually gone and spent big initially and made the core. And I think that's what they did quite well to get the likes of Dhawan and to get the likes of Dhawan, Rabada, Best. To look at the prices, they're not above 10 CR. So essentially, if you look at it, they spent 16 initially and they spent roughly 27, 28. So in the same amount that teams retained four players, you can think of that Punjab's retention could have easily been Besto, Rabada, Dhawan, Mayank Agarwal, and Arshdeep. If you think of this as the retentions, then it is actually a very good retention that they have done because it's in the same price bracket that the other teams have paid for the other players. So I think they did that really well. And to get living Leon Livingston, I mean, if he comes good, he is a game changer, like Pranav mentioned. He can win games on his own.
Rana, what's
Uh,
your answer to this question that Ashwini's asked? That Tim David, Leo Livingston may be hitters, but they're different players because their scoring areas are different.
No, I missed your question.
So it's on the screen also. You were talking about Liam Livingston. So Ashwini is saying both may be hitters, but their scoring areas are very, very different.
See, my whole point is how you adapt to Indian pitches, how they are going to behave. So regardless of the scoring areas, if you're you're playing the best of the cricketing lot. When you're playing in other leagues, you're not playing probably the best of the international bowlers. When you come to IPL, you're playing the best, right? How you're going to adjust again Archer Bumrah duo, it's going to be difficult, right? Or maybe someone like a proper Yuzvendra Chahal on a spinning track. So, but yes,
Sorry, just to
that
interrupt, is the auction done? Is
there has been a pause, I think. So I'm not sure for what.
because I just heard Charu Sharma say thank you and that they've had a good auction so far.
Possible
I
it's
think they'll
done.
have one more round of accelerated auction just for the teams
If the
to
teams
complete.
want,
Yep.
then it will happen.
Yeah.
And I think we've updated that with, I think by mistake we had put Saurabh Dubey in Punjab. Oh, the auctioneer is back. Uh, the main auctioneer who has had a health condition yesterday, he's back. I think he might be
Oh,
coming
Mr.
in.
Hugh Edmides is back for the final hour.
Yes, I think he might be
But I
taking
think
back.
all of us surely should give a round of applause to Mr. Charu Sharma as well. I think he's done a splendid job coming in the very last hour and doing an amazing, amazing effort. So we've seen him in Kabaddi these days and him coming back to the IPL. I think and he's done it so well. He was not prepared to do it coming in the last moment. And I really wish to see him next year as a number one auctioneer. So Adhiraj Arvind is saying that if the teams request, only then it will happen, or else it's a wrap.
Yes, correct. If the
But
team
they've
wants
got
a
the new
third round,
auctioneer, so I'm assuming there'll be some
players, some names that might have been.
But good to see Hugh back. Him joking that he's fine. Where he had fallen, he's saying I'm all good. And yesterday he gained consciousness, but him being back on stage says all about his health. So good.
And the good touch from BCCI to bring him back towards the end of the auction. They could
Absolutely,
have,
man. Absolutely.
asked him to keep resting. Yeah.
I'll quickly have a look at the team squad balance, guys. I mean, RR still has 6.4 crores, so I'm sure they will be looking to get some. They still have only 4
And
foreigners.
four
Yes,
overseas. Yeah.
yes, just 4 overseas players. So I think they would still want to get some people back in. Even RCB has 4.8 CR left in their
So
balance,
Hugh Mendes has said there are only 5 players probably who will be going under the auction right now.
and I am assuming
And
those
first
are
player is number
all.
535, I think.
I think they should all be for Rajasthan and RCB. They both have less than 20 players in the squad right now.
And Arvind is giving a very good observation, which you're showing on screen as well, that PBKS, Adiraj, in the squad balance sheet,
Yeah,
CSK and PBKS have got their 25 players. Very, very
yeah.
rightly said.
So
Lowest number.
Arjun Tendulkar with it, as
And
you have
absolutely.
mentioned, is right there. He has been called, and I
Who?
think 2 teams have bid because they know that Mumbai will bid for him. So it's already at 25. Uh, we
See,
always knew that
अर्जुन के साथ पता है क्या होता है? Last time 20 मिला था, इस time 40 मिलेगा. And no team will bid. Only Mumbai has to get him. It's a
because
said.
Gujarat bid and Gujarat has 35 lakhs left in their bank only, and
नेहरा जी मजे ले रहे हैं. नेहरा जी मजे ले रहे हैं और कुछ नहीं हो रहा है.
and Mumbai has got Arjun Tendulkar for 30 lakhs.
सर इन्फ्लेशन हुई है 10% की, तो इनका भी बेस प्राइस 20 से 50 तो ज्यादा बनता है. प्लीज.
Maybe they were asked that, okay, just give him a 10 or
Another
50%.
paycheck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel so bad for Arjun. Yeah, maybe he may be bowling well, but that
It'll never
baggage
come
of
up.
Sachin
Yeah,
will
yeah.
never go. And I think it's just a fun moment from Gary Gersten, from Ashish Nehra, just joking, and him going for 30 lakhs. He went for 20 last time, so 50% hike, not a good paycheck. Ashwini is talking about Arjun needs to rectify his action.
I think with it, who got Shubham Gadwal? 548. Someone spot.
Rajasthan Royals get Shubham Gadwal for
Rajasthan.
20 lakhs. I honestly expected Arjun to be the last player to come up. He came quite early, like थोड़ा सा जल्दी आ गया, expected नहीं था.
Duan Jensen has gone. Oh, is it Marco Jansen's younger brother or what?
Must be for Rajasthan. They would be looking for some sort of unsold.
No, unsold.
But it'll be so good to see, and actually, if teams actually start bidding for Arjun and they know that MI will get him, and he reaches 2-3 crores, man, MI has to get him. They can't help it. So what to do, man? Ashwini has answered your question, Indiraj. He's his twin brother, not even a cousin, twin brother.
Okay.
Oh,
He looked like him. That's why
yeah.
he looked quite similar to Jansen, actually. So, yeah. Are we done or do we have one last
Ashwini
name?
absolutely very rightly said the baggage, that tag of being Sachin's son will never be removed. Same with Aryan Khan, I have to say. I just saw his face, and SRK's tag will never be removed from him.
The last player, is it Rohan Rana?
Oh, they have 2 more to go.
Okay. I'm surprised
Next
the teams
player
have
is
even called
595.
them, and they haven't really not. No one has bid for these guys. That's just sad. I mean, why would you call for them when you don't want to bid for them?
Teams are not allowed to pick outside the auction, right? Unless there is an injury.
Yeah, unless there's an injury.
And a very, very surprising comment, personally, Ashwini. I haven't seen Dwayne Jansen bowl, but if you're saying he has a better follow through as well than Marco Jansen, so he's surely one player to look out for. Which team did Dwayne Jansen go to? Did he get
No one.
unsold?
Unsold.
And even his twin brother.
I think
Dwayne,
that's the end, and that is the end of the auction. I think it's done. We have the
No,
final
they're saying
list.
you can submit 2 players each. I just heard Charu Sharma, so I have Charu Sharma in my ear going
So
on.
is it
and he's
not? Is it?
saying
Is it not over?
Every team can submit 2 players each.
Okay. I think
So
Rajasthan
we
need
can
to
see a
probably and
maximum of
RCB
20 players.
and
So
RCB
till
need
then,
to.
let's just quickly have a look at the purse amount, see which team can actually be active now. DC maximum 1 player, max 1 player.
RCB has to go. They have just 19.
LSG ऐसा है कि भाई जितने पैसे दिए पूरे खर्च करके जाऊंगा, 1 रुपया नहीं छोड़ूंगा मैं टेबल पे.
I think they have some 30 lakhs left. Yes.
No, LSG has zero.
LSG
I
is
think yeah,
zero.
that's just showing. I think
Yeah.
it's more if I'm not wrong.
No.
Something to
It's
do.
on the screen also. It showed that they're done.
Okay. Oh, certainly.
Because बाकी सब में decimal आ रहे हैं, मतलब 2 decimal places तक भी जा रहे हैं. So
Yeah.
Gujarat had 35 lakhs going for Arjun
Yeah, I
Tendulkar,
think it
getting
must have
the
been
first
Gujarat.
element
Yes.
in just at the right moment. I'm sure Ashish Nehra is going to get a message very, very soon. But
Nehra ji might get something from Sachin.
and we just heard, Raj, remember Arjun Pandya also talking about Nehra ki how he's so chill in the auction, always cracking
Yeah.
jokes, always laughing, always there for the fun.
Certainly.
No matter what is happening, he's just interested in entertaining and for humor. So great to see that. Ashwini
Ashwini,
is
I
asking
think
one more question. Did any team buy Saurabh Dubey? Adiraj, we can just check that out in our squad. We can just
just give me
do a
1 second.
fine
I think
search.
Saurabh Dubey was
Ashwini
one of
will
the
just tell you
players.
in a minute. And 2
So
teams
we are
I see
not sure.
particularly being active. KKR can be active 3.6, Punjab 3.5, RCB 4.8. I don't know why they're saving money. They just have 19 players. Rajasthan only 4 overseas players, man. They did not get anyone else. One thing which I feel they missed out. I think they've done really well in this auction. Got Chahal, got Ashwin, got Bolt, got a lot of people. Solidified the spinning attack, solidified the bowling. But 4 overseas player is a concern.
See, and
Ashwini,
one
sorry
interesting
to
point here is that when you talk about the 4 overseas player, one of them is English. So you're not sure if Josh Butler is going to stay for the entirety of the IPL.
But
So
anytime if you just have 4 overseas players, that's never a good. क्योंकि आजकल एक हर पोजीशन का तो बैकअप सबको चाहिए. कैप्टन का भी बैकअप
yeah,
चाहिए,
and
कोच का
the
भी बैकअप
fourth is
चाहिए.
Obed McCoy. Just gonna confirm. I don't rate him very highly. He
I
might be
rate him
good enough.
highly. I rate him highly as a
I
slow
don't
left
rate him.
down West Indian bowler. He is amazing slower one, but he can't play all 14 matches. Like he
yeah.
cannot walk into the playing 11. So one concern, Ashwini, you said Punjab, Rajasthan best picks. This is my only negative point for Rajasthan.
And
Adiraj, you
to
were saying
answer you,
about
Ashwini,
Saurabh Dubey.
yes, Saurabh Dubey has been picked up by Sunrise Hyderabad at base price for 20 lakhs for that.
You look
And
at
like you
the
mentioned,
Indian. You look at the Indian contingent for Rajasthan. That is very good. I think one of the best in. If you look at all across the 10 teams, you have even Deepak, Padikar, right? And
yeah,
then Yashasvi, you have
there's
Ashwin, you
Padikkal,
have
Sanju Samsung, Yashasvi, there's
right.
Ashwin, there is Chahal, there is Riyan Prayag, there's Navdeep Saini. They got Karun Nair as well. So yeah, good, strong Indian lineup.
Just one overseas. एक और होता ना, Ashwini, not denying McCoy is a good pick. I absolutely agree with it. I love his slow variations, back of the hand. He gets lots of wickets through
And
that,
the
but
point is with it, they had the
no
money.
backup.
If you look at the squad
Yeah.
balance for RR, they have 6 crore left. They could have easily got 2 foreigners. I mean,
They could have got
I'm
any bowler, yeah. They could have gone for Nathan Ellis, could have gone for so many bowlers went unsold. Nathan Coulter went unsold, yeah. James
so
Neesham
many.
went unsold.
Yeah, like I feel I'm not sure why this has been, and they just
But
got just
teams
four
still have an
foreigners.
option to submit 2 more players. They were just probably waiting for everyone's purse to go to zero, try to get players at the base price. And I'm surely see Rajasthan buying at least 2 more overseas players. And then we can call Rajasthan squad having a good squad. Pranav, I'll let you take this. You're a Chennai fan. So Arvind's question is that Chennai has done well. They have a balanced team. What do you think?
See, one good thing they've done is that they've got their core group back, right? They have 6 or 7 individuals who used to be part of Chennai earlier. How a captain thinks, how the team gels, right? There is no friction or not too much of changing and twisting. So that way they're already a settled side. They bought back Michel Santner also, if I'm not wrong. So they have those KM Asif. They have they have got Ambati Raidu back. All these players there, Dwayne Bravo coming back into that core group. So and in addition to that, they've got alternatives like Dubey, right?
Raj, why don't you continue? I think some concern with Pranav's net.
Yeah, I mean, like Pranav has mentioned, I think the important thing with CSK has always been that core, and they have gotten that core back. To have the likes of Jadeja, Dhoni, Moin Ali, Gaikwad, Robbie, Ambati Rayudu, Dwayne Bravo. These are all, I mean, the core team members, and then you pick up, like Pranav was mentioning, those value picks that have come from Chennai has to be Dwayne Pretorius. There is Devon Convoy that they have picked, and in the youngsters they have got Rajavardhan, Hangarerkar. So yeah, I'm quite happy. I don't really see where Chris Jordan fits in, as always, into this squad, and I would have much preferred Ngidi over him. But yeah, I think good side overall, and we will see the consistent Chennai. Uh,
Adhiraj, frankly, I beg to differ. Arvind, I also beg to differ. I think Chennai really had a bad first day at the auction because we know how Dhoni plays. You cannot just go for 2022. It's a mega auction. You will not have so many players back again. You need to have some thinking till 2024. And you see yesterday's picks. Forget today. Just see yesterday's picks. Adhiraj, if you could just scroll up. You see Uthappa. Don't see him playing for 3 years. Don't see Dwayne Bravo playing for 3 years. Don't see Ambati Raidu playing for 3 years. And then you go so heavy on Deepak Chahar. So you getting KM Asif, who's just been with CSK doing nothing. You get Sandner, he's been with CSK warming the benches for 3 years, not doing anything, which Ashwin has said. So I think CSK has covered up today, but first day it was very bad. Same
uh,
with MI, I agree. As when they're saying
See,
MI
when
and
a
we
CSK
question,
bad
a
thing.
question,
when
Pranav,
we
for
talk
you would
about,
always just one thing,
I'll
and
just
we can
complete this
continue.
discussion. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
just
yeah.
complete this discussion. When we talk about the ages of the player, we were talking about that 3 years back also when we were talking about Dad's Army, right?
पर सर
So
अब
I
तीन
think
साल और
Dhoni
तक तो
always,
नहीं करेंगे ना 3 साल कर लिया
yeah. So that's
रिस्पेक्ट है अच्छी बात है
that's what I'm saying. That he's going for horses for courses strategy. That okay,
but Dhoni
next 2 years,
himself
this
won't
is how
stay
we
for
are going
three
to.
years Dhoni himself won't stay
Ha,
for
he
three
won't be
years
there. He won't be
He
there.
will
He
be the
won't be there.
mentor. I'm certain. He is going to
As a
go
captain,
right
he
into
won't be
that
there.
coaching.
Yeah,
Yes.
but yeah,
अधिराज
of
एक
course.
आपके बहुत बड़े फैन दे हैव अ क्वेश्चन डायरेक्टली टुवर्ड्स यू कि आप कौन से फॉरेन प्लेयर को खरीदेंगे राजस्थान में
काफी कम रोहन, ऑनेस्टली बहुत ज्यादा अवेलेबल नहीं है जो बच्चे हैं खरीदने के लिए, बट सर्टेनली आई वुड से दैट दे पिक अप
आरआर हैज द
another.
बजट दे कैन गो मतलब कोई
Yeah,
दिक्कत नहीं है
yeah,
पैसे
certainly. But like, I would want them to pick up a fast bowler. Honestly, one certainly because I don't rate Obid McCoy as much. They need to have some. If you look at their fast bowling, they have Prasidh Krishna. There's going to be Trent Bolt who's going to be bowling. But other than that, Navdeep Saini again, Prasidh Krishna, Navdeep Saini are both Indian fast bowlers. Do have talent, but we've seen Navdeep Saini go for runs. So to get another foreign fast bowler, because I don't see
and the
Obid McCoy
foreign
like.
batter because Butler may not stay the entire IPL, which is very usual for English players. So I would go ahead. They could have gone for Evan Lewis at base price. I think Rajasthan missed that. Evan
How
Lewis, he
about
was with Rajasthan
how
last year,
about
2 crores.
Moises Hendricks? Moises Hendricks is one player who can be very
Yeah, he
useful
came
in
in,
those
but no one
conditions.
picked him. I think, and at the basis at one CR only, so
Yeah,
maybe
one
someone
CR
picks
for
him up.
Moses.
But I don't think so. Moses has been playing for Australia as well, so I'm not sure. And how
Part
he's
of the
been doing in
squad,
BBL.
not in the playing 11, part of the squad definitely is a captain in the BBL as well. But they should get some overseas. Four overseas is never, and teams के पास option है to submit 2 more players. So I'm sure Rajasthan will buy 2 more overseas players at least, especially with so many teams exhausting the 25 player limit, exhausting their budget. So it's not the end of the auction. अभी भी बची है. Rajasthan वो करेगी and it'll be a very very solid team this time.
Even a Shakib Al Hassan can be a very good buy, but probably the
Bangladeshi
image.
players are not available. We discussed this planner yesterday, but Shakib will
Acha,
not be
okay.
available for a majority of the season,
Yeah, I think that's why no one has been picked. None of the not
except for
that there are a
Fizz.
lot. Yeah, Fizz. I think Fizz is not part of the international this thing that will be playing for Bangladesh. So he will probably be available.
Pranav, why don't you pick up one team? Let's just discuss how that auction has gone. Why don't we start
One
with
other
one of
than
the new
CSK,
teams?
obviously.
With one of the new teams.
One of the
New
New
teams,
teams.
Lucknow or
Lucknow.
Gujarat.
Let's
Which one
start
do
with
you want to
Lucknow.
discuss?
Yeah, let's start with Lucknow. So when you talk about Lucknow, I just feel they have probably one player short on the Indian batsman end. When you talk about they have Manish Pandey, but you can't look anyone beyond him. You have a Deepak Hooda, you have Krunal Pandya, right? You have the captain himself, KL Rahul, but other than that, you don't have any Indian batsman who can actually play a solid role in the middle. They're very much dependent on a Deepak Hooda or a Krunal Pandya to do that role, right? So they will have that one place. If they get injured, only a Manan Vora can come in as an Indian batsman. But when you look at their all-rounders, one of when you talk about Marcus Stoinis, Jason Holder, right? When you talk about Krunal Pandya or Deepak Hooda themselves, can give you good value for money in batting as well as in their bowling. You can look out for 10 to 12 overs from these four individuals, and similarly for their batting, they can bat from 5, 6, 7, 8. So bowling wise, they're good, and of course, not to miss out on Rashid. Rashid is also there, right?
Yeah,
No,
yes, no. Rashid is
he's in
with
Gujarat.
Gujarat. Yeah, he's
He's
in
in
Gujarat.
Gujarat. Yeah. Right. So, but they have a very strong, top order. Quentin है, KL Rahul है. Seam attack में आपके पास आवेश खान है, Mark Wood है. Then you'll have someone like Shehbaz Nadeem, Chamira to back them. So that way, Ravi Bishnoi, of course, they had retained. So that way, a very solid team. Just that वो एक middle order होता. Someone like an Ajinkya Rahani maybe, right? So
And
it would have been a very good 11 plus 5 to 6 good backups. But
I
having
think
said that, very good team.
another viewer has commented. Ashwini has said that they have the chuddy buddies of Krunal Pandya and Hooda, and we have been discussing this as soon as this has happened yesterday when they had picked up both of these players. That there might be some images of what had happened in Mumbai with Harbhajan and Srisant in the past.
अगर रन
Anything?
आउट करा दिया ना, अगर कृणाल ने या हुडा ने एक दूसरे का किसी को भी रन आउट किया, that will be the moment of IPL 22 for me.
I can imagine Krunal Pandya's expression.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be interesting, and Gambhir has picked them up. So I'm sure they sort out their differences because they will be batting. I mean, if you look at it, they essentially will be coming ahead of each other. Like there will be probably the 5, 6
Yeah.
or the 6, 7 of the team. So throughout the IPL, and I'm assuming both of them will play since they've been picked up for good money. It's going to be that they have to work together. Otherwise, it's going to be an issue for Lucknow to have these two playing in the squad.
Right, and even Kyle Myers is a good pick at the base price by this team. So
Do you see him playing? Though I doubt he gets to play any
no.
games.
So he's only a backup. He's not going to
Yeah.
come in the first 11 anyway.
I mean, if you
So
look at it, I
Rohan
think
is asking us about Arjun Tendulkar. Rohan, आप उस time नहीं थे, but we had surely discussed this that surely Ashish Nehra will be getting a call very very soon. कि सर
Beers of
मजे
the
तो ठीक है
house.
पर आपने 10 लाख एक्स्ट्रा खर्च करवा दिए तो थोड़ी दिक्कत की बात है. I'm sure Nehra will be paying that 10 lakhs. But
or maybe,
just on a
or maybe
lighter
it was
note,
just
I think Arjun
maybe
Tendulkar, he has that baggage with himself, but inflation 10% है, तो he was sold for 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs तो बनता है.
I'm sure. I think maybe it was just so that just show an interest from other franchisee and get that bid up. Like, that's a natural way of getting the price up. Mumbai can't just say we'll bet him for 30 lakhs, even though base is 20, right? They can't bid at 30 directly. So yeah. And another question, I think Pranav, you can pick this up. Ashwini is asking how much pressure will be there on Umran Malik. He has been retained by Sunrisers, and they did not retain a lot. Do you think he's shown what he's capable of? He's got the raw pace. What do you think?
See, pressure price tag का नहीं होगा. Pressure being a player of clocking 150 plus उस चीज का रहेगा. Staying fit will be another thing. Because you see other players like Avesh Khan, they have gone for he has gone for 10 CR, right? So उधर pressure ज़्यादा होगा because you've been auction. A lot of teams.
Yes, I
Right.
think.
So
Yeah.
there is that difference.
a very everyone speaks so highly of Imran Malik. One player and a viewer is talking, Arvind is talking about that he's overrated. Adiraj, what do you have to
I
say of this?
honestly see one is the biggest plus point I see with Umran is, and I've seen, and it might go both ways. I think is the pace. I mean, the sheer amount. If you can clock 150 plus in and out in an over, or can bowl 4 overs with an average speed of 150 plus, that is an asset in every time in any game. Till the time you have that line in length, right? We saw Sean Tate was there. He used to bowl 155 plus, and just that didn't never had that line in length was not effective. So I think the fact that uh, I don't see him having a pressure like Pranav mentioned of the money, because he was retained at a 4 crore price and not a lot, not like what Avesh Khan has gone or Prasidh Krishna has gone for 10 CR. But I do see him doing well if he's been groomed well at SRH, and I believe that they will do that. So just having that sure pace does help, especially when the Indians, there are not a lot of Indian fast bowlers who've been able to bowl that quick. So yeah,
Not
I
a lot,
found him.
Raj. I think there's no Indian fast bowler who bowls at that pace. He's from Jammu, and अगर वो auction में आते, he would have gone for more than 4 CR definitely. We've seen how when the Indian bowlers came in that slot yesterday. Deepak Chair 14 crores, Shardul 10 crores, Prasidh Krishna 10 crores, Shivam Mavi 7.5 crores. Money was being splurged.
Yep,
So
correct,
if
certainly.
Imran Malik would have come, he would have gone for 6 crores. Rohan is also asking कि क्या आप रहाणे को खेलते देखते हैं इस आईपीएल में? रोहन केकेआर में गए हैं तो शायद हाँ, किसी और टीम में जाते तो शायद नहीं. अगर हम केकेआर के स्क्वाड पे जाएं धीराज, तो केकेआर ना, दे डू नॉट हैव टॉप ऑर्डर बैटर्स. दे हैड त्रिपाठी, दे हैड राणा लास्ट ईयर. दोनों नहीं है. They have covered with Shreyas Iyer at a number 4 spot. Still not at the number 3, 1, 2, 3 में कोई नहीं है. You have
But if you
Venki. Yes,
think that way, नीतीश राणा को उन्होंने heavily back किया है. 8 CR में अगर आप नीतीश राणा को लेके आ रहे हो, तो वो आपका नंबर 3
definitely.
खेलेगा ही खेलेगा.
Correct. So that's why I see Rahane playing. That's the
But
only
Pranav,
reason.
open कौन करेगा with Iyer?
Rahane.
With I personally I don't see Rahane playing too many matches, because
No, but
if
if he
you're
doesn't
playing,
open, I don't see him playing. I agree. If he doesn't open, he doesn't play.
yeah, so probably they might go with the Sunil Narayan again at the top, because वो अगर
But
I
bottom
don't
not
see
भी
that
करते हैं.
happening. I
not
don't
all
see that
14
happening.
games, right?
But
I
हाँ,
think the
not
rain
all
comes in
14
only
games,
on
right?
specific games.
A few of the
Pranav, this
occasions.
question
So
for you.
some,
You spoke of Shivan Dubey very heavily. Rohan is asking, Shivan Dubey to CSK at 4 crores was a shock for him. Agree, not agree?
see, some team was definitely going to pick a commodity which is Indian in nationality and bats and bowls. So किसी न किसी team में तो वो जाना था. 4 CR I would say still an improvement on the 6.5 CR that he had clocked last time. So that way 4 CR again, not a shock, but he needs to be consistent. He's not a proper bowler. He's not a proper batsman. तो थोड़ा इफी रहेगा वो आगे जाके कि उसको कितने गेम्स खिलाते हैं, क्या फॉर्म रहता है.
क्योंकि
रोहन,
प्रणव अगर
इसमें
आप
एक
देखें,
चीज ऐड करने के लिए हमने पहले भी बात की थी और इसमें आया था कि एमएस ऑलवेज लव्स ऑलराउंडर्स, जो एक
Yeah.
बात
या
पुट
लाइक
की आई
एंड
थी,
वही अगर
चाहे
आप
वो
देखिए, मैं वही बोलने वाला था, मोइन अली, रविंद्र जडेजा, शिवम दुबे,
उनके पास
ब्रावो, दिस इज
ब्रावो
लाइक
Kevin
थे,
Bravo,
पूरी
अनंत
पूरी
थे,
टीम
इतने
ऑलराउंडर
लोग.
से भरी है.
So
Chris
Dhoni
Jordan.
always loves a long batting lineup. He loves all rounders. He loves to have 7-8 bowling options. चाहे उनको use करे ना करे फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. He always wants those options in front of him. So yes, Shivam Dubey has not had a great. He's not taken IPL with fire. CSK can be the team with him. Maybe playing under Dhoni changes that.
And see,
Yeah.
also Deepak Chahar might bat ahead of Dhoni, right? So I won't be surprised Dhoni coming at 9 or maybe even 10 in this IPL. They're with 10 players and a captain, and they're winning
People
with that.
see Dhoni playing as a captain
Specialist,
wicketkeeper,
captain
not as
wicket
a
keeper.
batter. But I don't see that happening. पर देखते हैं क्या होता है. रोहन का नहीं, sorry, अश्विनी का एक question है. Adhiraj, why don't you take this about Shreyas Iyer captaincy for future India team?
Oh, there has been talks. I think I do see him as a captain in the white ball cricket in the future. I don't see him captaining the red ball cricket for some reason. A lot of people have been talking about how good Pant can be, and Pant might actually be the future captain in the tests, surely on the basis of the fact that I don't see a replacement for Pant in the next for quite some time in the Test cricket. Uh, uh, the way he's going right now, the way kind of mentality he shows. So yeah, I mean, Shreyas Iyer can certainly be Indian captain, next Indian captain. Just gonna see how they groom him, and the whole concept how KL Rahul comes into the picture after Rohit Sharma, because that's what India is looking at right now. They've mentioned KL Rahul to be the next one, and then maybe after that. So it's going to be important how KL Rahul takes over the reins from Rohit.
Just one
See, and
question, one thing
Rahul,
to add here. We spoke to I don't have any insights on this, but we spoke to Arjun Pandit today, and he said he'd spoken to KF about Shreyas Iyer's captaincy. KF being a part of the Delhi Capital squad. So he said कि श्रेयस अय्यर की कैप्टनसी अभी तक एक्चुअली टेस्ट नहीं हुई है. Only reason is because Ricky Ponting being the coach, he's a very
Yeah.
strong-minded coach. He runs the team. It's never the captain's team. So we are yet to see Shreyas Iyer actually be a true captain. And even now with KKR, Brendan McCullum is also a very strong personality. He likes to run things from the dugout. So we actually may not have seen Shreyas Iyer actually doing the captain's role or executing things himself. So obviously he'll still be a captain now, which he wasn't last year. But probably had he gone to a team where ज़्यादा रोल होता कैप्टन का, तो उनकी कैप्टनसी और उभर के आती, उनको ज़्यादा चांसेस मिलते. But he's always captained two teams which are very coach heavy. So that can be one concern for Shreyas Iyer for the future. अभी भी रोहन बात कर रहे हैं about Shivam Dube. He is not happy. कहाँ खेलेंगे? Maybe as a pinch hitter only. So Moin Ali at number 3 left-hander. Shivam Dube, I don't see Shivam Dube coming ahead of Moin Ali at any case. But 4 crores, it's fine. And if you see Shivam Dube's last season stats, he scored 250 runs for Rajasthan. Did not play 14 games, got very limited opportunities. Still scored 250 runs. I think played much better than Riyan Parak to say. And if Riyan Parak can go for 3.8 crores, Shivam Dube at 4 crores to Chennai may not be bad. And Chennai loves all-rounders, which Arvind has also agreed. That is the only question. So Ashwini is saying that Shreyas Iyer has mindset very similar to Ravi Shastri, and Ravi Shastri was a very good captain. Still young days for him. He's done well for DC. He restructured them, at least got them back, and we see DC being a very consistent side in the last 2-3 years. And hopefully he will be the captain for KKR. They only have two options. Second option is Pat Cummins. I think number one is going to be Shreyas Iyer is going to captain KKR, so we're going to see his captaincy this year, and hopefully KKR can do well. And when it comes to KKR captain, Pranav, were you surprised? Ian Morgan not getting sold, Aaron Finch not getting sold, England
not
Australian
surprised.
captains 20s.
Not surprised at all, given how they had, sort of gone ahead last year. I think it
But
was
people want to play
on writing
Dhoni
was
as a
on the wall.
captain. Why not play Morgan as a captain? I don't understand this.
On his track record of how he was performing as captain for KKR also, given his batting skills also. He has not played for as long as Dhoni has in IPL, right? So, and then he takes up one foreign player quota. But having said that, वो 12.5 crore अगर उस पे लगाए हैं तो they are definitely looking at him as their captaincy pick.
Definitely. Let's go to Hardik Pandya's team. I want to see how Gujarat Titans has done.
Well, have we picked up all the comments from our viewers?
Yes, I'll take that. Adhiraj, Pranav, why don't you start with Lucknow Super Giants?
Gujarat you're talking about, right?
Yeah, Gujarat.
Sorry,
Gujarat. So let's look at
Titans.
Gujarat.
Gujarat Titans.
See, again, a very similar problem. Shubman Gill is batting at the top of the order. No Indian middle order batsman they have. The best thing that they have is a Ridhiman Saha or a Vijay Shankar, right? So who do you see in position number 3, 4, and 5 for them, who are Indians, right? Now you're definitely going to bring in someone like a what do you call a David Miller maybe in the mix, but since he's been picked up so late in the auction, I don't think he'll be there. Their lower order is sorted. When you talk about Hardik Pandya, Rashid Khan, when you talk about Dominic
Tewatia.
Briggs, right? Rahul Tewatia, correct?
Yeah.
So in the lower order, they're fine. But what about their middle order, where they'll need some sort of stability? They have Gurkeerat, right? But
Yeah, they've got good
there is
killer.
no one specific player who can, who can anchor the inning in the middle order. Either
Yeah,
you say
that
Shubman Gill plays 20 overs and everyone bats around him. That can be done. But if he gets out early, who is that one player they're going to play around?
uh, Pranav, do you think that Hardik might have to bat slightly up than what he normally does? Maybe come at four, something what Pant does, because like you mentioned, there is an issue with their middle order. There's no sensible, like I don't see again around whom the team is going to revolve. Either, I mean, they have Jason Roy and Shubman Gill. They can be very very good opening pairs who can get you a very good quick start. But like you mentioned, if they lose the openers quickly, I don't see who stabilizes the innings at all. Vijay Shankar coming back to bat at three, maybe, I don't know. Tewatia is again not someone who can control the innings that well. So yeah, surprising that they have not been able to
Right.
pick up some good Indian middle order batsmen.
Yeah, so if you talk about their bowling lineup or the lower order, one of the best. When you talk about Mohammad Shami, Lockie Ferguson, Rashid Khan, right? Players like Sai Kishore, a very good left arm orthodox, right? So that way, their lower order bowling, they're sorted. They'll get enough overs out of those bottom 6, 7 players. Open probably Jason Roy is there, right? Yeah. So they'll
Yeah.
probably open with the Jason Roy and Shubman Gill. That number three and number four position. Probably they'll start with Vijay Shankar at number four. They might need to fill in probably a keeper with the Ridhiman Saha playing somewhere in that slot, right? So this
You
is
have
how I
David
see.
Miller, Hardik Pandya coming in as well. You
So
have
yeah,
Sai Kishore as well. I
so
think
I
Sai
think Pranav,
Kishore will
I
have to
think
play a
this
good role.
this issue gets solved if you look at, let's pick up the four foreigners for Gujarat. Certainly Rashid Khan, Lockie Ferguson, Jason Roy probably will be
Jason Roy
the three.
and Dominic. I
Noor
think
Ahmed,
Dominic Drakes they'll probably go for
let's see, it's because it's
probably.
Noor Ahmed, Dominic Drakes, then they have Alzari Joseph, Miller, and Matthew Wade. So of
Mhm.
these, because like you mentioned that the bowling is good already, do you think that fourth foreigner, instead of going for a Dominic Drakes, they might
Yeah,
I
actually
would
right.
go
go for
for a pure
Matthew
Probably,
Wade.
batsman like
probably
a
a
Miller or a
Matthew
Wade?
Wade at number four. Probably Matthew Wade at number four gives you that keeping option also, and give you that some sort of stability. Yeah,
Yeah, because they need to they have a keeper. Either Vridhaman Saha plays for them or Matthew Wade plays for them.
yeah.
Ashwini is saying that Noor Ahmed will play for them. I'm not sure, Ashwini, how highly he's rated. I have not myself seen.
So he's
Uh,
done well in the under 19 circuit, Ashwini, but not at the other level, and that's very different. We have the final set of last 2022 players coming in that's about to start. And
and
Ashwini, you had asked,
Nabi has been bought. I mean, like not bought. He's in the auction, and someone has bid on him.
you asked about RCB captain. So Harshal Patel has hinted in an interview that it will be Faf du Plessis. We've not got confirmation of that, but Harshal Patel, one key player for RCB, hinting that Faf might be the next RCB captain.
And KKR has got Mohammad Nabi, guys. They have
At
bought
1
in,
crores.
yes, at base. So KKR buying a lot of these foreigners. I mean, this is interesting. Umesh Yadav has been brought back, and KKR has bid for Umesh Yadav as well.
KKR के भाई पैसा कितना दिराज?
They have 3 crores still left with it.
Arvind is saying you're talking about the 4 foreign spots. He would want Wade, Roy, Rashid, Ferguson. First 3 are decided. I think it's all about the fourth. I would prefer Wade to Vidyaman Saha, because
Yeah.
if Shubman Gill doesn't get out and you get Jason Roy early, you need another explosive batter in the power play, which Wade can be. So you don't want probably Shubman Gill and Vidyaman Saha batting together if Jason Roy gets out early. So
With
for
it,
that reason, Wade is very important. Umesh
Nisham is
Yadav
in.
sold at 2 crores to KKR as well. So KKR
And
getting back.
Nisham has been brought in, and I think Rajasthan is going for him right
Rajasthan,
now.
yeah.
Yes.
We just mentioned how Rajasthan can go for Nisham as an overseas pick. They just have 4. And I think they're the only people with the money right now, more than 6 crores. So yes, a good buy for Rajasthan.
Yep, certainly. They needed to
And
add on to their
they'll still look
foreigners.
to get to one more overseas slot. One more
One or
overseas
even
slot.
two, I feel.
Yes.
And he gives you that experience also, right? Of playing
And it's
around the
Coulter. I
world.
think Rajasthan might even go for Coulter as well.
Yeah,
I'm not
Coulter
sure.
base price is 2, right?
Yes, it's 2
yeah.
CR.
But if no one
Yeah.
bids, 2 CR is
No,
fine.
someone has
Rajasthan
bid
is going for
already.
NCA.
Someone has bid for him.
Rajasthan
No, I'm
legi
saying
hi
at,
legi.
Royals have got him.
I'm
This
saying
is
if
good. I think both these picks are really good.
Yeah.
Rajasthan has got him here.
Yes,
Yes.
Rajasthan have got
And
both Nisham and
just
Coulter.
before the set had started, we had given 2-3 names. Out of that, Nisham and Coulter were our 2 names, which we had mentioned. That if Rajasthan gets, it'll be a perfect substitute and have that balance which is needed.
Yeah, because now if you see that Obed McCoy plays, essentially you have Kutnail Nisham who can also bat, can bowl, give you 4 overs. Certainly Kutnail has done that. And I think now I like the Rajasthan setup. I really like it now. Ishant
So
Sharma has
I
gone
think they played
unsold,
it smart.
guys.
They played it smart, saved money. They knew the final set will come. Auction is not over yet. Got 2 valuable overseas players, both ex-MI players, solid players. So yes.
Ishant has gone unsold. Kes Ahmed has also gone
So
unsold.
I would say end of Ishant Sharma in IPL, certainly end of Suresh Raina in IPL. And Pranav, I'll come to you with this, CNC or CSK fan.
And we have Vicky Otswal. We really hoping that he gets a bid. He has done well for India in under 19, and he has gotten a bid already. Vicky Otswal.
So probably end of Ishant Sharma, end of Raina in both for Ishant Sharma in tests as well as the IPL.
Yeah, if you're not going to play throughout the year, it's very difficult for any team to pick you, right? So Raina अगर पूरे साल नहीं खेलेगा, so it's difficult for any team to, if your
यार वो
own
तो
home team is
उथप्पा
not
भी नहीं
bidding
खेला
for you.
यार, उथप्पा नहीं खेला, राइडू नहीं खेला, CSK still bought them.
Rasi van der
They
Dusen,
performed.
guys.
They
Rasi van
performed.
der
They
Dusen.
performed last.
Vicky Ostwal has a suspect action. Which team did Vicky go to,
Yeah.
Adhiraj?
Delhi has gotten
He
Vicky,
gets
and
Vicky. Oh, very good buy, man.
and
I was
Royals have
hoping
got Rasi van der Dusen as well. Now I'm really liking what Royals are doing. They're just
at 1
adding on
crore
at 1
RVD
crore.
is one of the biggest steals.
And they have just gone on to finish the auction with a bang. I think they're doing really well.
And they
Mumbai
still have
had
one slot left.
1.05. I would have just hoped they would have just bid 1 at least for RVD. That was needed. A user had just mentioned about Daryl Mitchell.
And they've got Daryl Mitchell also for 75 lakhs. Royals have picked up their 4 foreigners right at the end. This is really good. I mean, I'm really liking what they have done here.
You might see 2 of them in 4 में से 2 तो ऐसे ही खेल सकते हैं सीधा सीधा in the playing 11.
Exactly.
I was
How much
surprised
was Daryl
Siddharth
Mitchell
Paul
for?
was not picked. I think 50 lakhs. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, Siddharth Cole was not picked correct. Even I was surprised.
I was
Adhiraj,
surprised, yeah.
Daryl Mitchell was base price of 75 lakhs. I think not 50
Okay.
lakhs.
75, yeah, correct. Daryl Mitchell went for 75.
And Siddharth Cole has been bought by RCB.
Yes.
I was surprised the way he has been bowling. Last season नहीं खेला था for Hyderabad, but otherwise he had a couple of exceptional seasons.
Arvind, very good guess. RR did get Mitchell, and as Adhiraj said, RR actually got 4 foreign and Andrew Ty is back in the auction for the 3rd time.
Did he get sold? I'm not
and
sure.
he gets unsold again. Even Kedar Jadhav went unsold, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No team picked him up.
Ashwini, thank you so much. You said this is the first time you're watching the IPL auction through us. Hope you're having a wonderful time. I'm loving how active you and Arvind are. It's really positive and encouraging for us as well. So Arvind, if you haven't, do subscribe to Sports Taaza. Hope you're liking the content because we are really liking what you're commenting and your cricket knowledge. Do keep it coming. No bid for Rohan Kadam as well.
I think RCB still has around 4 crore left. CSK has 3 crore left, but CSK has already picked up their 25.
See, on
Sameer
paper,
Rizvi also goes unsold.
On
at
paper,
20
if
lakhs.
I had to pick any 2 of the 10 teams, I would say Lucknow and Rajasthan. These are 2 of the top teams in terms of how they've performed in the auction. and maybe somewhere around probably Punjab also. Three teams exceptionally well. Mumbai and Chennai, of course, have gone with their loyalty part.
Adhiraj, could you quickly look at the squad balance? Which
Just give
team
me
has
a second. I'm just
actually?
adding up. I think
Yeah,
this
yeah.
B Sai Sundaram has been bought by
Yes,
Gujarat
he got
Titans.
sold to. No, Lucknow.
I think Lucknow or Gujarat
Lucknow
Titans.
Super Giants, 20 lakhs.
Are you sure?
I'll just confirm.
I think it was Titans.
Gujarat
Or was it
Titans, yeah.
Giants?
No, Gujarat Titans.
Yeah, even
Sai
I thought.
Sudarshan.
Yeah. And Mumbai has bid for Aryan Juyal at 20 lakhs. And number 234, Mumbai has gotten him as well. $236. Is RCB going for Lavnit Sisodia? I think they have gotten him. RCB has so much money left. They could have easily picked up one of these foreigners. I mean, they
Yeah,
already
I'm
had.
surprised they didn't
and
even
5
bid for
slots.
them and increase the price for Rajasthan. They could have got 1-2.
Oh, actually, RCB has like 7 foreigners already.
Adhiraj, yes, Sai
Then
Sudarshan got sold to GT only at 20 lakhs. I think
Mumbai has
Udar
got Fabian Allen for 75 lakhs. I don't see
decent
him
buy,
playing a
man.
lot.
Decent buy. I think he's an amazing fielder, amazing hitter.
Can he be the Anukul Roy with it?
हाँ, substitute fielder तो fix हो गया. मुंबई always needs a substitute fielder. अनुकूल रॉय चले गए हैं तो फेबियन एलन आ गए. I'm very happy.
RCB has got David Willie for 2 crores.
Good buy.
A high base price. I don't understand for some of these
Yeah,
players.
just a little bit high base price, but he can open the innings,
उनका
bat anywhere. He can hit, good bowler, bowl at the power play, depth.
उनका क्लियर रहता है कि यार इतना पैसा तो मिलना चाहिए 2 CR, तभी इंडिया आने का फायदा है. So probably because they decide their own base price, right?
Yeah. KKR has got Aman Khan, right, with it?
Yes, Aman
I'm
Khan,
hearing
20
this name
lakhs.
for the first
KKR.
time.
Just
Yeah, a
to
lot of
let
these.
everyone know, DC has 10 lakhs and one player remaining. Rajasthan has bought 24 players and 95 lakhs remaining. And there are 4 teams who are on 25: CSK, MI, Punjab, KKR. They have exhausted the quota. And Lucknow has exhausted the budget, so these 5 teams can't bid.
I think RCB is the only team. I mean, like RCB might just go for someone, or RR might go for someone if they want to.
Oh, actually, Mumbai did get a backup wicketkeeper. Can we just see who it is? We are
I
talking
think
about this.
They've gone for Aryan Jewel as their
Aryan
wicketkeeper
Jewel.
backup.
Yeah.
So if anything happens to
Is
Ishan
there anyone
Kishan,
who can even back up, like keep? Can like Surya or someone keep? I don't know.
no one can keep. Aryan
No,
Jewel
there
is
is no
playing.
one.
Aryan Jewel is 100% playing if Ishan Kishan gets injured.
I believe Anmolpreet Singh has kept wickets before. I think.
Keeping कराने को तो किसी से भी करा देंगे. Kulwant Khijrolia has got unsold. But they could have surely gone for someone else. मतलब they could have given 50 lakhs, 20
I'm
lakhs to
saying,
someone.
yeah, Ben McDermott, 50 lakhs, please just give it.
I'm pretty excited about how Dewald Brevis is going to, fare.
I think he's one for the future. I don't see him playing much. Maybe a few games if Mumbai qualifies.
नहीं खेल सकता है यार मतलब मुंबई क्योंकि जोफ्रा आर्चर won't be there, right? And he bowls as well. It's not that he only bats, he bowls as well.
Yeah, but
a
look
bit.
at if you with Pollard will play, there is
Pollard,
going to be Timel
Mills,
Mills, Tim David, and
David.
probably Daniel Sams. I feel that is like
But once Daniel Sam doesn't work, they can go with David Davis.
Yeah, then obviously they can. I
And
think the
it's
auction
the
is
end of the
over.
auction, guys. Hectic 2 days, amazing 2 days, very dramatic filled 2 days. Pranav, if you have to just sum up the auction in one sentence, what would it be? Sir, sentence सोचना नहीं है ना.
Pranav, can you hear us? I think he's unable to hear. He didn't get the
Nahin, I
question.
missed you guys in between.
Pranav, I was just saying hectic 2 days, entertaining 2 days. If you just have to sum up the IPL in one sentence, what would it be?
Crazy drama. I
Nice.
won't take much more than 2 words.
And just one,
You
Pranav,
know-
what your best pick? And this can be the best pick in terms of or the most valuable player in terms of value for money, in terms of whichever team has been picked, other than the players that have been retained. What has been the best pick for you across the players that have been bought in this IPL?
Rahul
See,
Tewantiya 9
somehow the
crore.
top
or maybe Nicholas
the
Purin.
top, so I think the top name that comes to my mind is Yuzvendra Chahal. I did not expect him to go for that low. An Indian bowler who is experienced in IPL, gives you wickets every match, and is a short performer, right? And then he's going for what 6.5. कोई टीम उसको retain करती तो वो 9-10 करोड़ में होता. Okay? तो I think वो एक buy ऐसा है राजस्थान का जो going to be a very good pick.
Yep, surely.
For me, it'll be at someone at the same price, but in a different role category. Yuzvendra went for around 6.25. Dave Warner
Yeah.
went for 6.25 to DC. I would choose David Warner as my best pick, and Jason Roy. Just so the price tag, 2 crores, Jason Roy. Very, very good buy. Explosive batters at the top can get you to a flying start. David Warner brings you that consistency as well. Ex-DC player, starting where it all began. At
Similar with
6.25,
similar to Warner, I
man
would
of
say
the
even
T20
Besto.
tournament.
Even Besto to get a wicketkeeper batsman who's explosive,
वो
who's done
English
well
है.
at the IPL.
English
English players का
players
कुछ
and
पता ही
then
नहीं होता.
yeah.
I mean, I agree. I think Australia is also playing a series though, so it's possible that they might be coming late or might be leaving
Yeah.
early. I'm not sure.
But at
They're
least
also doing.
Warner will play the
They'll join
total
late.
pass.
They'll join late.
They'll
I
join
think they
late.
have a
English
Pakistan
players,
series coming in
yeah.
4th March onwards.
English players leave early. Australian players join late. So I think leave early has a bigger disadvantage.
Yeah,
Because
you
you're
miss the
missing the crucial
qualifiers and the finals.
qualifiers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense as well. I think another player who I think has. I mean, this is only when you look at other players for his comparison is Jason Holder. He went for just 8.75 crores. I think the value that he brings to the team, and I think SRH have underutilized him over the years. He doesn't get to
Sir,
play
how
all
much are you
14
earning
games.
that you're saying 8.75 crores is just?
No, I'm saying compared to the other all-rounders who have gotten money in the auction. So if you think about it, Shardul has gotten more, and I rate Holder much more than Shardul. Obviously, Shardul is an Indian bowler as compared to a Jason Holder. There are other all-rounders, bowling all-rounders also who have gotten paid more than, like, if you can, like, Deepak Chahar is 14 crores. I don't understand where that money is coming out from. To get Jason Holder at 8.7, who can bowl at the top of the innings, can bowl in the power play, can bowl at the death, and is a much better batsman than both Chahar and Shardul. So I think getting him for 8.75, I think is a steal to be able to, if he can play all 14 games for your side.
And he becomes a part of your leadership group also. So that way,
Yeah.
yeah.
Pranav, what has been the most overpriced pick by a team?
Overpriced pick by a team.
Yeah. I mean, where you see that the money doesn't justify what the player brings to the table.
Rahul Tewantiya.
Rahul Tewantiya, definitely, yeah. And again, probably to some extent, Shah Rukh Khan also. Yes, he has performed in the domestic season, but 9 CR, 9.5 CR for when you're playing against the top quality IPL mein, a little too high, I feel.
I won't agree with you on this, Pranav. I think Shah Rukh Khan is one for the future, has 3-4 years, good 3-4 years left. He's just getting started, called to the Indian
See, if
squad. I
that's
think this
that's
will
a, that's a
surely
sort
help
of
him.
that's a sort of gamble that we are taking, right? We said the same about Sarfaraz Khan 4 years back.
Yeah.
One of the teams retained him, right? I think
Now
Punjab
sold at 20
retained
lakhs.
Sarfaraz.
Yeah.
Yeah, now he did well to get picked up also. So again, that's a gamble that you take. For a similar price, you are getting a Hasaranga who will give you much better, utility. He's gone for 10 something, and he's giving you that
10.75.
spin element, yeah, and giving you
And I mean,
those
if you
runs at the end.
compare to the kind of batsman, I mean, I know Sarfraz is more of a finisher, not the same as what Rahul Tripathi or a Nitish Rana brings. Similar price. These all players have gone for 8 to 9 crores. I just feel that this is just purely on the basis of how they've done well in the IPL previously. I think Rahul Tripathi has done really well as a batsman, very flexible, where he can bat, has bat to the top of the order and at the bottom of the order as well. Nitish Rana can give you a little bit of bowling if the team wants him to. KKR has not really utilized him as a bowler, I feel, and has given a few innings. So I feel in the same price bracket, 8 to 9 crores, we have seen some other players who might be giving a little more value as compared to a Shah Rukh Khan. But yes, I agree slightly with Pranav that 9 crores is a big amount for someone who has not performed in the IPL till now.
And we have with us Nikhil. Nikhil, probably the last session of the day. You've made it to Sports Taaza on all the sessions, all post-session breaks. So very, very
Yes.
thankful to you for that. निखिल कौन सी टीम से शुरुआत करना चाहोगे आप?
To me, I felt Punjab and Lucknow were one of the best sides in the auction, so maybe we can start from there. But again, you're subjective to your agreement on that.
नहीं हम
No.
गेस्ट की बात पहले मानते हैं, तो we'll start with what you said.
Atiti Deva Bhava. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. So I think Punjab made a very good call today with the number of overseas picks as we discussed earlier. Somebody like a Liam Livingstone, they've gotten Odion Smith. Benny Howell is a very interesting pick. He's been around the circuit for a long, long time. So again, these are not the guys who'll play all games, but whenever they do, they'll do for a specific role, for a specific requirement. In that regards, I feel it's a well-rounded squad. There is a bit of an issue, if you want to say, with the death bowling, but I think with the picks of Sundeep Sharma and Arshdeep, I think they have that sorted in terms of they will need their all-rounders to do the job with the ball. But apart from that, I think their batting and bowling, the Indian core especially looks very good, especially the batting order now that they have. So if they can make the most of that, something like a Rishi Dhawan has been in very good form for some time now. So he has to be the one who takes up that onus on himself and then ensures that they have that finish with Shah Rukh Khan, and then he can chip in with the overs so that they have that flexibility to use the other players as per the requirement.
I think there's one very interesting thing which I'm suggesting, maybe a bit too adventurous, but I would say let's start making a playing 11 for all teams. Forget the budgets, they have been bought. We have the list in front of us, we have the squad balance, we know their role. Let's just quickly try and get. We started Punjab Kings. तो आप बोलते रहो, I'll create a separate tab for playing 11. Adhiraj, it'll be great if you can just start with name, role, and country. Forget the price. So we'll try to get a playing 11 ready for each team and see how the final playing 11 stack up.
Yeah, great. So I think for Punjab, from what we can definitely know, Mayank and Dhawan should open. And then you could have somebody like a Johnny Bairstow at 3. You could have Liam Livingstone at 4. Then you can have probably Shah Rukh Khan at 5 and Rishi Dhawan at 6. Seems a spot higher for them, but again, I think it's fine because we're already done with 2 overseas. And below, I'm definitely going to try and have Kagiso Rabada later down the order. So for now, maybe we can list him and adjust the others accordingly.
Adhiraj, why don't you do one thing? I'll type the list. You stay on the squad since your screen is on screen.
That would make sense.
Yeah, yes.
You can also throw Raj Baba there as well, somewhere in the mix. Probably he can bat at 5 maybe. And give
in
you
the
that
11,
bowling option.
Pranav, I'm not so certain. I don't see him.
It might be too early to try out somebody like him, given the competition that they'll find in the IPL. I'm sure he'll be used for sure, but how much is something that I'm not too sure of.
Yeah,
so
certainly.
in those picks, in the teams that we made, I think we can definitely add Harpreet Brar. Rahul Chair, and Arshdeep Singh. So
Right.
I think that will leave us with just a couple of spots. And
Yeah, we can
where
quickly show you just a minute how many we have reached with it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got one more spot right now.
and there is an
Bring,
overseas limit left, right?
there's
Yeah.
Rabada, Bestall,
I've put it here. I've put it here. So O is overseas.
There's Odean Smith, there's Benny
Yes.
Howell, there is Nathan Ellis, and
So-
there is Rajpaksha.
Yeah. So I think that is enough options for them to try out. I think they'll probably start with Odean Smith or Benny Howell, depending on the surfaces that they play. To me, that 11 looks very settled. If they feel somebody is high or low, they can definitely rotate. But I think their engine room is going to be based on Livingston and Shahrukh. Those and Rishi Dhawan in the form that he is, because that way you see they already have 6 bowling options now. You have Rahul Chahar, Arshdeep, Rabada, Harpreet Brar, and we haven't even considered Sundeep Sharma yet. So they could easily play Sundeep Sharma and not play one of Rishi or Brar. So depends completely on how they want to go about it. I think for now we've taken a leggy and offie, all of that scenarios covered. But to me, I think it looks a fair 11 with room enough for experiment both with the Indian and the foreign contingent.
Yes,
my only
I
concern
agree.
is my only concern is Rishi Dhawan is batting one spot higher. Probably, I don't know how they're going to bring in one more batsman
Yeah,
or
I
which
think that's with
batsman.
situation probably. Like if they require like an Odean Smith to come in, I think that can always be fixed with that flexibility role, and
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
that
probably
certainly
Odeon
can-
batting higher. Yeah, probably.
Possibly, yeah. I think the 11 looks very good for Punjab, given how they've.
But doesn't it
played.
always, Nick? Doesn't it always on paper?
Yeah, but then that is the thing with the 10-team auction tournament, that your quality will get diluted because there aren't enough tried and tested guys who are going to always perform. I mean, even if you look at Chennai 2 seasons, 21 and 20, one season, same team did look completely out of sorts. But in 21, just the inclusion of one player, Moeen Ali at 3, changed the complete dynamic of the team, and they played with a different energy. So again, obviously, everything that we discuss here will be down to execution. But so far, I feel the attack has enough variety. Maybe they might be a bit light on backups, but I think most teams are, to be honest, very light on backups in this IPL.
Ajiraj, can you just come to squads once? Let's just see. I agree with this playing 11. I have no changes. Backup का मैं देख रहा हूँ, एक बावा है who can keep. They've bought him for 2 crores. Good Indian talent. अगर Arshdeep, they've retained him, नहीं चलते हैं. So they have Sundeep, they have Ishan Purell as backups. Yeah.
And
I think a very, very balanced side.
Yeah.
Done. We'll move on to the next team, which is Rajasthan. Adiraj,
Rajasthan or Lucknow, I think Nick had said.
Yeah,
I'm not
Lucknow.
sure.
Yeah. I felt
Let's
Lucknow was
look
a second best team. So
Yeah, I think
we'll
let's go to
move
Lucknow first.
LSG.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, I didn't think I'll like Lucknow much, but yeah, can't do much. The cricketing sense seems to be there.
They've
with
got
Gautam Gambhir.
Gambhir. I mean, Gambhir has done quite well, I feel, for them.
Yes, very good. I think this is, again, I feel one of the very well settled units once we make the 11. So we'll start with the 11.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think Quinton and Rahul open. I don't think there is any doubt there. So they too will open. Now 3 is where I'm sure they have to stack Manish Pandey. I don't see him playing anywhere else. Now I don't see Manan Bora batting lower down the order at 4, and batting him in anywhere else won't make sense. So you could.
But Nikhil, why do you need Manan Bora? You don't need Manan Bora.
No, I feel like he's a better valued as an opener. I'm not undervaluing him. I feel in the middle order is not the best place to get the best out of him. So with that regard, so you have Quinton, Rahul up top, and you have Manish Pandey at 3. You could put Marcus Stoinis at 4, and then you have Deepak Hooda 5, Krunal Pandya 6, Jason Holder 7. I think that's a very solid.
That's a very good, 4, 5, 6 or 5, 6, 7.
4, 5, 6, 7. And again, they're all.
I think there's some audio issue with Nick.
Some network issues. So Pranav, why don't you go ahead with the team? We've had something till 7.
See,
I'll just quickly tell you.
Yeah, I agree with the top 7 that he has mentioned. Bishnoi
Yep.
comes in there. Then you throw in Avesh Khan, you throw in Mark Wood, right? So these 10 are probably the short starters for them. And then we probably see if we have covered all 4 overseas.
Yeah, I think with Stoinis, Quinton,
Starters.
Jason Holder, and Wood, we've covered the overseas spots. We
Yep.
So
can check.
probably an Ankit Rajput or Shahbaz Nadeem, depending on the surface.
Do they really come in the playing 11? Adhiraj, can we just go to squads once?
Yeah, because they have a Krishnappa Gautam, but like again, I don't think they need a spinner. So yeah,
So he
Oh
will be
yeah,
a similar
they
sort of
could
a
get
bowler as Ravi Bishnoi.
yeah, exactly.
और है कौन
So
इनके स्क्वाड में?
I think they can only have like
शहबाज,
Pranav. There's Ankit Rajput as a fast bowler as an option.
Or Shahbaz
Nikhil
Nadeem, left arm spinner, if there is that sort of a track.
Nikhil is back. There was some issue. Nikhil, we lost you in the middle.
Yeah.
So Nikhil, we've made a team of 10. Adhiraj, if you could just come to playing 11. One spot I think is very crucial. Which options are Shehbaz Nadeem,
Yeah,
Ankit
so I think
Rajput?
7 we agree. Nikhil, and we've added Mark Wood, Avesh, and Bishnoi, which seems to be, I think they make into the squad straight as in.
Yes. I think
But I think that,
Rajput would be a good option to have.
yeah.
Probably not at 8 if you want. You can probably
Yeah,
have
yeah, I mean, like the
Wood.
batting order shift, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this then also gives them a lot of. So you see, there's a lot of variety here again. A holder can do your job with the new ball, along with Markwood and Avesh, and then you have Krunal and Bishnoi coming up in the middle over. Stoinis can roll his arm over, and then you can go back to the death with Avesh, Markwood, and Holder bowling one. And you can also use Deepak Hooda if you want for a matchup, if anything in that particular.
Can they
over.
add another batsman? Because if you look at the bowling lineup, there's a very strong bowling lineup already. So if they want to go batsman heavy, like if you see, like you've mentioned, they I think already have, without Ankit Rajput into the squad as well, they already have 6 or 7 bowling options. There's Ravi Bishnoi, Avesh, Mark Wood. There's Krunal, Holder, Deepak Hooda, and Stoinis. These all can bowl.
Yeah. So the one option that they can try is maybe if they don't play Mark Wood, they could play Evan Lewis. But then with Lewis, you have to put him up at top. So I don't think playing Lewis out of top 3 that makes sense. But then that will push Pandey to 4. So again, that will again be a spot there where, or it may be a situational thing where if they lose an early wicket, you send in Manish Pandey. That okay, you go out there and hold the end up for us. And if they get off to a great start, then obviously they have a lot of options who they can send. They can send Hooda, they can send Holder, they can send Krunal and Stoinis. So they have a lot of options there. So again, I think there is enough room for flexibility. I think fast bowling is something that they lack enough options on. Because if somebody like an Avesh gets injured, I think they'll be in a fix because they don't have enough backup replacement for him. And
Adhiraj, that's why I think Mark Wood is very important. Like even though there are 8 bowling options, you cannot play Evan Lewis in front of Mark Wood because you
they
see
have
the bowling
another.
attack.
They have Dishanta Chamira as well. Technically, if they want another Sri Lankan, I mean, like overseas player, they do have him certainly who can fill in that role. But obviously, Mark Wood certainly with the pace that he brings to the lineup,
and they've bought him for a huge amount, and that says something about the plan.
Yep.
Possibly.
And I think I feel somewhere down the line मनन वोरा को वो यूज करेंगे इस लाइनअप में कहीं ना कहीं उसको फिट इन करेंगे not for all matches but some of the matches में उसको डालेंगे.
But again,
Nikhil,
I think
one more interesting name, Krishnappa Gautam. I know he's another all-rounder name, but can he add to that batting? Can he come as a floater? We've seen him hit. So can he come at that number 3, number 4?
ये कॉल आई थिंक सिचुएशन के हिसाब से होगा और या गेम के हिसाब से अगर if they feel there's a venue where they want a more spinning bowling option in terms of an offie, because I don't think they have any other offie off spinner in their lineup. So Krishnappa Gautam then becomes the only off spinner.
I think Hooda.
So Hooda और ये दो ऑप्शन है. तो if they feel they want that another option, सामने बहुत ज्यादा लेफ्टीज है तो शायद मे बी गौतम को खिलाएं क्योंकि नहीं तो इनफ आई थिंक ऑलराउंडर्स काफी लिए उन्होंने. तो जैसे हमने डिस्कस करा 4, 5, 6, 7 में सारे मल्टी यूटिलिटी प्लेयर्स है तो आप किसी को भी मैचअप या गेम सिचुएशन के साथ डिसाइड कर सकते हो और अगर लाइक फॉर लाइक रिप्लेसमेंट है कुछ केसेस में तो वहां पे गौतम कैन इजीली रिप्लेस हुडा इफ एट ऑल दे वांट टू गो डाउन.
Adhiraj, you can show the playing 11. I agree. This is थोड़ा सा बैटिंग एक स्पॉट थोड़ा वीक लग रहा है, but they have 8 bowling options, which is very very good, right from
And I
Stoinis
think they
to
can
Bishnoi.
always turn around. Like I said, I think Ankit Rajput की जगह अगर उनको नहीं खिलाना है अंकित राजपूत को, तो they can always strengthen their batting by adding another batsman. We've seen, I think, similar things with.
Gautam
Yeah.
could play down.
Yeah.
I mean, Gautam can also bowl again, so like he adds on to the bowling option additionally. But yeah,
And he can bowl in the power play as well.
हाँ, और एक केस कैसा है, देखो राहुल और मनीष में से कोई एक तो डेफिनेटली एंकर थोड़ा करेगा. आई एम श्योर राहुल विल बी वांटिंग टू प्ले वेरी फ्रीली, बट अगर क्विंटन फ्रीली चल गया तो राहुल थोड़ा होल्ड बैक करेगा, और मनीष कैन बी द ग्लू who doesn't let the innings go away from him. So,
and the only thing, Nick, is that we've seen that Manish has not really performed well. So if Manish doesn't play well for them, I mean, I am sure he will get the most number of opportunities. He will have to play 7, 8, 9 games also probably, irrespective of what he's giving.
Completely, because Gambhir, I think, used Manish Pandey very well a few years back at KKR. So
yeah,
I'm hoping. I think Gambhir is going to play a very big role in the functioning of Lucknow as a team. So वहाँ से I hope cricketing wise तो वहाँ से mistakes नहीं होने चाहिए.
And I think Manish Pandey will be super lucky to have himself in this team, because किसी और टीम में जाते ना तो इतना फ्री, इतना उनको स्पेस नहीं मिलती वो यहाँ खेलने के लिए जो यहाँ मिल सकती है. So there'll be less pressure on him. So it probably can be a do or die season for Manish Pandey as well.
Possibly.
Pranav, I'll let you take SRH. Ajrat, sorry if you have anything.
I think before SRH, let's do our Rajasthan, because you have been talking a lot about them, and I really like how they're set up in the end. Pranav, if you want to do Rajasthan before SRH, I think that would be a more interesting kind of lineup that we have been discussing for a while now.
See, Padikkal and Yashasvi, they definitely go up top. Josh Butler, I'm not sure. Probably Yashasvi can bat one down, or Josh Butler, one of them. So top three, these are the top three I'm looking at. Sanju Samson probably at number 4. And
Hetmeyer.
This sort of, yeah, Hetmeyer at 5. Hetmeyer at 5, probably Riyan Parag at 6. I'm not sure if probably I can replace Riyan Parag with someone. Numbers 7 and 8, I would say I would have Ashwin in there. Yeah. I'll have Ashwin, I'll have Prasidh Krishna, Trent Bolt, Yuzvendra Chahal. And then give me that count of how many overseas slots are left. Probably that will.
I think they've done with 3. They've done with 3.
Ajay, come to playing 11. Let's come to playing 11.
Haan ji, sure.
Yeah. So Butler, Samson, Parag. Yeah. So probably
they need a fast bowler for sure.
Yeah. So whoever. Either McCoy or maybe a Nathan Coulter Nile.
I think I'll go with NCN because Prasidh is coming at 8. You have Prasidh, Chahal, Bolt, and then McCoy.
So Prasidh goes at 10 essentially, and NCN comes at 8. Obviously, like NCN is a better batter. So yeah.
Right.
But do we actually still see Parag playing in the starting 11, Nikhil?
See, again, that's dependent on the combination we go for. So maybe do here I can pull in a Navdeep Saini in there as my 8th bowler. I mean at number 8, the 8th batsman, and throw somewhere probably instead of Parag I bring in the Jimmy Nesham element.
Yeah, that's possible.
Nikhil, what's your view on this?
Coulter Nile goes out. Coulter Nile की जगह Navdeep आ जाता है.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair. I think Baki, I agree with the individual picks. I just don't know if DDP Jaiswal both can open, because it will give opponents very easy way out into getting into bowling and off spinner depth.
Yeah.
हाँ, और मतलब lefties तो definitely है, and then again their style of
plus
play,
slow starters. Yeah.
So both of them are slow starters. So I feel
so
one of
maybe Butler can. Yeah.
And maybe you can play a Karun Nair at 4 and push Butler up and Samson at 3. So वो एक आपको left right भी मिल जाएगा, and you will also have that buffer के if you have a good start you can send Hetmeyer up at 4 ahead of Karun Nair. Karun Nair then becomes your Badrinath of the side. If there is an early wicket,
Nick, just one point on that. Only issue is they've retained Jaiswal, so I'm assuming they plan to play him. and they've bought in
Yes.
Padikkal at a
Ajiraj, that's
high.
not true because they retained Manan Vora. They never played him. बहुत होता है ऐसे
Yeah, I
retentions के
agree.
साथ.
But I mean, but they've been backing the youngster for a while. It's not
Actually,
that,
retained
and he's
Sarfraz
done well.
Khan.
And he's done well. I mean, Jaiswal did well for them last season, I feel. So I mean, like I think they've been backing him. So I'm assuming that
निखिल
he'll open
निकालना किसको है? अगर करुण नायर लाना है तो डीडीपी निकाले, जयसवाल निकाले.
DDP and Jaiswal.
I think DDP has to go because I don't see DDP batting at 3 and then क्योंकि आपके पास और अच्छे ऑप्शंस हैं नीचे. क्योंकि सैमसंग को मैं 3
But
के नीचे
would
नहीं
you
डालना
rate
चाहूंगा.
Karun Nair above DDP at number 4 also?
No, again, I don't think there is a need for Nair as well because if you're playing Parag, then you don't need Nair. So my order will be you would have Jaiswal and Butler and Samson. That is your top 3. Then you have Hetmyer at 4. Then you either play Nisham or say someone like a Daryl Mitchell or a Riyan Parag, जिसको भी आपको खिलाना है क्योंकि जो बाकी के नीचे के सब है वो I'm sure सब खिलेंगे, probably of the exception of Saini. So
what about RVD, man? We're forgetting about him. Nikhil, we're forgetting about Rusty Van der Dusen.
Very good. Yeah. So, but again, I think their bowling में they'll want to have an extra option. अभी उनके पास bowling में इतने solid options नहीं है जो डेथ में डाल सके. तो जो जितने भी bowler अभी हैं, सब थोड़े risky हैं for death bowling. I mean, you can't have Nisham bowling at the death in 2022.
And Bolt doesn't bowl at the death, just generally.
So
you know what has happened after we made this playing 11? मुझे लग रहा है राजस्थान का combination सही नहीं बैठा है. They may have got very good individual picks, but now that
who's
we're
going
looking
to
at the
bowl
playing
at the
11,
death?
yeah, death का issue हो रहा है. DDP जयसवाल दोनों को खिलाना नहीं खिलाना, and individual buys अच्छे लग रहे हैं. They've strengthened their spinning department, which is a huge plus, I would say. But number 6, वही रियान पराग, नीशम, कोल्टर नाइट, ये issue अभी भी आ रहा है. So Nikhil, very good observation.
Yeah, I think वो उनका पहले से प्रॉब्लम था और एक डेथ बॉलर नहीं लेने का वजह से वो थोड़ा और एक्सपीरियंट हो गया कि फिर आपको वो डिपेंडेंसी बहुत ज्यादा हो जाएगी और समझने लगे एनसीएन एंड नीशम एंड आई डोंट थिंक यू कैन प्ले बोथ. आप दोनों में से किसी एक को ही खिला पाओगे. So, और उनके पास ऑप्शन भी डैरल मिचेल का है जो भी उन्होंने सबसे एंड में लिया. तो और ओबेद में आपको कुड बी अ वेरी डिफरेंशियल पिक, बट देन अगेन ही इज आल्सो न्यू बॉल बॉलर. तो अगेन दे हैव टू मेनी न्यू बॉल एंड मिडिल ओवर्स बॉलर्स दैन somebody who's known to bowl at the death.
Absolutely.
And they would probably want Ashwin also to open the bowling rather than bowling in the middle overs. It's possible.
But again, see, these are quality guys. तो आप उनको यूज कैसे भी कर सकते हो, बट फिर भी लास्ट के जो 4 ओवर है वहां पे प्रे करना ही पड़ेगा क्योंकि मोस्टली दे आर गोइंग टू गो 1 ओवर फॉर ईच ऑफ देम. कि चलो बोल्ट एक डाले, एक प्रसिद्ध डाल दे, निशम डाल दे और एक कोई और.
तो ज्यादा रन ना पड़े.
हाँ, 60 तो पड़ने ही है, पर ज्यादा ना पड़े.
Perfect. So Adhiraj, जो आपका Rajasthan
not as strong, yeah, not as strong.
Yeah.
Looking at the kind of combination that they might. I mean, we like the overall picks, but yes, certainly I think the combination will not be easy for them. I think और हर साल ये issue रहता है राजस्थान के लिए कि वो आधे सीजन में अपना कॉम्बिनेशन ही फाइंड आउट करते रहते हैं कि उनके लिए क्या चल रहा है, क्या नहीं चल रहा है.
And honestly, the moment after an auction, you're thinking Riyan Parang still slots in my playing 11. I think you have not had a good auction. And this is, I'm telling you, everyone was saying Rajasthan has had a very good team. और अगर तब भी बोल रहे रियान पराग टीम में चाहिए after he's not performed at all, you buy him at 3.8 crores and you need him in the playing 11, a little bit of concern for me. Nikhil, we'll move to the next team for you, SRH.
Yes. Very tricky team. I think one of the most dicey teams. बहुत frustrating था उनको follow करना.
Till yesterday तो समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था कर क्या रहे हैं honestly. आज थोड़ा सा I think they have kind of pulled something back.
हाँ, definitely yes. Pull back तो किया है for sure. तो उनके अगर हम देखेंगे 11 जो कि बैटिंग ऑप्शन तो है ही नहीं, मतलब we could count them on your fingers. But again, there I have a lot of options क्योंकि यहाँ पे now I'm very confused whether they'll open with Abhishek Sharma or they'll go with Sundar or they will go with Glenn Phillips.
Rahul Tripathi.
Rahul Tripathi तो definite एक opener है उनके. So I think there are 3 slots that are fixed. Rahul Tripathi opens, Williamson at 3, and then Aiden Markram at 4. But if you put Aiden Markram at 4 and Kane Williamson up top, will you play Pooran? If you cannot play
Pooran has to play. But you have to play
Pooran. If you're buying a 10th here, he needs to play.
तो अगर पूरन भी डाल दिया तो उसके बाद जो लिस्ट ऑफ बॉलर्स आ रहे हैं ना सब बहुत ज्यादा डाइसी, मतलब आई डोंट नो हाउ टू.
It's an Indian bowling lineup essentially.
हाँ, जो हर बार होता है, जो वो सरप्राइजिंग नहीं है, बट जिसमें से डेफिनेट स्टार्टर्स मुझे लगता है उमरान मलिक, अब्दुल समाद, कार्तिक त्यागी should definitely start.
Natrajan
And
probably.
हाँ,
Washington
नटराजन
Sundar.
हाँ, तो
Yeah.
इसके बाद एक और समाद, तो इसके बाद मुझे लाइनअप देखना है कि कैसा दिख रहा है, क्योंकि वो
Yeah,
एकदम डरावना
let's
लगता
quickly
है
go on
कि
that.
एक सेकंड रुको, एक बार वापस आते हैं आराम से, थोड़ा लाइनअप पे भी आते हैं आप. यू कैन कम टू द प्लेइंग 11.
अच्छा, आप बना लीजिए एक
आप
बार.
लोग भूल रहे हैं कि कंप्यूटर नहीं है, मैं ही टाइप कर रहा हूँ, तो थोड़ा
sorry,
आ जाइए आप प्लेइंग 11 पे.
तो
यू कैन कम टू प्लेइंग 11.
हाँ जी, एक मिनट.
yes. तो अगर ओवरसीज
कहाँ
पिक हम डिस्कस करेंगे तो
कहाँ है?
नीचे नीचे
माकरम
अदराज
इधर.
नीचे.
Sure.
Yeah. So like one
नहीं,
of the options
माकरम.
is to open with Makaram and Tripathi, but then वो थोड़ा शायद वन डिमेंशनल हो जाए, तो वहां पे मुझे लगता है they can use Washington Sundar smartly by opening with him, and then you can have
Which
Makaram at
RCB
4.
did try. हाँ जी.
But Nikhil, that experiment
और
did not work with RCB, honestly.
बट अगेन वो आरसीबी का ट्राई अलग होता है, मतलब दे डोंट स्टिक विद इट, और वो बहुत ज्यादा फ्लक्चुएटिंग उनके. आई मीन इफ यू बोल डैन क्रिस्टन टू सुनील नारायण, उससे ज्यादा डिस्कस ही नहीं करना है मेरे को. तो
How about opening with Williamson and Tripathi
He
opening
can.
and
It's
Markram
just that then
and
how do you build
Pooran
around?
at 3?
Who do you build
Yeah.
around your
बट आई
team?
थिंक वो करने पे इशू होगा कि उनका बिल्ड ऑर्डर बहुत वल्नरेबल हो जाएगा, कि आपका पूरन ही इज नॉट अ बैंक, तो वो आपका एक्सप्लोसिव प्लेयर है जो आप फ्लोटर जैसे यूज कर सकते हो उसको. तो आई थिंक they have option of
Plus, I think
Abhishek
Kane
Sharma.
doesn't need the power play to get runs. I think he's so good the way he bats. He
correct.
finds the gaps. He still makes that 70 odd or 40, 50. Whenever he's batting in a good form, he'll finish off that innings and he just finds the gaps. He doesn't really need the power play to get those runs, I feel.
Correct. So यहाँ पे if you see this is just one spot that is left. So I think if you feel Abhishek Sharma at 5, that feels a spot too high for him. So the only way to break that monotony is probably have Kane, Markram and Pooran at 4, 5, 6 or 3, 4, 5, so that they can be the engine room of the side, and depending on however they start, they can at least control the innings far better. और नीचे obviously उनके पास bowling की तो कमी नहीं है यहाँ पे. Then they can actually play Shepherd at 6 or 7.
You won't play Marco Jansen.
Yeah, you can play Jansen as well. तो वो completely उनका कॉल है, क्योंकि बैटिंग मुझे थोड़ा लाइट लगता है उनका. और
Shefford obviously is a better bat.
हाँ, शेफर्ड शायद वो प्रॉब्लम उनका सॉल्व कर सकता है इफ दे प्ले हिम. तो आई थिंक वैसे इट्स अ गुड वे आउट कि आपके पास एटलीस्ट 130 140 तो फिर हर गेम में बनने चाहिए, क्योंकि वही आपने स्ट्रेंथ वही रखी है कि भाई आप इतना स्कोर करके, क्योंकि अभी आप देखो इट स्टिल लुक्स फेयरली सेटल्ड. It's very
No,
tricky.
where is the bowling? Wait, hold on. Is with Umran, Natrajan, if let's say Bhuvi, that
And
they
you have
only have
Romeo
one spinner.
Shefford.
Is
You have
Shefford a
Washington.
spinner?
You have
Washington.
Abhishek Sharma है, Washington है. Romeo Shefford is a fast bowler.
Abdul Samad can bowl.
Yeah, Markram
I
can
mean,
bowl.
but
They have 3 pacers and three pacers, 1 medium pacer and two spinners. So again, not counting
two-
Bhuvi as anything.
I mean,
else.
is-
I think
Nikhil-
Nikhil, they have 4 spinners. Nikhil, they have 4
with
spinners. They
Markram,
have
with
Washington,
Markram,
Markram,
I'm
Abdul
not
Samad, Abhishek
saying
Sharma.
कि वो उसका जरूरत पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अगर आपके पास सुंदर है तो आपको माकरम को बॉलिंग का जरूरत नहीं पड़ना चाहिए. अगर आप सुंदर को नहीं खिला रहे हो तो फिर आपको शायद
हाँ,
माकरम की
because सुंदर तो नया
जरूरत
बॉल से ही डालेगा, मतलब मोस्ट लाइकली he
Exactly.
will bowl in the power play.
माकरम मिडिल ओवर्स में तो डालने नहीं आना चाहिए उनके लिए.
हाँ जी.
तो वैसे उनके पास ऑप्शन है कि दे कैन प्ले त्यागी फॉर भूवी. तो वैसे आप देखोगे तो बॉलिंग इज स्टिल देयर स्ट्रॉन्गर सूट. Again, that is assuming all of them are fit, that Natarajan is fit, and Bhuvi is also getting that new ball swing. But थोड़ा imbalance है, but this I feel is still workable. कि if they get good enough conditions जहाँ पे 140 150 बनना है, Kane obviously has to anchor. But अगर वो बाकी सबको सही से यूज कर पाए तो they can still hope कि भाई अगले बाकी टीम्स मैस अप करके push them to 4-5 spot in the for the playoffs. क्योंकि options in the convincing.
हाँ, I think, and the biggest issue I have with them, I mean, if they don't really have someone who will get them that 170 to 1. I don't see someone who's a dasher at the end of the innings. Although, like, Pooran is there, but he's just too inconsistent to play that role, I feel. Who's going to hit? Like, Samad.
Markram or Samad, I think that वो role होगा. I think Kane is the guy who gets them to 130, 140. And then it's up to Samad, Markram and Pooran. If Pooran is batting still, मतलब तब तक अगर वो batting कर रहा है, and with Shepard कि भाई आप फिर वो flourish दो, and if they get a good score, if they get 120, then I'm sure कि they can push out with the talent that they have.
I think
But again,
Sunrisers somehow always make a team that decides हम पहले बैटिंग करेंगे, हम रन कम बनाएंगे बट डिफेंड कर लेंगे, बिकॉज हमारे पास चेज करने वाले तो बैट्समैन है ही नहीं जो चेज करेंगे 170.
He made a good point that अगर आपके पास पूरन है, मतलब अगर तब भी खेल रहे हैं, वो पहले 2-3 बॉल में आउट नहीं हुआ है, then he's the only player who can chase or accelerate in the last 3-4 overs.
Because otherwise they don't have someone. Yeah, there's no one else who can chase a 1 year. If you're chasing 180 and you require a 70 of the last 6-7 overs, I don't see anyone who's capable of doing that in this team.
Abdul Samad.
I mean, he has been playing with it. We've seen him.
But option, you'll have to probably drop one of Puran or Makram there, because if you don't play Shepard, then you don't have that option of a hitter coming low on the order. So,
or maybe you can push Kane Williamson down and play Markram at 3. But Kane at 4.
I mean, that is, 5. I think 3, 4, 5 is all adjustable with them.
Yeah.
वो floating option होगा शायद mostly. Kane, I think, should not move from 3.
Yeah.
Or I think the win will be if Sundar or Abhishek Sharma come off at the top, then that is the ideal scenario for them. Because if one of them kicks off and gives them a 20 ball 30-40, तो उनका काम हो जाएगा, उनको base मिल जाएगा to work around with for the middle overs. और अगर पूरन भाई साहब चल गए तो फिर उनको problem नहीं है. But वही है, there are too many ifs and buts with SRH.
Yes, absolutely agree.
What is the next team you guys would want to pick up? What do you think is the strongest side of the remaining teams?
Delhi, probably.
We had Gurkeerat, who's just been crying out the whole day about Delhi not doing well at all in this auction and how it's been a horrible auction for them. But yeah, let's go and look at what Delhi has.
Yeah. क्योंकि I think Delhi का ना मुझे जो top 4 है ना वो मुझे खा जाता है, to be very honest. You have Shaw, Warner, Rishabh Pant. ये तीन ही आपके Mitch Marsh at 4. तो इसके बाद आपको बैटिंग की जरूरत तो नहीं पड़नी चाहिए. आपको इसके बाद खाली एक ऐसा प्लेयर चाहिए जो हिट आउट करे, तो उसमें भी उनके पास काफी ऑप्शंस है. They have Rohman Powell who can do that job for them. They have Tim Seifert who's done it for his state side, and Akshar Patel तो है ही. तो उनके bowling options में मुझे थोड़ा मतलब ये लगता है कि who will they go ahead with, क्योंकि they have Nokia who's a definite starter, and Kuldeep Yadav probably who should definitely start, and Shardul Thakur will probably for his reputation. तो इसके अलावा फिर जो गैप आपको फिल करना है, जो आई थिंक गुरकीरत बार-बार कहते हैं कि वो 6-7 का जो हिटेबल एबिलिटी है कि अगर जल्दी गिर गए तो फिर नीचे आप कोई बचाने वाला नहीं है आपको, वैसा है वो. आई थिंक एक
See, I'll slot Shrikar Bharat somewhere, मतलब probably at 5 for that very part कि कोई थोड़ा स्टेबिलिटी दे. आपका वो चौथा बॉलर तो चेतन सकारिया हो जाएगा. चेतन सकारिया हो गया है. आप अक्षर पटेल विल कम एट 7. अक्षर 7 पे हो गया. चेतन सकारिया आ जाएगा. राइट. शार्दुल विल बी देयर एट 9 and or 8 rather इस लाइनअप में. एंड देन प्रॉब्ली आपके पास जो एक ओवरसीज स्लॉट बचता है, इसमें प्रॉब्ली यू कुड गो फॉर maybe you have had Mitchell Marsh, right? Then you can go for a probably Tim Seifert also. Because bowling, I feel, is already strong.
There's Rohman Powell, they have Angidi and Seifert. Those are the options that we have currently.
I think they need Rohman Powell. Yeah, Nikhil. You see this starting 11. मतलब मैंने अभी शार्दुल, अक्षर 7-8 रखे हैं. भरत को भी रखा है, as Pranav was talking about. You said very rightly, first 4 very very heavy, very good. But we have seen with DC कहीं collapse होता है, तो I think Rohman Powell is needed, क्योंकि अगर 5 पे भरत है फिर कोई नहीं है, and you have an overseas slot left, so Rohman Powell can come in.
Even someone like a Lalit Yadav, I feel if we play for Bharat instead, I mean, I don't know how. I mean, he's done well.
Rohman Powell भी वैसे ना bowling कर लेते हैं, तो जो 6th bowling option है, Mitch Marsh भी है. Even if Marsh is not fit, Rohman Powell also can give you those 2 overs which you wanted from Lalit Yadav.
I mean, I'm just keeping Lalit Yadav, someone who can just hit the ball. I mean, that's.
पर यहाँ पे I think Delhi की bowling सबसे ज़्यादा problem है. I mean, going from Rabada, Nokia, Avish to Nokia, Sakariya, Shardul, it's a heavy downgrade. फिर आप
Yeah, plus
151 नहीं जीत पाओगे.
the
You will want
I
to
think
get
the
170.
only way around is if they play Ngidi also to complement Nokia. Like if you think about it, if they play another fast bowling overseas player, which is Ngidi, who's done well for CSK, that is the
Yeah.
only way they strengthen their bowling. Otherwise, it does look that it's slightly on the weaker side.
Because I think उनका टॉप 5 और बॉटम 2 3 बहुत अच्छा है, पर बीच का जैसे गुरकीरत पाजी बोल रहे हैं कि वहां पे थोड़ा मिस हो गया कि आपका वो फिनिशिंग ऑलराउंडर आया नहीं. और क्योंकि नहीं तो इसमें क्या होगा, अब फिर आपको चाहिए कि पंत 3 पे जाएं या रोहमन पावल या भरत 3 पे बैटिंग करें, तो थोड़ा आपके जो मिचेल मार्शल पंत है थोड़े नीचे हो जाएंगे, तो आपको थोड़ा और स्टेबिलिटी मिलेगा कि अगर विकेट गया तो भी यू विल हैव सम लीवे. बट बॉलिंग में उनके पास ऑप्शन ही नहीं है अभी, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, कि आप सकरिया के बदले खलील को खिला सकते हो, पर कुलदीप का भी फॉर्म बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है अभी. और अगर भगवान न करे नौकी इंजर्ड हो गया तो फिर देयर बॉलिंग लैक्स द टीथ दैट इट शुड हैव.
वो तो सबसे बड़ी इशू है. इफ
वो
Nokia gets
solid,
injured,
अगर स्टेबिलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं तो प्रॉब्ली भरत की जगह मनदीप सिंह को भी खिला सकते हैं. He has
yeah,
played
I mean
those sort
that
of
is
innings.
yeah, certainly swappable players. I feel.
क्योंकि कीपर तो ऐसे भी पंती होने वाला है, तो
हाँ जी.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think
Yeah,
they
not-
are lacking that 5-6 certainly. They don't have a finisher. If the top 4 doesn't do well for them,
Yeah.
that is going to
Nikhil,
be
who
an
would you
issue.
prefer? Will you start with Shrikant Bharat or Lalit Yadav?
I would be tempted to stick to Bharat क्योंकि ललित यादव, see there are already a lot of bits and pieces options in that bowling. मतलब शार्दुल isn't that great in terms of reliability. विकेट उनको मिल जाते हैं कैसे भी, बट यू ऑलरेडी हैव 5
चेन्नई में 4 ओवर नहीं डालते थे शार्दुल. 4 ओवर हमेशा
Exactly.
नहीं डालते थे चेन्नई के लिए.
दैट इज द थिंग विद लॉर्ड कि उनको आप जरूरत पड़ने पे ही यूज कर सकते हो. लॉर्ड को आप हर बार यूज नहीं कर सकते हो. हम लोग रोज नहीं प्रे करते, जब जरूरत होती तब प्रे करते. तो वो जो 4 ऑप्शन है उनके पास, आई थिंक नौकिया, कुलदीप, साकारिया, अक्षर, दे ऑल बोल 4 ओवर्स. तो आपके 16 ओवर कंफर्म है यहाँ पे. आई थिंक 2 is what you will get from Shardul max, and then you can play between Mitchell Marsh and Robin Powell. तो अगर आप ललित यादव को डाल दोगे वहां पे तो आपके पास ऑप्शन होगा, बट आई डोंट नो हाउ रिलायबल दैट विल बी. बट
बैटिंग वीक हो जाएगी थोड़ी.
ऑप्शनर नहीं है, तो शायद ललित यादव कुड प्ले मे बी फॉर भरत इफ दे वांट दैट ऑफ स्पिनिंग ऑलराउंडर हु कुड कम डाउन एंड हिट, क्योंकि और कोई ऑफ स्पिनर है नहीं आई थिंक स्क्वाड में.
Yep.
Yeah, so that way I think their bowling is probably going to be their weakness, unless Mitchell Marsh or Robin Powell have a season to remember.
Sure. Well, we can move on to another team.
Yeah.
I don't want to do Mumbai and CSK. I probably won't do them in the end.
Yeah.
Let's
We can do
maybe
RCB.
let's do RCB probably. I feel they just decided to spend a lot of money on some players and then they're like, अच्छा बाकी को तो पूरा करना ही है, कुछ भी कर ले.
I think they've gone complete overall हो गया है from a batting heavy lineup to a very bowling heavy lineup. So
Bowling heavy, yeah.
plenty of bowling options, which is very very surprising. And
Unlike
again
KKR.
and very interesting picks because बहुत सारे picks हैं who will fight with themselves for opening. जैसे you can only play one of Faf or Finale, क्योंकि मैक्सवेल हसरंगा will definitely play. तो अगर आप मिडिल ऑर्डर देखेंगे तो आपको कोहली और मैक्सवेल दिखेंगे 3-4 पे कंफर्म जो खेलने चाहिए वो, और आपको हसरंगा नीचे देखेंगे नीचे और दिनेश कार्तिक होंगे उसके बीच में. तो ये उनका मिडिल ऑर्डर हो गया. बट या तो आप फिन को ऊपर खिलाएं या फाफ को ऊपर खिलाएं, क्योंकि फिर आप रतनपुर को नहीं खिला सकते, क्योंकि यू विल वांट टू प्ले वन ऑफ जॉश और जेसन बेरेंडॉफ. तो यू विल हैव टू कॉम्प्रोमाइज ऑन वन ऑफ योर, और इन सब पे पैसा काफी खर्चा किया उन्होंने.
See, as I understand, Faf du Plessis को वो एक कैप्टेंसी मटेरियल के हिसाब से भी देख रहे हैं, तो आई डोंट थिंक उसको
शायद
and 8 CR या 7.5 CR खर्च किया है, तो
I mean, Nick, honestly, this I think even someone else was also talking about it. It's just so tough to believe that Faf's position might be in doubt after having a 600-run season in the IPL. I just feel, and I agree that the combinations with Faf is an issue because you have to play Maxwell and Hasaranga probably. And then if you also play Faf, then you're just left with one spot, essentially.
That is the
So
problem.
just to
The
answer
problem is-
one viewer, Surya, you're correct. CSKMI really had a good day too, and we'll come to CSKMI and we'll discuss their playing 11. Right now, we're discussing RCB. Yes, Nikhil, please continue.
Yeah. So I think for openers, Anuj Rawat is likely to open, being a left-handed guy, to complement Faf up top. Kohli at 3, Maxwell at 4, one of Dinesh Karthik or Lomror at 5. So put Lomror at 5 and say Dinesh Karthik at 6, and you have Hasaranga at 7. So that is, I think, fair enough batting. Thoda vulnerable hai, but again, I don't think there is an option there.
Probably you can slot in Dinesh Karthik also somewhere.
He's done
He's
6
at
I think.
6, at number 6.
DK at 6.
And Hasaranga at
Keeping तो
7.
वही करेगा.
Okay, got it.
उसके बाद 4 bowling option है, जिसमें से I'm sure they should definitely start with Josh Hazelwood and Siraj, or Jason Behrendorff and Siraj, whoever they pick. और उसके बाद के 2 pick I have no clue who they should go ahead with.
Harshal Patel. They'll
Harshal
definitely
Patel
pick.
obviously.
Harshal Patel hai. Sorry, my bad. Sorry.
And
Harshal Patel,
who's
maaf
their who's their
एक pick
spinner?
बस है.
Wait.
तो
Shahbaz
Ahmed
Ahmed probably Shahbaz Ahmed.
Yeah.
They need a second spinner. So either Shahbaz Ahmed or Shahbaz Nadeem. And they have Nadeem also, right? No.
No, I don't
they
think
don't
they
have
have
Nadeem.
No,
they
don't
can
have
go with
Nadeem.
probably That guy, Karan Sharma at some
Sharma.
point.
Yeah, I don't
Some
know if he
point,
gets
but
to
not.
play.
I don't think he'll start. Yeah,
Does
11, I
Lomror
think-
bowl a little bit?
a little bit off
Yes, he
spin.
does.
I
Yeah,
think.
he bowls.
Okay, let's go on RCB's playing 11.
Bro, left arm spinner है, I think. तो शाहबाज अहमद और उसका शायद काम सेम हो जाएगा थोड़ा.
See, but Hasaranga
Harshal
is
I-
also there, no, for your spin option.
Certainly. So Hasaranga is your main spinner essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Siraj in here. Siraj.
Yeah, सिराज हो जाएगा. तो अगर सब सही चला तो टीम माशाल्लाह है, but there are enough holes for you to say कि Anuj Rawat could not come off. You could practically seal the top 4 with spin. तो again they'll have to find a way कि आप roles वैसे change करें कि Maxwell, क्योंकि यहाँ पे Maxwell को बहुत काम करना पड़ेगा. Somebody like Maxwell and DK. क्योंकि I'm sure Lomror is somebody who's going to get the freedom. और Hasaranga plays with freedom any which ways. तो
ये कोहली को तो 600 रन बनाने पड़ेंगे. निक अगर 600 रन कोहली नहीं बनाएगा तो नहीं जीती इस टीम के साथ आरसीबी. There is no AB also anymore, I feel.
यहाँ पे चाल नहीं है जो उनका बैंक था with the ball कि अगर स्कोर होता है तो he was the guy who could get them wickets regularly. अभी that will be the pressure on Hasaranga to come off, which he can come off. I'm sure he will. But again, अब Hasaranga is still untested in the IPL. He's not played much. तो वो advantage होगा कि yes, he bowls more googlies, but there are enough options कि आप उनको मार सकते हो 180 190 and उनकी बैटिंग देख के आपको डर नहीं लगेगा जब आपको पहले लगता था इतने सालों से कि यार गेल है, कोहली है, एबी है, ये लोग कैसे टैकल करेंगे.
I'm still not very convinced on the 5, 6, 7 in terms of वो pull off, like जैसे आप बोल रहे हो कि when it's come to chasing those big targets, it is going to be tough. Like आप हसरंगा पे बहुत pressure डाल रहे हो. Even
I
Lomror,
think
they're
DK
not
will
people
have
who-
to have a good season. Yeah, मतलब DK has not getting that game time also. KKR,
I mean,
I
with
think
it, but
DK
a
will be
good
very
season,
crucial.
DK will not bat at 200 for you technically, right? He is
He
not
can,
someone
man.
who.
He's a very good finisher. मतलब ऐसी बात नहीं है. You rate
But
him as a finisher.
I mean, like those finishes have only come 20 of 10 balls or 30 of 15 balls. Like I have never seen him score a 50 of 20 balls, literally ever.
उतनी balls ही नहीं मिलती उनको. मुझे तो लगता है
हाँ,
KKR में
exactly.
his position is so.
वो रोल डिफाइनिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होगा क्योंकि
Correct.
नहीं तो तीनों डायनामिक है. मैक्सवेल, लॉम्ब्रोर और डीके एंड हसरंगा, दे आर ऑल वेरी volatile players in terms of the returns that they can get, and I don't
अजिंक्य
think
जी स्क्वाड पे आओगे?
हाँ जी निक आप I think continue करो शिव with the stuff.
हाँ, I was just wanted to see और कौन ऑप्शन है, मतलब who else can they get? DK, Hazelwood, अहमदाबाद, अनुज रावत, आकाशदीप, फिन एलन, बट किसको हटाएंगे? रथरफोर्ड भी है,
I mean, the only thing I see is that they might play for like instead of having another spinner that we've added, that left arm, because Maxwell obviously is going to bowl a few overs. So maybe they play another seamer instead of having Shabazz. They might play Siddharth Kaur also, because if they're playing in Bangalore with Hasaranga, Maxwell, and Lomror, they might not go with another spinner probably. That's the only change I see, because other than that.
एक मेरे पास एकदम लेफ्ट फील्ड आइडिया है कि you drop Hazelwood and you open
and play David Willey. Yeah.
Open with
I
David
was
Villa.
just about to say open with David Willie. I was just about to say
Go
this, that
crazy.
David Willie.
Use his batting talent. आपको उसको out होने का tension नहीं है. And he's not a mug with the bat. He can definitely give you
Yeah.
easily 20 ball 30s, 50 ball 30s दे देगा आपको अच्छे से ऊपर. But again, RCB are known to change their plans every game. तो वो अगर होता रहेगा तो फिर भगवान ही बचा उनको. पर they have options. अब वही है कि resources बहुत सारे हो गए हैं, जो I feel is a good thing also, but रोल डिफाइनिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाएगा और ज्यादा शफल ना करें तो बेटर है, क्योंकि हर्षल पटेल भी
स्ट्रॉन्ग
अच्छे
तो नहीं लग रही, स्ट्रॉन्ग तो नहीं लग रही, देखो सच बताऊं तो
आई थिंक स्ट्रॉन्ग इस आईपीएल में एक दो टीम को छोड़ के और कोई भी स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं लग रहा. वो भी स्ट्रॉन्ग हमको हमारी मन में लग रही है, based
अपने
on
मन
their
में लग रही है वो.
reputation.
करेक्ट. कॉम्बिनेशन के हिसाब से दे आर नॉट स्ट्रांग, बिकॉज़ आपको हर एक टीम में एक दो मिडफील्ड वो मिडिल ऑर्डर बैट्समैन दिखेंगे.
Because Pranav, if you remember, you were talking about RCB sometime back, and you thought RCB is actually doing so well. But now, when we're looking at this playing 11, frankly, Nikhil, what you said, it came to my mind as well. That David Willie can open, but I think Hazelwood will start.
Yes, Hazelwood needs to start.
That will be like a backup thing कि David Willie ले आओ, उसको open कर दो. And this is dependent on two things कि अनुज रावत नहीं चल रहे और Hazelwood नहीं चल रहे और RCB नहीं चल रही, तो David Willie आने वाले. But I think this is the starting 11 that RCB will go ahead.
यहाँ पे भी अगर आप देखो तो you will have to bank very heavily on Siraj and Harshal to do the job for you. तो क्योंकि उसके अलावा ऑप्शन ही नहीं है कोई. There is nobody else who can bowl at the death. तो
Why were people discussing yesterday कि RCB की bowling बहुत अच्छी होगी? मुझे तो bowling अच्छी नहीं लग रही है.
I think न्यू बॉल bowling बहुत अच्छी है और मिडिल ओवर्स के लिए भी ठीक है, पर there is एक भी अलग हर्षल पटेल को बहुत ज्यादा काम करना पड़ेगा. और यही होता है मेगा ऑक्शन में कि आपका जो सेट प्लान होता है जो आप फॉलो कर रहे हो, क्योंकि चाहल और हर्षल दे फॉर्म अ वेरी गुड पेयर कि एक आपको विकेट लेके देता है तो यू कैन अटैक विद अ वीकर बॉलर. अब यहाँ पे कोई स्ट्रॉन्ग बॉलर है ही नहीं, तो वो हसनंगा को वो रोल में स्टेप अप करना पड़ेगा. और इफ यू कीप टेकिंग विकेट्स तो डेथ का इशू नहीं होता. डेथ का इशू तब होता है जब आप विकेट्स नहीं ले पाते इन मिडिल ओवर्स. तो वो आई एम श्योर बहुत टीम्स उस पर वर्क करेंगे कि यू फाइंड ऑप्शंस टू टेक विकेट्स इन द मिडिल ओवर्स, तो फिर उतना आपको प्रेशर कम होता है. क्योंकि आई एम श्योर सिराज विल डू वेल, पर देयर इजंट एनी अदर कि अगर कुछ छठवां बॉलिंग ऑप्शन नहीं है, आपका बॉलिंग ऑप्शन सीधा मैक्सवेल या लॉबनर है, जो इतना रिलायबल नहीं है, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट.
So I think only concern that I see is a spinner. मतलब Hasaranga becomes your main spinner instead of being the second spinner, which Chahal was a good foil earlier. I think that is a huge miss for RCB. They'll surely miss Yuzi.
Yeah.
Coming to our next team, let's go with Gujarat Titans कर लेते हैं.
अच्छा, गुजरात नहीं किया अब तक हमने?
नहीं.
हाँ, गुजरात ने खुद नहीं सोचा.
अरे बैट्समैन चाहिए. हाँ, फिर बैट्समैन भूल गए खरीदना, मेरे को लग रहा है ये भी.
हाँ, I mean they could potentially open with Saha and Gill, which is wow. Roy है, I'm kidding. So Roy Gill should definitely, I think, open the batting. But who is your number 3? Do you go with Vijay Shankar?
You have a wicket keeper. You have Matthew Wade. So Nikhil, you have to make Saha or Matthew Wade.
Saha or Wade play most likely.
क्योंकि they're the only wicket keeper options.
तो मैं वेड से ओपन कराऊंगा फिर कि तू वेड ओपन करे और विद गिल, तो आपको लेफ्ट राइट कॉम्बिनेशन मिल जाएगा. या वेड ओपन करे रॉय के साथ, गिल को आप नंबर 3 पे खिलाओ, क्योंकि मेरे को इसमें नंबर 4 नहीं है ये टीम में कोई भी. मुझे कोई ऑप्शन नहीं दिख रहा है.
गिल खेलेंगे क्या? I don't see Gill playing at number 3. यार, he wants to be set as an opener. Why would he come at number 3?
So Gill and Roy open, and then
Gill and Wade open. Roy number 3.
I don't know. This is interesting. मतलब 1 2 3 आपका ये कर लो अभी के लिए. Wade, Gill and Roy. 1 2 3.
फिर अब 4 छोड़ देते हैं या 4 पे हार्दिक को डाल दो.
विजय शंकर आएगा 4 पे.
विजय शंकर मोस्ट लाइकली यार.
और कोई बैट्समैन नहीं है इनके पास.
तो विजय शंकर 4, हार्दिक पांड्या 5, पर डेविड मिलर 6 बहुत नीचे हो जाएगा फिर, क्योंकि फिर आपको
डेविड मिलर I don't think he will get to
will he make the team. अगर आप उनको खिला रहे हो, अगर आप वेड को खिला रहे हो, तो then it gets tough for him to make the team.
राशिद हो गया,
लॉकी को भी खिलाओगे आप.
करेक्ट.
हाँ, अभी वेट नहीं खेलेगा, साहा खेलेगा फिर नीचे बेचारा, जो 7 पे आई थिंक खेलेगा, और उसके बाद 4 बॉलिंग ऑप्शन आपको चाहिए, जिसमें
बट
से
देन
एक तो
नंबर 3
डेफिनेटली
पे कौन खेलेगा? नंबर 3 नहीं है देन अपने
नंबर
पास।
3 तो टॉप 3 तो
कोई नहीं है।
कर
अब वेट
नहीं, वो
वेट
हटा दिया ना, वेट को हटा दिया। ओके, लेट्स गो ऑन द प्लेइंग 11। वहां चलते हैं, थोड़ा यहाँ चलते हैं, 1 मिनट, तब थोड़ा समझ
वी
में
शुड
आएगा।
स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द बॉटम से स्टार्ट करते
अधिराज
हैं।
लेफ्ट में है।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
इधर ही है,
आई थिंक बॉलिंग से स्टार्ट करते हैं। निक, आई थिंक बॉलिंग से स्टार्ट करते हैं। वो बेटर है।
वेरी गुड ऑप्शन, राशिद खान, यस, शुड प्ले।
मोहम्मद
और
शामी
इसके
शुड
साथ
प्ले।
आई फील लॉकी, यस लॉकी विल प्ले, शमी शुड प्ले, तो शमी हो गया आपके 10 पे, एंड यू कुड प्ले वरुण आरोन और प्रदीप सांगवान, whoever you want to. Sai Kishore is a very good
No,
option
यार
as well.
निखिल, I think Sai Kishore
is a very-
above Varun Aaron, above Pradeep Sangwan, Sai Kishore any day यार।
Yeah.
तो साई किशोर हम डालेंगे तो फिर 2 स्पॉट बचे ना फिर उस वहाँ गुजरात में।
साई, but you need that, हाँ, but then you don't have any
अभी तो
pacer,
मिलर तो
अगर
हटाओ
आप-
पहले तो, अब लाइक वी सी हाउ वी प्ले दैट, मतलब
मिलर को
तो वेट को हटा
आपके
के
पास कोई,
मिलर इज
you
देयर,
need one more pacer।
और वेट
लॉकी
की
और
जगह
शामी के
साहा
अलावा-
ओपन्स। दिस
लॉकी और शामी
यार
के अलावा कोई
गिल
pacer नहीं
साहा
है।
cannot open together यार, गिल साहा cannot open together।
Then
हाँ,
Roy
Roy तो
opens,
has
then
to
Saha
open,
comes
yeah.
one, I don't know.
But what if Roy gets out? Then it will again be Gil Saha.
उसके बाद भी विजय शंकर ही है, उसके बाद भी विजय शंकर ही है।
And I still feel Hardik at 5 is also a bit early. मतलब he usually doesn't come at 5, but yeah.
He
I
has
think
to,
वो तो
he's captain,
actually
कुछ तो responsibility लेगा, कुछ तो responsibility लेगा।
बिल्कुल, नहीं तो आप मिलर को 5 डाल दो, हार्दिक को 6 डाल दो, बट अगेन आई थिंक दैट इज,
हाँ,
that's fine.
पहले तो बैट्समैन
Number
ढूंढो।
3 साहा है, विकेट
तो
कीपर
मिलर
चाहिए
को
यार, you need साहा।
या तो ये देखो आपको
अधिराज एक बार स्क्वाड पे आओ।
जो है,
So I'm saying
आते
we
हैं।
are only having 2 pacers in this 11.
या व्हिच इज व्हाई आई सेड कि शायद एक और खेलेगा फ्रॉम सांगवान या वरुण आरोन, या दर्शन नावखंडे भी अच्छा ऑप्शन है,
1 मिनट,
बट देन यू हैव टू, अब गुरकीरत मान को
भाई,
खिला सकते हो, बट अगेन दे डोंट
1 मिनट, एक बॉलर तो कम करना ही पड़ेगा। सो डज एक
Yeah,
बैट्समैन तो
because-
कम करना ही पड़ेगा, आई मीन।
No,
अच्छा,
your
ये
Pandya
pacer
and Vijay
चाहिए।
Shankar will also.
हाँ, तो हम से
Vijay
you have to
and
drop someone, right? With हम 11 पे हैं already. We have to drop someone to get a
अधिराज,
pacer.
we don't have 2 pacers, शमी लॉकी के साथ हार्दिक विजय शंकर भी बॉलिंग करेंगे।
यार विजय शंकर तो पता नहीं
हाँ,
क्या ही
but-
करेंगे। मेन स्ट्रीम 5वां बॉलर तो चाहिए ना, 6-7 बॉलर है वो। We need 5
Yeah, and I don't
who
even
are the first
consider
5 bowlers.
तेवतिया को मैं टॉप 5 में काउंट नहीं करता, क्योंकि टॉप
अगर आप तेवतिया से 4 ओवर कैसे अज्यूम कर सकते हो यार?
Yeah.
तेवतिया हार्दिक विजय 8 तो डालेंगे।
चलो 8 मान लो,
हाँ,
बट उसके बाद छठा
वही-
बॉलिंग ऑप्शन कहाँ है? छठा बॉलिंग ऑप्शन कहाँ है?
नहीं, फिर तो साई
तो
किशोर
वो
पे जा रहे हैं ना। व्हाट वी आर सेइंग, राशिद 4 डाले, लॉकी 4 डाले, शामी 4 डाले, 12 ही हो
अच्छा।
गए। हार्दिक, शंकर और तेवतिया मिलके 8 डाल रहे हैं, और उसके बाद साई किशोर भी बचा हुआ है अभी।
अच्छा, ओके।
या तो आई थिंक ऑप्शन है राशिद को, अगर आप यहाँ पे थोड़ा 7 पे डाल दोगे तो टीम शायद थोड़ी बेटर दिखेगी, दिखने के लिहाज से।
7 पे
क्योंकि
तेवतिया आ
7
जाएगा, 8 पे राशिद।
हाँ,
7 पे
तेवतिया एंड देन
8 पे
राशिद।
राशिद।
हाँ,
Yeah.
7 पे तेवतिया, 8 पे राशिद।
तो बैटिंग डेप्थ तो है, पर वो चलनी चाहिए, मतलब बट उनका मिडिल 3, 4, 5 हार्दिक हैज टू डू अ लॉट ऑफ वर्क
पर
हियर।
साई किशोर का क्या हुआ? साई किशोर हट गए?
नहीं है तेवतिया, राशिद,
वो है,
देन
वो
साई
नीचे
किशोर, देन
खेलेगा।
लॉकी, शमी।
हाँ,
अच्छा।
तो यू कैन पुट साई एट 11, not a problem. He can bat, of course he
Yeah.
can. ये भी अच्छे
यार ये
बैटर
ओपनिंग, ये 2-3 तो मुझे समझ में, मतलब 1-2 तो कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा। हाउ डू यू हैव साहा एंड विजय शंकर इन अ T20 बैटिंग एट 3-4 फॉर यू?
I think they'll probably put one of Hardik or Miller at 3 or 4, क्योंकि वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो उन्हें देनी पड़ेगी। उसके अलावा उनके पास ऑप्शन ही नहीं है। They don't have
अधिराज
any
एक
other
बार
तो है ही
स्क्वाड
नहीं।
में आओ ना।
हाँ,
अधिराज just
बैट्समैन
come
तो
to
है ही
squad
नहीं।
once.
हाँ,
They
See,
have
Matthew Wade is
Dominic
one
Drake.
option. Then Matthew Wade, अगर things don't work out, you need someone to attack. Matthew Wade is one option. They'll have to
Also,
probably
Jayant
drop
can
Miller.
play for Sai Kishore also, if I'm not wrong. I don't know. Jayant can play.
पर लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिनर कोई है नहीं ना, और तो एक
Yeah.
वैरायटी वो चलो रोटेटिंग है कि आपको आप उसके बदले दूसरों को भी खिला सकते हो। यू कुड
हाँ जी।
take in
But I don't see anyone else, correct? I mean, I don't see anyone who can bat in this
Option नहीं
batting.
Yeah, man, low care थे गुजरात का. They had a very good day one. I think day 2 really spoiled
Yeah.
their chances.
Day 2, yes. I think तेवाटिया पे
I
बहुत
think-
ज्यादा स्पेंड कर लिया उन्होंने. So
Do you guys
वो
think
जो
that
bat-
if they don't play Miller because Wade bats up the order to beef the batting order at the top, they do play Wade, and because they put pressure on Tewatia and Hardik to be the finishers, two of them, and maybe Rashid to some extent.
and even Rashid, yeah. हाँ,
Yeah.
perhaps
That
yeah,
is
मिलर
true.
की जगह वेड को ऊपर पोजीशन कर
अगर आप
सकते
मिलर
हैं
की
3
जगह
foot.
वेड को ऊपर पुश करोगे, साहा नहीं खिलाओ आप,
हाँ.
और अगर साहा
वही
को खिला
option
भी
था,
रहे हो
I
एज अ
think.
बैट्समैन,
But I
And then
think they'll have
probably
to start with Saha.
हाँ.
right.
क्योंकि वो फॉरेन ऑप्शन आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है मिलर का. वो जो
मतलब
मिलर
आप
करेगा
इसके
वो
अराउंड टीम who's going to bat 20 overs in this side?
Gill.
गिल
यार,
को तो वो रोल ही दिया हुआ है कि आप खेलो
यार
20
मेरे को
ओवर.
लगता है 6 ओवर ही मिलते हैं गिल को. भाई तू मार ले उस 6 में 50 हो गया तेरा काम. मेरे को तो नहीं लगता ही
नहीं,
हैज दैट
KKR
मेंटालिटी
के लिए
आल्सो.
वो केकेआर के लिए था.
No,
यहाँ पे I think
he'll play the KL Rahul role.
He has to
Bat
anchor. I
हाँ.
mean, that's the only person that
Yeah.
there is no one else who can anchor this batting lineup.
It looks like a
Yeah.
very weak 3-4 for me. Very, very weak.
It's very unlike of an IPL team because you tend to see a lot heavy top 4 for everyone.
Top, yeah.
And
They have a very good lower order. I think the
Lower
best
middle.
lower order they have.
हाँ. फिनिशर बहुत अच्छे हैं कि अगर 140 आपके हो जाते 16 ओवर में तो नीचे फिर लोग 50 मार सकते हैं 4 ओवर में. पर वो
Yeah,
140
I
तक
still
पहुंच
think that Miller might not play and Wade might play just to beef up that top because they have to make runs at the top because then फिर हार्दिक कुछ नहीं करेंगे. अगर 120 पे ही पहुंचे हो आप 16 ओवर में फिर
अगर
मुश्किल हो
रॉय
जाएगा.
है, सर अगर रॉय है तो आई डोंट थिंक आपको पावर प्ले का टेंशन है गिल के साथ. रॉय और गिल के साथ
आउट हो गए तो फिर क्या करोगे?
आउट हो गए तो आपको विजय शंकर को बोलना है कि तू गिल का काम कर क्योंकि वो उसके लिए परफेक्ट है. आई मीन
Yeah.
आई एम नॉट
Yeah.
वेरी मोर देन दैट बट विजय शंकर कैन देन होल्ड देन इनिंग्स. या तो आप साहा को बोलो कि तू एक एंड पकड़ के रख. वो साहा कर सकता है अच्छे से कि आपको एक एंड पकड़ के देगा और स्पिनर्स को रोटेट भी करेगा. जो तो वैसे आप देखेंगे तो 3-4 इज फाइन बट अगेन दे हैव टू बी वेरी रोल स्पेसिफिक और बहुत प्रोएक्टिव होना पड़ेगा कि अगर सिचुएशन हाथ के बाहर जा रही है तो यू हैव टू सेंड समबडी लाइक अ हार्दिक अहेड या यू कुड इवन सेंड समबडी लाइक अ टेवाटिया अहेड कि भाई तू जाके मार.
Tewatia has played that
आउट
role
हो
also.
जाता है. 2 ओवर खेल 20 रन मार के वापस आता चलेगा मुझे. तो वैसा बहुत पूरा
They
वो
do
क्या
have
था?
Gurkirat. I think
Everyone-
he's played for Punjab
Yeah.
as a batsman before, right? Gurkirat Singh.
But we haven't
Yes.
seen him in the last 2 years. He was with KKR
Yeah.
last year. Hasn't
KKR,
played any
yeah.
game.
I mean, that's the only batting someone who I know can bat in the middle that I've seen essentially, but no one else.
पर अगेन ये
But
सब
yeah.
आई थिंक 5-6 ऑप्शंस है. 3-4 के ऑप्शंस इनके पास नहीं है.
यार इतनी मेहनत उन्होंने नहीं सोची, इतना नहीं सोची. हम लोग ज्यादा सोच रहे हैं गुजरात टाइटंस की प्लेइंग 11 पे. So I think we
move
should
on.
move ahead with the next team.
अभी आप
Let's go to
लोग
KKR.
यहाँ तो बिल्कुल नहीं सोचा गया. देखो मुझे आई एम क्लूलेस इन टर्म्स ऑफ दिस टीम कि क्या हो गई ये टीम.
One of our viewers is saying that this Gujarat team has to be one of the weakest teams, IPL teams ever. I'm not going to say weakest. They need to just figure out their 3-4. I think if they can figure out how to get Wade into or maybe for Miller and just figure out
Adhiraj,
the
they
3-4.
don't start यार. Wade just doesn't start. मतलब वो third round में बिके. You have to start with Miller. You have no other option right now.
No. Miller भी third round
Miller
में
also
बिके
went
ऐसा
at
थोड़ा
the
है.
end.
I
Miller भी
know,
तो
I
third
know,
round.
but Gujarat hasn't had a good team, and you see they had Gary Kirsten and you saw Ashish Nehra there, but Captain
तो नेहरा जी
Pandya,
तो हंसने
देखो
के लिए बैठे होते हैं.
3-4 थोड़ी दिक्कत हो गई है. Let's move ahead. Let's move from Gujarat Titans. I
So,
think
yes. यहाँ
Let's
पे
go
काफी
to
अच्छे
KKR.
ऑप्शंस है. KKR, I think opening should definitely go to Rahane and Hales.
No,
या
Venkatesh
वेंकी
Iyer,
अय्यर.
they'll start. Venkatesh Iyer, they'll start.
वेंकटेश अय्यर को तो खिलाना ही पड़ेगा.
हाँ तो वेंकी अय्यर and Hales start. You have Rahane at 3, Shreyas Iyer at 4. That is still a very fair top order. Again, subject to conditions, but उसके बाद
Nikhil, you're forgetting Nitish Rana, man. They've paid 8 crores for Nitish Rana, not a small amount. I think Nitish Rana starts above Rahane.
रहाने से ऊपर तो आएंगे ही और रहाने अगर खेलेंगे तो मुझे लग रहा है सिर्फ ओपन ही कर सकते हैं.
बिल्कुल.
Yeah.
तो आप राणे की जगह राणा डाल दो. तो
हाँ, I think अभी राणा अभी के लिए राणा रखते हैं. हाँ.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they're going to start with. I don't think they'll start with Alex Hales because उनको Sam Billings खिलाना पड़ेगा for their wicket keeper.
हाँ,
They don't
विकेट
have a
कीपर भी
proper
नहीं है.
wicket
शेल्डन
keeper.
जैक्सन ही है दूसरी बैकअप कीपर बाय द वे उनके पास.
Yeah.
Correct.
So they'll probably
अच्छा,
start with
देखते हैं.
Sam Billings.
तो 6-7 हो गए उनके एटलीस्ट रसल और नरेन, और उनके बॉलिंग से जाए तो भी थोड़े डाइसी पिक्स है। खतरनाक टीम बनाई है यार ये लोग ने।
शिवम मावी को तो डाल ही देते हैं।
शिवम मावी, उमेश यादव both start and then you pray.
Even Pat Cummins. Even Pat Cummins.
Because
Pat
who else
Cummins
is there? Pat Cummins I don't think starts, क्योंकि Pat Cummins की वजह से इशू हुआ था लास्ट ईयर कि वो पैट कमिंस था तो आप लॉकी फर्गसन को नहीं खिला पा रहे थे जो विकेट ले रहा था।
बट लॉकी तो है ही नहीं इस बार।
हाँ, तो पैट को खिला लो, ठीक है।
अरे बहुत
फिर बिलिंग्स को किसी खिलाओगे, नरेन को किसी खिलाओगे, रसल को किसी खिलाओगे।
तो रसल, बिलिंग्स, नरेन एंड कमिंस, आई थिंक ये 4 है शायद अभी मेरे हिसाब से तो।
Okay, so let's put them first then. So it is.
हाँ, let's go that way. Let's go there. Let's put there. Let's remove Rahane.
You know what you guys have done? You guys have made Rahane open, and he'll be very happy.
I think he might open. I honestly feel he might open.
You need to also put in that guy.
Varun Chakravarti, team is complete.
हाँ, वरुण। यार बन गई टीम एकदम बढ़िया धांसू।
यार मैं उमेश से कन्विंस नहीं हूँ। उमेश हटाओ यार, 10th नंबर हटाओ।
हाँ, let's now look at। अच्छा एक मिनट, अब इसमें से अभी तो थोड़ी बैटिंग ठीक है, वेंकी रहाणे, राणा अय्यर, बिलिंग्स, रसल, नरेन, कमिंस, वेंकटेश, क्या वरुण चक्रवर्ती, अब और मवी भी खेल ही रहे हैं, ठीक है, लाइक विद द अमाउंट दैट दे हैव पेड फॉर हिम।
करेक्ट।
अब आप देख लो क्या बचा है आपके पास। उमेश,
देखो अनुकूल रॉय है, एक बार स्पिनर्स इनके पास कौन है? अगर देखें वरुण चक्रवर्ती नहीं है, और तीसरा कौन है? मतलब अगर 3 चाहिए तो
नीतीश राणा कैन रोल ओवर हिज आर्म मे बी,
क्योंकि राणा तो डालेंगे बॉलिंग थोड़ी।
पिछले साल तो कुछ भी नहीं करवाया था आई थिंक सो उनसे।
See, सुनील नारायण will bowl that, no? मतलब नारायण एंड चक्रवर्ती के 8 ओवर तो हो ही गए स्पिन।
अब मुझे लग रहा है अय्यर बोलेगा अब इंडियन टीम में घुसने के लिए थोड़ी बॉलिंग तो करनी पड़ेगी, मैं कर लेता हूँ थोड़ी सी, कैप्टन भी बन गया केकेआर का।
वहां तक नहीं जाना चाहिए, बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी बॉलिंग करने आएगा।
Well, I still see, if you ask me, I still see Sheldon Jackson starting over Sam Billings. I don't know why.
तो चलो आप वो डाल के दिखा दो, फिर कैसे करेंगे? रहाणे को
हटाओगे फिर रहाणे को हटा के I'll bring Alex Hales because you have
चलो वो करके देख लो।
नहीं अभी we'll stick with this because मैं,
क्योंकि इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या पता है, अगर आप हेल्स को नहीं डाल, मतलब वन ऑफ रहाणे एंड हेल्स हैज टू बी देयर, क्योंकि बाकी की पूरी लाइनअप आप देखोगे ना तो दे आर वेरी ससेप्टेबल टू हाई पेस। वेंकी डजंट एंजॉय हाई पेस, राणा डजंट एंजॉय हाई पेस, श्रेयस डजंट एंजॉय हाई पेस, और रसल को भी स्ट्रगल होती है और नरेन को भी स्ट्रगल होती है। तो इफ यू सी टॉप 7 में आपके 6 प्लेयर ऐसे हैं जिनको अगर आपके पास 2 अच्छे 140 क्लिक्स के बॉलर्स हैं तो दे विल ट्रबल देम, उनको इजीली नहीं ब्रेक फ्री करने देंगे। तो यू विल नीड वन ऑफ रहाणे एंड हेल्स अप टॉप।
एक बार कॉपी पेस्ट करोगे इसको, राइट में इस टीम को कॉपी पेस्ट करो। लेट्स ट्राई एंड पुट एलेक्स हेल्स इंस्टेड ऑफ रहाणे एंड लेट्स ट्राई एंड बिल्ड इट इफ यू कैन।
आपको सिर्फ बिलिंग्स को फिर यहाँ पे निकालना है।
बिलिंग्स और शेल्डन जैक्सन आ जाएगा और रहाणे की जगह हेल्स आ जाएगा। दैट इज द ओनली अदर थिंग।
करेक्ट।
तो वेंकी, हेल्स, राणा, दिस इज द, हाँ ये सेकंड पॉसिबल है, मतलब हाँ जी।
मैं अभी भी नंबर 10 नहीं लूंगा, चेंज करो यार, नंबर 10 चेंज करो। उमेश कैसे स्टार्ट करवा रहे हो आप?
मतलब हाँ बहुत एंड में बिके, तो कुछ बॉलर देखते हैं क्या इनके पास।
शमीका करना है, अनुकूल रॉय, इंद्रजीत,
रसिक धर कौन है?
सलाम। टीम सऊदी है,
सऊदी को खिलाने की जगह ही नहीं है इनके पास, नबी को खिलाने की जगह नहीं सऊदी। आई थिंक यही खेलेंगे उमेश ही।
तो ही खिला सकते हो सऊदी, वो एक रिप्लेसमेंट पॉसिबल है वहां पे।
हाँ वो कमिंस फॉर सऊदी है, उससे बैटिंग भी वीक होती है। आई थिंक वो तो नहीं हो रहा।
They'll probably start with Umesh.
Yeah, yes, they're still batting till 8 with Cummins, which is I think fair. और आपको bowling में भी you have 6 options. 6 dicey है but good option. अब यहाँ पे उनका सबसे बड़ा player
अय्यर भी है, 7th तो अय्यर है। रसल का नहीं पता।
Even राणा, नीतीश राणा से भी वो रेगुलरली करा रहे थे लास्ट सीजन।
करा रहे थे
तो बस
रेगुलरली तो नहीं, मतलब कभी-कभी
हर ओवर, हर दूसरे मैच में 1-2 ओवर तो।
अरे नहीं सर,
विकेट तो नहीं लेता था। कोहली जैसे विकेट्स लिए हुए हैं उसने।
पहले लिए हुए हैं, नॉट लास्ट ईयर। वो तो बहुत पुरानी बात हो गई यार।
मैं वही कह रहा हूं, नॉट अ रेगुलर बॉलर बट एज अ 7th और 8th बॉलर तो वो कंसीडर हो जाता है।
करेक्ट ना, तो ये लाइनअप लुक्स फाइन अनलेस दे डोंट गेट इंजर्ड, क्योंकि आई थिंक पैट कमिंस कुछ टाइम के लिए अवेलेबल नहीं रहेंगे, तो तभी आई एम श्योर सऊदी खेलेंगे, क्योंकि दे ऑस्ट्रेलिया इज गोइंग टू प्ले
स्टार्टिंग
पाकिस्तान.
में
तो
Yeah, and
स्टार्टिंग में
if
तभी
they
आई
are playing against
सऊदी
someone like Rajasthan, दो लेफ्टीज ओपन करने आते हैं, तो वो राणा से एक आध ओवर ऐसे स्टार्टिंग में करा सकते हैं. ऑफ
नरेन
स्पिन
ही
वाला
करेंगे,
एलिमेंट हो जाएगा.
नरेन है ना,
नरेन
तो आई
नहीं
थिंक
करेंगे, नरेन
नरेन
नहीं
करेंगे.
करेंगे ओपन फिर.
हाँ, नारायण भी कर सकता है यार.
और चक्रवर्ती भी ओपन नहीं करता, ऊपर नया बॉल से ही डालता है, सबको तो नया बॉल से स्पिन डालनी
हाँ,
होती
बट ये
है.
कहीं चक्रवर्ती कहीं भी डाल देता है, उसको तुम 18th ओवर भी दे देते हो, वो वाली बात है.
So
Yes.
Mudit is saying Umesh is the luckiest boy, I think, after Manish Pandey, who's getting to play at number 3 for Lucknow Super Giants, because there's no option. I would say Umesh is the second lucky pick for today, because there's no other option at number 10. And Mudit is also taking Nareen ke saath open kar lo, going back to the ex KKR strategy ki bhai Alex Hales hatao, bring in Nareen Pant, maybe he scores a 20 of 10.
That's
But
possible.
दिक्कत नरीन के साथ क्या होगी ना, everyone has
Top
figured him
3
out यार.
Bouncer,
हाँ,
bouncer, bouncer,
Everyone.
bouncer.
that and also अगर आप
Not
top 3
RCB.
देखो, तीनों लेफ्टीज हो जाएंगे. तीन लेफ्टीज में मुश्किल हो जाएगा.
हाँ, that is also an issue. That lefty right.
RCB अभी भी डैन क्रिश्चियन को लाएगी, so not RCB. You need raw pace against Nareen, and Nareen is gone. But yes. तो निखिल
I mean,
final
I'm
team.
sure-
Are we
I'm
starting
sure
with
पक्का
Alex
से
Hales or Rahane?
I'll start with Alex Hales. रहने सोच के थोड़ा डर लगता है मुझे अभी के लिए, बट क्योंकि हेल्स का वो पावर प्ले जरूरी है, क्योंकि वेंकी चले ना चले, थोड़े स्टार्टर तो वो भी स्लो ही है. मतलब एक ही सीजन हुआ है, दूसरा सीजन ही डिफाइन करता है कि वो प्लेयर कितना ज्यादा लंबा खेलेगा.
So one very funny question is, you have to choose Nareen batting over Umesh bowling. Yeah, I have to. And Umesh went finally base price, तीसरी चौथी बार आए तब बिके. ईशांत शर्मा वो भी नहीं बिके, and he is in the playing 11. Amazing stuff.
He might be in the playing 11. Let's just keep it that way.
Yeah. So now we have the two most stable teams. We'll talk about them. Number 1 being CSK, number 2 being MI. Both had disastrous day ones. Made up very well in day 2. I think Mumbai specifically, and I'm not going to talk as a fan, but as a very neutral opinion, I think day 1 was very horrendous. Like, I was shocked, what is Mumbai doing? करके आ रहे हैं, मुझे समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था. And I think today with these 4 foreign picks, they really did well. But I think Indian bowling is one thing which is weak, and which we are going to find out once we make the playing 11. Nikhil,
Yes.
Mumbai Indians.
So I think Rohit and Kishan start. I don't think there's a doubt there. Sky comes in at 3. You have Tim David 4, Kieran Pollard 5, and 6 अभी के लिए
No
जो तो
batsman.
ओपन रखते हैं.
Batsman नहीं है क्योंकि
six-
और
Who was number 4? Sorry, who was number 4?
for Tim David.
Tim David.
Okay, Tim David.
Tim David and Kieran Pollard. तो आपके टॉप 4 में सिर्फ 2 ओवरसीज हैं. तो आपके ऑलराउंडर कुड बी वन ऑफ डैनियल सैम्स और एलन. अभी के लिए सैम्स रख सकते हैं. एंड अगर डायरेक्ट नीचे बॉलिंग पे आए तो यू विल हैव जसप्रीत बुमराह, जयदेव उनडकट. Sounds very awkward saying.
Mills will have to play, I think so.
Yes, because आल्चर नहीं है तो मिल्स या मेरिडिथ को यही खेलेगा. I think they'll start with Mills.
Yeah.
And I think
So,
they'll start with
I
Mills.
think- Yeah, तो आई थिंक फिर बचा एक ही ऑप्शन है जहाँ पे आई थिंक बेसिल थम्पी शुड प्ले.
अजराज केकेआर के राइट में, केकेआर के राइट में आओ.
आ रहे राइट.
अरे वो नाम केकेआर है, वो चेंज कर.
अच्छा, सॉरी.
Yes, तो Mayank Markande can be your 8, and 7 is where you have a spot open. वहाँ पे I think Sanjay Yadav is a good pick, left arm spinner है.
They also bought one more player. Did I just come to the squad once? I remember they bought
Tilak Verma.
Tilak Verma, correct. Tilak Verma.
And Tilak Verma.
Yeah. So either Tilak Verma or Sanjay Yadav, whoever you want to put there. So
But
I think
bowling,
batting
bowling is the
Do we
concern.
not have Murugan Ashwin also into the 11, or will he not?
We are
come?
keeping
they'll
Markande.
हाँ, but they'll probably start with Ashwin.
So
before,
एक ही स्पिनर खिलाएगी
Markande.
मुंबई, guys. There's only one
नहीं
spinner.
यार, no.
Tilak Verma spinner है ना
There's-
सर.
Tilak Verma spinner है.
तो
But
either
would you
play
not
Tilak
prefer
Verma,
Murugan or Murugan?
नहीं, but you
think
can't
Mayank
play
Mills
Murugan
will
and
have-
Markande साथ में. वो तो दोनों
But
राइट
पहले Mayank
ये
का-
दोनों
leg
right
spinner हो
है.
जाएंगे.
पहले Mayank
Nikhil,
का-
I'd go with Murugan first, because Markande has not had any game time, I feel, in the IPL. Murugan का फिर भी थोड़ा बहुत है. Although he was playing for Punjab and he was taking a lot of hitting, so I think he has some experience at least.
Yeah.
बट अभी भी यार
But
बॉलिंग
actually,
मतलब जो मुंबई की स्ट्रांग होती थी ना वो लग नहीं रही अभी भी.
बिल्कुल बॉलिंग ही पे प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि आप उनड़कड़ के बदले धवल कुलकर्णी को भी खिला लो तो भी it's still a bit weak.
Have they still got Dhaval Kulkarni
Dhaval?
back?
No, I don't think they have Kulkarni.
अच्छा नहीं,
No,
sorry,
no,
They have
unsold.
they have
Dhaval
Basil
Kulkarni went
Thampi.
unsold.
They have Basil Thampi
Yeah.
in case they want to play. But yeah.
But you look at these guys now. Unadkar played 3 games last year. Markande didn't play. I think he played the last game for Rajasthan. And now you're making them start in supposedly a star-studded lineup called MI. Which जो पहले कहते थे कि यार कि MI का जो बेंच है ना वो दूसरी टीम का स्टार्टिंग 11 है. अब RR का बेंच मुंबई की स्टार्टिंग 11 हो रही है.
बिल्कुल. तो आई थिंक वो होता है मेगा ऑक्शन में. श्योर आर्चर जब नेक्स्ट ईयर आ जाएंगे तो ये टीम बहुत अलग दिखेगी.
See,
That'd
but
be
even
deadly,
then,
man.
आप आर्चर और बुमराह को डाल दो. आर्चर लेट्स से टाइमल मिल्स को
मिल्स की
रिप्लेस
जगह.
करता है. आप
नहीं.
बाकी जो 12 ओवर है वो कहाँ से डलवाओगे?
हाँ
मतलब
वो भी.
can you trust those 12 overs?
सैम्स है ना.
हाँ मतलब मैं बोल रहा हूँ
Yeah, but
आर्चर आ जाए तो
मतलब
मैं सेलेक्ट को शायद ना खिलाऊं, क्योंकि फिर आपको बहुत वैरायटी के ऑप्शंस मिल जाएंगे इन आर्चर, बुमराह, टिमल, मिल्स. इन तीनों को मारना इजी नहीं होता है, तो फिर यू कैन इजीली स्लिप इन दैट फोर्थ एंड फिफ्थ बॉलर. और पोलार्ड
I
तो
think
है ही
Pollard will
एक्सपीरियंस
have to bowl, man. Pollard will have
He
to
has
bowl
been
more.
bowling.
yeah.
He has been bowling. वो 2 ओवर तो देंगे ही
Not for
आपको for
Mumbai.
sure.
Not for Mumbai.
Even
He
for
bowls
Mumbai, he bowled
everywhere.
last season.
Mumbai
He bowled.
not
Only
4
when
overs.
he's the
1,
captain.
2, 1, 2.
Four
Only when
four
he's
तो
the
कभी
captain.
नहीं. Four
हाँ,
तो कभी
only
नहीं.
when
But हाँ.
only when Pollard is the captain he bowls. Rohit never makes Pollard bowl.
अब तो करानी पड़ेगी शायद.
अब जरूरत पड़ेगी यार.
करनी पड़ेगी यार. मतलब Mumbai has always had weak spinning attack. I feel last year they had Rahul Chehar, Krunal Pandya, Jayant Yadav in some cases. But look at this bowlers, spinners. मतलब I think they should have gone for someone like a Washington, Kuldeep और चहल में से एक तो चाहिए
Do
था
you
या
think?
अश्विन. इन चार में से
Do
एक
you
मिलता
think?
ना.
Maybe do you think instead of Daniel Sams, Tim David also bowls, right?
थोड़ी बहुत है बट मतलब bowling तो अब ऐसे
Okay.
आप रोहित से भी करा लो यार.
I'm talking about like in case instead of one of the overseas players, you can think of Fabian Allen in terms of bringing that firepower and that spin element.
I see him only replacing Daniel Sams.
Yeah.
उसके अलावा और कोई
So
option
depending
वहाँ
on the
पे-
pitch again.
Yeah, correct. क्योंकि आपके पास
And
एक
then
लेफ्ट
instead
आर्म
of
सीमा
Tilak,
है,
and
innings.
instead of Tilak Verma, then you can bring in a Thampi.
और वो बहुत वल्नरेबल कर देता है इंडियन अटैक. आई थिंक दैट इज वन ऑफ द की लेसन्स फॉर मुंबई के जो उनकी स्ट्रेंथ थी इंडियन कोर, वो पूरी डिसमेंटल हो चुकी है इन दिस ऑप्शन.
Ashwini, if you're saying Daniel Sam bats, I would say Fabian Allen is also a good batter. I rate both of them very equal, powerful hitters. So this is a good point, Pranav, because it's very, very spin weak. I would want to go ahead and replace Daniel Sams with Fabian Allen in the starting 11. And Allen, you see, they bought at the end at the base price, and Sams had gone in the initial, like Sams was in the plan, but I would say one of the weaker Mumbai sides I've seen in the recent past.
Yeah.
And last year they also had Jayant Yadav, if I'm not wrong. तो वो भी बैकअप की तरह बहुत अच्छे से काम करता था.
वो सिर्फ दिल्ली के सामने खेला था. साल में 2 गेम खेलेंगे, दोनों दिल्ली के सामने.
He plays only when Dhawan is batting.
Yeah.
Dhawan के अगेंस्ट ही बैटिंग बॉलिंग कराते हैं बस उसको पावर प्ले में.
And one of the
And
viewers.
Mudit, it's saying again, Mudit and I had a bet that Ishan Kishan won't go for more than 10 crores. He said 6 crores, I said 15 crores. He went for 15 crores. And he's blaming Ishan Kishan for Mumbai's loss. 2000 तेज दिला दो, आर्चर चाहिए मुझे फटाफट. We need Archer.
Yes.
Has Mumbai become Rajasthan? Like, people are waiting for Archer to bowl. We are taking Rajasthan rejects. Unadkar is playing. Markande is playing.
Good cycle.
So, do you think somewhere through the middle of this season they'll वो एक trade policy आती है ना, दूसरी टीम से player trade कर लेते हो.
कोई तो
do
ले
that.
लेंगे, I think so.
मुंबई तो हमेशा कोई ना कोई ले आती है, कोई स्पिनर ले आएगी अभी.
राशिद खान मांग लो तुम, फिर गुजरात से गेम खत्म कर दो, टूर्नामेंट ही बंद कर दो. तुम्हारे पास बुमराह, आर्चर, राशिद खान, बाकी सब जाओ सोने. तुम खेल ही क्यों रहे हो?
निखिल, गुजरात अडानी जी की है, मतलब थोड़ा है तो अंबानी जी अडानी जी की डीलिंग नहीं करेंगे, किसी और को ले लेंगे, कहीं और से we'll take.
अक्षर पटेल ले लेते हैं चलो.
बापू तो
But
जाइए सब ठीक.
But I think Basil Thampi के पहले I will make Arjun Tendulkar play before Basil Thampi.
No way, sir.
You have a
I'll make him open also.
He wants to
Batting
play
में
Arjun
opening पे
Tendulkar.
जाएगा वो. And I
Before
want him
pace
to
में
open
something.
also. Rohit Sharma or Arjun Tendulkar should open the batting.
Yeah.
Fair call.
After
Correct.
Mumbai has qualified, they should just let Arjun Tendulkar play.
Yeah,
Time to go to CSK.
yeah. And whenever he gets out, it should be a no ball.
Okay, let's not comment on such things.
Yes. Channel चलाना सबको.
No, I think fan banter is very necessary. That is what is needed. Harsha Bhogle can't do this. Only we can do it. So yes.
Correct. Fair. चलिए सबसे easy
Moving
team
on
to
to
predict.
the 10 लोग तो ऐसे ही प्रेडिक्ट हो गए आई थिंक सो.
Yeah. चेन्नई में यार गायकवाड से तो आप ओपन करा ही रहे हो.
Before we
Probably Conway.
just move to Chennai, मुझे पता है मैंने जो पहले मारा है, बट मुदित क्योंकि मुदित बहुत भाई जैसा है मेरा और वो तब था नहीं, तो मैं बोलना चाहूंगा कि नेहरा जी 10 लाख रुपए देने वाले हैं जो उन्होंने अर्जुन तेंदुलकर का बिड बढ़ाया है ना. Sachin is going to call Nehra and take that bloody 10 lakhs. And Nehra जी बड़े
जियो
मजे
की
ले
ad
रहे
में
हैं.
नहीं होंगे नेहरा जी. जियो की ad में
नेहरा
नहीं
जी
होंगे
का नेहरा जी का जियो कनेक्शन है तो आज रात कट गया है. We'll move to CSK.
Yes. I think Ruturaj
Pranav, why
Conway
don't-
start. There is no
Yeah,
doubt.
हाँ
yeah,
जी
yeah.
बिल्कुल. Either of you guys.
Yeah. So Rituraj and Conway, I'll say they'll open. Right? I'll first pick their overseas players. One will be Devon Conway, then Moeen Ali,
Moin.
then you'll have Dwayne Bravo, and then you'll have Adam Milne.
Okay.
Right? Then we'll slot in Deepak Chahar somewhere around number 8 or 9.
तो दीपक चहर को धोनी के ऊपर रख दो बैटिंग में.
Dhoni somewhere at 9. Dhoni at 9. Bravo at 8. Bravo at 7. Chahar at 8. Milne can bat at 11.
11. Only person who
Yeah.
can bat before Dhoni probably. After Dhoni, I mean.
But
Right,
Devon Conway, man, what a steal at 1 crore. What a steal
Yeah.
at 1 crore.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Ambati
yet
Raidu,
to
of
see
course,
how he
will be
performs
there.
in the Indian subcontinent. I just don't want to jump the gun and say that he will be great.
But Adhiraj, 1 crore price, yaar. 1 crore mein
No,
Devon
I
Conway,
agree with it.
amazing.
I totally agree. He might. The thing is, if he doesn't perform, then that's 1 crore is still for waste, right? If he can't play the spin, if he can't play the bowling in India, then it's
Adhiraj,
a waste.
एक चीज होती है इन्वेस्टिंग में, रिस्क रिवॉर्ड रेशियो. तो ये जो रिस्क 1 crore का है ना, रिवॉर्ड उससे बहुत हाई है.
I totally agree. I'm saying he's a steal at 1 crore. It's just that steal has to play off also.
Yes.
Correct. जंगला लग जाए उसमें बराबर.
हाँ जी वो ना हो कि वो सैंटनर की तरह फिर बस.
नहीं वो सैंडर की तरह नहीं होएगा क्योंकि आई थिंक चेन्नई का हमेशा से रूल रहा ही है कि दे वांट अ लेफ्ट हैंडेड ओपनर एंड एनीवेज दे बैक प्लेयर्स टिल दे परफॉर्म. तो आई थिंक वो हो ही जाएगा विद कॉनवे.
Or they don't make them play only.
And Ashwini, one of our viewers is rating Devon Conway the next Michael Hussey. So that's a huge rating.
यस. तो इसमें एक
So,
ओवरसीज
एक ओवरसीज. हाँ, अभी हमने बॉलिंग कंप्लीट नहीं हुई है.
नहीं है. ब्रावो हो गया ना.
Bravo
overseas ना.
यस.
Yeah.
तो आई
And
थिंक ये
एक player
बैटिंग
अभी भी बचा है. We
एक
have one
fast
player
bowler
lost
और
option.
चाहिए होगा.
One.
Yeah.
So in terms of bowling, we have Deepak, Bravo, Milne, Jadeja, all bowling 4 overs. Moeen Ali can bowl. Dubey will be there, and then we'll have probably. I'll still say there's a scope for one more bowling option.
Chris Jordan,
No,
the backup.
overseas in India.
Overseas.
नहीं, because Bravo won't play 14 games. Yeah, you think of this
Fine.
Bravo
As
वो
a-
slash है ना.
as a
वो तो
replacement,
slash है ना
yeah.
विदित. वो तो
As a replacement, yes.
आई थिंक यहाँ पे फिर
तो
के
वो
slash में आएगा.
KM
Played
Asif
before.
can be one option.
No,
Tushar
yeah, not KM
Deshpande
Asif.
can be an option.
Maybe
Tushar
Deshpande. I
Deshpande has
don't know.
done well for Mumbai, even in
For
the
DC. But he was in Delhi
No,
Capitals.
Mumbai domestic.
Domestic,
yeah.
I'm talking about. Yeah.
तो बेसिकली
And
तुषार दुष्यंत पे शार्दुल ठाकुर का रोल कर सकता है मिडिल ओवर्स में आने के लिए एंड वैसा वाला. तो दैट वे आई थिंक इट्स अ फेयर रिप्लेसमेंट.
yeah.
So actually,
And,
one of the viewers
maybe-
commented that they're seeing Dubey as a replacement for Shardul. So, Nikhil, what is your opinion on this? Is Dubey? I know Shardul, no one can predict how he performs, how he takes wickets, but is Dubey a replacement for Shardul?
दुबे वेयर आई डोंट नो. आई एम नॉट गेटिंग. शिवम दुबे का रोल काफी अलग है. आई डोंट थिंक शार्दुल ठाकुर और शिवम दुबे को कंपेयर कर सकते हैं. दुबे का रोल मेरे से सिंपल ये होगा कि आप स्पिन को हिट करने हो मिडिल ओवर्स में. शार्दुल का काम वो बिल्कुल भी नहीं था. एंड आई डोंट थिंक शिवम दुबे विल बोल मोर देन 1 ओवर इन एनी गेम अनलेस वो पहले ओवर में 2 विकेट ले ले तो शायद दूसरा ओवर नहीं मिले. बट नहीं तो आई डोंट सी शिवम दुबे बॉलिंग एज मच मोर देन 1 ओवर. बट क्योंकि रोल जैसे होता है कि आपके पास दीपक चर है स्टार्टिंग के लिए, देन यू हैव ब्रावो एंड समबडी एल्स टू टेक केयर ऑफ द डेथ इवन इफ दे प्ले मिलने और whoever they do in terms of spin option. तो आई थिंक वैसे रिप्लेसमेंट आई थिंक तुषार देशपांडे ही है वैसे फास्ट बॉलिंग में. तो
एंड अश्विनी सिंह की दुबे को उनके देसी लैंग्वेज में कहते हैं रेलू कट्टा, ना प्रॉपर बैट्समैन ना प्रॉपर बॉलर. So Arvind has come up with a very good suggestion, which I actually like, that they have Hunger Gaker as well, who they've
So
bought.
Hunger Gaker will be a replacement for Dubey. Like he won't both
Swap
of them
correct.
won't be playing.
वो
Yeah.
swap ही I think बोल रहे हैं.
That's his comment as
Yeah.
well, that it'll be a slash thing.
Yeah.
But good point.
But I
Arvind.
still feel they could still play with both of them if Dhoni sees enough of Hangarekar and feels that he's ready for it. So शायद I will not be surprised if he plays him as well. क्योंकि then if you see वो उनकी बैटिंग एडम मिलने तक है, and I'm accounting for Dhoni as well obviously. तो वो नंबर 10 तक बैटिंग कर रहे हैं जो काफी कम टीम्स करते हैं, and they still have 7 bowling options. So,
Can they
which I feel
also
is
do this? And
They
this
have
is only
Robbie
me.
also. 1 second. They have Robbie
yeah,
also.
exactly. So if they remove Conway, and this is just me purely, if they make Robbie open with Rituraj and not play Conway, they can add up, like strengthen their bowling. That's all I can think of, because batting to hai.
That will be a Chris Jordan strengthening probably.
No, because
क्योंकि
I
आई
mean,
थिंक कॉन्वे जो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करता है ना वो है कि कोई पेस हिटर आपको चाहिए अप टॉप. तो जो अगर आप कॉन्वे को निकाल दोगे तो ऋतुराज, मोइन, रायडू, दुबे, एवरीबॉडी कैन बी ट्रबल्ड बाय हाई पेस. तो वेरी गुड फास्ट बॉलिंग. तो कॉन्वे आपका वो शील्ड है जो बेसिकली फाफ करता था कि फास्ट बॉलिंग को आप अगर बहुत अच्छी बॉलिंग है तो कोई भी आउट होएगा, बट एटलीस्ट वो सेफली आप पावर प्ले से निकल जाओ गेटिंग 30-40 आउट, एंड देन यू अनलीश द लाइक्स ऑफ मोइन एंड दुबे एंड जडेजा डिपेंडिंग ऑन द मैचअप्स दैट आर देयर. कि स्पिन है तो आप मोइन और शिवम दुबे को भेजो, पर अगर पेस है तो आप जडेजा को भेज दो या दीपक चहर को भेज दो. तो वो ऑप्शन
Arvind giving us another input that Ashwin in his YouTube channel had mentioned that Simranjeet was one of the best net bowlers last year, and they have in this year. So
CSK
I have not
this
heard
year,
of. Yeah. So I have not personally seen Simranjeet bowl, so I can't comment. But Abhinay is asking how is Conway against pace. Nikhil, since you just mentioned and probably suited him to what Faf had a role, so is Conway good against pace?
I think he's better against pace as compared to spin, but again that is very comparative comparison. बाकी के लाइनअप में मुझे लगता है जो रोल जैसे माइकल हसी, एक पिछला कमेंट आया था कि ही इज द नेक्स्ट स्टेज माइकल हसी, तो वो रोल आई थिंक परफेक्ट उनके लिए सूट होता है कॉन्वे के लिए, क्योंकि ही ऑफर्स अ लॉट ऑफ कंट्रोल. तो दैट वे आई थिंक इट्स अ फेयर कॉल टू गेट अ लाइक फॉर लाइक रिप्लेसमेंट.
Absolutely, Ashwini.
Mahesh Theekshana can also be a good mystery spinner at some stage, you know.
See,
from Sri
everyone
Lanka.
knows Bravo will not play 14 games, so you
Yeah.
need to have these replacements ready.
किसी एक गेम में तो आई थिंक
Pretorius.
मिलने या राव के बदले खेलेगा तीक्षण.
So Arvind also echoing what Ashwani just said, that Conway is legit future Mike Hussey for CSK. So huge pressure on Devin Conway. And Ashwani is saying that he saw his friend training at some academy where Simranjeet Singh trains, and he saw him bowl at 138 to 140s. So Simranjeet has that express pace at least. So I feel Ajay, you'll just come to the final playing 11 for CSK. एक बार देख लेते हैं.
हाँ जी, sure.
So for right now, मैं तुषार देशपांडे की जगह हटा के हंगरेकर लिख रहा हूँ.
Then all 11 bad.
And Abhinay is also asking, is Conway explosive in power play or slow? And I think, Abhinay, you're new to our channel. So we've been active and live since long. We've done the playing 11 of the other teams. But do subscribe to Sports Taaza. You'll get to see all these videos very, very soon. Yes, Nikhil, please answer this.
Yeah, I think he's a fair guy. Uska average strike rate is around, I think, 138 to 140. And average is 45 with the bat. So he'll get you out to a decent start. जैसे मैंने कहा कि फाफ और ऋतु का एम वही होता है कि आप 30-40 तो मिनिमम ले लो 5 ओवर में, और फिर 6वें ओवर में देखो कि अगर कोई वीकर बॉलर डाल रहा है तो आप वो 40 का 56 या 60 कर दो, या तो 45 48 पे रुक के फिर then you let your pacers come, your hitters come in and hit. तो I think it's a safe bank जो I think चेन्नई को हमेशा चाहिए होता है at the top. तो अभी कैसे एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं वो तो टाइम ही बताएगा, बट अगर सब गेम्स महाराष्ट्र में होते हैं तो आई थिंक कॉन्वे शुड नॉट हैव अ प्रॉब्लम अडैप्टिंग टू दोस सर्फेसेस.
Right, and in fact, he's averaging 50 in internationals, T20 internationals, and 140 strike rate. So that way is very bankable.
And Arvind is saying Hangraker hits like he is in steroids. So Chennai loves a deep batting order. कि मतलब चेहरे ब्रावो उनके साथ कभी कभी 8 डाउन आते थे, हु कभी कभी मतलब 3-4 नंबर पे खेलते हैं. कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं धोनी will come at number 9.
Bravo opened in BPL, so don't rule that out.
And Muller is also saying Dhoni is playing as pure captain. I think he's playing as a captain wicket keeper. Morgan खाली captain statistics statistician की तरह खेलते थे, and Dhoni plays as a captain wicket keeper.
बाकी तो ऐसा ना हो. But he'll still have that one inning where he'll get you 7 ball 15-16 against somebody else, जो मुंबई के खिलाफ हो सकता है if they play जयदेव उनाडकट against CSK. तो धोनी has that matchup के भाई इस बार मेरे को if you और कोई भी है
भाई धोनी सिर्फ तभी बैटिंग करने आएगा अगर धोनी रियलाइज कोई भी स्पिनर नहीं बचा. अगर लेग स्पिनर नहीं बचा है तो मैं आ जाता हूँ. अगर लेग स्पिनर्स के ओवर खत्म हो गए, आई फील धोनी विल बी लाइक नाउ आई कैन कम एंड बैट. Because I don't see him batting in front
on
of leg
the
spinners.
screen, I have 2 hardcore CSK fans. Nikhil is a hardcore Dhoni fan, so I don't know कि ये शक्ल के आगे कितना पीछे दुख है, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
कुछ दुख नहीं है सर. I think the one thing is moving on.
हाँ जी.
क्योंकि acceptance is the first way to recognize a problem. और टाइम हो चुका है तो हो चुका है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. अगर रायना कैप्टन होता आज तो शायद धोनी नहीं होते टीम में, पर धोनी कैप्टन है तो रायना नहीं है. तो आई थिंक इट्स अ फेयर कॉल. दैट्स हाउ थिंग्स वर्क. बस लास्ट ईयर भी एक नॉक मिल गई थी अगेंस्ट दिल्ली, इस साल भी एक नॉक मिल जाएगी, सस्ते देख लेंगे.
Yeah, as long as Chennai is winning, no one is complaining. वो 45 को भी चेन्नई को अगर टाइटल जिता रहे हैं तो कोई वो नहीं है, वो नंबर 11 पे बैटिंग कर सकता है.
One more user really crying about Raina. I feel 2 players who have not got a farewell, and we have seen the last of them in the IPL. One being Ishant Sharma, Amit Mishra as well. It was expected, but Ishant Sharma शायद एक और सीजन खेल लेते. ईशांत शर्मा शायद और कोई टेस्ट भी नहीं खेलने वाले हैं जैसा बीसीसीआई का लग रहा है. एंड रैना मिस्टर आईपीएल कहते तो है कि धोनी के साथ चलेंगे हर जगह. धोनी एक और साल खेल रहे, रैना नहीं खेल रहे. एंड CSK has bought Uthappa, they bought Raidu, so it's not that, and they bought Bravo. So Nikhil, little bit harsh call.
Yeah,
but they were playing.
I think
Bravo, Raidu, they are playing regular cricket.
Yeah.
Nikhil, my point was they picked up Pujara last season for 2 crores base price, right?
50 lakhs.
50 lakhs. Difference है. I think वो अगर थोड़ा और honest होते.
अरे 1.5 करोड़ तो रायना ही बोल देता मैं दे दूंगा, तभी भी ले लो यार.
They should have kept the base price low. See, Raina follows me, which is I have not tweeted anything about that entire saga, but I feel if had he been very practical about his own role and form, so 50 lakh I don't think Chennai would have not taken. क्योंकि इतना I don't think
as just a lover of cricket and how we've all seen Raina come through the ranks of IPL. I think he's made IPL. He's been a part.
He's Mr. IPL, man. Mr. IPL.
Yeah, he's one of the players who's made IPL what it is today. In just making it the tournament that it is, and we would all love to see.
Has the maximum number of 400 plus calendar IPL seasons. He's had 9 IPL seasons. Kohli has had 8. So Raina did not get a farewell. He did not play in the qualifiers also. Cover हो जाएगा, but कोहली का भी फॉर्म थोड़ा ढीला ही चल रहा है आजकल.
Trophies important है. Raina's won 3.
Maybe कोई इंजरी हो जाए बीच में, ऐसा हो सकता है कि रायना gets picked because there is an injury in the middle.
Who knows? Who knows if Raina comes back as a mentor?
We can see a person crying about Raina. He's saying इतना तो पर्स बच गया CSK का. They had 3-4 crores left. They could have got Raina. And I feel Raina ना हर ad में आता. Marketing point से ही ना वो 2 crore cover कर देते हैं आराम से. Because you will have Dhoni, Raina, Jadeja in ads. These are the 3 faces of Chennai Super Kings. Now probably Rituraj will fill that role.
Difficult to have Raina in the 25 and then not play him in the 11.
But they did that last season.
That was because Robin Uthappa came in.
Adhiraj हुआ था रहना unfit थे, then Uthappa did well, so they didn't want to drop Uthappa. Uthappa नहीं चल रहे होते तो रहना आ जाते वापस.
Yeah, and they started with Raina only, right?
And Ashwini is posting a very sad news as well, that Raina's father also passed away recently. So So Arvind, another CSK fan, defending this that 2018 CSK was rated as the second worst team built, and yet they're the most successful. And this time they did better than they did in 2018.
We were called the dads.
इसके लिए तो
अब तो
दुबे को
ग्रैंड
लिया
डैड तक पहुंच गए हैं.
नहीं दुबे आज
अरे अभी
फादर बने भी कर लिया तो आई थिंक दैट्स अ गुड वे टू एंड दिस वे कि दैट्स हाउ दे आर इट्स ऑल ऑन एग्जीक्यूशन सभी टीम सेम ही इसके ऊपर है लेवल पे जो बेस्ट एग्जीक्यूट करेगी वो ट्रॉफी लेके जाएगी बट मुंबई नहीं होगी ऐसा तो बहुत एविडेंटली
मुझे ये कमेंट समझ नहीं आया. रैनर्स हैंड्स डाउन द मोस्ट जेन्युइन प्योर चीयर लीडर. पता नहीं मुझे चैन को पॉम पॉम के साथ नहीं देखना चाहते. आई डोंट नो व्हाई इज ही कॉलिंग हिम अ चीयर लीडर. बट
तो वैसे फर्स्ट गाय टू सेलिब्रेट एनी माइलस्टोन और एनी इवेंट तो दैट वे इट्स फाइन.
बिल्कुल. एंड अश्विनी सेइंग द सेम थिंग कि रैना से बड़ा टीम मैन मैंने नहीं देखा. And IPL will surely miss him, and it's sad that he was not playing the qualifiers last season as well. So we could not see him actually play and win it for Chennai in his last match. So that will be missed. And Nikhil, any other misses? I know we've had this feed for really long. We'll end it in last 2-3 minutes. Any surprise pick which did not get picked?
I don't see much. I think Levis got picked, Hales got picked. So all the informed known guys were picked. The one guy that I will miss more than anybody else is going to be Chris Gayle. To me, Chris Gayle was a very big face of the IPL. He was the one who made six hitting very cool. So he's someone still long कि यार कोई एक बॉलर आए उसको लॉन्ग के ऊपर 104 110 मीटर का छक्का मारे वो तो that is something that he made us very used to that occurrences. So I think he is the one I'll miss in this IPL. बाकी तो I think सब है तो it should be good fun and yes thank you so much for having me. Been a very
thank you so much Nikhil. Nikhil, I would actually thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have actually come in all breaks. I'm really grateful for this and
thank you so much.
Supported us, done everything, so thank you so much, man.
Thank you so much. Yes, have a good time.
Sorry, you were saying something.
No, just continue the good stuff.
Thank you so much, Nikhil. Thank you so much.
Nikhil, Rohan is asking that you should have advertised your show. Rohan, thank you so much. The first thing you can do, please subscribe to Sports Taaza. That is a #1 advertisement. मैं बहुत बेचने वाला हूँ.
Like the video, yes.
ठीक है, like करो, comment करो, subscribe करो, immediately करो. And अश्विनी कह रहे हैं मेनू भी ले लेंगे. बिल्कुल आते अश्विनी, आप एक बार बोलते आपको कब नहीं लिया है वीडियो में भी. More than welcome for the next video as well. Arvind is saying Theekshana is the leading wicket taker in the Sri Lankan Premier League. He was smashing Aussies even today and bowls very economically. Yes. So as he said, Arvind, Bravo will not play all 14 games. His fitness is an issue. So we obviously see Theekshana coming in. I think one major issue that's there, IPL venue decided nahi abhi tak. Will it be in all the 10 states? Will it be only in Maharashtra? Will it be in Sri Lanka? Will it be in South Africa? Will it be in UAE? We have 5 options and the auction has happened. Ideally, it would have been better for the owners अगर ये clarity मिल जाती auction से पहले. I know it's a mega auction. The team is there for 3 years, but still it plays a lot of role कि अगर आपको पता ही नहीं venue क्या है. So for example, this happened with Chennai. Chennai bought Krishnappa Gautam last year for 9.5 crores. Didn't play a single match. And Chennai जब UAE में भी हारी थी, when they came last, they got the wooden spoon. Everyone said they're not suited to a UAE pitch. And then they won in UAE. But still, if team owners know beforehand, so this is one huge miss. Another is trading window will open up. I personally see Gujarat and Mumbai being very active in the trading windows. Gujarat specifically, I think Gujarat, they had Gary Kirsten, they had a new captain Hardik Pandya. They've not done well. Pranav, I'll take your top 4 predictions. We have all the 10 playing 11s. We'll wrap it up in 2 minutes. Adraj playing 11 पे आ जाते हैं. We'll write our predictions. और प्रणव आप bet लगा रहे हैं इसमें.
Yeah, so in no particular order, I'll say Chennai will be there in the top 4.
Adraj कहीं right में लिख दे Pranav predictions. And we'd want our viewers also to predict. Ashwini, Arvind, Mudit, Rohan, who all of you are watching, please predict your top 4 and the qualifying 11. So let's see what happens. And we'll save the sheet. We'll come to it in 4 months' time.
Is this top 4 in the
in no particular order? Yeah, and top 4 in the, of course, for qualification. 2 from each group. So again, that depends, right? There are 2 groups of 5 each. So if all 4 teams fall in one group, then this does not hold
You
true.
choose from the best playing 11s. Forget the
Yeah,
groups.
four
Choose the
best.
best.
Four best.
Right. So if we
4
move
best.
towards the right, I'll just see the teams.
Okay, let's quickly go through. We have Punjab.
Yeah. Right.
We
Okay.
have Lucknow.
Right.
We have Rajasthan.
Right.
We have RCB.
Right.
Here. Delhi.
Right.
Sunrisers.
Adhiraj, can you just
Right.
stick on Delhi Capitals playing 11? Ashwini probably missed that. He's typing his playing 11 out here. Ashwini, you can have the playing 11 on the screen with Nikhil shows. So I would say you're putting Bharat at number 3. He's put Bharat down the order. You're making Lalit Yadav play. They've made Robin Powell play. And you're making Mustafizur play. They've made Chetan Sakariya play. So आपने Robin Powell की जगह ललित यादव को लिया है और मुस्ताफिज को लिया है. They have taken Chetan Sakariya and Robin Powell. That's the only change I see. और थोड़ा batting order shuffle है. But obviously, as fans, everyone will have different playing 11s. This is just a suggestion. Our best suited playing 11. What happens? Yes, Adhiraj. आगे चलिए.
Yep. Sunrisers.
Okay.
Gujarat.
Okay.
KKR.
Mm-hmm.
Mumbai.
Okay. So 3, I'm almost sure. What I feel, DC will be second. KKR probably should be there. 4th one is a toss-up. Maybe Punjab. I'll go with probably Punjab. Yeah.
Adhiraj, आप भी लिख दीजिए अपने आज.
देखो दिल तो
स्मार्ट
एक
खेल
ही
रहे हैं
जगह
आप.
है. दिल तो
नाम
एक ही
मेरा
जगह
लिख
है.
रहे हैं. नाम मेरा लिख रहे हैं. टीम अपनी लिख रहे हैं.
अरे पहली पिक तो सेम ही रहेगी. दिल तो अपनी जगह है. दिल नहीं जाने देगा. कुछ
अगर
भी हो जाए. क्या
हेल्प चाहिए होगी आपको टीम चूज करने में, कर दूंगा. कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
नहीं. दिल तो देखिए एक ही जगह है. चाहे कैसी भी टीम हो. I still feel Mumbai, with the experience that they have, I would put them
And not to
at
forget,
the top.
this is Rohit as a captain in the T20 World Cup, and IPL is there. So MI has to perform if India has to win. So if you want India to win, come on MI.
Yeah, certainly. So Mumbai will always be there at the top, irrespective of who they've picked up. I really like the Lucknow team as well. I like the combinations that they have picked. So I'm going to go with Lucknow doing well in this year. And I'm going to pick CSK again on the basis of I really like how the team has been built. They have the options. They have the stability of the core that has always remained. And the 4th team that I would want to pick will probably be DC for me as well. I do see them doing well. They have the Ponting and they've got Warner now as well. So I think these are my top 4 with it.
First तो लिख ही दीजिए, देखेंगे क्या होगा आगे. Tough choice, but you write first is MI. Second, you write Punjab for me. I think Punjab is going to have a very very good season this time. एक बार लखनऊ की टीम दिखाना देना आज.
हाँ जी,
लखनऊ playing 11. No, not going with Lucknow. ठीक है. I'll write.
Lucknow is a good side, but वो leadership quality and
KL Rahul
pressure situation में खेलने वाले players कम है. That's the only thing. Only Holder is one which I feel is
Stoinis.
No. यार मुझे टीम चूज करने दो यार. ऐसे क्या होगा.
हाँ जी बताओ.
I'll go with 2 underdogs here. I'll go with Rajasthan and Punjab.
पंजाब तो आपने ऑलरेडी बता दिया सर.
हाँ आप वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ. 2 underdogs के साथ जा रहा हूँ. मैं राजस्थान भी लिखूंगा, पंजाब भी लिखूंगा, and 4th will be Delhi Capitals.
So Delhi
seems to be the. So we're saying Delhi is definitely there. CSK is not there for Vidit. Punjab is
Mumbai is not there for you.
Yeah, Mumbai is not there for me.
And Punjab is. So only I'm going with Lucknow essentially, and you're going with KKR.
लग गए Lucknow is doomed.
No, it's okay. Honestly, this is just based on this team that you see. Obviously, there'll be an issue.
No, I'm saying this basis your prediction. Lucknow is doomed.
No,
But on a
certainly.
lighter note, our viewers have also given their top fours. Ashwini saying Delhi, Punjab, Sunrisers, Lucknow, or CSK. So it'll be a surprise if none of CSK or MI make
Or
it to the
Mumbai.
top four.
Yes, that certainly will be a surprise.
Arvind has
But
given
interesting with
RR.
it, I think the interesting thing will be if they are in the same group. So that is, it's going to be interesting how the
Groups
dynamics
आ
work.
गए हैं, आने हैं अभी.
नहीं, I think
होने डिसाइड
आएंगे,
होने हैं अभी
decide
अभी नहीं
होंगे.
आए.
Okay. नहीं
So
नहीं
it will be
यार, अब
interesting if
जैसे
Mumbai,
एक
if
सेकंड,
Mumbai
इंटरेस्टिंग
CSK.
नहीं है. जैसे इंडिया पाकिस्तान T20 वर्ल्ड कप मैच होता है ना, मुंबई सीएसके डिफरेंट ग्रुप्स होंगे, डोंट वरी.
नहीं, बट इंडिया पाकिस्तान को हमेशा खिलाते भी है ना.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ, जैसे इंडिया पाकिस्तान का हमेशा ड्रॉ आता है, वैसे ही चेन्नई और मुंबई का ड्रॉ हमेशा अलग अलग है, अलग ग्रुप में आएगा. बिकॉज इट इज वेरी रैंडम, डोंट वरी. सो अरविंद के 4 पिक्स हैं, राजस्थान, पंजाब, लखनऊ, CSK. I would say very similar. Everyone is picking these teams. Some कुछ लोग तो teams को कुछ दे ही नहीं रहे. No one is looking at KKR. No one is looking at Gujarat Giants.
Gujarat. No one
Gujarat,
looking at
yeah.
Gujarat. And we have discussed, I think the reason that we
And
did discuss
SRH
about
also
Gujarat.
to some extent. मतलब ये
Yes.
3 टीम है जो कोई नहीं उठा रहा है.
No, I feel KKR can have a good season. अगर उनके वो चारों foreigners खेलते हैं, they'll have a good season.
हाँ, if
CSK
they
को हटा
work
दें
well,
आपकी
yes,
से.
they can.
नहीं नहीं, मैंने
should we
दोनों
remove
डाले हैं.
CSK?
उन्होंने KKR बोला
मैंने
है.
दोनों डाले हैं.
अच्छा,
उन्होंने
they've said
KKR
he
डाले.
said KKR.
I'm not going with MI. MI
I think
is
KKR
bad.
का डिपेंड
Next
करेगा.
year
अगर
they'll win.
रसल चल गए 14 मैचेस ना, तो रसल
Yeah.
खेल गए 14 मैचेस, आई थिंक सो. बहुत जरूरी
नहीं
वो
होता
रहेगा.
है.
हाँ, वो
He is not fit. And Arvind has echoed the same thought. Arvind, we are discussing GT कि जब हम टीम कर रहे थे, we said I don't know what they're doing,
अरविंद,
and we
जब
spent so
कैप्टन,
much
जब आप
time.
कैप्टन हार्दिक पांड्या को बनाते हो टीम का, तो टीम नहीं बन सकती.
yeah.
But he was not at the auction table. Let's not blame him for the auction right now.
Someone
because
made him the captain, right?
That's fine. That's fine. But auction अलग बात
It's the
है.
same
and
process.
और बात क्या आती है,
You
जितना
are
time
choosing him to lead your side, so the side will be
Owners-
like that only.
ओनर्स इतना स्पेंड नहीं किया टाइम, उतना हम लोगों ने कर दिया गुजरात टाइटंस की टीम पे. सो वी नॉट डिस्कस दैट एनी फर्दर. वी हैव अ वेरी यूनिफाइड वर्डिक्ट ऑन दैट, a majority verdict that Gujarat Titans is clueless. So on that note, thank you so much to all our viewers right now. Please subscribe in. Do subscribe to
Thank
Sports Taaza. It's
Thank
been
you so
more
much,
than
Pranav,
21 hours.
Yes.
21 hours in the last 2 days. गला भी सूखने वाला है, कल काम भी करना है. So yes, thank you so much for watching. Thank you everyone. Thank you to all our viewers. Just to list a few guests that we had some amazing guests. We had a few journalists in, we had few cricketers in, we had some coaches, we had some Twitter influencers, we had some Twitter cricket analysts. So बहुत guests थे. We had more than 20 guests, and I'm just talking about the famous one. Fans तो बहुत सारे थे. We had more than 20 fans also coming in, and all our viewers for engaging with us on the content. Your comments are priceless. Thank you so much. Have a good week ahead.
Thank you, Pranav. Thank you for joining us today.